Only time and life and death cannot be reversed. A figure wreathed in golden flames slowly rose into the sky with a stretch of scorched earth ravaged by black fire beneath his feet. Atop 12 charred black pillars, a vague human silhouette was nailed to each one. Massive iron spikes pierced through their limbs and chains bound their bodies tight. I can understand the agony of losing everything, but I cannot truly share it. If you cannot endure the grief of reality and squander your hope upon an illusory past, then let me shatter your delusions, and in your stead, become God. The figure cloaked in golden flames suddenly blazed with radiant brilliance, transforming into a blazing sun in the pitch-black night sky and unleashing endless light. The sun-like radiance swept away the darkness of night. The intense light bathed heaven and earth. Night turned into day. Qin Feng, who had been taking a noon nap, woke up on his dormitory bunk, covering his eyes, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. That nightmare again. It had roughly been 2 years now. Every week, he would have this nightmare once. He dreamed of the apocalypse, descending zombies everywhere. He dreamed of being hunted by monsters together with his classmates. He dreamed of his first love leaping from a building in tears. He dreamed of his family swallowed by zombies. He dreamed of being shoved toward a horde of creatures. Some dreams were vague, others disturbingly distinct. Among them, the most peculiar dream was the one he had just now. He had already dreamed of that scene more than 10 times. It was the one that appeared the most. Even the sensation of being scorched by flames felt painfully real, as if he had truly experienced it himself. Only the figures in the dream were all made of light and shadow, impossible to see clearly. These nightmares brought Qin Feng a certain amount of trouble, yet they were not entirely a curse. At the very least, his mind had grown sharper, and his memory had improved dramatically. If the nightmares had begun 2 years earlier, Qin Feng estimated he might have tried for one of Daxia Nation's 2 great academies instead of studying medicine at Yuzhou University. Fengzi class is about to start. Old He is going to take roll. A male student wearing a leather jacket gave Qin Feng a shove. Old He was their pathology teacher. Because of his dark complexion and stiff old-fashioned temperament, they secretly gave him that nickname. Oh, okay. Qin Feng climbed down from the bed woodenly, having just been torn out of a nightmare. His mind was still somewhat hazy. Thump. A tremendous crash sounded from downstairs. Qin Feng exchanged a look with his roommate Wang Ku, then they rushed to the balcony, clutching the window frame as they peered down. They saw a campus bus that had crashed into a tree near the stop. The entire vehicle tipped onto its side. Screams of students came from within, and some students who heard the commotion were gathering around out of curiosity. But very soon some of the students cried out in fright and stumbled back. What the hell? How is this driver even driving? Fengzi, want to go down and take a look? Wang Ke said in disgust. At that moment, Qin Feng felt his heart lurch, a powerful sense of dread surging up within him. A student crawled out of the bus. His skin was deathly pale, his limbs stiff, and there seemed to be something hanging at the corner of his mouth. Classmate, He lunged at a student who had come to watch the commotion and immediately began biting. Are you insane? The bitten student let out a scream as blood spurted from his neck, then rapidly clotted. His struggles slowly weakened. The surrounding students were petrified with fear. Some of the timid ones even collapsed to the ground. Hey, are you crazy? A brave student stepped forward, intending to pull the two apart as he pressed down hard on the attacking classmate. However, the student who had been bitten suddenly sprang up. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness as he knocked the helpful classmate to the ground in one motion, then opened his mouth wide and tore a large chunk of flesh from the classmate's neck. Blood gushed out, then solidified at an unnatural speed. More and more students, with ashen faces, staggered out of the bus, wildly attacking the others. The once peaceful campus descended into chaos in an instant. It's real. All of it is real. Qin Feng's heart trembled violently. He pinched the skin on the back of his hand hard, and the sharp pain reminded him that he was not dreaming. These were exactly the monsters from his dreams. They had actually appeared in reality. Then what about the other scenes in his nightmares? Would they also come to pass? The color had drained from Wang Ke's face. He cried out, "This is bad. Hurry and call Chungu and Li Dong, tell them not to come back. Right, lock the door." As he spoke, he moved to lock the dormitory door. No, we can't stay in the dorm, we have to get ready to escape. Looking down at the zombies, Qin Feng had noticed that their numbers were steadily increasing and that they had already surged into the dormitory entrance. Why? Going out there is suicide. We should wait for rescue, Wang Ke said, bewildered. There are too many people in the dorms, and the room doors are inward opening latch locks. Every month, there's at least one door kicked off its hinges. And there's only a single main entrance. If too many monsters get in, there'll be no way to run. In the midst of crisis, Qin Feng was unusually calm. Makes sense. I'll first tell Chungu and the others not to come back. Wang Ke unlocked his phone. Damn it. Why is my phone broken? Qin Feng took out his own phone. The screen flickered twice and went dark. Flipping it over, he saw black smoke seeping from the gaps in the back cover. His expression sank. Mine's dead too. This looks somewhat similar to electronic devices being destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse. An electromagnetic pulse bomb. Are we going to war? Wang Ke didn't want to believe it, yet he had no better explanation. Could it be a nuclear war breaking out? We haven't seen any mushroom clouds. Forget it. Just be ready to run at any moment. Qin Feng tore down the bedsheets and quilt covers from their 4 beds and tied them together one by one. It was a rope-tying method he had learned in a fire safety survival class. Thanks to the improved memory his nightmares had given him, he had mastered it easily, without even paying much attention at the time. He tied the finished escape rope securely to a bedpost and looped it once around the window ledge. Then, standing by the window and watching the students fleeing in panic and the crazed zombies, he said in a low voice, "The zombie horde has already entered the dormitory building. When they've all come in or moved away, that will be our chance." Looking at the methodical Qin Feng and the escape rope fashioned from sheets and quilt covers, Wang Ko felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "We're on the 4th floor, we should still have time. I'll go call Li Xiang and the others. With more people we can look out for one another." "All right, go quickly and come back quickly." Qin Feng did not refuse. He had already noticed that zombies would stop gnawing roughly 10 seconds after a student's breathing ceased, and then the student would turn into a corpse within 5 seconds. The other zombies also prioritized targets that were bleeding. Judging from this, having more people around did indeed slightly increase the odds of survival, so long as he was not the slowest one running. Wang Ke bolted toward the neighboring room. Qin Feng gave up on continuing his observations and began rummaging through their belongings. There were not many items in the dorm that could serve as weapons. Qin Feng only found a watermelon knife and 4 pairs of scissors. He packed them into his backpack together with some suturing needles and thread emergency medicine and nylon rope. Right? Chen Ge has a set of carving tools. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that Chen Ge had specially bought a set of carving tools to steady his hands, only to leave them gathering dust in the cabinet not long after. Opening Chun Ji's cabinet, Qin Feng unceremoniously helped himself to 6 carving knives. Qin Feng finished gathering the tools. Wang Ke had already brought 5 classmates back to the dormitory, and the moment they entered, everyone hurried to lock the door in panic. They were all gaming buddies who often played together and got along well, which was why Wang Ke looked after them. "You're something else, already finished tying the escape rope so fast." Li Xiang walked familiarly to the window, checked the rope, and noted that Qin Feng's dormitory was some distance from the main gate. Climbing down from here would be relatively safer. None of them trusted the quality of the small latch lock on the dorm door. "An escape rope you never need to use is the best kind," Qin Feng said casually as he slipped the carving knife up his sleeve beneath his jacket. Just then, a violent pounding sounded from the door of Qin Feng's dorm. The noise made their hearts jolt, and for a moment, they almost thought zombies had already reached the 4th floor. "Wang Ke, hurry and open the door, let me in." The familiar voice outside eased the tension on their faces. Wang Ke patted his chest. "Damn, Wang Yang, don't scare us like that, all right? We just called you and you refused to come." Wang Yang was on the verge of tears. "Say no more, bro, I know I was wrong, just let me in, please." A prickle of alarm rose in Qin Feng's heart, but before he could stop him, Wang Ke had already opened the door and pulled Wang Yang inside. "Thanks, you really are a true brother." Wang Yang looked as if he could weep with gratitude. "I knew it, we must have been family 500 years ago. You wouldn't abandon me. From now on, you're my real big brother. I'll repay you properly someday." Qin Feng said coldly. "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to repay him." Wang Yang's gaze flickered as he forced an angry look. "What's that supposed to mean?" Qin Feng pointed at Wang Yang's arm. "You've been bitten." Everyone's eyes converged on Wang Yang's arm. Several claw marks more than 20 centimeters long ran parallel along his arm. The torn flesh had turned pale, while the blood seeping from it was an abnormal inky black. Wang Ke's face went ashen. "What happened to you?" Wang Yang hastily covered the wound and stammered, "No, it's nothing." Li Zhengming turned into a zombie and bit Lu Li. "I was just scratched by his nails. I wasn't bitten, really, I'm fine, you have to believe me." By the end, his voice had taken on a sobbing edge. As he spoke, he edged closer to them. Wang Yang, we believe you, just don't come any closer." Ko Xingyang spoke with a nervous quaver. Faced with Wang Yang's gradual advance, everyone retreated in unison, not daring to let him approach. But the dorm was only so big. Where could they run? The color was draining from Wang Yang's skin. Beneath his pallid face, darkened veins began to spread from his arm across his body. He took 2 steps forward, still trying to explain. I'm really fine, He reached out desperately, wanting to justify himself, but his limbs had clearly grown stiff, and the black veins beneath his skin had already crept up to his neck. Seeing him like this only made everyone more afraid. Qin Feng quietly tightened his grip on the carving knife in his hand. Li Xiang was close to tears. "Wang Yang, we've been brothers for so long, you don't want to hurt us, right? Please just go outside." The dorm was only so large, they had already backed up to the balcony. Any further, and the only path left would be to jump. Li Xiang and Ko Xingyang glanced at the escape rope in their hands, exchanged a look, but Lin Xiu stopped them. He pointed to the zombies down below, indicating that it was not yet the time. "I'm not a zombie, I'm really not a zombie," Wang Yang repeated over and over as he pressed closer to them. His eyes had already turned cloudy and his hands and feet were growing ever more rigid. "I know I believe you. Calm down." Qin Feng walked forward at an unhurried pace. Wang Yang's lips stretched into a grin while his eyes grew even more clouded. "Fengzi, be careful," Wang Ke called out anxiously in a low voice. Then his pupils contracted as he noticed black blood seeping from the corner of Wang Yang's mouth. An instant later, Wang Yang lunged at Qin Feng with his jaws wide open. At the same time, Wei Renjie suddenly stepped forward and drove a vicious kick into Wang Yang's chest, slamming him hard against the door. Wang Yang seemed completely insensitive to pain. Maintaining a posture with both clawed hands outstretched, he pounced at Qin Feng once more. Already prepared, Qin Feng dropped into a half-crouch, dodging Wang Yang's grasp. Seizing on the forward momentum of Wang Yang's lunge, he swept his left leg across Wang Yang's legs. Losing his balance, Wang Yang was tripped and crashed to the floor. As they passed each other, Qin Feng pivoted, and using the force of his turn drove his right elbow brutally into Wang Yang's back, pinning him hard to the ground. Wang Yang let out a low bestial growl. Even with all four limbs on the ground, the force he exerted almost kept Qin Feng from holding him down. A ruthless glint flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. The carving knife he had been gripping in his left hand since earlier drove straight into Wang Yang's temple. He then struck the knife handle several times with his palm, forcing the blade clean through Wang Yang's skull. Wang Yang twitched twice and then fell silent. The gruesome scene terrified everyone. Li Xiang, Lin Xiao, and the others stared in horror at Qin Feng and at Wang Yang's corpse on the floor with its destroyed head. The classmate who had been attending lectures with them just yesterday was now a lifeless corpse. Even their anatomy classes had never been this intense. Fortunately, zombie blood had already coagulated, so nothing spattered. Otherwise, the scene would have pushed everyone even further past their limits. Fengzi, we all owe you. If not for you, we'd be dead just now. I never should have opened the door, Wang Ke said, still shaken. The others suddenly snapped out of their daze and hurried to voice their thanks. Yeah, Fengzi, we're lucky to have you. Good thing you reacted so fast. Qin Feng's actions just now had been frightening, but he had done it to save them. After calming down, none of them could utter a word of blame. Ko Xingyang frowned in puzzlement. But this is the 4th floor. How did a zombie get up here so quickly? Being scratched can also turn you into a zombie, and the mutation is slower than from a bite. Maybe his roommate was bitten and managed to flee back to the dorm, Qin Feng offered casually. Let me tell you some bad news. Our supposedly safety-only escape rope is going to be used, he added. Thud, thud, thud. Something started knocking at the door. The screws on the latch lock began to loosen, tugging at everyone's nerves while bestial snarls sounded from outside. Clearly, whatever was knocking this time was no longer human. Their faces turned pale. More zombies. The 1-meter nettle Wei Renjie shouted to the fat guy, "Fatty, come here and help me move the bed." Oh, okay. Pang, to the chubby one who had been called, froze for a moment, then rushed over to help Wei Renjie drag the bed. With the dorm bed now shoved up against the door, everyone felt a little calmer. Qin Feng walked to the window. Get ready to escape. To where? Is there anywhere safe left on campus? Lin Xiao asked, head lowered, sounding somewhat despairing. I don't know whether anywhere else is safe, but staying here means certain death, Qin Feng said coolly. Pang, to the fat one, suggested, there's a supermarket nearby. We need food. No way, Li Xiang immediately vetoed. There are too many people in a supermarket. If zombies appear, we'll get wiped out. In the dormitory building, the sound of zombies battering doors grew ever more frequent, and from time to time students' screams rang out. More zombies were gathering at their door, as well, forcing the bed to scrape and drag across the floor. Pangda and Wei Renjie braced themselves against the bed with all their might. I don't know if those monsters ever get tired, but if they don't, we'll never be able to hold them off, Pangda said in near despair. Wang Ku added, even if zombies do get tired, their numbers will definitely keep increasing. Staying in the dorm is still a dead end. Everyone felt a grim sort of relief. They were fortunate they had chosen to trust Qin Feng's words. There are no zombies down there now. Who will go first? Qin Feng observed the last zombie entering the adjacent dormitory, then took out a few pieces of clothing and threw them to several people, tearing one to wrap around his hand. Everyone exchanged glances. Not seeing any zombies did not mean there were none, and the first person to go down would surely be in the most danger. He'll go first. Wei Renjie stepped forward first. I have practiced rock climbing. If there are zombies below, I can climb back up quickly. If you slip, I can catch you from below. All right, Wei Renjie goes first, Wang Ke second, followed by Li Xiang, Ko Xingyang, Lin Xiao, Pangda, and lastly me. Qin Feng directly set the order, casting a glance at Wang Yang's corpse. But you? Wang Ku expressed his concern. There were zombies outside knocking on the door, and staying until the end was surely dangerous. Stop hesitating, now is the time. Qin Feng interrupted him. In a crisis, even a foolish decision is better than indecision. I'm going down. Wei Renjie wasted no time wrapping the clothing around his hand and jumping down the escape rope, which had 2 knots to slow his descent. After landing, Wei Renjie staggered a few steps to regain his balance, glanced around, and gestured for everyone to jump down quickly. Wang Ke took a deep breath and jumped down right after. An accident occurred when Ko Xingyang jumped from the window. As he passed the second, not a zombie suddenly peeked its head out from the second floor of the adjacent dormitory, blood fresh at its corner of the mouth, startling Ko Xingyang into slipping and falling with a startled cry. Wei Renjie hurriedly caught him and covered his mouth, whispering, "Don't make a sound." Ko Xingyang nodded, still in shock, and steadied himself. Fortunately, he did not fall from a high floor when he dropped. As his classmates descended one after another, Qin Feng reached Wang Yang's corpse, tightly gripping another carving knife. Let's take a little risk. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with determination as he used the carving knife to slice open the back of Wang Yang's head. To his surprise, Wang Yang's bones were quite fragile, easily cut through with a bit of force, revealing white brain matter mixed with black blood. Next, he put on gloves and retrieved a black diamond-shaped object from the blood, resembling a coagulated blood clump or a rough crystal. He did this because of the images from his dreams. In his dreams, he had often seen people digging out similar objects from the backs of monsters after killing them. In one dream, someone exchanged a bright red flame-like crystal for a sniper rifle. Although he still didn't know the purpose of this item, it must be something extraordinary if it could be used to trade for firearms. Fengzi, what are you doing? Pangda, who was climbing through the window, was startled by Qin Feng's actions and accidentally let go, falling down. Fortunately, by instinct, he grabbed the escape rope midway, preventing a fall from the 4th floor. Damn it. Fatty, are you crazy? Pangda's fall was too quick, and given his weight, no one could catch him, resulting in him injuring his right leg. I saw. Facing the crowd that gathered, the fatty stuttered, unsure whether to share what had just happened. What did you see? Qin Feng placed a hand on the fatty's shoulder, casually asking. I saw Qin Feng. Damn. Why are you here so quickly? The fatty was shocked. He had just fallen. How was Qin Feng already by his side? Did he jump without using the escape rope? Looking at the concerned smile on Qin Feng's face, the fatty swallowed hard and quickly said, I saw a zombie entering the door. It's good that you're okay. It's fine, I've already successfully escaped. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, signaling that he was okay. Alright, stop chatting, let's hurry up. Lin Xiao placed an arm over the fatty's shoulder, asking, where are we going? Let's head in the opposite direction of where the school bus came from. Wang Ke quickly made a decision. No matter where they went, the priority was to leave the dormitory. Ko Xingyang and Lin Xiao helped the fatty, and everyone set off toward the north. Wang Ke asked, Fengzi, are we heading to the classroom? Qin Feng recalled the school's layout. No, it's afternoon now, the teaching building must be crowded. If a zombie appears, we would be wiped out. There is a medical laboratory nearby, let's go there. Then why are you running towards the teaching building? Wang Ke said with a wry smile. Did I go the wrong way? Qin Feng then noticed that he seemed to have diverged from the correct path. Strange, my sense of direction has always been good. Qin Feng looked up, and suddenly his pupils constricted. He saw a massive pillar of darkness rising from the ground, piercing the sky without an end. Due to the distance, he couldn't see its exact size and height. What is that? Qin Feng murmured. Fengzi, what are you saying? Wang Ke, who was waiting for the fatty and the others to catch up, stopped and asked curiously. Do you see that black pillar? Qin Feng pointed in the direction of the dark column. Black pillar? Where? Wang Ke asked, puzzled. You must be too nervous and hallucinating, right? Black pillar. Lin Xiao, Ko Xingyang, and Wei Renjia looked in the direction Qin Feng was pointing, then looked at him with strange expressions. Maybe I'm just too tense. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Feng gave up on explaining, but that strong sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Qin Feng, Wang Ke, help me. A cry for help interrupted everyone's thoughts. 2 pretty girls were being chased by 5 zombies. Seeing Qin Feng and the others was like finding a lifeline, and they hurriedly cried out for help. It's Lu Jiejia and Li Zixuan. Wang Ke recognized the 2 girls and instinctively wanted to rush forward, but Ko Xingyang held him back. What are you doing? To save them. They are friends of mine and Fengzi. How do we save them? Fight the zombies. Wang Ke was stunned, his gaze sweeping over everyone's eyes. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Wei Renjia was as immovable as a mountain, and the injured fatty lowered his head. He suddenly realized something. At this moment, the zombies were less than 5 meters away from the 2 girls, and they were less than 50 meters away from the boys. Qin Feng called out, let's go. We need to hurry. The crowd quickly left without looking back at the 2 girls. Even the injured fatty gritted his teeth and followed, supported by 2 friends, to avoid falling behind. Wang Ke followed behind, feeling ashamed. He glanced back at the 2 girls and quickened his pace to escape. Watching the group leave, Lu Jiejia cursed with resentment. Qin Feng, Wang Ke, may you both suffer a terrible fate. If I turn into a zombie, I will definitely eat you. I'm sorry, Li Zixuan suddenly said in a low voice. What? Lu Jiejia didn't react in time, and was suddenly pushed back by a force. She looked at her best friend in disbelief, unable to believe that her best friend had actually pushed her toward the zombies. At this moment, she didn't even have time to curse. The 2 closest zombies bit into Lu Jiejia's shoulder, causing her to let out a painful scream. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Li Zixuan cried, quickly chasing in the direction of Qin Feng, and the others, tears streaming down like a broken dam. Upon arriving at the medical school's experimental building, they heard no screams of classmates or roars of zombies, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with thought. He had chosen to come here not just because it was close. It seems the zombies haven't come this way. As long as we find a safe room and lock the door, we can wait for rescue. Ko Xingyang caught his breath. Fatty, you really need to lose some weight. We can barely carry you. Pangda cautiously glanced at Qin Feng. Yeah, find somewhere to put me down. I can still walk. Everyone stay alert, Qin Feng warned as he stepped into the first-floor lobby, scanning the surroundings warily, including the corridors and stairwells. There was no blood. Just then 2 female students in the lobby noticed Qin Feng. One wearing a beige coat and exuding youthful vitality waved enthusiastically. Senior Chin, what a coincidence. Running into you here. Are you here to submit your mentor's assignment? Beside her, a girl in a skirt and stockings noticed the injured fatty. This is the lab building, not a clinic. Chin Feng quickly explained, there are zombies outside. No time to explain. Find a safe place to hide now. Zombies? Uff, the stockings girl laughed. Our top medical student can actually crack a joke with a straight face. Wang Ke anxiously explained, Yang Lu, there really are zombies outside. They'll probably be here soon. Come with us and hide, or we'll all be in trouble. The stockings girl sneered. You're quite the actor. Knowing Wang Ke was Chin Feng's friend, she didn't believe a word. Forget them. Chin Feng and his group bypassed the two girls and headed inside. Ling Shi tugged Yang Lu's hand and hurried after them. Let's follow. Yang Lu sighed in frustration. You actually believe that nonsense? If I were a guy, I could trick you 7 times in one night. Ling Shi replied, I don't know about zombies, but the fatty's ankle is twisted. If there were no danger outside, would he have forced himself to run so fast? Yang Lu was startled. When had her friend become so sharp? Chin Feng tried the first door, but it was locked. That was expected. It wasn't class time, and the medical labs weren't open without a mentor's permission. It's Wednesday afternoon. The surgery labs are all closed, but the pharmacy labs are open. Chin Feng's dream-enhanced memory recalled the schedules of all medical majors. Then the entire layout of the building flashed through his mind, and he quickly identified the nearest lab. Second floor left side lab, 2003. Before he could ascend the stairs, cries for help came from the side entrance, choked with tears. Help! Oh! Several students burst in from the side door with zombies behind them pouncing on the last student, biting down hard as blood splattered. The bitten student let out a piercing scream before falling silent, covered in blood. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Yang Lu covered her eyes and screamed. Even Wang Ku and the others who had seen bloodshed before turned pale and stiffened at seeing death so close. Shut up. Do you want the zombies to hear us? Chin Feng snapped. If you want to live, follow me. He quickly climbed to the second floor and found the target lab. The panicked crowd hurried after Chin Feng into the lab with a few strangers darting in as well, but no one cared anymore. Once the last person entered, they immediately locked the door and braced it with their backs. Which major are you from? Barging in like this. Don't you students have any manners? The mentor, who was teaching a dozen students, scolded them angrily. Wang Ke stepped forward to explain. Mentor, there's a zombie outbreak outside. Huh? Laughter erupted in the lab before he could finish. Zombies. Are you that into movies? They do look like refugees. Is this some kind of event? Clearly none of the students in the lab believed in zombies. The middle-aged mentor was furious. This is class time, not a playground. I don't care what you're trying to pull. This is my classroom, and all of you get out. His chest heaved with anger. Wang Ke tried to explain, but Chin Feng stopped him. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Aunt. A girl screamed, pointing at a student's injured arm. You were bitten by a zombie. The other students immediately scattered, watching him warily. His left hand was missing a large chunk of flesh, the bone visible, with blood flowing down the wound, but quickly clotting. The student panicked. I just accidentally. Ko Xingyang's eyes darkened. That's how Wang Yang died. The mentor stepped forward and shouted angrily at the students. This student needs to go to the clinic. What are you all doing blocking the door? Get out of the way. That wound is infected. If he doesn't see a doctor, he might die. Chin Feng, what should we do? Wang Ku and the others looked to Chin Feng. This was the hardest thing to explain. Chin Feng's mind raced. Violence was out of the question. Before they saw the zombies' danger, anyone who acted violently would be seen as a thug. Then he noticed a set of keys on the podium, and his eyes lit up. They were the lab keys. Don't panic. Get ready to leave through the back door. Chin Feng quietly signaled his group. While everyone's attention was on the door, he quickly walked to the podium and pocketed the key ring. The injured student screamed, No, I won't turn into a zombie. I can still be saved. I need to go to the clinic. I don't want to die. A student who had come from outside shouted, Since you're bitten, don't harm yourself and others. Once you turn, there's no humanity left. No, I don't want to die. The student desperately tried to open the door. Others tried to block him, but he bit one of them on the arm. Aunt. The intercepted student screamed in pain, pulling back his arm, which now bore clear teeth marks and blood. The injured student grew even more frantic. If I turn into a zombie, you'll mutate too. Haha, well, all die together. The bitten student's face turned ashen. No one knew if a bite from someone not yet mutated could cause infection. Now even the mentor and the other students sensed something was wrong. Were these people insane? The injured student opened the lab door. With the precedent of someone being bitten, no one dared to stop him this time. The laboratory door swung open and several zombies detected the commotion, charging in frantically. The injured student was the first to be knocked down, blood gushing forth. Haha, we're all going to die. This student laughed maniacally. A zombie bit through his neck, hastening his transformation, plunging the laboratory into greater chaos. 3 more zombies with blood and flesh at their mouths burst and causing the girls to scream, and the laboratory descended into chaos. Chin Feng subtly tugged at Wang Ke's sleeve, signaling him. Wang Ke nodded and quietly led Li Xiang and the others toward the back door. Taking advantage of the turmoil in the laboratory, Qin Feng and his group had retreated to the back door, opening it to escape. Due to the blood scent at the front door, no zombies pursued them. Qin Feng arrived at the adjacent laboratory, unlocking the door while reflecting, "That was my mistake. The more people there are, the more chaotic it gets." The door unlocked, and everyone surged into the laboratory, shutting the door behind them. Wonka was quick-witted, locking the back door as well. After barricading the door, the fat boy covered his foot, exclaiming, "Ouch! My foot! It hurts so much." Reflecting on it, he didn't even know how he had managed to hold on. However, a word from Qin Feng immediately made him stop complaining. "Are you afraid the zombies can't hear you?" Qin Feng surveyed the new laboratory, where all the brothers who had come from the dormitory were present, along with Ling Shi and Yang Lu, both gasping for breath. Though the distance wasn't far, the fright they experienced surpassed everything they had faced before. In addition, 5 outsiders had also entered, 2 men and 3 women. Spotting one of the girls, Wang Ke's face showed a mix of joy and guilt. "Li Zixuan, you made it out. By the way, where is Lu Jiejia?" When the 2 girls had asked for his help earlier, he and Qin Feng ultimately chose to abandon the rescue. Though he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his decision at the time, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, she was a friend from the club. Well, the zombies caught up with Lu Jiejia first, and I took the chance while she was being attacked. Li Zixuan crouched on the ground, crying her heart out. Qin Feng and Wang Ke's expressions darkened, but they said nothing. Clearly, while escaping with classmates, it may not always be about outrunning the zombies. Sometimes escaping at the expense of friends could also lead to survival. The fat boy shivered, his pain unbearable. He grimaced, but still bit down on his teeth to avoid crying out. After crying for a while, Li Zixuan's eyes were swollen red before she finally stopped. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone started banging on the door. "Open up. I know someone is inside. Help us, please open the door." Outside, cries for help tinged with sobs could be heard. The sounds of screams, zombies' low growls, and gnawing blended together. Just listening to the sounds intensified everyone's fear, causing their faces to turn pale. "No, don't come over. You won't die a good death." Some of the classmates outside, chased by zombies, let out tragic cries through the door. Others had already slipped away, looking for other hiding spots. Qin Feng moved a lab table over to further barricade the door. Li Xiang and Lin Xiu followed suit, blocking the back door as well. The classmates outside had vanished, leaving only one persistent zombie knocking at the door. Though the laboratory door was sturdier than a security door, each bang resonated like a hammer, striking everyone's heart. Ko Zhenyang slumped helplessly to the ground, burying his head in his thighs, feeling a bit despondent. How much longer can we hold on? Will the next to become a zombie be one of us? As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the laboratory stiffened. His words struck at the core of everyone's hearts. Qin Feng frowned. Speaking such pessimistic words at this moment was not good for morale. "There will definitely be rescue." In the face of despair, Yang Lu said firmly, "Zombies may look terrifying, but they are insignificant against firearms. As long as the government reacts, we will surely receive help. Moreover, we are students, and in times of crisis, we will surely be prioritized for rescue. Yes, I believe the country will not abandon us. As long as we hold on, we will definitely be saved." Although they were encouraging each other, no one felt assured. Could they really hold out until help arrived in the face of those terrifying monsters? Qin Feng scanned the room, saying nothing. Besides waiting for rescue, they had no other choice. They couldn't just go out and fight the zombies. At that moment, a boy who had come in with them offered a cigarette to Qin Feng. "Dude, you reacted pretty quickly just now. Otherwise, we might have all been done for. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yu Wanglong from the School of Economics. This is my buddy Zhang Yan and our girlfriends. It's fate that we meet, and we can look out for each other in times of danger." Qin Feng took the cigarette, sticking it in his mouth without lighting it, and absent-mindedly replied, "Yeah, looking out for each other is good." Seeing that Qin Feng had no intention of further conversation, Wang Ke stepped in to introduce himself. "We are from the medical school. My name is Wang Ku." As Wang Ku engaged with them, Qin Feng moved to the window. From the laboratory window, he could see the dark pillar of light. So what exactly is that thing? The dark pillar of light gave Qin Feng a strong sense of foreboding, and combined with the sudden outbreak of the zombie crisis, he couldn't help but suspect that the zombies were brought about by that thing. "What are you looking at?" Ling Shi approached Qin Feng, asking curiously. "A black pillar." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "How can there be such a tall pillar?" Ling Shi looked shocked. "And it's black. Does black light even exist?" "You can see it." Qin Feng was taken aback. Of course, such an obvious pillar, any normal person can see it. Ling Shi thought Qin Feng was being a bit strange. "Where is there a black pillar?" Yang Lu scoffed. "Really, it's in that direction." Ling Shi pointed toward the pillar of light. "From this angle, it's right behind the library, but it looks quite far higher than the clouds." "Have you lost your mind?" Yang Lu touched Ling Zai's forehead. Ko Zhenyang laughed, saying, "This delusion is just like Qin Feng's. It's a delusion that triggers interaction. You two really have a connection." Ling Shi looked somewhat anxious. Qin Feng patted her shoulder and gently shook his head. "There's no need to explain." "Oomph." Ling Shi was a bit unhappy and had to find a corner to crouch down. Clearly, the black pillar of light was so obvious, surpassing the height of the clouds. Oh, why did no one see it? Qin Feng stood by the window, gazing at the chaotic campus. The students and teachers who had turned into zombies were mostly moving from west to east, which was precisely the direction of the dark pillar of light. Is that the source? Qin Feng pondered to himself. There were a total of 14 survivors in the laboratory, including himself. 2 of them had seen the dark pillar of light, and although the sample size was small, it was enough to prove that he was not the only one special. Given the population base of the Daxia Kingdom and Yuzhou Province, many people should have seen and noticed the dark pillar of light. Finding the source would make the problem easier to solve. Then all he needed to do was wait for rescue. Qin Feng secretly sighed in relief, drew the curtains to block the view of the zombies outside, and randomly found a workstation to rest. His mind relaxed slightly, but an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, plunging Qin Feng into a dream. Now's the time. The zombies are at the front door. Let's climb over the wall and escape. I can't get over. Push me. Fatty, you need to lose weight. Several figures climbed over the wall and came outside the school, their feigned casual tone unable to disguise their tension. Wait, don't you think it's too quiet ahead? Qin Feng looked at the alley outside the school. Everyone often climbed over the wall to come here to surf the internet at night, so it's impossible that there were few people here. The ground was littered with shattered glass, proving that there had been a battle here, especially now during the outbreak of the zombie crisis. No noise only indicates safety. Wang Ke casually remarked. Exactly. Do zombies even understand ambushes? We are about to leave that monster behind. Escaping is the only hope we have. Several roommates eagerly walked towards the alley, and Qin Feng had no choice but to follow. However, the strange feeling in his heart lingered. Just as Wang Ke, who was at the front, stepped out of the alley, a claw pierced through his chest. Opt! Wang Ke screamed in agony, then saw dozens of zombies appear from the alley. Run! Lin Xiao couldn't care for Wang Ke and was the first to turn and flee, but the back of the alley was also blocked by more than 20 zombies. Zombies dragged their slow steps out from the internet cafes on both sides, blocking everyone's retreat. The zombie that killed Wang Ke locked eyes with Qin Feng, mocking him. Opt! Qin Feng woke up from the dream, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Fengzi, what's wrong with you? Wang Ke rushed to Qin Feng's side, anxiously asking. Li Xiang and Ling Shi and the others also looked at Qin Feng with concern. Qin Feng waved his hand. It's nothing, just had a nightmare. Everyone was not surprised. After experiencing today's upheaval, it was perfectly normal to have mental pressure. But they had not yet escaped danger, and everyone was holding on. Such a fragile mindset doesn't seem like that of a medical student. Yang Lu scoffed. Lu. Ling Shi shook Yang Lu's arm, her tone revealing displeasure. You. Yang Lu gently tapped Ling Shi on the head, speaking with a tone of disappointment. Qin Feng paid no mind, only reflecting on the dream he had just had. Was the scene in the dream real? Recalling the gaze of that special zombie, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. If zombies gained intelligence, how terrifying would they become? If the dream was treated as reality, then they must have taken the risk to escape from a terrifying presence within the campus. Was the entity they needed to escape from that intelligent zombie? He moved to the window. The sky had darkened slightly, and the campus was much quieter, with only a few zombies occasionally growling. It seemed that apart from those who had already hidden away, the rest had already met their demise. How long do we have to wait here? Li Zixuan asked weakly. There is no food or water here, nor any place to sleep. It will be very cold at night. Wang Ke replied. The water issue is easy to solve. There is water for rinsing, experimental tools on the workstation. As for food, a person can survive without eating for a few days, but if there is no rescue within a few days, we won't survive even if there is food. Wei Renjie raised an objection. Even if the rescue team arrives, if we don't have the strength ourselves, can we still call for help? As the topic opened up, everyone began to discuss in low voices. Just then a violent explosion was heard from afar, followed by gunfire, as if someone was in a confrontation. The zombies on campus were all attracted by the sound. Ko Xingyang excitedly clenched his fist. It must be the rescue team coming. Lin Xiao, everyone hold on a little longer, we will be rescued soon. Li Zixuan and the other girls were so excited they were about to cry. Great. We will definitely be rescued. Only Qin Feng did not show any relaxed expression. If the rescue team arrived, why would they take the risk to climb over the wall to escape? Of course, it was also possible that the dream was merely a dream. Yang Lu and a girl came to the window, pulled back the curtains to observe the direction of the gunfire. Is the southwest corner? Let's pay attention to the movements over there. Just then a deafening explosion sounded. Beneath the explosion, there seemed to be a piercing scream, as if something had shattered, and the campus was filled with cries of terror. Hearing the sound coming closer, Qin Feng remembered something and shouted, "Don't get close to the window." Saying this, he rushed forward and tackled Yang Lu to the ground. Yang Lu was a bit embarrassed and angry, but then she froze. Bang! The glass of the laboratory window shattered. Yang Lu was already tackled by Qin Feng, so she was not hurt. However, another girl was directly hit in the face by the flying shards of glass and let out a piercing scream. Zhang Yan and Wang Ke, who were some distance from the window, were also affected. Yao, Yu Wanglong exclaimed, and quickly rushed over to check on his girlfriend's situation. The girl called Yao cried in despair, covering her face with her hands. Am I disfigured? Yu Wanglong comforted softly. Don't worry, you will always be the prettiest. Qin Feng came to Wang Ke's side, helping him pull the shards of glass from his arm. Hold on a bit, it'll help you get the glass out. Without waiting for Wang Ke's response, he directly picked up a tool from the workstation and pulled out several large shards, then took out the bandages he had collected from the dormitory to help him dress the wound. Wang Ke gritted his teeth the whole time, not making a sound. Before he could thank Qin Feng, he was distracted by Yu Wanglong's scream. Turning his head, he saw Yu Wanglong being tackled to the ground by his girlfriend, biting into his neck, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Yu Wanglong's screams and the sound of the zombie chewing were shocking. Zombies. How could this happen? Zhang Yan's girlfriend couldn't believe this scene. She was with us the whole time and wasn't bitten by a zombie. Why did she turn into a zombie? I don't know, but we must deal with them. A fierce look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he took out a carving knife from his pocket, approached the girl from behind, pressed down on her neck, and then plunged the knife into her temple with force. The girl floundered a couple of times before collapsing to the ground lifeless. After killing the girl, Qin Feng turned to Yu Wanglong, who had lost the strength to struggle, and said, "My friend, I'm sorry." He pulled out a carving knife and without hesitation plunged it into Yu Wanglong's right eye. The remaining left eye of Yu Wanglong gradually lost its focus. Seeing Qin Feng's unhesitating act of killing the zombie, Zhang Yan and the others were frightened. When encountering zombies, they were merely panicked, their remaining courage solely used for fleeing. How could they respond with a counterattack like Qin Feng did? "Qin Feng, you really are something," Wang Ke said gratefully. "If it weren't for you, we might have all been doomed." "But why did she become a zombie?" The girl beside Zhang Yan asked, crying. Yao Yao wasn't bitten. Why did she turn into a zombie?" "That's right. Why did she become a zombie?" Lin Xiao, who was excited, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him, an indescribable panic filling his heart. Qin Feng said calmly, "It might be that she was injured before. If it was just a scratch from a nail, the virus would spread very slowly." "Is that so?" Everyone was doubtful, but there was no evidence to confirm it. Yu Wanglong and his girlfriend were already dead. They couldn't check her wounds. At that moment, Wang Ke suddenly said with a trembling voice, Qin Feng, "I can't feel the pain from my wounds anymore." The crowd was startled and took a step back. Zhang Yan quietly hid his hands behind his back, pushing them against the wall. Qin Feng took out another carving knife from his pocket and held it tightly. Noticing Qin Feng's actions, Wang Ke said bitterly, "Qin Feng, if you want to kill me, I won't resist." Everyone lowered their heads in shame, their eyes filled with sorrow. Ling Shi and Yang Lu covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the scene. Wang Ke shed tears, "But if I really turn into a zombie, I hope I can die with some clarity. Qin Feng, can you tell me, is it possible that even the glass has the zombie virus?" The gazes of everyone focused on Qin Feng. Since the appearance of zombies, Qin Feng's calmness had surpassed normal limits, as if he had a profound understanding of zombies. If it were him, perhaps he truly knew something. Qin Feng sighed lightly. "We are all carriers. The zombie virus exists within each of us. Regardless of how we die, even if our bonus immunity declines, we will turn into zombies." His words immediately caused panic. Zhang Yan collapsed, helplessly leaning against the wall. "Impossible. How could we be carriers?" Yang Lu covered her eyes. "This is impossible. This isn't real." Ling Zai's face turned pale, her hands trembling. Lin Xiao and the others felt the night grow colder. Although Qin Feng's words had not been confirmed, Yao Yao's recent death had already proven some things. Moreover, Wang Ke losing sensation in his hands further validated Qin Feng's speculation. "So what should we do?" Li Zixuan suddenly cried out. If this speculation were true, what should she do? Qin Feng looked around seriously and said, "Actually, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. The virus lying dormant in our bodies without outbreak indicates that our bodies can produce antibodies to suppress the virus. As long as we give our bodies time, we can suppress the virus." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng approached Wang Ke, looking at him, who had closed his eyes waiting for death, his heart filled with sorrow. Wang Ke was his best friend, and watching him die without resistance filled Qin Feng with helplessness. Suddenly a thought appeared in his mind, saying, "Your injury is not entirely hopeless." Wang Ke opened his eyes in surprise, really. At his moment of despair, he was suddenly stunned by this unexpected joy. Qin Feng nodded. "I have no guarantees, but we can try. If it fails, you might turn into a zombie more quickly." In his dreams, Wang Ke was still alive. If the dream was related to the future, then he shouldn't die here. After all, he hadn't planned to change the future yet. Wang Ke excitedly nodded him, willing to try no matter what method. During his moment of despair, he would cling to even a straw. Who would want to turn into a zombie if they could survive? "Fengzi, are you serious? But this virus has just appeared, and how could you possibly have a solution?" Lin Xiao asked, somewhat disbelieving. Although Qin Feng's grades had always been excellent, everyone learned the same knowledge, so how could he find a solution? Qin Feng calmly replied, "When encountering an unknown virus, if research conditions are insufficient, treat it as a known virus, and use suppression methods for similar symptoms." Saying this, he opened the equipment room attached to the laboratory. The 2005 laboratory was an anatomy lab. Therefore, all surgical instruments should be complete. Qin Feng quickly gathered the experimental equipment and asked who was willing to be my assistant. Ling Shi raised her hand before anyone else. I have worked with you before." "Good." Qin Feng did not refuse, quickly arranging the experimental instruments, preparing to conduct the experiment. Turn on the alcohol lamp, prepare to heat the test tube, the anaerobic blower, get dry lime as a desiccant, and distilled water solvent ready. The two quickly manipulated the experimental equipment with very rudimentary instruments. Ling Shi and Qin Feng acted as assistants for Lao He, who, although they hadn't cooperated often, they did not interfere with each other. Next, Qin Feng took out a piece of black blood clot and cut it open with a surgical knife, grinding it down. Qin Feng's methodical actions reignited confidence in Wang Ke's eyes. He didn't know where Qin Feng's inexplicable confidence came from, but this confidence was infectious. The attention of Qin Feng and the others was focused on the experimental table. However, they didn't notice Zhang Yin trembling with despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Looking at Qin Feng's experimental table, his desperate gaze was filled with madness. In an anaerobic environment, high temperature and activation, and air drying, although the conditions are very rudimentary, this is already the limit under the absence of any basic conditions. Qin Feng placed the ground powder into the equipment. This was the initial idea for the rabies vaccine, since both it and the zombie virus shared blood transmission properties. Qin Feng used it. Such a crude experimental procedure would get one punished for standing in the corner if done in class. However, Qin Feng couldn't be sure how long Wang Ke could last. He set a limit of 3 minutes for himself. If time exceeded, what use would the developed blocking agent be? Thus, under conditions of insufficient resources, insufficient equipment, insufficient cases, and without any analytical instruments, Qin Feng developed the blocking agent based solely on conjecture and extremely rudimentary procedures. 2 minutes later, the black blocking agent was mixed into the solution and injected into an empty syringe. It's done. Looking at the black zombie blocking agent, Qin Feng felt a moment of daze. From the moment he chose the experimental equipment, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he were not making this kind of agent for the first time. Will this potion work? Lin Xiu murmured. They were all students of the medical college, and although their majors varied, they understood how reckless such an approach was. What else is there? Do you have another method? Yang Lu retorted casually. Lin Xiu shrank back, unable to speak. You're right, I have no choice left, Wang Ke said with a bitter smile, already feeling his arm growing numb, the wound rotting and turning pale, while the veins were abnormally dark. His left arm was already beyond his control. If left unattended, it would soon spread throughout his body. Rather than wait for death with closed eyes, he might as well give it one last fight. Just as Qin Feng was about to step forward to inject the potion into Wang Ke, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Stop! If you don't, her life won't be saved. Qin Feng turned around only to see Zhang Yin gripping Li Zixuan's neck tightly, a scalpel pressed against her fair throat. Li Zixuan was frozen, afraid to struggle, her pleading eyes searching for Qin Feng and Wang Ke. Ko Zhengyang clenched his fists. Zhang Yin, what are you doing? Zhang Yin wore a grim expression, his face filled with ruthless intent. Hand over the virus antidote, or she will surely die. Is that even possible? The tall Wei Renjia shouted angrily. Lin Xiu said, I thought of you as a friend. Zhang Yin laughed maliciously. Friend? Just now Yuan Long was also trying to befriend you, and now he's dead. Li Zixuan forced herself to calm down. But Yuan Long was bitten by a zombie, it's hopeless now. Then why do you think he was injured, and you believe there's still hope? Zhang Yin shouted hoarsely, the sharp scalpel leaving a wound on Li Zixuan's neck. I don't care, I just want to survive. Give me the antidote, or if I die, I will take someone with me. You're so selfish. Yang Lu shouted. Wei Renjia clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Li Zixuan, hesitating to act. Li Zixuan shed tears. Don't worry about me. He won't keep his promise. Even if he gets the antidote, he will kill me. Haha, say what you will. Zhang Yin had become somewhat deranged. If you won't let me live, I'll do my best to drag you down with me. Qin Feng stepped forward calmly and said, when I made the antidote earlier, I produced 3 doses in total. Zhang Yin was momentarily stunned, but he quickly recovered. Don't think you can trick me. He isn't lying. Oh, Qin Feng noticed your injury, and since there were extra materials, he simply finished the task in one go. Ling Shi picked up a reagent from the experimental table. There are indeed 3 doses here, but they haven't been injected into the syringe yet. These antidotes originally included one for you, and one was meant as a backup. There was already one for me. Zhang Yin was even more stunned. He had originally intended to save himself, but what had he done? His heart was filled with regret for having acted like a villain. I understand your feelings, but in such an environment, mutual distrust is normal. Qin Feng slowly approached Zhang Yin, handing over the syringe. But in this environment filled with crises, only by laying down our guard and uniting can we survive. I'm sorry. Zhang Yin burst into tears. Looking at Li Zixuan, whom he had taken hostage, his heart was filled with guilt. Enough crying. After you inject the antidote, whether you can survive will ultimately depend on your own willpower, Qin Feng said. Lin Xiu and the others looked on, filled with concern, but did not stop Qin Feng. The antidote was developed by Qin Feng. How it was distributed should be decided by him. Zhang Yin released Li Zixuan and reached out to take the antidote. Thank you. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. Zhang Yin looked down and saw a scalpel piercing precisely through his heart, the handle held firmly in Qin Feng's hand. At this moment, Qin Feng no longer resembled the wise mentor from earlier. Instead, he was filled with an indescribable coldness. You? Zhang, Yin let out a bitter laugh, unsure if he was mocking himself or others. He pressed his hand to his chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing, but then Qin Feng kicked him hard in the waist, sending him crashing against the wall. Wei Renjie was quick to react, kicking Zhang Yan's head, knocking the unsteady Zhang Yan to the ground. Hold him down and don't give him a chance. Qin Feng quickly turned around and came to Wang Ke's side, injecting the antidote into his arm as fast as he could. Wang Ku, who had just pulled out glass shards without crying out in pain, finally couldn't hold back a wail, the intense pain making him roll on the ground. However, a smile broke out at the corners of his mouth, tears streaming down as he said, I can feel the pain. When Qin Feng made the antidote, he had been anxiously worried. The loss of sensation in his arm eroded the hope in his heart. At this moment, even the pain felt so delightful. It might hurt even more next, but you must hold on, the rest is up to your will. Remember, you cannot faint. Qin Feng spoke unexpectedly. Don't worry. I won't let your efforts be in vain. Wang Ke gritted his teeth and said, if I survive, my life will belong to you in the future. His veins throbbed violently, as if a fish was swimming within them. Qin Feng turned back to see Zhang Yin being beaten. At this moment, Zhang Yin was being mercilessly beaten by the furious Wei Renjie and others. Coupled with Qin Feng's earlier stab through his heart, he had long since breathed his last. Who will give him the finishing blow? Qin Feng asked. Finishing blow. The crowd paused in their beating. It seems you've forgotten what I just said. Qin Feng said expressionlessly. We are all carriers. Even if we haven't been bitten by zombies, we will turn into zombies after death. As if to prove his words, the already lifeless Zhang Yin shakily got up. Wei Renjie's pupils constricted, then he kicked out hard, taking advantage of Zhang Yan's instability to knock him down again, stepping on his back to prevent him from rising. The group exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. At that moment, they realized the greatest gap between them and Qin Feng was a difference in mindset. If there's no one else, then let me handle it. Qin Feng brandished the scalpel, approaching Zhang Yan. In truth, your injuries aren't severe enough to turn you into a zombie. You're just too tense. The fact that Zhang Yan could hold Li Zixuan hostage proved that his injured hand had not lost sensation and the zombie virus had not yet activated. He only thought he would end up like Wang Ke, who had been injured and turned into a corpse. The scalpel pierced Zhang Yan's eye, taking his life. Qin Feng sheathed the scalpel, looking somewhat surprised at Li Zixuan's decisive action. Indeed, Qin Feng was about to take action, but was preempted by Li Zixuan. He has already turned into a zombie. It shouldn't be a problem for me to kill him. Li Zixuan lowered her head and said weakly, of course you did beautifully. Qin Feng carefully observed Li Zixuan. The Li Zixuan he knew was a very fragile girl who had been sobbing since entering the laboratory. He didn't expect her to show such decisiveness here, stronger than those boys. Indeed, high-pressure situations can change a person. Encouraged, Li Zixuan raised her head, and as her gaze swept across everyone except Qin Feng, unconsciously took a step back. Li Zixuan looked down again, her eyes filled with loneliness. Wei Renjie, feeling somewhat guilty, said, I'm sorry, we should have acted just now, we just lacked the courage. Though he was tall and strong, he actually had a good temper. Li Zixuan shook her head, saying, it's fine. Qin Feng returned to Wang Ke's side and checked his condition. At this moment, Wang Ke was no longer in pain, but still felt a bit dizzy. He was digging his nails into his palm, trying hard not to faint. I don't even know if the blocking agent will work. Wang Ke still has a fever. It's now certain that if our physical condition deteriorates to a certain extent, our bodies will be unable to suppress the zombie virus, turning us into zombies. Qin Feng made a judgment. Fortunately, the rescue team has already arrived, Yang Lu said, relieved. Though it was an inappropriate moment, everyone displayed a comforting smile. Ling Shi, who had finished sealing the remaining agents, raised a question. Now that the gunfire has stopped, why isn't the rescue team notifying us over the loudspeaker? Everyone was taken aback. Li Xiang proposed a possibility. Could it be they didn't bring one? Ko Jingyan countered. Are you questioning the professionalism of the Daxiao rescue team? Li Xiang was at a loss for words. The Daxiao country was a land of disasters. Its rescue system was extremely mature. How could they make such a basic mistake? Li Zixuan asked softly, could it be that the rescue team has already lost? Impossible, that is absolutely impossible. Lin Xiu said decisively. We just heard the gunfire, and it was very dense. I don't believe that firearms can be defeated by brainless, slow-moving zombies. Li Xiang also agreed. The most terrifying aspect of zombies lies in their infectious nature. Qin Feng can kill zombies with a carving knife and scalpel. If the rescue team has firearms, it should be even easier. Everyone considered this and nodded in agreement. No matter how one thought about it, zombies could not possibly stand up against firearms. Qin Feng recalled the dream. Not only the intelligent zombies from the recent dream, but also the monsters from past dreams fighting fiercely using the terrain among skyscrapers. Could those things also be considered zombies? Qin Feng didn't know, but he had to prepare for the worst. Though firearms are powerful, the ammunition is limited. The rescue team might also need to replenish their supplies or face difficulties with their vehicles, prioritizing rescuing those who are closer. Therefore, don't think too much, just protect yourselves. Qin Feng said calmly. His words brought a sense of stability to everyone, but his gaze swept over the shattered glass. He was certain that the cause of the broken window was a sonic boom. Though bullets travel at the speed of sound, they do not reach the point of shattering glass merely through sound. So what exactly caused the sonic boom? He had been concerned about the monster mentioned in his dream, but he couldn't speak of it directly, otherwise the best outcome would be to be suspected of having mental issues. If they truly believed it, everyone would lose hope for survival. He approached Yu Wanglong and his girlfriend using the scalpel to cut open the back of his head and extract the black crystal blood. The repugnant, ominous aura made Qin Feng frown. But he knew this was also key to resisting the zombie virus. After collecting all 3 blood crystals, Qin Feng gathered everyone and said, I just noticed that many zombies were attracted to the southwest corner by the recent explosion. Next, there will be a rare zombie vacuum period on campus. Li Xiang guessed Qin Feng's plan. Are you planning to go for food and water? Qin Feng nodded yes. Ko Xingyang expressed his opposition. No, even so, it's too dangerous. What if we encounter zombies? He couldn't continue. If there weren't many zombies, they might not be Qin Feng's opponents. Li Xiang said, I don't see the necessity for food. As long as there is water, one can survive several days without eating or drinking. The water used for cleaning lab equipment is cleaner than tap water. There's no need to worry about it. Qin Feng said in a calm tone. If our condition deteriorates too much, we might not be able to suppress the virus within us. Everyone's gaze fell on Yu Wanglong and his girlfriend. They recalled what Qin Feng had just said. We are all carriers. Yang Lu suddenly interjected. It's October now, and the temperature drops significantly at night. With the windows broken, if we don't have food and water by tomorrow morning, half of us might fall ill, so we must resolve the food issue. Li Xiang weakly asked, then who will go? Yang Lu replied. I and Qin Feng will go. Oh, I will just keep watch, and let's take Wei Renjie too. He has the most strength and can carry the most things. Is there anyone else willing to go? Ling Shi raised her hand. I will. You shut up. Yang Lu said sternly. Ling Shi wanted to argue, but Yang Lu tapped her head. You stay here and prepare the agents. If we get injured, we need you to save us. Ling Shi lowered her head. Qin Feng looked at her in surprise, but said nothing. For the last person, I will go. Wang Ke's weak voice came through. Wang Ke, you just recovered. Don't push yourself. Qin Feng stopped him. No, you don't understand. Wang Ke slowly stood up, struggling to reach the laboratory table, taking a deep breath, and then grasping the table. While everyone was unsure of what he was about to do, Wang Ke lifted the laboratory table with one hand. Everyone was startled. Even the boys could lift the laboratory table. But lifting it with one hand was something no one could do. Qin Feng's mind stirred. Old Wei, go help him push it down. Okay. Wei Renjie didn't refuse and stood in front of Wang Ke, getting into position to push with him. As soon as they started, Wei Renjie's face turned red, but just 3 seconds later, he actually took a half step back. Wang Ke released his grip and smiled, saying, moreover, I feel very hungry right now. Oh, I feel like I could eat a whole cow. I don't want to just wait here for you all to bring back food and then stuff it all into our own bellies. All right, then it will be the 4 of us. Qin Feng nodded, then took several surgical knives from the chemistry equipment room, handing them to the 3 others while casually slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Although there were bags in the supermarket, one could never be sure that others wouldn't think of the same thing. After about 10 minutes, the zombies could no longer be seen from the window. Yang Lu gave Qin Feng a glance, then opened the door. No zombies came in. The 4 of them sighed in relief and carefully left the laboratory, closing the door with caution. Li Xiang absent-mindedly stared at the potions on the table, his gaze flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. Just thinking about Wang Ke's strength a moment ago made his throat tighten. Swish! A hand swiftly reached for the experimental table, taking away the black potion. Li Xiang focused his eyes and questioned, Xuan, and what are you doing? Xuan was a member of Yu Wanglong and Zhang Yan's team. After Yu Wanglong and the others died one after another, she had been hiding in a corner, afraid to speak. Unexpectedly, this little invisible person took the potion at this moment. Put down the potion or you're dead. Ko Xingyang and Lin Xiu blocked Xuan from both sides, urging her harshly. This potion could save people from the zombie virus. How could they let her take it? Li Zixuan looked at Xuan and her expression momentarily dazed. I don't want to die. Tears streamed down Xuan'an's face. No one wants you dead, or just put down the potion. Lin Xiu tried to coax her like Qin Feng had done with Zhang Yan, urging her to let down her guard. No, you're lying to me. Xuan'an's tears flowed even more fiercely as she cried out pitifully. You're all in this together. Zhang Yan was killed by you all. He died because you refused to give him the potion. Everyone froze in shock. When Qin Feng killed Zhang Yan, they all thought it was well done. After all, they believed Zhang Yan truly deserved it. I want that. Xuan jabbed the syringe into her arm, pushed down forcefully, then shoved Lin Xiu aside and jumped towards the windowsill. She turned back to glance at the laboratory and her boyfriend's corpse, then leaped off the 2nd floor. Outside the laboratory was a lawn. She didn't get hurt, only twisted her ankle. But she paid no mind to these and ran desperately. Passing by the back door of the hall, her pupils constricted as she saw several familiar figures. It's them. Moi. Yang Lu noticed Xuan and was startled. What happened to you? Why did you fall? Xuan ignored her and ran off. Yang Lu was about to chase after her when Qin Feng placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, forget her, let's hurry to the supermarket. After seeing the syringe mark on her arm, he figured out what she had just done. However, compared to retrieving the consumed potion, survival was obviously the primary concern for everyone. Qin Feng ran out of the experimental building, and after a few steps he was called to a halt by Yang Luhe. Qin Feng, you're going the wrong way. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks and looked up. He had unknowingly drifted westward towards the direction of the dark light column. Let me lead the way. Wang Ke confidently leaped past Qin Feng, taking the lead in the group. Following Wang Ke, Qin Feng no longer veered off course, and this direction made him wary of the dark light column. Between the teaching building and the experimental building was a supermarket. When the four arrived, sure enough, there were no zombies inside, but several students were already scavenging, glancing at each other before continuing their tasks. The supermarket had plenty of supplies, making it unnecessary to fight over them. Let's start moving things. Prioritize high-energy items. Qin Feng went to the counter, opened his backpack, and stuffed in all the chocolates and related snacks. Wang Ku and Wei Renjia each grabbed a small cart and began collecting supplies. I'm sorry, I'm just really hungry. After filling his cart, Wang Ku tore open a loaf of bread and devoured it in a few bites. But he didn't stop, he ate while he unpacked. Yang Lu, on alert, said angrily, "Are you crazy? Even now you're thinking about food." "It's fine, let him eat." Qin Feng looked at Wang Ke's starving appearance and felt that his state was extremely off, as if he hadn't eaten for several days, so he opened a bottle of water and handed it over. "Not good zombies are coming, let's go." The warning came not from Yang Lu but from another group of people scavenging in the supermarket. They had also set up a watch outside. Hearing the alert, the group immediately stopped their actions and retreated. "Yang Lu, how many zombies are there?" Qin Feng didn't rush to retreat, but calmly asked. "Only one," Yang Lu replied. "He'll handle it." Qin Feng glanced at Wang Ku, his instinct telling him that ensuring Wang Ku was full seemed to be of higher importance. For someone with unusual abilities, instincts could be trusted. "No, we can't, more zombies are coming." Yang Lu's pupils constricted. "There are 3 zombies, we need to hurry." 3 zombies. Prepare to withdraw. As Qin Feng stepped out, he heard this bad news. Though he had confidence in himself, he didn't think he could take on 3 at once. "No need to leave." Wang Ku stuffed chips into his mouth as he stepped out, his eyes filled with a confident light. "Wang Ku, what's wrong with you?" "I just feel a surge of energy, I want to vent," Wang Ke said, giving Qin Feng a reassuring look before willingly walking towards the 3 zombies. As the 3 zombies approached Wang Ku within 10 meters, they suddenly went wild, accelerating towards him, their eyes filled with a thirst for fresh blood and flesh. Wang Ke kicked one zombie away with a flying kick. Then he skillfully dodged the pounces of the other 2 zombies, maneuvering to the side and stabbing a surgical knife into one zombie's skull. However, the zombie did not fall, though instead it lunged at Wang Ku again. How can this be? Wang Ke's face paled. Qin Feng could kill zombies like this. But he wasn't frightened. He recalled Qin Feng's movements, and after dodging the zombie's attack, struck at its legs. Slash. Just as he tripped one zombie, another one clawed at his arm. Wang Ke felt a bit panicked, grasping the zombie's arm to prevent it from further biting and using his leg to pin down another zombie. At that moment, he regretted it deeply. His strength and speed were so much greater than the zombies. Oh, why was he still losing? The zombie that had been kicked away by Wang Ke also staggered back to its feet. Despair filled Wang Ke's eyes. In his heart, he was consumed by the feeling of hopelessness. "Don't be dazed." Qin Feng's voice brought Wang Ke back to his senses. Wang Ke felt his arms relax, and just as he was about to kill the zombie, it was already slain by Qin Feng's blade. Lowering his head again, the zombie he had knocked down had a scalpel embedded in its head, motionless. "The last one is up to you, remember to stay calm." Qin Feng patted Wang Ke on the shoulder and stepped back, signaling him to handle it himself. All right. Wang Ke was filled with shame. He realized he had been saved by Qin Feng once again. He recalled Qin Feng's movements. As the zombie lunged at him, he crouched down and swept his leg to trip the running zombie. Then he circled behind it and knocked it down. When Qin Feng used this move, he had to rotate his body to add strength to the elbow strike to complete the action. At this moment, Wang Ke only needed his fists. After knocking the zombie down and pinning it, he took out a spare scalpel from his jacket pocket and ended the zombie's life. However, after killing the zombie, he looked at his arm with some fear. The scratches from the zombie were already turning dark and festering. "Don't worry, if you survived once, you can survive twice." Qin Feng patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "Yefengzi, I'm fine." Wang Ke nodded. After enduring the harsh reality, his abnormal state had vanished, and he returned to his usual self. Having dealt with the zombies, Qin Feng extracted the blood crystals from the brains of the 3 zombies, and the 4 of them pushed a cart back to the laboratory building. Boom. A loud noise came from the northwest corner. Wei Renjia was stunned. Could it be that a building collapsed? Then came a series of violent explosions. Qin Feng roughly judged the direction. It's the teaching building of the Economics College and the dormitory area of the Water Resources Engineering Department. Hurry up, these noises will likely wake the zombies. All right. Wang Ku and the others were also very worried. The 4 of them pushed 6 small carts back to the entrance of the laboratory building. A strong sense of crisis rose in Qin Feng's heart as he suddenly turned his head. He saw a mysterious black shadow soar from the northwest towards the northeast, leaving only a few afterimages in its wake. A man in black appeared on the rooftop of the teaching building holding a black straight knife. As if sensing Qin Feng's gaze, he looked in Qin Feng's direction. In the next moment, the black figure vanished. Qin Feng's mind raced. Was it an illusion? No, there were many extraordinary beings and terrifying monsters in the visions of his dreams. Wang Ke's skills had improved too quickly. Although he was still an ordinary person, the possibility of further improvement couldn't be ruled out. Fengzi, what are you dazing out for? Wang Ke urged. Nothing. Qin Feng composed himself and pushed the cart up the stairs. The small carts in the school weren't large, and since they weren't filled with water, the 3 boys each carried 2 up the stairs. Upon seeing the 4 return safely, Ling, Shi, Li Xiang and others were overjoyed. Are you guys okay? It's good as long as you're fine. Wait, Wang Ke, your arm. Lin Xiao exclaimed, noticing Wang Ke's injured arm. Ling Shi raised the black potion in her hand. I extracted the blood crystals from their brains and made a blocking agent. Wang Ke replied, I don't need it. My wound was a bit dark at first, but now it's back to normal. I can still feel pain, a bandage should be fine. If it gets infected again, I can use the blocking agent then. Qin Feng nodded. Wang Ke might have already developed antibodies within him. Li Xiang's eyes lit up. Then, can we also inject the agent? After injection, we might be able to resist the zombie virus. We have 9 vials of the agent here. He secretly glanced at Wang Ke, thinking no one noticed his action. Qin Feng nodded nonchalantly. Yes, but let me remind you that the essence of the virus-blocking agent is that it uses inactive and non-contagious viruses to block highly infectious viruses, which carries a significant risk of infection. He continued, patting Wang Ke on the shoulder. His chance of survival is 5-0, and that includes his willpower. The others' expressions changed. 1 in 20 means that even all the people in this laboratory combined may not have a single survivor. Wang Ke surviving was truly a stroke of luck. Of course, what they didn't know was that this probability was something Qin Feng casually mentioned. Without professional instruments, it was strange for him to know the probability at all. It was simply because his performance was so astonishing that no one dared to question him. Therefore, we need more professional instruments and specialized personnel to reduce risks. Qin Feng said the 5th floor of the laboratory building is reserved for graduate students with complete equipment. Perhaps there is a way to achieve this. All right, we'll follow your lead. Ling Shi was the first to express her agreement. The others were somewhat hesitant, but thinking of that 5 probability, Li Xiang still agreed with Qin Feng's opinion. Before the others could express their opinions, Yang Lu suddenly screamed, look at the windowsill. The group turned around and saw a hand climbing up onto the windowsill, followed by a gaunt figure scrambling up. Li Zixuan recognized the person. Xue, and how did she end up like this? Xuan crawled and swaying as she stood up, her murky eyes scanning the crowd, finally landing on Qin Feng. She moved her mouth as if trying to convey something, but all that came out was a low growl of a zombie. Everyone be careful, her current state is not right. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the scalpel and warned seriously. He could feel that the other's intention was directed at him. Ko Xingyang and Lin Xiao quietly retreated to the corner of the laboratory to avoid being caught in the upcoming battle. Xuan hunched her body and lunged at Qin Feng like a beast. Prepared, Qin Feng sidestepped and stepped forward to avoid the attack, then struck Xuan's abdomen hard with his knee. Crash! Xuan slammed into the laboratory table, scattering experimental equipment all over the floor. Wang Ke rushed up immediately and kicked her in the stomach. Less and less intelligence remained in Xuan's eyes, gradually turning into a bloodthirsty hue. She rolled away, evading Wang Ke's subsequent attacks, and surprisingly charged towards the corner where Lin Xiao and Li Xiang were. Li Xiang saw Xuan lunging towards him, and by reflex pulled Lin Xiao, who was preparing to dodge, in front of himself. Oh! Lin Xiao was bitten on the shoulder by Xuan, and a large chunk of flesh torn away as she let out a horrified scream. Wang Ke moved forward, firmly pressing Xuan's head against the wall, shouting, Fengzi, make your move. Qin Feng quickly stepped forward, the scalpel precisely piercing the back of Xuan's head, driving up from the junction of her skull and cervical vertebrae into her brain. Xuan struggled a couple of times, then fell silent. Xuan fell down, but the matter was not over yet. Lin Xiao clutched the wound on his shoulder, glaring at Li Xiang with a ferocious gaze. Li Xiang shuddered and lowered his head to plead, I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to do that. I just didn't react in time. Lin Xiao scoffed, suddenly lunging forward and biting into Li Xiang's neck, forcefully tearing a wound. Unfortunately, he was not a zombie, so he couldn't directly bite off flesh. In pain, Li Xiang kicked Lin Xiao and cursed, are you crazy? Lin Xiao spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. You're the one who's crazy. Didn't you know to dodge? You had to use me as a shield. Even if I became a zombie, I wouldn't spare you. If I turn, we all turn. Li Xiang retorted, you only got bitten once, right? Just lost a bit of flesh, did it kill you? There are still antidotes, right? Lin Xiao was enraged again, throwing a punch at Li Xiang's face. Are you even speaking human words? Li Xiang also punched Lin Xiao back. Did I say anything wrong? If it were you, you would definitely do the same. The two of them wrestled madly, arguing not so much over right and wrong, but rather venting their pent-up grievances. Enough. Wang Ke kicked Li Xiang in the chest, in anger separating the two. Li Xiang crashed heavily against the wall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng took a blocking agent and injected it into Lin Xiao's arm, saying, it will hurt a lot. You must not lose consciousness. As the drug entered his body, a wave of intense pain quickly struck. Oh! Lin Xiu rolled on the ground in agony, gritting his teeth tightly. Ko Xingyang cheered for him from the side. Go Lin Xiu, you must hold on, do not give up. Seeing Lin Xiu's miserable state, Li Xiang was slightly moved, but said nothing. Fengzi, how should we deal with him? Wang Ku asked Qin Feng. He was of course referring to Li Xiang. Kill him. Qin Feng's first reaction was that thought, but he was immediately frightened by it. Since the appearance of zombies, he did not know why he had adapted so well to all these changes. The laboratory fell silent, and no one had a good idea. Killing someone is not something that can be said lightly. Li Xiang, not knowing what mindset he was in, sneered, and said, do you think what I just did was excessive? But ask yourselves, if you were in my situation, would you sacrifice yourself to protect someone else? He pointed at Pang De, who had been silent all along. Do you think Qin Feng really wants to save you? It's just so that when faced with zombies, there's someone who can run the slowest. Then he pointed at Wang Ku. You're very thankful to him, right? He couldn't get any more words out. Qin Feng took a carving knife and stabbed it into his throat. The sharp knife pierced through the weak vein of his throat, rupturing his trachea, and bright red blood gushed out. Li Xiang covered his neck, seemingly trying to stop the bleeding. But as he lost too much blood, he fell to the ground weakly. You talk too much, Qin Feng said coldly. He had hesitated a bit earlier, but Li Xiang's rambling had solidified his resolve to kill him. If you let him keep talking, the team will fall apart. He understood this mindset as well. To prove that his actions were right, he desperately blackened others, attacking the dark sides in everyone's hearts. As if to prove that everyone else was not good, his behavior would then seem normal. But at that moment, Pang De looked at Qin Feng in fear and asked, is what he said true? When faced with danger, would you abandon me? Qin Feng walked up to Pang De, looking down at him. Pang De instinctively shrank back. Smack! Qin Feng slapped Pang De across the face. If it weren't for me, could you have run out of the dorm? You would have been fed to zombies in the dormitory long ago. You asked me if I would abandon you, and I'll tell you I would. Are you satisfied with that answer? Pang De mumbled, unable to say anything. Wang Ke looked at Pang De in disappointment. The dormitory door was blocked. Staying in the dormitory is almost certain death. Have you forgotten who brought you out? After I got injured and the wound was infected with the zombie virus, even if Fengzi threw me out, would you oppose it? But he still saved me. Everyone lacks food, and Qin Feng stepped up again. What more do you want from him? I can tell you clearly that even if faced with danger, he abandoned me. That's my debt to him. Abandoning you would be only right. Of course, you could prevent this situation by leaving this place immediately. Now that the zombies are few, if you're dissatisfied with Qin Feng, then pick a lab and hide there. Pang De lowered his head, crying, I'm sorry. He finally understood that he had no choice. Qin Feng's expression was calm, and he said nothing, feeling a bit cold inside, and also some relief. Oh no, Lin Xiu's wound has turned black again. Ling Shi exclaimed, interrupting everyone's argument. Let me take a look. Qin Feng approached Lin Xiu and found that the wound from the bite had rotted more and the blood had turned dark. Moreover, his facial expression seemed to have stiffened significantly. Let's try another injection. With only Wang Ku as a case at hand, there was not much that could be done. They could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Another dose of the drug was injected and Lin Xiu's black blood visibly receded, but he cried out in pain. In his veins, little round dots rolled rapidly. No, I can't take it anymore, kill me. Lin Xiu cried out in agony. Wang Ku shouted, Lin Xiu, aren't you a man? Even I can endure it, why can't you? Lin Xiu's tears flowed down. I'm so sorry, I really can't hold on any longer, just kill me. His forehead was bulging with veins, and the excruciating pain made him sweat profusely. Even in death, he didn't want to endure such suffering. A few girls watched this scene, unable to help but take a step back, filled with compassion. He spotted a scalpel on an operating table and was about to rush over to grab it, but Wang Ke pressed him down. I know this process is very painful, but you must endure it. Wang Ke held Lin Xiu down firmly. Wang Ke, you bastard, let me die. Lin Xiu shouted. No way, you must hold on. Qin Feng also held Lin Xiu's wrist, and within a minute Lin Xiu gradually lost his struggle. He has lost consciousness. Qin Feng's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had occurred. After Lin Xiu fell unconscious, the wound on his shoulder rotted visibly faster, and the blood turned black. Fengzi, you've done your best, go ahead. Wei Renjia patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Qin Feng lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Lin Xiu's body lay at his feet, a scalpel embedded in the back of his head. He couldn't hold on any longer and had turned into a zombie. He originally did not like smoking, but at this moment, he suddenly understood the thoughts of those people. Sometimes smoking was just a way to hide one's vulnerability. Dreams, aren't they the future? Qin Feng pondered over today's dream in his mind. In that dream, Wang Ku, Li Xiang, and Lin Xiu were out together, and the reticent Wei Renjia was also behind them. But there were no girls among them. Yet now Li Xiang and Lin Xiu were dead. This suggested that either the dream was not as prophetic as he thought, or that the future could be altered. In either case, it indicated that dreams could only serve as a reference and should not be blindly trusted. Wang Ke's survival might truly be a stroke of luck. The dead could not be resurrected. Those who remained had to continue living. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Qin Feng spoke. I plan to go to the 5th floor to take a look. Ling Shi was somewhat anxious. We are already safe here, why take the risk to go out? Safe? Qin Feng forced a bitter smile, pointing at the shattered window glass. If we stay here any longer, I can't guarantee that no zombies will crawl in again. Ling Shi was rendered speechless. Xuanan had crawled in through the window. Li Zixuan decisively said, "I'll go with you, we can take care of each other if we stick together." Qin Feng looked at her meaningfully. "The stairs are too narrow. If there are too many people, you can only hold me back if we encounter danger." Wang Ke asked, "Are you saying I would hold you back too?" His strength had more than doubled, and he felt as if he had unlimited energy. Although looking back he realized that challenging 3 zombies alone was foolish. After calming down, he felt he should have done better, since Qin Feng could single-handedly kill a zombie. Qin Feng nodded. "If you want to follow, you may." Yang Lu quickly asked, "What about us?" She noticed her wording was off and quickly corrected herself. "What I mean is, how can we help you?" Qin Feng shot her a glance, understanding that she was merely affirming that they were all part of the same team. "If I encounter danger and need to escape, I hope you can open the door for me." Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, revealing no joy or anger. Ko Xingyang asked, "Can we switch to another room? The windows here are drafty and not secure." Yang Lu pointed to the equipment room. "That one is safe." "All right, if everyone is willing to wait for me to return, then wait here. If you feel unsafe here, we can move elsewhere." Qin Feng did not take the key ring because it did not have keys for floors above 5. He picked up the scalpel, took all the crystal nuclei from the laboratory, and packed the blood crystals along with the scalpel into his coat pocket, preparing to leave. Wang Ke followed closely behind. Closing the door, Qin Feng's gaze was incredibly resolute. Only he knew that his decision to go to the 5th floor was not for the safety of everyone, nor to study the zombie virus. He simply wanted to take control of his own destiny. Ling Shi wanted to say something, but was firmly held back by Yang Lu, who shook her head vigorously, preventing her from acting. After leaving the laboratory, Qin Feng arrived at the 3rd floor. He did not disturb any zombies. It seemed all the zombies had been drawn away by the previous explosion. However, Qin Feng's nose twitched. "Be careful, and be ready to flee at any moment. The stench of blood here is strong." Strong blood odor. Wang Ke grew alert. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Qin Feng did not continue up, but walked towards the south corridor. Wang Ke whispered, "Fengzi, what are you doing?" "This isn't the 5th floor." Qin Feng replied, "Don't follow me, we just keep watch at the stairway. Oh, I want to confirm something." Saying this, he arrived at laboratory 4008. The laboratory door was open, and the scene inside stunned him. Dozens of corpses were haphazardly strewn across the floor, the entire laboratory filled with severed limbs and black coagulated blood, a gruesome sight reminiscent of hell. Even with Qin Feng's tolerance, he felt a churn in his stomach. He steadied himself, forcing himself to calm down. These wounds couldn't possibly be caused by cold weapons, right? Qin Feng meticulously examined these wounds, suppressing the urge to gasp. As a medical student, he could certainly recognize these injuries. It seemed as if someone wielding a very sharp cold weapon had swept through all the zombies. Moreover, judging by the distance of the zombies' deaths and the location of the wounds, this expert likely did not move much, avoiding the zombies' attacks. Who exactly did this? Qin Feng approached a corpse and cut open the back of its head. No blood crystal, eh? Qin Feng was taken aback. Every corpse he had previously dissected had black blood crystals present, and Xuanan's corpse even had a dark red crystal that was somewhat different from ordinary black blood crystals. Suddenly encountering a corpse without a blood crystal felt unfamiliar. He then proceeded to dissect the second corpse. No, why are there none? Qin Feng examined the corpses, all displaying clear zombie characteristics. Either their heads had suffered severe trauma or had been decapitated, yet none showed signs of dissection. Why were there no blood crystals? Although it was strange, lacking any clues, Qin Feng did not intend to investigate this matter further. He could only bury this matter deep in his heart. Returning to the stairway, Qin Feng said nothing and directly ascended to the 5th floor. There were only 4 laboratories on the 5th floor, and Qin Feng found one of them, which belonged to Professor Feng, nicknamed Old Black, specifically for the bacterial infection research laboratory. Only students permitted by him could use it. At the door, Qin Feng knocked twice. Another zombie. A frightened voice came from inside. "Don't worry, I'm not a zombie." Qin Feng explained, "I am a student of Professor Feng here to borrow some equipment to research a vaccine and blocking agents for the zombie virus." Qin Feng. An elderly voice filled with surprise asked, and then someone moved to open the door. "Professor Feng, don't open the door. Don't let him in." A student shouted loudly. "We let someone in before, and 2 zombies followed her and almost getting us all killed. What if he has zombies with him too? You have to be responsible for our lives." Professor Feng retorted angrily. "That's because you weren't careful enough to listen to the sounds outside and didn't hear the zombies. If I encounter a student in need and don't save them, how did you get any?" "No, absolutely not." Several students firmly refused. "Fengzi, what do we do?" Wang Ke asked Qin Feng with a bitter expression. "This lab has an electronic lock, but after the electromagnetic pulse, it's already dead. What do you suggest?" A dangerous glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. From the moment the zombies appeared, he had already slain several. Even living people he had killed before. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated a great deal of brutality. Understood. Wang Ke instantly caught on, retreating 5 meters to the wall, standing side by side with Qin Feng. "They'll count to 3. Ready. 1, 2, 3. They both accelerated simultaneously, slamming their shoulders fiercely against the door. Behind the door, desks and chairs were stacked as barriers, but after the students' scuffle, they couldn't hold the two back. Who let you in? Get the hell out, a student in a white lab coat shouted. Is this where you're supposed to be? Go find shelter elsewhere. Is that so? Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward, pressing his hand against the student's neck, slamming him hard against the wall, then pressing a scalpel to his throat. Don't move. My scalpel is covered in zombie blood. Those words dispelled all the student's resentment, leaving only terror. His body trembled, and his legs shook uncontrollably. The dark-skinned short old man looked at Qin Feng with disappointment. Qin Feng, you are my proudest student. How did you become like this? Let him go. He meant no harm. Watch your tongue. Qin Feng warned coldly, then released the young man. The young man glanced fearfully at Qin Feng, recalling that icy gaze, and ultimately lacked the courage to provoke him. Qin Feng, Wang, why are you both covered in so much blood? A girl with winered hair exclaimed. In the lab, everyone's attention was drawn to Qin Feng. Zombie blood was relatively coagulated, but not entirely without splatter. When Qin Feng killed Yen was still alive. Thus having more blood on him was normal. But with so many things happening, Qin Feng had overlooked it. Qin Feng ignored the winered-haired girl and spoke to Professor Feng. I came here to use your equipment to study the zombie virus, and I've found a key solution. Qin Feng, stop bragging here. The winered-haired girl sneered. I don't know where you heard about the rescue slots, but I'm telling you, for someone as clever as you, there won't be a spot. Rescue slots? What's that? Wonka was taken aback. He looked at the girl, and recognizing her face, exclaimed, You're Xiaoqing. Qin Feng stared at the girl with a murderous gaze. If you can't speak properly, please shut up. Xiaoqing sneered. What exposed? And now you're angry. When we were together, you only talked big, pretending to be from a well-off family. In reality, your family gave you very little allowance. Qin Feng said coldly. I don't want to bring up the past, but with your personality, if you don't change, you might not live long. Xiaoqing fumed. Are you threatening me? Qin Feng, I'm just stating a fact. If it weren't for their past relationship and the mutual breakup, Qin Feng wouldn't bother with her at all. Moreover, the reason for the breakup was so absurd. Hatred born from love wasn't the case, he just found it annoying. Have you two had enough? Professor Feng scolded. Just over some rescue spots that might not even exist, you locked your classmates out. Can you bear to let them be devoured by zombies? Qin Feng, I know you're smart, but your intelligence shouldn't be used this way. What are these rescue slots? Wang Ko interjected. Professor Feng is an expert in bacteriology. The first rescue team came to find him, telling him to wait here. Once they clear a path, they'll take him away, but there's limited space. They can't take all the students. Another young man sneered. Didn't you notice there are no zombies in this building when you came up? The rescue team already dealt with them. So that was it. Qin Feng didn't doubt the young man's words. The rescue team had indeed arrived, and someone had indeed slaughtered the zombies here. However, they likely used cold weapons, probably acting during the sonic boom, so Qin Feng hadn't heard much noise. Professor Feng was a pathology expert, though not specialized in viruses. Many areas overlapped. Considering his value, he was likely a priority for rescue. Wang Ke said coldly, so for an uncertain number of rescue slots you were ready to lock us out. Xiaoqing sneered. Don't pretend. If it weren't for the rescue slots, why would you risk coming here? Professor Feng said, I understand your desire to be saved, but you can't clash with your classmates. Hey, that student over there, close the door. Qin Feng took a vial from his pocket and handed it to Professor Feng. I'm serious. There's a blood crystal in the back of a zombie's head. If extracted, it can be made into a virus-blocking agent. But the conditions are too crude, the agent is risky, it's a gamble. So I need to use your equipment. This was his third time stating it. As a medical student, Qin Feng wasn't short on patience, but today he felt particularly irritable. He wasn't sure how much longer his patience would last. When Professor Feng heard about the back of the head, his pupils suddenly constricted and his hands trembled slightly. But in an instant he returned to normal. Xiaoqing continued to mock. It's only been a short time since zombies entered the campus and you've already produced results. You still can't stop bragging. Professor Feng, you see what Qin Feng is like. Someone like him should be thrown out. Have you not had enough? Professor Feng scolded Xiaoqing. I don't know what kind of person Qin Feng is, but what kind of person you are is now very clear. Xiaoqing's face turned pale. She only then realized how foolish she had been. Though this agent is useless, your thinking and research spirit are commendable. Professor Feng didn't even glance at the agent and beckoned to Qin Feng. Come with me. Let me teach you a lesson. Oh, and Wang, could you come too? Let me show you the proper way to make a vaccine. With that, he headed to the small lab room, and Qin Feng quickly followed. Wang Ke passed by Xiaoqing and said coldly, Do you think anyone besides Qin Feng and your parents will endlessly tolerate your willfulness and stupidity? The other students watched the two retreating figures with envy. Professor Feng, please trust Qin Feng. His medicine is effective. He saved me when the zombie virus erupted within me. Entering the small room, Wang could desperately explain for Qin Feng. It was just a lucky coincidence. Professor Feng waved his hand dismissively. Wang Ke wanted to continue explaining, but was stopped by Qin Feng. Let's listen to the teacher. The teacher is an expert in pathology. He had just sensed that Professor Feng knew more than he had anticipated. However, the zombie virus had only entered the campus a few hours ago. It was highly likely that he had known about it before this. Young people who understand not to ask the wrong questions are truly rare, but unfortunately this character is not suited for scientific research. Professor Feng was uncertain whether it was praise or disappointment. You should know that only 1.5 to 2 of the genes in the human body are useful. The exact percentage is undetermined, but it is certain that most genes are useless. Qin Feng nodded. This had been discussed in class. Professor Feng continued, some of the gene fragments are results of microbial viral gene transcription, and a portion of the zombie virus gene fragments falls into this category. Therefore, theoretically, the zombie virus is unsolvable. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. I was overconfident. Wonka was puzzled, but I did survive. Professor Feng tapped his head. I told you that was luck. Shouldn't you conduct your own research? Wonka chuckled and fell silent. Qin Feng humbly asked, so what should we do? Professor Feng replied, as long as the human body becomes stronger it can resist the virus. It's that simple. There are no shortcuts. That's just like saying nothing. Wonka retorted. Shut up. Wonka shrank his neck afraid to say more. Professor Feng continued, about half a month ago the Earth experienced some special energy. Other countries wanted to explore the source of this energy, but only Daxiao opposed it, insisting on first using military means to seal it off, and then researching it safely, even exercising its veto power in global meetings. Unfortunately, other countries did not take it seriously at all. Qin Feng sneered, it must be to grab it first. The reason is no longer important. Humanity has already opened Pandora's box, and the consequences must be borne by all of humanity together. Professor Feng sighed. By the way, Qin Feng, you have an extraordinary memory. I remember that you can remember knowledge you have read. Qin Feng nodded. Under focused conditions I can do that. That's good. Professor Feng nodded, turned around, opened the safe, and took out some paper documents, handing them to Qin Feng. Facing Qin Feng's puzzled gaze, Professor Feng explained, try to see if you can memorize these documents. Qin Feng opened the documents, surprised. Is this gene extraction technology? And gene injection technology, what's this part? Qin Feng was familiar with gene extraction and injection. Such technology was already quite mature on Blue Star, but could not be made public. The remaining parts were incomprehensible to him. Professor Feng expressed concern. It's okay if you don't understand, just memorize it. If I encounter danger during evacuation, I hope you can remember these things and give them to a research institute. If conditions permit, you can also research it yourself. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Do you think you will encounter danger? Professor Feng looked at him with a half smile. If there is no danger, why would you come up here? Qin Feng felt a bit awkward, lowering his head to focus on recording the information. For safety's sake, Qin Feng read it 3 times, taking about 20 minutes to ensure he memorized every detail. When he returned the documents, Qin Feng asked, does the professor know anything more about these zombies? Professor Feng shook his head. Not at all. Qin Feng took out a crystal core and asked, this was taken from the back of a zombie's head. Oh, what is this? Professor Feng replied, evolutionary blood. Qin Feng asked again, why is it called that? Professor Feng shook his head. I don't know, I just named it casually. Qin Feng felt a bit of a headache from the looks of it. Professor Feng did not intend to say much. Why show me the documents? Just for extra precaution, I don't think too much about it. Professor Feng said calmly, appearing unfazed. Okay, I understand. Qin Feng did not pursue the matter further. Professor Feng locked the safe, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Qin Feng, you must remember, when facing disaster, life will find a way out on its own. So do not evade, only evasion cannot solve problems. Was this a motivational speech? Qin Feng had heard plenty of such speeches and was indifferent to this one. But he still maintained a serious demeanor. I understand. I will never willingly give up my life. Professor Feng patted Qin Feng's shoulder appreciatively. Good child. Then he suddenly picked up a beaker and smashed it on the ground, shouting, are you two even listening? I thought both of you performed well usually and wanted to make you my assistants. Is this the attitude you repay your teacher with? After saying that, he angrily walked out. Wonka looked confused, and Qin Feng gave him a look to signal him before chasing after Professor Feng. I really was listening carefully. I memorized everything you just said. It just takes some time to understand. Wonka also looked distressed. Yeah? How long has it been? At least give us a bit more time. The students in the lab watched the two with schadenfreude. Just now they thought the two had caught Professor Feng's attention. They did not expect such a sudden turnaround. A student with dyed yellow hair mocked Professor Feng. Those two are just pretending to be serious to attract your attention. What are you? Who are you to say that about them? Professor Feng angrily retorted at the yellow-haired student. Even if they are not serious, their grades are much better than yours. They could easily pass a graduate exam. Why aren't your grades failing? Don't you have any self-awareness? The yellow-haired student lowered his head, not daring to speak. Professor Feng was a crucial figure directly related to their chances of rescue. He could not afford to offend him. The other students looked at the yellow-haired student with disdain. Professor Feng was notoriously strict. He could scold students, but hated conflicts between them and disliked those who chimed in. If you want to please Professor Feng, just bring good grades. Wonka, let's go. Even if we don't follow the rescue team, we can survive on our own. Qin Feng tugged at Wonka's arm, feigning disdain for the rescue team, opening the door to leave. Since Professor Feng predicted that following the rescue team might bring danger, he certainly would not stay. He would not knowingly rush into danger. Just as he was about to leave, under a barrage of mocking gazes, a dark figure appeared at the laboratory door. Qin Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the visitor. He was a young man in his late 20s, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, exuding an aura of sharpness and competence. Notably, he had scratches on 5 areas: his left shoulder, right hip, right cheek, left leg, and left arm. The wound on his left shoulder was deep enough to expose bone, yet he moved as if nothing was amiss. Is he even human? Qin Feng felt a stir of emotions, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the man's right hand, which gripped a gilded black knife. It really is him, Qin Feng thought. The shadow he saw earlier was indeed not an illusion. There truly exists an entity that transcends ordinary humans. However, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw him, as if they had met before. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, the man appeared puzzled, as though straining to recall something. You're injured? Do you want me to help you bandage it? Qin Feng offered. No need, I'm in a hurry. The man declined Qin Feng's kindness in a flat tone. Hey, you're injured, hurry up and get out, a male student shouted angrily. Don't you know that being scratched by a zombie can turn you into one? Do you want to put us all at risk? Get out now. The man seemed not to hear, and simply looked at Professor Feng. The monsters on campus have been dealt with. Please leave with me, Professor Feng. Leave? The students looked at him as if he were insane. Can you survive alone? And take someone with you? You don't want to go, you can stay, Professor Feng said, disappointed. This batch of students is truly disappointing. He approached the man and examined his injuries. Can my students come with us? The man replied, yes, but if danger arises, I am responsible only for your safety, as per my orders. Professor Feng looked somewhat disappointed. What about the next rescue team? The man answered, tomorrow at noon to rescue everyone. Although Professor Feng felt a bit let down, he turned to the students and said, whoever wants to leave with me as part of the first group, come now. Those who don't wish to leave should hold on here till noon tomorrow. Everyone must unite. The students hesitated. Xiaoqing was the first to express, I will go with the teacher. Soon other students also stated their willingness to leave with the teacher, except for Qin Feng and Wang Ku, who remained silent. All right, there is a safe in there with important documents. Can anyone help me move it? Professor Feng asked. I will, someone volunteered. I will. The boys scrambled to help. Qin Feng looked at the man and almost unconsciously asked, what is your name? The man paused for a moment, hesitated for 2 seconds before answering, Lin Cheng. Qin Feng chose not to pursue the matter further and led Wang Ke downstairs. Do you know him? Wang Ke asked, surprised. We just met. Qin Feng replied with a smile. The two returned to the second floor and informed Ling Shi and the others about the situation, allowing everyone to decide whether to leave or not. There were 2 choices, each with its own benefits. Qin Feng, are you not leaving? Ko Zhengyang asked, puzzled. I've decided to leave tomorrow at noon. Qin Feng stated his plan. Then I want leave either way, Rinja decided. Don't let me influence your decision. Qin Feng said. I know you are a smart person, I trust your judgment. Wei Rinja chuckled, thinking that following a smart person was never a mistake for someone not so bright like him. You've been influenced after all, Wang Ke said with a wry smile. With Wei Rinja's words, Ko Zhengyang and Yang Lu immediately stated, then we will stay too. Qin Feng, you won't abandon us, right? We will follow you. Qin Feng and Wang Ke had already been to the 5th floor. Their judgment was surely more accurate than their own. Following me, you might regret it, Qin Feng said with a bitter smile. Then we trust you, Ling, she said, clenching her fist in a gesture of encouragement. All right, we need to change locations first, Qin Feng ordered. Everyone, let's move to the 4th floor. There are intact laboratories there, and we need to collect curtains from the empty labs. Is it to make escape ropes? Ko Xingyang's eyes lit up. Is it to use as blankets, or do you plan to go back to the dorm to get blankets? Or just huddle in a corner for the night? Qin Feng said. Ko Xingyang fell silent. The dormitory was a disaster area. Even if many zombies were attracted, it was still unsafe. Moreover, it was October, and not covering oneself with a blanket at night would lead to catching a cold. Taking advantage of the experimental building being a safe zone, everyone moved separately and found a clean laboratory on the 4th floor. Qin Feng certainly didn't let them go to that special laboratory to prevent them from seeing the gruesome scene. As dusk approached, Qin Feng watched Professor Feng and the others leave from upstairs. A total of 11 students left with Professor Feng, and about 6 were part of the rescue team, with Lin Cheng being the main force of the rescue team. At this moment, Qin Feng recalled Professor Feng's words. What is the back of a zombie's head? The blood of evolution. Why is it called that? I just randomly named it. Qin Feng certainly didn't believe this was a random name. He sensed that what Professor Feng wanted to express lay within the name itself. Blood of evolution, blood that contains the secrets of biological evolution. Qin Feng pulled out Xuan Nan's red-black blood crystal and examined it closely. The surface of the blood crystal even appeared somewhat translucent. He recalled the information Professor Feng had shown him. The materials included gene extraction technology. The method wasn't difficult. The transgenic laboratory had complete equipment, and as long as one knew how to operate it, it could be done easily. He had read all the books on this subject. A good memory could be a double-edged sword. But should he do it? Suddenly Qin Feng thought of something else. Wait, in that dream Wang Ku and the others left the school and were intercepted by intelligent zombies. The reason for leaving the school was to escape from a monster. However, based on the scenes in the dream, the number of troops the intelligent zombie ambushed was too many. Only a specific target would justify such an action. In that case, its target is me. Qin Feng suddenly woke up. Fengzi, what are you talking about? Wang Ke asked, rolling up 4 curtains together. Nothing. Qin Feng rushed to the window, gazing in the direction where Professor Feng and the others had left, a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. In the campus, zombies emerged from the darkness, converging towards the southwest corner. Professor Feng knew there would be danger, uncertain if he could survive, which is why he entrusted hope to me and used himself as bait. However, the visions from the dream informed me that I too was marked as a target for elimination by the enemy. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he rushed up to the 5th floor without looking back and opened the door to the transgenic laboratory. It was still an electronic lock. After an electromagnetic pulse, it would be scrap metal. Qin Feng approached a piece of equipment and began to operate the instruments. Wang Ke followed suit, saying, Fengzi, what are you planning to do? If you need any help, I can assist you. Go to the stairway and keep watch outside. Qin Feng replied without looking up. All right. Wang Ke agreed and proceeded to the stairway. Qin Feng quickly operated the equipment. The genetically modified technology of Blue Star has become quite mature. However, due to the electromagnetic pulse, the delicate electronic components have been destroyed and many devices have ceased to function. As a result, Qin Feng was unable to measure data or perform precise screenings. Disinfection and sterilization could easily damage the substances within the blood, so those processes were also out of the question. Under such conditions, conducting experiments was nearly impossible. All he had to rely on was his intuition. It was a rather reckless approach, yet he still held on to a glimmer of hope. The materials Professor Feng provided him indicated that the gene extraction technology was nearly destructive, a rather crude method. There was even a step that involved dissolving gene proteases. From this step, Qin Feng discerned that the underlying thought of this technology did not even consider whether the ordinary genes could survive in the experiment. In other words, this was a technology for screening specific genes. Half an hour later, 3 vials of reagents were placed before Qin Feng, made from blood red crystal and 2 black crystals. Additionally, there was a large bottle of 500 milliliters of gene dissolution agent. It was named as such because Qin Feng was preparing to acquire more zombie blood crystals. After obtaining the crystal nucleus, he would directly use the agent to dissolve the virus within the blood crystal and extract the designated substances. Qin Feng picked up the dark red reagent. Should I take the risk? His heart raced violently. The black reagent was easily obtainable, but there was only one dark red reagent, and he was reluctant to give it to anyone else. The zombie crisis is merely a facade. Although I do not know what is happening outside, the overlapping parts of reality and dreams indicate that this world, no, humanity's world, is on the brink of extinction. Qin Feng walked to the window and gazed outside. In the campus, many buildings had already collapsed. On the route Professor Feng and the others took to evacuate, the ground was already covered with corpses. Thinking of Professor Feng's mission, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. What could he use to complete the task? The question of whether he could survive was still uncertain. Without power, one cannot survive. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and injected the dark red reagent into his left arm. A sensation of flesh dissolving surged from his left arm, and Qin Feng felt as though his hand had been plunged into sulfuric acid, as if countless knives were slicing it into pieces at an incredible speed. However, upon closer inspection, it was merely a case of skin being torn apart. An indescribable energy coursed through his body. Qin Feng noticed that his vision had changed, as if a layer of black mist was swirling in the air. This mist felt the same as the sensation brought by the crystal nucleus. He tried to take a few steps, but the intense pain made it impossible to control his body, and he nearly fell. He looked outside and saw the black pillar of light. The black pillar drew in the black mist in the air, giving him the same sensation, but no longer evoking feelings of ominousness. This black pillar of light was the source of dark power. However, his cells were sending out a feeling of thirst. I want to go there. I want more power. Qin Feng's eyes turned red as a wave of desire for power surged throughout his body, urging him towards the black pillar of light. With one step, then another, he reached the window. No, I will not be controlled by this desire. Qin Feng shouted in his heart, his consciousness seemingly screaming. No matter what you are, once you enter my body, you must be under my control. I will go wherever I want, and no one can force me not to. His resistance reached its peak. This was a dream that appeared while he was awake. On the scorched earth ravaged by black flames stood 12 charred black pillars, each with a vague figure nailed to it, massive iron nails piercing their limbs, chains binding their bodies. One of the vague figures suddenly became clear. It was a handsome young man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes holding a black battle knife. However, his right arm, which gripped the battle knife, had already been severed, his limbs nailed down, and his eye sockets were pitch black, his eyes directly gouged out. Is that Lin Sheng? Why is he appearing in my dream? Qin Feng was filled with doubt, but the dream continued. Only time and life and death are irreversible. A figure filled with light appeared, and then the dream shattered. Qin Feng weakly knelt on the ground, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead and the mist before his eyes vanished. At the same time his hands returned to normal. A feeling of hunger spread from his stomach throughout his body. The sensation of burning like flames ignited an impulse to consume everything in sight. He even felt the urge to bite his own hands, and the bottle of reagent tempted him to drink it. Even the previous pain of flesh dissolving felt significantly lighter. At this moment, he somewhat understood Wang Ke's feelings, and even admired him for being able to endure such terrifying hunger until they reached the supermarket, where he finally couldn't resist and began to eat voraciously. Since Wang Ke could endure, so could he. Qin Feng made an effort not to embarrass himself, putting on a casual facade as he left the laboratory, calmly greeting, "Let's go down." Wang Ke sensed that something was off about Qin Feng at that moment, but he didn't think too much about it, and just followed him down. Back at the new stronghold on the 4th floor, Qin Feng calmly opened his backpack, his fingers trembling as he tore open the packaging and consumed a piece of chocolate. His stomach, like a furnace, instantly digested the chocolate. At that moment, the burning sensation of pain began to subside a little. Qin Feng's fingers moved rapidly, tearing open box after box of chocolate until his entire backpack was emptied. He couldn't even count how many calories he had consumed. However, there still remained a faint sense of hunger in his stomach. "Here you go." Ling Shi handed over a pack of biscuits already opened. "Thank you." Qin Feng casually took a piece of biscuit and placed it into his mouth, feeling the changes in his body. He had a sense that his genes had unlocked some kind of shackles. In the human body, less than 2 of genes are useful, while the remaining gene fragments are complexly structured, including genes that have been eliminated during human evolution but have not been removed from the gene sequence. The awakening of those genes is referred to as atavism. However, the human body cannot bear the full potential of all genes. This mysterious black energy seems capable of achieving this, guiding the deep power of genes to awaken. This ominous dark energy shall be called dark energy. However, once it enters the body, it can be utilized, so let's rename it to genetic primal energy, as it develops the energy deep within the genes. While munching on a biscuit, Qin Feng pondered quietly. He had no interest in exploring the secret of that dark light pillar. At least not at the moment. In the apocalypse, uncontrollable curiosity only leads to demise. After finishing the biscuit, Qin Feng simply stretched his body. Though he merely stretched his limbs, he felt his body become much lighter and his arms and legs stronger. Yet he still did not entertain the thought of taking on 3 opponents like Wang Ke. Only his left hand gave Qin Feng a peculiar sensation. He picked up a used scalpel and spun it rapidly on his fingertip, faster than his right hand could twirl a pen. Then with a flick of his left hand, he tightened his grip on the scalpel, and with a swift snap of his index finger, the scalpel flew across the room, embedding itself in the wall. The blade sunk deep within while the handle was halfway in. "Ah!" Ling Shi exclaimed. Only then did Qin Feng notice her closeness. "Why are you so close?" Ling Shi replied with a hint of grievance. "I've been here all along." Qin Feng recalled that it was indeed her who had handed him the biscuit earlier. Yang Lu forcibly pulled Ling Shi into the small room. "If you keep this love-struck mentality, you'll never catch a man's attention." Ling Shi curiously asked, "What should I be like then? Like Xiao Qing?" "That's even less likely," Yang Lu sighed. She sneaked a glance at Qin Feng. "He isn't a blockhead, he definitely knows your feelings, it's just that your approach gives him no reason to care. If you really want to attract his attention, you should strive to become outstanding." Qin Feng's ears perked up. Despite the door and the 2 lowering their voices, he could still hear everything clearly. After testing his hearing, he chose not to focus on their conversation any longer. Just as Yang Lu had said, he was aware of Ling Zai's feelings towards him, he just didn't care. After all, feelings and affection are not the same. Moreover, the dangerous environment left him no mood for romance. With the time he had, it was better to think about how to survive. He tried again to sense the changes in his left hand. It felt like it had about double the strength of his right, with significantly improved agility, and even the injection marks had disappeared without a trace. Qin Feng speculated that this was related to the type of serum and the location where it was injected. Wang Ke did not experience any physical awkwardness, possibly because the energy had already flowed throughout his body. After all, the blood crystals used in their serums were different, so it was normal for there to be a disparity in effects. Qin Feng concentrated the genetic primal energy within his body towards his left hand, causing it to undergo a wondrous transformation. It was as if a peculiar layer of energy enveloped his left hand. When he lightly swept it across the experimental table, a smooth and neat crack appeared on the surface. However, when the energy concentrated in his right hand, it merely enhanced his strength. After several trials, the genetic primal energy was depleted. Qin Feng pondered and injected another vial of black serum into his body. Professor Feng commented that he was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat without any contempt for him. He was genuinely relying on luck. The method of concocting the serum wasn't important as long as it could deactivate the virus. What mattered was the dark energy contained within the serum, which was key to promoting bodily evolution and resisting the zombie virus. It was only the crude methods that led to Lin Xiao's painful demise. After injecting 1 vial of serum, Qin Feng felt a slight increase in genetic primal energy, but there were no significant changes. He decided to keep another vial for use in case someone in the team got injured. Time flew by, and the sky grew darker. Tonight, Yuzhou City was darker than usual. Before going to sleep, Qin Feng reminded everyone. During the night, at least 2 people must keep watch together, and they should supervise each other to ensure neither falls asleep. We must prevent a total wipeout due to the negligence of the watchman. Ko Xingyang looked puzzled. As long as the doors and windows are shut tight, isn't that enough? If zombies really knock on the door, would we not hear them? The laboratory's doors and windows were much sturdier than the old dormitory. Even if the doors and windows were secured, it would take time for zombies to break in. Qin Feng retorted, what if there are hordes of zombies that enter our laboratory? Do we not need to take preventive measures? That's unlikely to happen. Ko Xingyang replied weakly. Before this afternoon, did you think zombies would ever exist in reality? Yang Lu countered. Ko Xingyang fell silent. Ling Shi said, I'll keep watch during the first half of the night with Lulu. We're used to staying up late and often sleep at midnight. Wang Ke scoffed. For guys, midnight is considered early to sleep. Qin Feng glanced at the silent Fatty, and Ko Xingyang will keep watch during the first half of the night. Ling Shi and Yang Lu will take the second half, and in the early morning it will switch to Wei Renjia and Li Zixuan. Try not to make any noise, and if anything happens, call me first. Okay. Everyone agreed unanimously. Pangda was even more moved. Ever since he got injured in his leg, he had been overlooked, but it turned out he was still remembered. As for Wai Wangku and Qin Feng weren't on watch. No one voiced any objections. Qin Feng repeatedly recalled the materials given by Professor Feng in his mind. Aside from the parts he couldn't understand and had to memorize, he integrated the rest with his past knowledge for comprehension and summarization. After leaving campus, he might not have such favorable conditions. If the conditions were lacking, he would have to create them himself. Perhaps due to his overwhelming thoughts, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and Qin Feng quickly fell asleep, entering a dream. A man in black attire leapt over a distance of several meters, wielding a gilded black knife aimed at Qin Feng. It's Lin Cheng. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, instinctively raising the scalpel in his hand to block the strike. Lin Cheng's blade rapidly transformed, creating dozens of afterimages, with fierce blade energy slashing towards Qin Feng's vital points. Qin Feng's scalpel continuously shifted, blocking each strike just in time. At this moment, he noticed that Lin Cheng was using the back of his blade to attack. Was this practice or teaching? When Lin Cheng's blade momentarily paused, Qin Feng's left hand suddenly shot forward, but Lin Cheng seized his wrist. You're too predictable, Lin Cheng said, stepping back a couple of paces. Your combat experience is too limited. When you spotted my opening, you thought you had a chance. How could you know that was intentional? You must remember, it's not about creating your own openings recklessly. Don't attack rashly. Qin Feng nodded. I understand. However, don't underestimate yourself. I'm also taking advantage of the weapon. Lin Cheng positioned his black knife horizontally, stating, in front of my blade, even dark energy weapons are no match. Even using the back of the blade, your knife must be nearing its limit. Qin Feng raised the scalpel before his eyes, now covered in cracks. Qin Feng awoke from his dream, yet remained composed. This dream was clearer than any he had experienced before, feeling as if it were a true experience, with his reactions and awareness surpassing reality. Dark energy weapon. What is that? Qin Feng recalled the scalpel he used in the dream, every detail of it vivid, even the sensation of holding it. The scalpel was unlike any common model. It resembled a seamless blade embedded with a dark golden zombie blood crystal on the handle, which felt more like a polished bone of some creature than metal. Although Qin Feng could not identify which creature's bone it was, he could distinguish between bone and metal. This dream is too real. He felt that the dream was so realistic it sent chills down his spine. Even the tactile sensations felt genuine. Turning his head, Qin Feng saw the familiar figures of the Fatty and Ko Xingyang keeping watch. However, they couldn't tell the time. It seemed they were prepared to stay up until they could no longer hold on. Thus he got up and took several vials of the blocking agent. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Pangda asked softly. I'm going to purify these agents. Without further ado, Qin Feng took the agents to the 5th floor. Pangda did not question him. He simply closed the door after Qin Feng left and continued his watch. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Qin Feng began to purify the agents. It was certain that the zombie blood crystals contained energy that promoted human evolution, tentatively termed dark energy. Using the genetic dissolution agent, he purified the inferior version of the blocking agent and ended up with 3 vials of agents at his side. Then he began to split and experiment, drawing conclusions. One crystal core could only produce 1 vial of agent. If the agent was dispersed, the dark energy would dissipate into the air. However, remarkably, even if part of it escaped, when the agents from one crystal core were gathered together, they would stop dispersing. In contrast, agents made from different crystal cores, once dispersed, would still experience energy dissipation even if combined, exceeding the dosage of one agent. Qin Feng could not gauge the extent of the energy dissipation, yet he could sense the black mist. Therefore, he could only merge the 2 split agents into one larger dose. So the blood crystals maintain their integrity even when made into agents. Qin Feng pondered. This property was quite fascinating. To test its effects, he needed a test subject. Thus he called for the Fatty. The Fatty limped out, suppressing the pain in his foot, and asked, Brother Feng, what do you need? Qin Feng produced the black agent. Do you want power? The fatty's eyes lit up. Is it the same as what Wang Ke had? Qin Feng nodded. Yes, it can grant you strength and also enable you to resist the zombie virus. This agent comes with certain risks. I'm not afraid. Pangda didn't even ask about the side effects or risks. Really? Really? Alright then. Qin Feng bent down and injected the agent into the fatty's injured leg. Qin Feng was not surprised by the fatty's decisiveness. In fact, it was the reason he sought him out. If the fatty refused the agent, he would likely be the first victim when they encountered zombies. There was no need to push him. He could simply run normally. Why inject the leg? The fatty was somewhat skeptical, but soon the excruciating pain hit, causing him to grit his teeth and fall to the ground writhing. Qin Feng grabbed a piece of curtain, preparing to stuff it in his mouth, but to his surprise the fatty managed to stand up again. It hurt so much. No wonder Lin Xiao couldn't handle it. You're already better. Qin Feng was somewhat astonished. Yeah. Pangda suddenly realized that his pain seemed to have lasted too short a time. Qin Feng then asked, do you have the urge to eat? The fatty shook his head. No, I ate quite a bit last night. Follow me. He led the fatty to an empty room, testing his strength by moving furniture, discovering that his strength had indeed increased a bit, yet it still could not compare to Wang Ke, considering that his original strength was almost on par with Wei Renjia. This left Qin Feng somewhat perplexed. Wang Ke had only consumed 1/3 of the inferior agent, yet the fatty who had taken the agent made from 2 blood crystals was less effective. What was going on? Could it be that the genetic extraction technology provided by Professor Feng, while enhancing safety, sacrificed some important performance? Qin Feng felt that if given the opportunity, it was necessary to explore this further. However, he needed test subjects. Brother Feng, I feel like there's some energy in my body. If I use it, my strength can increase even more. Pangda asked anxiously. That energy is called genetic primal energy. Oh, I will teach you how to use it. Qin Feng, under the guise of teaching, used the fatty as a test subject, having him experiment with applying the genetic primal energy throughout his body. However, it was ultimately discovered that using it on his hands was more convenient. But compared to Qin Feng's left hand, it was still lacking much, not to mention projecting the energy outside his body to cover his skin. Notably, the fatty's leg injury gradually healed, but it was not pronounced, nor did it exhibit the mutations seen in Qin Feng's left hand. After half an hour of struggling, the fatty was exhausted. Qin Feng allowed him to sleep, also switching the night watch. Transforming dark energy into genetic primal energy, let's name this agent the genetic primal agent. Qin Feng examined the 2 vials in his hands. The richly dark energy one was the primal agent made directly from the crystal core, while the thinner one was purified from the blocking agent, with an energy difference of about 10. Although the genetic primal agent was slightly weaker, it did not cause the fatty to experience increased appetite or blind confidence, making it much safer than the blocking agent. Among the 3 test subjects of the blocking agent, only Wang Ke survived. Xuan and Lin Xiao perished. I need more test subjects. Suddenly such a thought popped into Qin Feng's mind, startling him. The analytical instruments were all electronic products. After the battery pulse, they were rendered useless, unable to analyze data and safety. It could be said that the entire experimental process relied solely on Qin Feng's intuition. If something went wrong, it would be a matter of life and death. As a medical student, Qin Feng believed he should not entertain such dangerous thoughts. To disregard life was against medical ethics. However, I cannot convince myself with the reasoning of saving the world. Ultimately, it's just to satisfy my thirst for knowledge. Qin Feng sighed softly and cast aside this notion. He concentrated the genetic primal energy in both hands and thrust them towards the surface of the experimental table. The right hand was fine, while the left hand pierced through as if it were tofu, slicing the table cleanly in half. Next time I get such an opportunity, I'll strike with my right hand. The excessive strengthening of his left hand made Qin Feng somewhat unaccustomed. Yet he decided to leverage the advantage of his left side. Forcing himself to become left hand was impractical, but turning his left hand into an unexpected lethal move was a fine idea. For instance, that piercing palm strike in the dream. If it landed solidly, Qin Feng had no doubt it could penetrate a human body. However, recalling his encounter with Lin Sheng in the dream, he realized there was another detail he had overlooked. He had blocked Lin Sheng's blade with just a scalpel. In the dream, Lin Sheng's sword had exerted immense pressure upon him, an onslaught as fierce as a storm, suffocating in its intensity. His speed in the dream was far inferior to Lin Sheng's. How then had he anticipated the enemy's moves? Was it through combat experience? Unlikely. Lin Sheng had already remarked that his combat experience was too meager. Though he didn't know Lin Sheng's background, the man's aura of ruthless killing seemed honed on a battlefield. Could it be some ability he'll gain in the future? Something related to foresight or judgment? However, the prophecies and dreams can only serve as references. Qin Feng decided to master the piercing palm strike first. Seemingly simple, the technique was not easy to break down. Coordination of the whole body, lightning speed, and mobilization of genetic energy all had to be harmonized. Moreover, using his unaccustomed left hand meant overcoming certain habits. Time flew by without a watch. Qin Feng had no idea how long had passed. On the 5th time he exhausted his genetic energy and waited for recovery, he suddenly heard screams. Not just one, but a chorus of screams rising and falling. Screams, cries for help, clamor, and roars mingled together, shattering the silence of the campus. Qin Feng returned to the lab where the others were resting and asked, "What happened?" Ling Shi and Yang Lu were on duty. Seeing Qin Feng Ling, she pointed in a direction and quickly explained the situation. "It's the northwest. A classroom might have been breached by zombies." Qin Feng looked in that direction. The night sky was exceptionally dark and the streetlights had stopped working. In the blurry darkness, only the uproar could be heard. Ling Shi continued, "But luckily there aren't many zombies. Some people should have managed to escape. No, there are zombies outside too." Hearing the noise, they're heading there. Her face was etched with anxiety and she suddenly noticed Qin Feng looking at her with surprise. What are you looking at?" Ling Zai's pretty face flushed. "You can see what's happening over there?" Qin Feng asked uncertainly. "Who can see clearly in the dead of night? I can only make out vague figures. The ones chasing and biting must be zombies and the ones being chased are students. What's wrong with that?" Ling Shi retorted. Qin Feng looked again toward the source of the noise. It was still pitch black. Apart from chaos, he could discern nothing. "Your eyesight is quite remarkable," Qin Feng concluded. On Blue Star, many possessed special talents. His own memory barely counted as one, though it wasn't particularly strong. Compared to those with eidetic memory akin to scanners or superhuman brains, his memory merely earned a good rating. Thus, though he didn't flaunt it, he never concealed it either. Ling Zai's night vision was nothing to make a fuss about. So Qin Feng issued an order, "Keep watching. Try to see if you can spot anything more." "Okay." Ling Shi clenched her fists against her chest and nervously accepted the command. "The survivors are dwindling. The zombies have left. Oh, my eyes don't have X-ray vision, so I can't tell where the zombies are heading next. Oh no, another classroom has been broken into by zombies." "Stop. Give me the gist." Qin Feng interrupted her commentary, which sounded like opening cans. "Notify me if zombies leave the teaching building, or if more come this way." "Okay." "Oh no." Ling Zai's pupils contracted in fear as she recoiled from the window. "A zombie is looking this way. It's searching for me." Yang Lu, who was also on night duty, spoke up. "How could that be? Are you just too tense?" Ling Shi shook her head. "Maybe. Wait, it's leaving those students. It's coming over with a dozen other zombies in tow." Her voice was filled with panic. Yang Lu's face turned pale. "How is that possible? How could zombies target a specific person? That's impossible." Qin Feng shot her a glance. During the daytime battle, several teaching buildings collapsed. What's impossible anymore? "We need to escape quickly," Yang Lu said rapidly. "The lab building has 2 staircases. With luck we might avoid it." Qin Feng shook his head. "There are too many of us. Even if we avoided on the stairs, where would we hide once we leave the lab building?" Wang Ke had arrived unnoticed. "Then let's kill it." Qin Feng sneered. "You think you're up to it again?" Wang Ke's face reddened. "Can we not bring that up?" Qin Feng said. "Wake everyone up first. We still need to prepare for escape. Everyone should find a suitable weapon. There might be a tough fight ahead. This batch of zombies is different from before." After the recent commotion, most people were already awake. A brief explanation sufficed for them to understand the situation. Over a dozen zombies targeting them were heading toward the lab building. Qin Feng didn't mention that Ling Shi might be the target because he himself was unusual. What if he was the target? If he could abandon others, others could abandon him too. Besides the common scalpels and dissection tools in the lab, Fatty and Wei Renjia planned to use lab benches as weapons. Wang Ke grabbed a few mops while Qin Feng instructed the 3 female students. "You're weak, or so just smash chairs at the zombies' heads. Be careful not to hit anyone. Just distract the extra zombies. If all else fails, use curtains to entangle their bodies." "Okay." The girls nodded vigorously. Qin Feng felt in his pocket and pulled out a vial. At the sight of it, Ko Jingyang stepped back in fear, the image of Lin Xiu's death flashing in his mind. Noticing his reaction, Qin Feng immediately ruled him out. Wei Renjia bear the pain. He injected the agent directly into Wei Renjia's right arm. Wei Renjia winced in pain, but didn't cry out. Qin Feng decided to keep the last vial in reserve. The enhancement from genetic agents wasn't significant. When fighting zombies, a combination of courage and calmness mattered more than strength. A few minutes later, the zombies reached the 4th floor. Ling Zai's face was deathly pale. She was even more certain that the zombies were targeting her, or at least this group. Zombies with intelligence. She gripped her scalpel, staring at the chair placed before her. Her gaze gradually shifted from terror to calm. The horde of zombies surged in from both doors simultaneously, thwarting Qin Feng's plan to focus on guarding one entrance. Fortunately, the other door was blocked by the experiment table, giving the zombies some delay after breaking through. With a loud bang, the front door was the first to be smashed open. Zombies, their faces marred by decaying flesh, lowly growled as they entered the laboratory. The foremost zombie had bloodstains at the corners of its mouth and a swollen belly, clearly not hunting for food. "Follow the plan," Qin Feng murmured. "Okay," the stout man replied, his panic transforming into ferocity as he hefted the metal experiment table and charged at the zombies. 2 zombies were thus pinned against the wall. Next, Wei Renjia stacked 2 prepared experiment tables together, desperately blocking the door. The zombies clawed at them, but their arms could not reach through the 2 tables. Qin Feng stepped forward, thrusting a scalpel forcefully into one zombie's. I then drove another scalpel into the temple of another. Seeing that the zombies still had some movement, he slammed the handles into them with all his might. The two zombies were killed instantly. The stout man released the experiment table and joined Wei Renjia to block the door. Damn. Fengzi, there are too many coming from this side. Wang Ke desperately pushed against the stacked experiment tables as 6 zombies attacked from this direction, grappling with him. Fengzi, hurry up. Wei Renjia and the stout man strained to hold the front door. Bang bang bang. 2 more zombies were pounding on the window glass. While the glass was resilient, each strike weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Qin Feng took a deep breath and forcefully flung a scalpel with his left hand, piercing a zombie's eye. The zombie fell lifelessly. Wang Ke was suddenly overjoyed. Fengzi, amazing. You have this skill too. Qin Feng picked up another scalpel from the podium and flung it backward again, piercing the second zombie's eye. The third, fourth. 6 scalpels dispatched 6 zombies without leaving a single one behind. Damn. Fengzi, you are invincible. Wang Ke watched as the flying scalpels whizzed past his ears, taking the lives of the zombies, utterly shocked by Qin Feng's prowess, nearly shouting 666. However, Qin Feng was internally lamenting. His left hand had gone numb from those few thrusts, feeling like the soreness after intense exercise. He hadn't experienced such discomfort even while practicing palm piercing. Yet he knew he had to persevere. Focusing the genetic energy into his left hand, Qin Feng picked up 4 scalpels with his right and moved to the front. At this moment, the experiment tables were on the verge of collapse amid the struggle between Wei Renjia, the stout man, and the zombies, even creaking under the pressure. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to harvest the zombie heads. The zombie that had been banging on the window finally approached the door and lost its head. Phew. The stout man and Wei Renjia relaxed, collapsing to the ground. That scared me to death. Finally resolved. Great. Fengzi, from today on you are my idol. Although Qin Feng's actions in killing zombies were terrifying, everyone was grateful for his protection and could not blame him. Everyone be careful, there should still be 1 zombie left, Ling Shi reminded. Another zombie. Where? Wei Renjia and the others became alert, but noticed nothing. Even in the corridor they found no trace of a zombie. Ko Xingyang asked, did you see it wrong? I was watching closely from the back. All the zombies have been killed, Ling Shi shook her head. There were initially 15 zombies entering this building, but we only killed 14 just now. How can you see clearly in this darkness? Wei Renjia doubted. Enough, whether there are zombies or not, everyone stay vigilant, as if they could attack us at any moment. Qin Feng conclusively stated while giving Ling Shi an encouraging glance. Ling Shi recalled how earlier she had mentioned seeing a black light column and realized no one believed her. Most people only want to believe what they see. Some things truly do not need explaining. It was enough for Qin Feng to believe her. Everyone extract the crystal cores from the zombies' skulls. I can now produce a safer antidote which will help resist the zombie virus to some extent after use. If we use the antidote, will we never turn into zombies? Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. No, it only prevents transformation after being scratched. If bitten, you will definitely turn into a zombie, and severe injuries may also lead to transformation. As Qin Feng spoke, he suddenly lunged outside with the scalpel in hand, warily watching the dark corridor. Is something happening? The others were startled by Qin Feng's actions, their hearts racing again. It's nothing, get moving, Qin Feng instructed curtly. He sensed that something had left outside and faint footsteps were audible from the staircase. It seemed someone was intentionally making no noise. Was that the intelligent zombie? Qin Feng broke into a sweat. A zombie exhibiting intelligence was not a good sign. Even if the zombie had left, they had to be extra cautious. Wang Ku and Ko Xingyang extracted the blood crystals from the zombies, totaling 14, and placed them on the table. Qin Feng used the genetic dissolving agent to cleanse the zombie virus. 14 doses of genetic energy agent were freshly produced. Qin Feng wished to make more, but the laboratory was low on materials, limiting his options. Currently, only a few dozen milliliters of the genetic dissolving agent remained, less than 3 doses worth, necessitating careful use. Qin Feng first allocated 1 dose to each of the 4 who hadn't used any antidote, then distributed the remaining 10 doses. The pain from the energy agent was bearable, and everyone endured it. Noticing their eager gazes, Qin Feng said calmly, "Do you all want these agents?" Li Zixuan responded with a bitter smile. "I would love to be considerate, but in the face of this thing, I truly cannot be considerate." Amidst the envious eyes of everyone, Qin Feng took out 4 agents and gave them to the stout man Wang Ku, Wei Renjia, and Ling. She then put the remaining 6 agents in a box to keep. If you can be of use, they'll give you more. As for the one he kept earlier, he hid it in his pocket. Yang Lu was somewhat unconvinced. How can we exert any effect with our meager strength? Qin Feng shot her a cold glance. When Wang Ku was blocking the zombies at the back door, didn't any of you think to help him? Li Zixuan replied, "Our task is to restrain the zombies after they enter, right? We strictly followed orders." Yang Lu also looked at Qin Feng defiantly. Qin Feng replied indifferently, "Obedience is a standard, not an excuse. Ensuring the completion of the task is absolute. On a shifting battlefield, when in a deadlock, you must break the impasse. If you fail, you simply fail, or what excuses can you offer? Should I expect the zombies to act according to my plan?" Several girls lowered their heads alongside Ko Xingyang, feeling a bit aggrieved. Don't be discontent. Your task is to restrain and assist. If you haven't done it well, then you haven't done it well. Qin Feng would not indulge in pity at this moment. Acting as a spiritual guide would only harm others and himself. If you understand, then good. If not, just leave. Qin Feng would not grant limitless indulgence. He then ordered, now pick up those scalpels, clean the handles, and replace them with new blades. Oh, what do you mean, huh? You can refuse to. Qin Feng said indifferently. No, I will go right away. Ling Shi put on rubber gloves and immediately began to act. Li Zixuan and the others quickly followed suit. Qin Feng did not remain idle. Through his recent battle with the horde of zombies, he began to ponder his shortcomings. Fighting single zombies posed no problem. However, when battling a horde of zombies, the usual gaming strategies would be completely ineffective. The biggest disparity was the absence of a tank. Even with genetic primal energy, mere scratches wouldn't turn one into a zombie, but the smell of blood would attract the zombies towards oneself. If a piece of flesh is bitten off, even if one doesn't turn into a zombie, excessive bleeding would likely lead to death, not to mention being bitten on the neck. The prepared mop and similar weapons were utterly useless. They weren't even as good as the experiment table. So the question arose how to deal with a horde of zombies in the wild, or even on the playground. At that time, there wouldn't be an experimental table. Should everyone really engage in close combat with scalpels against zombies? Or rely on his flying knife skills? While flying knives were useful, they consumed significantly more energy than palm strikes, and they would put an excessive load on his left hand, affecting subsequent battles. Fortunately, the zombies tonight were not strong. I must have a new weapon. Qin Feng surveyed the equipment rack, which was made of metal rods. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be steel, but rather hollow. Qin Feng raised his left hand. As he pointed, a weak and achy sensation surged, making it impossible for him to form a blade with his palm. Wait, since the external genetic primal energy has been confirmed to adhere to the surface of the skin, could it be extended to the weapon? Qin Feng took out a carving knife from his pocket and held it in his palm. As his thoughts rose, the genetic primal energy emerged from the surface of his left hand, enveloping the blade of the carving knife. With a swift motion, Qin Feng struck down with the knife. Swish! The rack was severed and the cut was smooth as if polished. Although the consumption is about 3 times that of a palm strike, it doesn't require my hand to endure the recoil, and it seems sharper too. Qin Feng contemplated the benefits of both methods before swinging the carving knife again. The already empty rack revealed 4 supporting pillars, their tops cut at an angle to form a spear-tip shape. Barely usable as a spear, but regrettably lacking in hardness and toughness, its durability was likely low. This means that when killing zombies, he could gain a certain distance advantage. Not enough, this weapon is too crude. Qin Feng pondered where in the school he could find better weapons. But where in the school would there be weapons? Suddenly he thought of a place: the archery club. The school had various student organizations, and the archery club was one of them, mostly containing practice bows and arrows. However, Qin Feng had only played with non-sharpened replicas there. Even the crossbows could only be used under the guidance and supervision of the staff. But if I can think of it, surely others can too. Qin Feng recalled the location of the archery club and ultimately dismissed the idea. It would require crossing a third of the campus. Too dangerous. Discarding that thought, Qin Feng dismantled a rack, crafting 4 legs into weapons, ensuring each person had one. Next, Qin Feng boxed up the scalpels and blades. According to laboratory regulations, a box could only contain the corresponding scalpel, but Qin Feng clearly didn't care about such regulations. More than 30 scalpels were stuffed into 2 boxes, with the blades packed into 2 additional boxes, and there were still some crammed into his pockets. He didn't fear his pockets tearing. As a medical student, it seemed reasonable to have a specially designed coat that could hold blades without damaging clothes or hands. After the night of fighting, no one felt like sleeping. After gaining genetic primal energy, everyone under Qin Feng's guidance tried to make the most of it and became familiar with the rudimentary weapons in their hands. There were no special techniques. They merely practiced the piercing move until it became instinctive. After a night passed, dawn began to break. The clouds overhead were thick, casting a gloomy atmosphere, but at least it was daytime, adding some light to the bloody campus. Next, everyone faced a serious issue. After finishing breakfast, the food was nearly gone. Wang Ku explained after they awakened, although their food intake didn't change as drastically as mine, they still consumed quite a bit. Everyone used potions yesterday, so now only a few packs of biscuits remain. The fat guy lowered his head in shame. Even without using the blocking potion, he was still the one who ate the most. Wei Renjia suggested, shall we go to the supermarket again? Ling Shi, observing from the window, vetoed the proposal last night, and this morning too many people went to the supermarket. There are now over 40 zombies in the supermarket. I can't see what else might be lurking there. Wei Renjia felt disheartened. Last night, they had only killed a dozen zombies by taking advantage of the terrain. Fighting against over 40 zombies on flat ground was nearly impossible. What about the cafeteria? The fat guy proposed. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. The dormitory and cafeteria would definitely be disaster zones, that was a given. Qin Feng recalled the intelligent zombie from last night. If that one were to command the horde, it would likely ambush in places where food was available. The cafeteria would be the prime target. Ling Shi suggested we could lure the zombies away. Li Zixuan asked, how do we lure them away? With bait. Or should we directly sacrifice someone? Lingxi shook her head. Why would there be sacrifices? Haven't our physical qualities improved? We could drop a rope from the second floor, even a curtain could work. After luring the zombies away, we can use the rope to escape. Zombies can't climb ropes, or wouldn't that draw them away? Yang Lu sternly rejected. No, that's too risky. It's not worth taking such a huge risk for a bit of food. Ko Xingyang nodded. Exactly. Didn't we say yesterday that the rescue team would arrive around noon today? Even if it's a bit late, we should be able to endure hunger until tonight. Once the rescue team arrives, we'll be safe. What I'm afraid of is that I won't last until then. Qin Feng looked meaningfully out the window. 9 buildings had already been destroyed in yesterday's battle. Although most were due to gunfire, some were also caused by Lin Cheng. Has the threat capable of inflicting heavy damage on Lin Cheng truly vanished? Can't hold out. How could that be? Wonka found it baffling. Hunkering down in the lab, they had even fended off the zombie horde, hadn't they? Even if they couldn't hold out, wasn't there still the escape rope? Qin Feng, before he had even acquired genetic primal energy, had led them out of the zombie-infested dormitory building. Are you willing to trust me? Qin Feng looked around at everyone in the lab, speaking earnestly. I trust you. Lingxi was the first to respond, gazing at Qin Feng with pure eyes. I trust you too. You saved my life, Feng. If I can't trust you, who can I? Wonka said candidly. Fatty also wore a grateful expression. Exactly. If it weren't for you, even if we made it to the lab building, we might not have found a safe place to hide. At first he had been terrified of Qin Feng, especially the scene in the dormitory where Qin Feng killed Li Yang, which had left a profound impact on him. Yet Qin Feng hadn't harmed him. Instead, he had been protecting him all along. Li Xiang's death made him doubt Qin Feng, but with that black vial, his attitude toward Qin Feng did a complete 180. After that reversal, he became even more trusting of Qin Feng. Wei Renjia stated flatly, I trust you. Ko Xingyang's eyes flickered but quickly turned resolute. I absolutely trust your command. Li Zixuan also said firmly, they'll be very obedient. Finally, Yang Lu found everyone's eyes on her, but she still didn't give a definitive answer. As long as you don't use me, or Ling Shi as sacrifices, or bait, they'll trust you. Full trust, at least on the surface. Qin Feng certainly wasn't naive enough to believe everyone's words were genuine. Comparatively, Yang Lu's words were the most honest. Alright, everyone rest here. If the rescue team arrives before dark, we'll go with them, Qin Feng said. If they haven't come by dusk, we'll have to solve the food problem. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. I won't sacrifice you, but no matter what method I use to get food, I ask for your understanding. Qin Feng said solemnly. The group was taken aback, but still responded, don't worry, Feng. How could we not understand you? You kill zombies for our own good. If you need anything, just tell me. Feng will always support you. Everyone expressed their absolute support for Qin Feng. After all, facing the terrifying zombies, only Qin Feng and Wonka had experience killing them. Who would dare defy the main combat force? That's good. Qin Feng nodded. Everyone take care of your needs. Wang Kuyu and Wei Renjia patrol the lab building to see if any new zombies have entered. With your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of a single zombie, right? Ling Shi, keep an eye on the zombies. The rest of you gather anything useful in the lab building, including medical supplies and clothes. Caution was never outdated. No problem. If I can't win, I'll run, Wonka said confidently. About 2 hours later, everyone heard a broadcast. Attention students of Yuzhou University. Do not panic, do not get excited. The rescue team has arrived. Teachers and students, please prepare. The resting group was stunned at first, then overjoyed. They looked at each other, seeing the delight in one another's eyes. Ling Shi and Yang Lu hugged excitedly, nearly kissing. A few of the boys almost burst into laughter. Even Qin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt the lifeless campus seemed to regain some vitality. Great, the rescue team is finally here. Ko Xingyang was laughing heartily 1 second, then nearly sobbing the next, burying his head in his arms. It's a pity Li Xiang and Lin Xiu are dead. Li Xiang and Lin Xiu were his best friends. But they hadn't survived. Stop crying. The dead can't be brought back. Wonka comforted Ko Xingyang, but tears fell from his own eyes as well. A somber sense of shared grief spread through the group. In this zombie crisis, everyone had lost friends. Li Zixuan buried her head in her knees. Jieji, I'm so sorry. Li Zixuan huddled in a corner, sobbed quietly. Then the broadcast continued. All teachers and students, do not panic. Stay hidden in your shelters, and do not come out. We will spend about an hour drawing the zombies' attention and clearing them as much as possible. Our actions may cause a zombie riot. Please stay hidden. Once the campus zombies are dealt with, we will notify you to gather at the north gate. We will also search for students with mobility issues. Hearing this, everyone settled down slightly. Soon loud noises came from the north gate. Sounds like gongs and drums followed by gunfire. Qin Feng's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a peculiar tone. Though indescribable, he felt it was the roar of some special creature masked by the gunfire and hard to distinguish. An indescribable sense of crisis lingered in Qin Feng's heart. The zombies wandering the campus upon hearing the sounds surged toward the north gate. The group in the lab waited in a mix of sorrow and joy for the rescue team to finish off the zombies. Only Qin Feng was trembling slightly. An indescribable feeling clung to his heart. He sprang to his feet. Everyone prepare to come with me. Hearing Qin Feng's order, everyone was stunned. Wonka looked at him in confusion. Feng, didn't the rescue team say? They're working hard to clear the zombies. If we go out now, won't we run right into them? Qin Feng shook his head. Not now. In about 10 minutes we'll go out. I remember there's an archery club on campus east of the medical lab building. We'll stop by there before we leave. Have you lost your mind? Ko Zhenyang looked at Qin Feng incredulously. We're about to be rescued, and you want to go to the archery club. Is this the time for fun? Or are you thinking of looting something valuable? Though not as extreme as Ko Zhenyang, the others also looked at Qin Feng with doubt. Such a decision was too reckless. Yang Lu steadied herself and asked, I'd like to hear your reasoning. You said we're going down in 10 minutes. Then why must we take unnecessary risks? Qin Feng replied, instinct. Wei Renjie frowned, somewhat puzzled. You want all of us to take risks just because of your instinct? Feng, if you insist on going, I support you, Wonka said firmly. Even if it's just your instinct, I'm with you. Thank you. A flicker of emotion crossed Qin Feng's eyes. I support you too. Ling Shi looked out the window. If the rescue team can really draw all the fire, then the archery club won't be dangerous anymore. We can take the risk. If they can't draw the fire, well, still have an advantage over others and be more likely to survive. Ling Zai's first reaction was to contemplate the feasibility of this approach rather than question her own motives, which pleased Qin Feng greatly. Yang Lu glanced at Ling Shi and said, the zombie crisis has emerged, but the rescue team took a full day to arrive, indicating the severity of this situation. Even if they manage to get us out of the school, can we be assured that they'll take us to a safe place? The crowd was immediately doused with cold water. As a member of the Great Xia Kingdom, it was natural to trust the rescue team. However, this crisis was unlike any before. Yang Lu continued, if everyone is a carrier, can we easily leave Yuzhou? Moreover, if the rescue team focuses their main efforts on rescue, it will inevitably lead to chaos in the evacuation site. Ling Shi nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, we must have the strength to protect ourselves. Qin Feng replied, well said. We need to take fate and survival into our own hands. What are your opinions? Wei Renjie hesitated for a moment and replied, then I agree. Ko Zhenyang and Li Zixuan also expressed their agreement. Yang Lu's reasoning was much more reliable than Qin Feng's instinct. All right, gather your things and prepare to set off. 10 minutes later, the group, fully equipped, slowly gathered downstairs. Ling Shi quietly reminded, don't rush down, there's another wave of zombies. Let's wait for them to pass. The group waited for over 30 zombies to move away from the laboratory building before they left under Qin Feng's lead. Qin Feng, you're going the wrong way. Ling Shi quietly reminded. Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing he had unconsciously walked west while the direction of the archery club was to the east. Wonka patted his shoulder and said, Fengzi, don't stress too much. Qin Feng looked up at the black pillar of light and explained little. Wonka, you lead the way. Okay. With Wonka taking the lead, the group hurried towards the archery club. On the way, they encountered 2 waves of zombies, but they kept their distance and even turned a few into targets, all of which were countered. Qin Feng intended to let others practice, but his own strength wasn't sufficient to oversee the situation, so he had to let others hold them back while he took action. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the team suffered casualties. The newly made short gun was quite effective, easily penetrating the zombies' heads. Even if the spear tip was worn, maintaining distance from the zombies was still manageable. After killing a few zombies, the group arrived at the archery club without significant danger. The main door was an electronic lock, virtually useless. Even the door itself had been partially dismantled, providing no defensive capability. Upon entering the hall, there were no zombies inside, likely having been lured away. Qin Feng approached the shelves where equipment was placed and discovered that many racks were already empty with some arrows scattered on the ground. It seemed that someone had already taken them. On the floor, there were also a few zombies that had been shot, but they were all pierced with arrows, indicating they had been shot collectively. As for the crucial headshots, it was likely just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. They were all students. It was one thing to expect them to hit targets, but asking them to shoot zombies with arrows was a bit too much. Let's collect from the ground. After all, they're all recyclable. Qin Feng began to collect the scattered arrows and quivers from the ground. Ling Shi reminded, when everyone is collecting, prioritize the carbon shaft arrows followed by the fiberglass ones. Don't take the wooden shaft ones, those are for amateurs, and even the arrowheads are made of rubber. Wonka put down a quiver of wooden shaft arrows, somewhat surprised. Do you know a lot about archery? Of course. I was the champion in the archery competition at school 2 months ago. Ling Shi smiled. Can you kill zombies with that? Li Zixuan asked curiously. That. Ling Shi lowered her head. I'm just a beginner. I've only learned fixed target shooting. Hitting a moving zombie isn't difficult, but accurately aiming for the head is much harder. Not to mention, hitting the head doesn't guarantee a kill. The weakness of zombies lies in their brains, not just the skull. However, to truly kill them, one must penetrate the brain. Merely grazing the skull won't suffice. There seems to be movement in that room over there. Ko Zhenyang gave a sly smile that only a man would understand, quietly greeting everyone. I didn't expect that even at this time someone would be in the mood for such things. From an office in the club, discordant sounds emerged. We need to focus on the main matter. While Wonka said this, he still quietly moved closer. Li Zixuan spat lightly. Men are all the same. Then she blushed and slowly approached the corner. What time is it, and you're still in the mood to listen to this? Qin Feng approached with a critical eye. Ling Shi in embarrassment and anger clenched her fists. Is this how men behave? Hey, Lulu, why are you going over there? Are you eavesdropping too? Yang Lu blushed. I was just curious. Ling Shi. Wang Ku defended. It's normal to find a way to release stress, isn't it? Saying this, he stepped aside. In truth, he wasn't interested in listening any longer. In this day and age, how could one truly be unaware? Everyone was just enjoying the thrill of eavesdropping. Wait a second, something seems off in there. Yang Lu's expression changed. Qin Feng perked up his ears, listening intently to the changes in the sounds within. Hey, Che when you're next. No, please don't. I can't take it anymore. What are you stalling for? Look at how cooperative Zhao Rongrong is enjoying herself. Why can't you do the same? Please let me go. You tortured me for so long last night, isn't that enough? Che Jingwen, I'm not saying this to you. This is supposed to be enjoyable for everyone. Why aren't you cooperating? If you don't cooperate, it will make things unpleasant for everyone. What if the rescue team passes by and we accidentally leave you behind? Don't say that. Listening to the sounds inside, Qin Feng's face darkened. He initially thought it was just students releasing pressure, so he listened with a playful mindset. He didn't expect it to be forced. Now the nature of it changed. Li Zixuan and Yang Lu seemed to have fire burning in their eyes. Wei Renjie looked filled with rage, casting a questioning glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded slowly and forcefully, quietly ordering Pang to break down the door. We charge in together. Okay. Pang De took 10 steps back and then charged towards the office door, slamming into it with his shoulder. Bang! With a loud crash, the office door lock was smashed and Pang De, along with the door, toppled to the ground. The people inside the office were startled by this scene. For boys not wearing pants, recoiled liquid spilling out. Wei Renjie rushed in, delivering a punch to one boy's head. A heavy fist directly knocked the boy to the ground. The towering Wei Renjie, although his strength increase was not as great as Wang Ku, and the fat guy had the best foundation. With that punch, the boy was completely dazed. What do you want to do? One boy was about to make a move, but Wei Renjie delivered a knee strike that heavily struck the boy's abdomen. Ugh! The boy retched as if his intestines were about to come out. Seeing the situation turn dire, the other two boys wanted to escape, but were blocked by Wang Ku and Ko Jingyang, who were armed with short spears. Wei Renjie threw several punches, forcing the remaining two boys to calm down. At this moment, everyone finally had time to survey the scene in the room. 3 ragged girls with their lower garments torn huddled together in a corner. Among them, 2 girls had bruised faces and signs of having been abused. They looked at Qin Feng and the others in terror, their eyes filled with fear. Che Jingwen, what happened to you? Yang Lu approached one girl, and upon seeing her pitiful state, tears nearly fell from her eyes. I don't know you. Che Jingwen covered her face with her hands, shaking her head repeatedly. Don't come over, I don't know you, I'm not Che Jingwen, you've got the wrong person. As she spoke, tears were about to fall from her eyes. Yes, I see now, I mistook the person. Yang Lu comforted softly, then looked at the boys huddled in the corner with a predatory gaze. Can we kill them? To kill someone. The others instinctively glanced at Qin Feng, then lowered their heads in shame. It seemed that only Qin Feng had experience in killing a living person. Just one day since the apocalypse broke out, and it has come to this. Though I never had high expectations for human nature, you all have truly reshaped my understanding. Qin Feng approached the boys, raising the short spear in his hand. There was nothing to say. After all, it wasn't his first time killing. No, he was only killing beasts. Let me do it. Ling Shi blocked Qin Feng's hand, raising her own short spear, her pure eyes bursting with intense killing intent. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised that Ling Shi actually volunteered for such a task. However, since she wanted to show off, he would let her. Wei Renjie and Pang De stared intently at the boys while Qin Feng and Wang Ku guarded the perimeter to prevent any unexpected incidents. Ling Shi took a deep breath, preparing to act. What are you doing? A loud shout made the highly tense Ling Shi nearly lose her grip on the short spear. A dozen figures appeared behind them. At the forefront were 2 middle-aged men dressed in suits emanating an imposing aura, along with a young female teacher wearing glasses. Behind them were several younger students armed with baseball bats, poles, or bows, and arrows ready for battle. A slightly overweight middle-aged man shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you really going to attack your fellow students?" The balding middle-aged man looked at the scene in the room, heartbroken, and said, "I never expected that in just one day students could fall to such a state. You are the future of the country. How could you do this? You even want to kill your classmates." Yang Lu anxiously explained, "No, we were just passing by. It was them. They forced us." The girl with the least visible marks suddenly shouted, tears streaming down her face. "Our classmates wanted to help us, but they couldn't beat them, and were beaten instead. They want to silence us. Now you have nothing to say, do you?" The balding middle-aged man scolded, "For committing such acts you will certainly face legal consequences." "They are lying." Yang Lu still wanted to explain. "When the rescue team arrives you can explain to them yourselves." "Shh." The young female teacher sneered. Ko Xingyang's face turned pale with anger as he glared at Zhao Rongrong. "Are you shameless? How can you help the boys who bullied you?" "It's you guys," Zhao Rongrong insisted. The boys seemed to see an opportunity and quickly accused Qin Feng and the others. Yes, it was them. We wanted to stop them, but they had weapons, and we couldn't fight back. They even stripped us of our clothes. Che Jingwen say something. Yang Lu looked at Che Jingwen, but saw her with her head down silent, seemingly acquiescing to it all. Another girl who had been abused also remained silent. There's nothing more to say. Put down your weapons and wait for the rescue team to arrive. You will face justice. The plump middle-aged man said. Rong Ling Zai's eyes turned red, yet she didn't know how to defend herself. As Yang Lu seemed ready to explain further, Qin Feng placed a hand on her shoulder. You can't explain this, let me handle it. He then walked toward the middle-aged man. No matter how you explain, it's useless. We have seen your evil deeds with our own eyes, insisted the balding man. No, I can explain. Suddenly Qin Feng drew his spear, and the short spear in his hand struck, like lightning, instantly piercing through the balding man's throat. The balding middle-aged man clutched the short spear in his neck, his eyes wide with shock. He never expected this boy to kill him outright. The overweight middle-aged man was also stunned as a similar spear pierced through his chest. The assailant was Li Zixuan. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. This bloody scene exceeded their expectations. In the room, the boys who had been smug moments ago were now frozen in shock. Qin Feng, how could you? Ko Xingyang was dumbfounded. Although Qin Feng had killed before, that was with Zhang Yin, who had taken Li Zixuan hostage, and Li Xiang, who had brought it upon himself. However, to strike out without provocation left him bewildered. Wang Ku immediately stood beside Qin Feng, his spear pointed at the students, coldly asking, So do you want to fight? Crash. A baseball bat dropped from one student's hand onto the ground. The group of students, filled with shame, wanted to flee. This was a fatal blow to their morale. Qin Feng, isn't this a bit too much? Yang Lu stared, though she didn't think Qin Feng was wrong. This was indeed too ruthless. Are you an idiot? Qin Feng shot her a cold glance, then looked at the students with eyes full of killing intent. These people came from the next room. Do you think they don't know what has happened in this office? Yes, we were also coerced. One girl was the first to collapse, kneeling on the ground, pointing at the dead balding man. He said to find someone to take the blame, and we would be fine, otherwise he would tell the rescue team about us not helping, and we wouldn't be allowed to leave. Is that the reason? Qin Feng casually slapped a male student, sending him sprawling to the ground. He approached the girl and shouted angrily, because of such a ridiculous reason you intend to distort the truth, absolve a few disgusting criminals, and point fingers at innocent people, as if they were the murderers. He had thought that both sides were in cahoots. At least some of them were, while the rest were either coerced or accomplices. However, these people shattered his understanding. The girl, frightened, burst into tears. Wang Ku was also infuriated to the point of laughter. Is there nothing but crap in your brains? Are you really students who have received higher education? The students trembled, not daring to meet his gaze. What about you? Those students are fools. Are you one too? Qin Feng approached the female teacher, grabbing her collar. The young female teacher's body stiffened in fear, but she quickly gathered her courage and explained, I was just pretending to be with them, waiting for the rescue team to come and help clarify things for you. Do you think I would believe that? Qin Feng forcefully threw her against the shelf. The female teacher cried out in pain, the intense hurt rendering her unable to rise, and no one dared to help her. Don't you all have brains? So many people are watching 4 individuals bully a girl without daring to speak out, yet you blame those trying to help. Wei Renjie casually approached a male student and questioned him. What about us? Why don't you consider us? The male student exclaimed in exasperation. We are all students from prestigious universities with bright futures ahead of us. If the rescue team finds out that we just stood by and watched those people do such things, who knows how they would stab us in the back? How can we ruin our futures for them? So you'd rather us? Wei Renjie punched the male student in the face, the tremendous force twisting his mouth. But his own mouth twisted even more. The usually honest boy now felt a murderous impulse, feeling more disgusted than he did with zombies. You are innocent, are we not innocent? The male student argued, red-necked and self-righteous. Do you think we wanted this to happen? Everyone wants to be saved. If you were the rescue team, would you believe the teacher or the students? Looking at this student, Qin Feng and the others could only find it absurd. What kind of logic is this? Qin Feng previously thought that only girlfriends were unreasonable, but compared to them, that was merely flirting. Ling Xiang Lu and the others stared dumbfounded at everything unfolding. Absurd, incomprehensible. An unprecedented logic challenged their values. Is this the logic of humanity? They are alive. A student trembled, pointing at the 2 dead teachers on the ground, as 2 middle-aged male teachers shakily stood up. However, their faces had lost all color, their veins dark and clearly visible against their pale skin. The students were startled and quickly distanced themselves from the 2. The girl kneeling on the ground and the boy knocked down by Wei Renjie were both pounced upon, devoured by 2 zombies. The bloody scene shocked the students' endurance. No, don't come over. The students scattered like birds and beasts, unable to use the weapons in their hands. One student ran towards the outside of the club, but encountered a zombie that bit through his neck. Why weren't they bitten by the zombies? A student cried out in despair. Right? They can't possibly become zombies. Could it be that their weapons were contaminated with zombie blood? Hurry into the equipment room. The students cursed and tried to find a way to escape, while the female teacher hurriedly directed them back to the adjacent equipment room. The equipment room. Qin Feng suddenly realized that in his anger, he had missed the best opportunity. That was the warehouse for bows and arrows. The hall outside was merely for trivial use. However, he had little time to regret, as dealing with the zombies in the hall was the most important task. Wait, there are still students not inside. The female teacher desperately held the door, pleading. Most students had entered the equipment room, yet one girl stumbled while another helped her up, missing the best opportunity. Get away from me. A male student kicked the female teacher in the stomach, sending her flying out, and the door slammed shut. Open the door, quickly open the door. The female teacher and the two girls pleaded and knocked on the door, but it remained shut. Despair filled the faces of the three girls. Watching the zombies in the hall, the three collapsed helplessly to the ground. Drink. Wang Ke shouted, seemingly trying to motivate himself as he picked up a short spear and pierced the face of the middle-aged teacher as he stood up. However, the middle-aged teacher still lunged at Wang Ke. Stay calm. Despite the unexpected turn of events, he forced himself to remain composed. If Li Zixuan could kill, why couldn't he? He stepped forward and kicked the zombie teacher in the abdomen. His legs were longer and stronger than his arms, and since zombies wouldn't block it, easily pushed him back a few steps. Once again creating distance, Wang Ke advanced, and the short spear pierced through the zombie's mouth, emerging from the back of its head. With its head penetrated, the zombie collapsed to the ground. However, Wang Ke's short spear was also deformed and stuck. After all, it was made from a shelf support, and the damage from piercing both the mouth and the brain was too great, leaving Wang Ke without a weapon. He glanced towards Qin Feng, seeing that the other zombie teacher had already been dealt with. Qin Feng's short spear had accurately pierced the zombie's eye. Piercing through a vulnerable spot resulted in minimal damage. Li Zixuan also gripped her short spear, tightly retreating, while keeping a close eye on the approaching female zombie. However, looking at the female zombie's face, now a mass of mangled flesh, her hands trembled, and the courage she had during the killing just moments ago was nowhere to be found. I don't want to die. Li Zixuan thrust the short spear forward, but instinctively closed her eyes. Not good. She realized that her spear had only stabbed the zombie in the neck, and not only did it fail to kill it, but it also brought the zombie closer. The zombie's claws were about to grab her body. At that moment, an arrow flew in, accurately embedding itself in the zombie's eye. The powerful force of the recurve, about instantly killing the zombie. It's Ling Shi. Li Zixuan was taken aback. Don't get distracted. Ling Shi reminded her, drawing another arrow and hitting the male zombie in the eye. Again, it was a one-shot kill. Qin Feng watched this scene with slight astonishment. When the second zombie approached, he had originally had the opportunity to strike. However, he wanted to see Ling Zai's archery skills. The surprise he received exceeded his expectations. Your archery is quite good, Qin Feng casually complimented. Of course. Ling Shi proudly smiled. As Ling Shi picked up the bow and arrow, she seemed like a different person. She strung the bow once more and shot at the approaching zombie at the door, hitting its eye from over 20 meters away, killing it instantly. Qin Feng threw the spear in his left hand, killing the student, who had transformed into a zombie, while trying to escape. After eliminating all the zombies, everyone looked at Ling Shi with astonished eyes. Ling Shi, you are amazing. Yang Lu hugged Ling Shi and leaned in excitedly to kiss her face, only to be pushed away by a blushing Ling Shi. All right, take out the blood crystal. Qin Feng casually ordered. Okay. Ko Xingyang picked up the scalpel and began to dissect skillfully. He hadn't participated in the fights, nor did he dare to kill zombies. If he didn't even perform the dissection of the blood crystal, he would have no value in this team. Fortunately, he had already gotten used to it. Although the skin and muscles of the zombies were tough, their bones were quite brittle, making dissection relatively easy. The female teacher and two female students locked outside by the students were already in shock. They never expected someone would dare to confront zombies directly and kill them so easily. When they saw Ko Xingyang dissecting the zombie, they couldn't help but vomit. Were these people insane for directly opening the skull and pulling out what was inside? Is this the kind of person they just offended? Qin Feng, how should we deal with these people? Wei Renjia pointed at the 7 people in the office and asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the boys cowering in the corner and the ragged girls resembling quails, feeling somewhat agitated. At that moment, Zhao Rongrong suddenly tore off her tattered clothes, revealing her fair skin and graceful figure. Don't kill me, you can do anything to me. Please just don't kill me. I can accompany you, even sleep with you all. I'm very good at it, and I can assume any position you want, making you feel very comfortable. Qin Feng smirked. Your survival instinct is quite strong. Ling Shi and Yang Lu glared at Qin Feng with murderous intent. Wang Ku and the chubby boy also looked at him strangely. Could it be that he really couldn't resist this temptation? If he couldn't resist, would that count as something else? Both sides seemed to agree it shouldn't. Zhao Rongrong smiled. As long as I can survive, I'm willing to do anything, and I won't say a word. Only the dead can keep secrets. Qin Feng said coldly. Zhao Rongrong was about to say something when she felt a sharp pain in her throat. Qin Feng had pierced her throat with the spear he had snatched from Yang Lu. Zhao Rongrong clutched her throat, falling down in disbelief. You were just about to frame us, and you had a part in it. Qin Feng said coldly. Everyone clearly did not expect Qin Feng to suddenly attack. A few boys exchanged glances, their eyes filled with ferocity. Let's fight him. He never planned on letting us survive. As the four of them got up, Wonka kicked one over, and then a heavy fist smashed into a boy's head, knocking him dizzy and unable to stand. Qin Feng pulled out the spear and pierced a boy's chest. Then he kicked the last boy between the legs, making him double over and fall down. 1 dead, 3 injured. All right, let's go out. Qin Feng suddenly turned and left. Wonka was somewhat puzzled. Aren't you going to deal with them? Suddenly, he realized something and also exited the room. Soon, everyone exited the room. Yang Lu asked, Qin Feng Ji Ping Wen, and the others shouldn't be dead, right? She had already guessed what Qin Feng was planning. You can go save them. Qin Feng glanced at her. Aye. Yang Lu lowered her head. Even now, she had not been able to summon the courage to deal with a single zombie, so how could she dare to save someone? Sometimes she hated her own cowardice. Yet she still couldn't take that step. Cries of agony came from behind the door. The 2 who had been killed had revived and began hunting the remaining few. Without weapons, they had almost no means to resist the zombies, especially in such a confined space. After losing a strong societal structure, order will collapse and human nature that cannot withstand the test will decline to an incredible extent. However, the decline has come too quickly, too shocking. Qin Feng listened to the commotion behind the door and said indifferently, even if I let those 2 victimized girls go, what difference does it make? From the moment they gave up standing up for us, they had already given up on themselves. If those 2 girls had spoken a word for themselves when everyone was accusing them, I would have spared them. It wouldn't have cost me any effort. But they didn't. So Qin Feng couldn't be blamed for being heartless. Ko Zhenyang handed 6 crystal cores to Qin Feng after cleaning them. Qin Feng took the cores and looked at the crowd gathered around him. What? Have we finished collecting the weapons? Huh. The crowd's faces flushed. The earlier events had been so sudden that they forgot the purpose of coming here. Thus, everyone began to continue collecting arrows and bows. As an expert in archery, Ling Shi began to instruct everyone. You only need to take 1 pulley bow. While it saves effort and has a high hit rate, it requires too much maintenance and is prone to damage, especially these cheap ones. Ordinary people can just use a recurve bow. I told you not to take the wooden shafted arrows. There are plenty of other arrows. You need carbon shafts, and fiberglass shafts are second best. Are you just going to hold them in your hands? Even if you can't find a quiver, at least find a piece of rope to tie them together. Ling Shi, who had just killed 3 zombies, was in a somewhat excited state. She animatedly pointed out where to find the arrows and seemed very excited, even temporarily dispelling the shadow of having just killed zombies. Qin Feng arrived at the equipment room's door, and the female teacher and 2 students screamed, immediately dodging away like they were avoiding zombies. Qin Feng asked Ling Shi, is there a way to open the equipment room door? Without thinking, he knew the equipment room inside must be blocked. Moreover, the equipment room had a metal door that could not be opened. Ling Shi said, don't worry about this place. This equipment room mainly stores archery targets and wooden arrows. There aren't many good bows and arrows. The equipment room on the 2nd floor is the most important. It even has crossbows. That is the real armory. Li Zixuan got angry. Then why did you have us pick them up off the ground? Ling Shi stuck out her tongue. I just forgot. Qin Feng. Yang Lu. When they arrived at the equipment room on the 2nd floor, everyone stared at Ling Shi with resentful eyes. Crossbows, recurved bows, neatly arranged arrows, and spare interchangeable arrowheads were all available. It was a shame they had just picked up garbage. They even pulled arrows out of the zombies' heads to clean them, but this place was fully stocked. If it weren't for Ling Shi being a girl, they might have directly gone to beat her up. Ling Shi apologetically said, I'm sorry, I really forgot. I truly didn't mean to. I want dare to do it again next time. Wonka picked up 2 military crossbows and exclaimed, I can't believe the school actually has these. I feel a sense of security all of a sudden. Actually, these aren't very useful. Ling Shi reminded, military crossbows are very dangerous items. Although they are allowed to be placed here, only the corresponding model of bolts can be used, and bolts are regulated. We don't even know if we have any. Wonka looked disappointed. Can't we make our own? Yang Lu raised a question. That probably won't work. Wooden ones can be crafted, but fiberglass and carbon materials cannot be shaped. Ling Shi shook her head. By the way, make sure to take some bow maintenance oil and spare bowstrings. These things wear out quickly, and it won't be easy to get them once we leave here. Just in time, the rescue team needs to deal with the zombies, and it will take some time. Let's use this time to practice archery. Qin Feng picked up a bow. If you can't learn to use the bow or crossbow, then just stick to melee weapons. Yes. Everyone perked up. Faced with the zombies, no one wanted to engage in close combat. Upon reaching the hall, they took turns to stand guard and began practicing shooting. After correcting everyone's stances, Ling Shi had nothing more to teach. As she put it, I became the shooting champion within the school due to my talent, not hard work. How could I know so many techniques? Such a humble brag left everyone speechless. When training actually began, they found that shooting wasn't as simple as it seemed. First of all, they could forget about using the military crossbows. Qin Feng examined the mechanism and discovered a clever design in the crossbow. It could only be activated when the bolts perfectly matched the grooves in terms of size and length, allowing the mechanism to complete the shot. Otherwise, it would simply jam. He wasn't sure if all military crossbows were like this, but clearly the ones here were unusable. As for the other bolts, they were rather useless. The school couldn't have too many dangerous items, so all-hand crossbows were inferior versions. Not only was their power low, but the bolts also had rubber heads. Forget about using them to kill zombies, they would struggle to even harm a person. Thus the only option left was the recurve bow. The recurve bow was designed according to Olympic standards, capable of shooting arrows over 100 meters while ensuring accuracy. Of course, Qin Feng didn't expect everyone to be precise. Hitting a target from 20 meters away would suffice. Moreover, shooting speed was also an important parameter. Thus everyone began their shooting practice from learning the basics to giving up. Damn. At 20 meters, I only hit the target with one of my 20 arrows. Wang Ke angrily threw the recurve bow to the ground. The chubby guy looked at the arrows he had shot off target and quietly asked Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, how do we practice close combat?" Wei Renjie looked up. "I don't want to hurt my teammates." He gave up immediately. It wasn't that they lacked the right mindset. They all knew that archery was meant to be used in actual combat. Without proper accuracy, would they just end up hurting their comrades? Archery truly required extensive practice to be applicable in real combat, unless it was a rain of arrows. Only Ko Xingyang continued to practice. Am I really that talented? Qin Feng looked at the arrows on the target. Half of his 20 arrows had hit mostly in the first to third rings, showing a high hit rate. Thus Qin Feng initiated a new round of practice, quickly grabbing arrows and beginning a rapid-fire series of shots. Out of 20 arrows, 19 hit the target clustered around the bullseye. Damn, boss, you even stole the archer's job. Wang Ku, who had already given up on archery, exclaimed. Ling Shi watched the entire process in astonishment. Only she knew how difficult this was. In terms of accuracy, she was certainly better than Qin Feng, but Qin Feng's rapid fire just now had no aiming process at all. This meant he was shooting entirely by feel. Qin Feng ignored him, took a deep breath, and continued practicing. As he picked up the bow and arrows, that extraordinary feeling returned, a sensation he had first experienced when he killed a zombie. It felt as if he were a seasoned veteran of 100 battles. All 20 arrows landed on the target, each above the 6th ring, and Qin Feng felt his right hand growing numb. Even the recurve bow was beginning to feel the strain from the high-frequency shots, the bowstring vibrating continuously. My talent should be pretty good, right? Qin Feng asked. Yes, it's quite good, Ling Shi replied with a hint of envy. She had thought she had found her place in the team, only to realize she was still not irreplaceable. What does this mean? She felt a sense of loss inside. However, she hadn't completely given up yet. She still hadn't attempted rapid fire. After all, she had only practiced archery for a few months and hadn't fully dedicated herself. Next, she would challenge her limits. Let's release the zombies locked inside that room. Qin Feng pointed towards the office. What? Everyone was startled. I want to test the use of bows and arrows in actual combat. Qin Feng stated his intention. Anyone who wants to try can do so. All right, I'll open the door for you. Wang Ke went to the door and signaled everyone, 1, 2, 3. As he spoke, he opened the door. 7 zombies that were locked in the office surged out crazily, and Wang Ke hurriedly fled from the doorway. The few who had given up on archery also drew their bows and prepared to give it a try. Start. Qin Feng shot an arrow, hitting one zombie right in the heart. This vital point would be lethal to a human, but for a zombie, it merely slowed its movements. 20 arrows shot out in succession, and 7 zombies fell. 5 of them. 2 zombies remained, arrows sticking out of them, yet they did not fall, but charged towards Qin Feng. Wang Ke thrust his spear, swiftly piercing through one zombie's temple. Wei Renjie also used his spear to penetrate the zombie's head through its mouth. Ko Xingyang stepped forward excitedly, saying, I killed one too. It wasn't just Qin Feng who had shot. He had as well, with red-feathered arrows distinguishing them from Qin Feng's blue-feathered arrows. Though he had only shot 3 arrows, and luck played a part, one of his arrows had managed to kill a zombie. Not bad, keep it up. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Yes, Ko Xingyang replied, filled with motivation. That lucky shot had given him confidence. He knew he wasn't very brave, and when the zombies approached, his first reaction was to run away. He didn't dare to fight. If he couldn't master archery and wasn't good at close combat, he truly didn't know where he fit into the team. Li Zixuan and Yang Lu stepped forward to dissect the zombies. Although they were girls, no one showed any pity. Everyone had reached a mutual understanding since they stayed in this team. They had to contribute something. All right, everyone continue practicing. If not archery, then practice with the short spears, Qin Feng said. If the short spears break, you'll dismantle a few shelves to practice close combat with arrows directly. By the way, hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? It's been over an hour. Ko Xingyang, who had been practicing archery until his fingers hurt, complained, feeling a bit bored. The time is a bit long. It might be for safety reasons to ensure all zombies are cleared out, Qin Feng replied. The familiar broadcast voice rang out, and everyone naturally smiled. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. He heard gunfire. Don't come over, whatever you do, don't come over. In the archery club, a sense of despair gradually enveloped everyone. No, it can't be. Li Zixuan collapsed on the ground, her eyes vacant. The rescue team lost. Wang Ke murmured to himself, unable to believe such a result. How could the national rescue team lose to zombies? Wasn't it said that zombies are insignificant in front of firearms? Why did the rescue team lose to zombies? Ko Xingyang's legs trembled. How could this be possible? It's fake, it must be fake. Yang Lu shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. The female teacher and 2 female students who had just been vomiting now broke down into tears, raising concerns about their mental state. The entire campus was in turmoil. Many students rushed out of their hiding spots, shouting angrily. It can't be true. How could you lose to zombies while holding guns? Are you all useless? Useless, all of you are useless. Haha, it's hopeless, we're all going to turn into zombies, let's all become zombies together. After a long pause, Wei Renjia finally asked the question everyone wanted to know, where do we go next? Wang Ke glanced at Qin Feng and found him to be like a statue, sighing inwardly. Even he couldn't accept this outcome. He stepped forward and said, we should leave the school as soon as possible. Clearly there are powerful monsters among the zombies, and even firearms are no match for them. Staying here is just a dead end, we need to evacuate quickly. Pangda couldn't help but ask, where do we evacuate to? Wang Ke pondered for a moment and proposed a route. There will definitely be a lot of people at the school gate. If zombies appear, it could easily turn into a horde. Instead, let's just climb over the wall and leave from where we often do. No way, Qin Feng shouted. Upon hearing the rebuttal, Wang Ke felt a bit displeased, but seeing it was Qin Feng, he lost his temper. Fengzi, why is this route not viable? Everyone turned their attention to Qin Feng. Li Zixuan also agreed with Wang Ke's viewpoint. Staying in the school is just waiting to die. If we don't escape, we'll die sooner or later. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to gather around, explaining. It took the rescue team a whole day to arrive. Don't you understand what this means? Ling Shi whispered. Yuzhou City has already fallen. A heavy silence fell over the group. The Dixia Kingdom is a country plagued by disasters, and the rescue team is naturally top-notch. Arriving after 3 hours of disaster would be considered late. It was just that the zombie crisis was too absurd for anyone to question. Yes, Yuzhou City has indeed fallen. Qin Feng said. The place we will climb over the wall is very close to the Internet Cafe, which was the most crowded place during the outbreak of the zombie crisis. There won't be fewer zombies there now. Wang Ke raised an objection. If there are no survivors there, the zombies should move elsewhere. In any case, we should go take a look. They'll climb up to the wall first to check. If there are no zombies, well, leave, but if there are, well, come back. I agree. I think it's fine too. Wang Ke, are you sure? Be careful not to get hurt. Everyone agreed with Wang Ke's proposal. This plan seemed fine, the only concern being Wang Ke's safety. Meanwhile, cold sweat appeared on Qin Feng's forehead. He began to realize how the scene in his dream might unfold. Wang Ke believed there was no issue with the reconnaissance plan and led everyone out, only to unexpectedly find that zombies would actually lay in ambush. Thus everyone was wiped out, because the target of the zombies was among them. No, if the dream represents the future or a parallel world's future, I should have also died in the zombie ambush. Why can I still dream of other dreams? Or could it be that I survived that crisis? Qin Feng's mind raced. With over 100 zombies in ambush, even if his genetic original energy was exhausted, it would be impossible to break through. So was there someone who saved him at the critical moment, or did he possess some potential? Or perhaps, the zombies wanted to capture the living. In this absurd world, anything is possible. Qin Feng, what do you think? Yang Lu's question drew everyone's attention to Qin Feng. In everyone's minds, Qin Feng had become the leader. Even if they had made a decision, they still needed to wait for his approval. Feeling the eager gazes from everyone, Qin Feng's mind suddenly cleared. Do you really think the rescue team lost? Everyone was taken aback. Is there any chance that this is a falsehood? Ko Xingyan couldn't help but interject. The broadcast from the rescue team was very clear. They planned to eliminate the zombies before coming to rescue us. However, the recent broadcast proves that the rescue team has already lost, hence the warning not to approach. You all heard the last broadcast. There were even gunshots in it, Qin Feng calmly stated. What if the zombies are impervious to knives and guns? Ling Shi proposed a possibility. That is a possibility, Qin Feng nodded. The scene from yesterday when Xuan climbed up to the second-floor window was indeed a shadow in everyone's hearts. Xuan's performance did not resemble that of an ordinary zombie. This indicated that zombies could potentially evolve. Everyone had deliberately ignored this possibility. After all, zombies with strong infectivity were already terrifying. If zombies could evolve, the end of human civilization truly existed and could potentially be destroyed. But this isn't the only possibility, Qin Feng countered. The rescue team's first broadcast should have been over an hour ago, right? The crowd was puzzled. What does time have to do with this? If there are exceptionally powerful zombies, they either appeared early on or midway, or they didn't show up initially and only appeared when the rescue team became exhausted. Qin Feng analyzed as he spoke. Everyone still wore confused expressions. Was this analysis meaningful? Ling Shi countered. If zombies can withstand firearms, the rescue team would never be foolish enough to keep firing for so long. Exactly, so they must have just appeared, Qin Feng asserted. But the problem is we already received news last night that the rescue team would arrive today at noon, right? Wang Ke nodded. Yes, they could only rescue Teacher Feng yesterday. After preparing for so long, is it possible that the rescue team ran out of ammunition or manpower? That's impossible. This is Dixia, Wang Ke immediately opposed. Since it's impossible, how did the horde hold out for an hour? Qin Feng countered. In the face of heavy firepower, the nearest horde should have been wiped out in minutes, and then the rescue team should have changed their position, otherwise would they just stay put? Everyone was stunned. They felt there was something wrong with Qin Feng's statement, but they couldn't pinpoint it. Qin Feng quietly observed the expressions of the crowd. If there was a problem, it was indeed a problem. Reality is not a work of fiction, illogical things happen all the time. At first glance, Qin Feng's words seemed unassailable, but if they thought carefully, they could find the flaws. Reality holds infinite possibilities. No one knows the direction or manner of the zombies' evolution. Anything could happen. However, Qin Feng would not give them time to ponder. Fengzi, what exactly are you trying to say? Wonka was confused, unable to grasp Qin Feng's thoughts. I mean, since the entire city of Yuzhou has fallen and we missed the rescue team, do we really have any chance of survival? We should seize this opportunity. Qin Feng expressed his idea. You want to rescue the rescue team? Yang Lu stared at him with an incredulous look, utterly unable to comprehend such a notion. Isn't that just courting death? Li Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment. The rescue team has heavy firepower and still can't handle the zombies. Going there would only cause more trouble. Better not go. The others remained silent, but their eyes spoke volumes. What Li Zixuan said might not have been heartfelt, but it was the truth. I agree. Ling Shi unexpectedly voiced her agreement. Ling Shi. Yang Lu was furious. Was this really the time for a lovesick brain? Meeting her angry, worried gaze, Ling Shi explained, I've been worried since last night. Among those zombies, there is a very powerful one, and it's intelligent. Yang Lu said, that's just your guess. Ling Shi shook her head. Even in the dark, my eyes can see things hundreds of meters away. I could sense its gaze, but its target is me. Last night it clearly entered the building, but after we eliminated the horde, that special zombie never appeared. Yang Lu grew even angrier. That's an illusion. Sometimes our eyes deceive us. Lulu, I'm certain I wasn't mistaken then, Ling Shi said firmly. What does this have to do with Qin Feng's plan? Yang Lu demanded. It fled in the end, which means there must be something about me that it fears, Ling Shi said. Is that the only reason? Yang Lu was almost torn between laughter and tears. I'm telling you, Ling Shi, I will never allow you to go. If we wait too long, it'll be too late. While the rescue team is still fighting, I might be able to use their strength. If I miss this chance, and it commands more zombies to come after me, I'm doomed. Ling Shi remained unwavering. Yang Lu was on the verge of tears. No, I said no. If it could command so many zombies, why didn't it do so last night? I don't know, which is why I need to confirm. Ling Shi took Yang Lu's hand. I know you're worried about me, but this is also about my life. Lulu, can you bear to see me just cower until I die? Wonka asked Qin Feng. Fengzi, do you have a special reason too? Qin Feng nodded. Yes. My intuition tells me that if we don't eliminate that threat, none of us will escape. From the broadcast, it was clear the rescue team was still fighting. This meant the monster wasn't yet strong enough to annihilate the rescue team. Once the rescue team was gone, the monster might come for Ling Shi, but it wouldn't spare him either, since both he and Ling Shi were special people. Then the dream would become reality. With that, he stared at Ling Shi. I understand if you don't want to go. Everyone can choose to flee or hide in the room waiting for the next rescue team. Ling Shi and I will go alone. Among those present, only he and Ling Shi had no choice but to go. As for the others, Qin Feng didn't even want Wang Ke to be implicated. What are you talking about? We're brothers. You saved my life more than once. If you insist on going, I'm definitely coming with you. Wang Ke patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said resolutely. He'll go too. Peng De and Wei Renjia also declared simultaneously. Without Qin Feng, we might not have escaped the dormitory, and even if we had, we might not have survived encountering the zombies. Wei Renjia smiled. I can't just stand by and do nothing about your problem. I trust Boss Qin's intuition, Peng De stated. I'll go too. We're a team. Ko Zhengyang gritted his teeth, resolved to risk everything. He'll go too. Li Zixuan said with a smile. What Boss Qin just said makes a lot of sense. With dark energy, we still have a chance. As for Yang Lu's stance, it went without saying. If Ling Shi insisted on going, she wouldn't be left behind. Thank you. Qin Feng felt his eyes grow a little moist. At first, he had harbored some manipulative thoughts. It wasn't entirely malicious. After all, according to the logic of his dream, he was the most likely to survive, but the team would be wiped out. But he couldn't deny that he had intended to use everyone. Later, realizing he wasn't cut out for that, he chose to explain with intuition. He had actually given up hope, but to his surprise, this explanation won everyone's support. This left Qin Feng dazed and somewhat ashamed. As the core of the team, he had overlooked the most important thing. He had seen the team's lack of unity, even some with ulterior motives, but had missed one crucial fact. It was precisely because everyone had different thoughts that a leader was needed. If everyone were united, what use would he be? Alright, everyone, put on your sports protective gear. Each person carries at least 30 arrows. Fatty, bring 100. Whether you know how to use a bow or not, take one. We move out in 3 minutes. Qin Feng cast aside all his thoughts and calmly issued the order. At that moment, he felt something different about himself. Yes. Everyone put on their knee pads and wrist guards. Leather armor and the like were skipped as they would hinder movement. Qin Feng skillfully dismantled shelves and selected poles of the right length and thickness to craft metal short spears. It was then that he realized how useful his ability was. He could forge weapons at any time. After making over a dozen short spears, Qin Feng felt his energy draining and injected himself with a dose of origin potion. From yesterday's experimental data, he found that while the origin potion could increase the origin energy cap, the increase was minimal, about a third of the first potion's effect, and no one had yet taken a third dose. After injecting this dose, Qin Feng found that his origin energy fully recovered within 10 seconds. However, the total amount of origin energy in his body had already surpassed the dark energy contained in 3 origin potions. 3 minutes later, everyone was ready to go. Each person had a bow, a short spear, and 30 arrows. The remaining load was all placed on Fatty, treating him like a mobile arsenal. Fatty showed no dissatisfaction, holding several short spears and carrying spare bows and arrows with a cheerful grin. Move out. The closer they got to the rescue team, the fewer zombies there were. As they approached the east gate, they saw the corpses of the zombies. Yang Lu and Li Zixuan covered their mouths, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. The boys also had pale faces, grateful that they hadn't eaten since morning, leaving their stomachs empty. The ground was strewn with the bodies of zombies, limbs and broken corpses scattered everywhere, almost no complete body in sight. Black blood had congealed into a gelatinous substance on the ground. How many corpses were there? Hundreds or thousands? Thinking about how they were all in the same campus yesterday, and today so many had turned into zombies sent a chill down their spines. Let's take a detour. The gunfire came from that direction. Qin Feng assessed the direction of the gunfire and led everyone to take a detour towards their target. This road was truly impassable. Can such powerful firearms really lose, eh? Li Zixuan's eyes reflected her growing desire to retreat. What kind of monster could make the rescue team say, "Don't come over"? Ling, she said curiously, the gunfire ahead doesn't seem very intense. Yang Lu casually remarked, perhaps there are fewer zombies. Everyone was even more puzzled. If there were fewer zombies, why would the rescue team stop the students from coming? Everyone be careful and stay hidden. Qin Feng walked at the front, quietly reminding everyone. The rescue team must be very tense right now. If there's a possibility they might mistake us for zombies. Some might shoot instinctively, reacting faster than they can see. Understood. The group followed Qin Feng closely, using a 3-story classroom building as cover, slowly approaching their target. After 4 or 5 minutes, they finally got close to the source of the gunfire. Hiding around the corner, Qin Feng eavesdropped on the rescue team's conversation. Let us go, let us leave. What kind of pathetic rescue team are you? We made it here with great difficulty, and instead of saving us, you want to leave us here to wait for death. No way, no one can leave. I will sue you. If you can survive, you are welcome to sue. Captain, can we really survive? Shut up. The Daxia rescue team will never give up on hope for survival. If you want to wait for death here, then do so. I don't want to die. Oh, I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Let me go. Do you want to die? If you want to die, go outside and feed the zombies. Since you're here, don't think about going back to campus. Among these voices, despair was laced with anger. Qin Feng was somewhat baffled. What was going on? It sounds like something is restricting their escape. Yang Lu quietly shared her speculation. It seems so. Wonka was also confused. Didn't the rescue team leave whenever they wanted? What kind of danger made them so desperate? We'll take a look. Ling, she said, poking out half her head. She was not noticed under the cover of the trees. She saw more than 20 rescue team members on guard against the outside zombies while also keeping an eye on each other. In the middle of the team, there was a large empty space. Some figures resembling students seemed to have also been controlled by the rescue team. Among them, some were on alert, watching the center. Suddenly, a rescue team member lunged at a teammate. The teammate seemed to be prepared, kicking the attacker away with one leg, followed by several gunshots. Hit by several rounds from a rifle, the teammate fell to the ground, unable to get up. Wow. Someone unable to endure the mental strain broke down and cried out. Hey, how long are you going to wait? Please just kill me. Kill me. The next one to become a zombie will be me. Please just kill me. Help. Somebody help me. At this moment, zombies kept arriving from outside the campus. The rescue team members continued to fire, killing the zombies. Some students tried to get up, but were kicked back to the ground. After about 4 or 5 minutes, a student in the middle suddenly surged forward, lunging at a rescue team member. However, his resistance was futile. Off. Ling, she gasped. This is bad. Qin Feng thought to himself and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Who's over there? A gun-wielding team member pointed his gun towards Ling's eyes direction. I know someone is over there. I'll count to 3, and if you don't come out, we'll shoot. We'll come out. Qin Feng patted Ling Shi on the shoulder, emerging with a short spear and a compound bow, followed closely by Ling Shi. Didn't we say not to come over? Why are you here? The rescue team member shouted, his tone filled with sorrow and frustration, seemingly angry at the two for not listening. We have certain combat capabilities and can help you. Qin Feng, not being eloquent, decided to create an image of arrogance for himself. This felt more genuine. He raised the bow and arrow in his hand. I have killed zombies before. If you encounter difficulties, I can lend you a hand. A bow and arrow are insignificant compared to firearms. The rescue team member was almost laughing in anger. A bit of strength makes you arrogant. You have no idea what you're up against. Qin Feng said, all right, I'll leave immediately. No way, you are not allowed to leave. The rescue team shouted loudly, student, your luck is quite bad. Since you appeared in our line of sight, you are not allowed to leave. If you and your girlfriend take a step away, I will shoot immediately. Girlfriend. Ling Shi's face flushed briefly, but it quickly faded. This was not an environment for shyness. I am willing to cooperate. Qin Feng sensed that the situation was bizarre, and he stepped forward appearing sincere. I can cooperate with you, but I hope you can tell me the reason for doing this. Ling Shi quickly followed. Alright, you're a real man, much better than that group of cowardly students. I sincerely hope you can survive. The rescue team members seeing Qin Feng cooperate relaxed slightly, but the students hiding around the corner should come out too. What are you talking about? Qin Feng pretended not to understand. With such poor disguise techniques you think you can fool my eyes. The rescue team member's voice boomed. Come out, or I'll take action. Wang Ku also walked out from around the corner raising his weapon above his head. How did you find me? Not enough, there are still others. The rescue team member remained unyielding. It wasn't until everyone had left their hiding spots that the rescue team member's expression finally relaxed a bit. Come over. Everyone could only smile wryly and comply as they walked over. They had managed to avoid detection before, but once the noise was noticed none could escape. Ling Shi lowered her head. I'm sorry, it's my fault. No, you saw something just now, didn't you? Qin Feng asked softly. Yes, I saw a shadow. After the shadow pounced on someone, that person turned into a zombie. Ling Shi explained softly. Well, speak when the time comes. Qin Feng reminded. The rescue team had formed a simple defense line with sandbags and vehicles creating a spacious area inside with machine guns arranged neatly. However, over 20 students were trapped in the middle. Although their movements were not controlled by ropes, the students who had just resisted seemed to realize that leaving would have dire consequences. Seeing that Qin Feng and the others were relatively cooperative, the rescue team members no longer pointed their guns at them, but began to explain the situation here. You are quite unlucky. We warned you not to come here, yet you still did. There is a particularly dangerous creature nearby that can possess humans, turning the uninjured into zombies. It's nearly impossible to guard against. He pointed to a zombie on the ground whose arms and legs had been blown off, saying, when the possessed zombie dies, the creature will move on to the next person. Do zombies die naturally? Ling Shi curiously asked. The rescue team member shook his head, saying generally not, but once possessed, if they don't consume blood and flesh, they won't survive more than 10 minutes. If injured, the time is even shorter and death is inevitable. Wang Ku asked in confusion, if that's the case, then once someone is possessed, shouldn't the others flee quickly? If they keep their distance, wouldn't they be safe? The team member chuckled bitterly, saying if you do that, then the creature will escape as well. No one knows where it will go. If we can eliminate the people nearby, we can confine the creature here and wait for the higher-ups to resolve it. Li Zixuan, unable to believe it, asked, so you're imprisoning the students here to buy time? We don't want to do this either. A middle-aged team member shouted that creature can possess in advance, and it takes time for it to act. No one knows who it will possess. If it hides, it will be difficult to catch. If we don't deal with the creature, more people will die. A student with a bruised face angrily retorted, nonsense. If you want to sacrifice, go sacrifice yourselves. Why force us to sacrifice? A stout man with a square face shouted, you can curse me, and after surviving you can kill me or desecrate my corpse as you wish, but until that creature is eliminated you will stay put. Hearing this, everyone understood the rescue team's predicament. The invisible creature was the greatest enemy of the rescue team. In terms of lethality, the creature was not strong. However, in terms of threat, one creature was a ticking time bomb for the entire rescue team, which could also trigger a crisis of trust. But they could not let the creature go. That would only lead to more deaths. Wang Ke, feeling somewhat hopeless, covered his head, saying, I would rather face a zombie that is impervious to blades and bullets than deal with this. In fact, you all must have known about that creature long ago. Qin Feng stared into the eyes of the square-faced man. It's been less than 2 hours since the rescue team arrived until now. Facing a creature that acts every 4 or 5 minutes, this amount of time is simply insufficient to gather useful intelligence. The square-faced man flashed a look of appreciation, saying, but how can you be sure that our analytical and reaction capabilities are insufficient? Qin Feng replied, I didn't know before, but I do now. A team member angrily said, Kid, are you playing us? Qin Feng appeared calm, saying, I just wanted to confirm whether you really have a way to solve this. You're right, we can indeed solve it, but it comes at a high cost. Confirming the range of the creature is also very important. The square-faced man sighed, saying, I'm sorry for involving you, but we cannot let you leave. I hope you can understand, otherwise the disaster will only expand. Ko Zhengyang sneered, we can understand you, but who understands us? Yang Lu nudged him, saying, stop talking, they have guns. Qin Feng asked again, so that unknown creature is the source of the zombie virus. The square-faced man nodded, yes, Huaxia is the last bastion of suffering. Li Zixuan's eyes brightened, if we eliminate the source here, can't the zombie crisis be resolved? Who told you there is only one source of the virus? A rescue team member scoffed, those people abroad are meddling in some research, and if they suffer that's one thing, but even. Xiao Wang, shut up. The square-faced man shouted. Is there still any need for secrecy now? Qin Feng sneered, after all, we're all going to die soon, can't we at least understand why? That's a principle we cannot disclose. The square-faced man began to speak, but suddenly stopped, angrily grabbing Qin Feng's collar. Are you trying to trick me? He suddenly realized that Qin Feng's focus was not on getting answers. His focus was, we are all going to become dead men. Everyone else also reacted. Yang Lu angrily pointed at the square-faced man, saying, "Is your solution to eliminate all of us?" The square-faced man said sternly, "The country is already researching a vaccine for the virus. As long as the vaccine appears, as long as a solution to the virus emerges, you will be saved. I understand how you feel right now, but please believe that the Great Xia will not abandon any of its citizens." The bruised student angrily retorted, "Is this your reason for depriving us of our freedom? The boundary of freedom is another person's freedom. If your freedom infringes on someone else's right to life, what's the harm in taking it away?" The square-faced man remained unyielding, saying, "We will do our utmost to save your lives, but we must also ensure that the freedom of others is not harmed. Everyone is equal. Your lives are not more precious than others." Qin Feng waved his hand, stopping Wang Ku and others questioning. "I understand." Qin Feng no longer argued, but turned to his classmates behind him, saying, "Let's not forget we are all medical students. Although our specialties may differ, and we have broken some boundaries, we should remember the integrity of a doctor and understand ourselves." Everyone was taken aback. In just one day, they almost forgot their identity as medical students. This day had changed too much. Some things are inherently unreasonable. Wang Ku relaxed, saying, "Right, I almost forgot that I could also become a doctor in the future. When infectious viruses occur, we also have the duty to control the spread of the virus with no excuses." The stout man self-deprecatingly said, "My grades are poor, and I thought I had no chance of becoming a doctor, but unexpectedly my morals are still up to standard." Yang Lu also gave up, struggling, saying, "I understand now, we won't leave." The rescue team members fell silent. They had originally thought it would take some persuasion, and perhaps even force to quiet them down, but they did not expect that the reason they would abandon their desire to leave would be this. Qin Feng never considered himself a good man. When the zombie crisis erupted, he was the quickest to abandon his moral boundaries. He killed zombies, killed people, deceived, manipulated, and exploited others. In just a single day, Qin Feng had become almost unrecognizable to himself. Yet he felt there were still certain lines he ought to uphold. It had nothing to do with being a medical student or medical ethics. It was simply the belief that no matter how corrupt a person became, they should not bring trouble to too many innocent lives. Those who threatened him, he would kill without hesitation. But if he endangered the survival of the innocent, wouldn't that make him as despicable as Zhang Yan? A person could be wicked but not repulsive. That was the boundary Qin Feng set for himself. Even if he had initially considered using everyone, it was because in the dream, they would all be annihilated. Changing the future in the dream would benefit everyone. Ling Shi suddenly let out a scream. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng asked urgently. On him, Ling Shi pointed at one of the rescue team members, the one who had earlier forced everyone over at gunpoint. Her face was filled with panic. Qin Feng comforted her, "Calm down, speak slowly." Ling Shi said in terror, "I saw a mass of black shadow fly onto him and enter his body. Everyone stay away from him." Qin Feng quickly warned the crowd, and everyone immediately moved away from that rescue team member. The square-faced captain barked, "Don't panic, everyone. Don't let your guard down around each other." What she said might not be true. At that moment, he still didn't believe Ling Zai's words. The rescue team member pointed at himself, looking bewildered and at a loss. "I've been possessed. Impossible. I don't feel anything." The bruised student sneered. "None of us can see the monster, but you can the moment you arrive. How am I supposed to believe that?" Yet the next moment, the rescue team member's face was covered in black blood vessels, and within a single breath, he transformed into a zombie. The rescue team acted instantly, firing several shots that shattered his limbs, and he collapsed to the ground. But the zombie's constitution prevented him from dying immediately. You really can see the monster." The square-faced middle-aged man was intensely agitated. "So what if she can? Can you solve it?" The student on the ground spoke again. "Can we shut him up?" Qin Feng asked flatly. "It's too dangerous here. Knocking him out could easily turn him into a zombie," a rescue team member said helplessly. It was clear they had suffered from this problem as well. Still, there were no complaints since they were the ones who had captured these people. "This little matter is nothing." Qin Feng approached the student and struck him hard on the back of the neck, even using his primal gene energy. With a thud, the student collapsed to the ground. The remaining students fell silent. All the rescue team members averted their eyes, pretending not to have seen anything. "It's moved. The black shadow has moved." Ling Shi suddenly cried out, pointing at one of the students. "Her. It's on her. Me. It can't be me." The girl Ling Shi pointed at was terrified, her face twisted with fear. The last person Ling Shi had pointed at had already mutated. "No, you're lying. You're just guessing," the girl screamed hysterically. "It hasn't even been a minute. Even if the monster could transfer, it couldn't have reached me." "It's possible," a rescue team member shattered her illusion. "We were a bit too heavy-handed earlier and accidentally killed him." "No, this can't be true." The girl roared and tried to flee the circle. A rescue team member punched her hard in the stomach, knocking her to the ground. "If I turn into a zombie, I'll make sure you all die." The girl bit fiercely at the rescue team member's leg. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in the girl's left leg. The rescue team member who fired had red-rimmed eyes, his hand gripping the gun, trembling. "Haha, you're all going to die anyway." The girl laughed maniacally as black blood seeped from her mouth and her body rapidly transformed into a zombie. The rescue team members broke her limbs to delay her death. A middle-aged rescue team member gave a bitter smile. Little girl, you'd better keep quiet. Every time you speak, things only get more out of control. From now on, whoever's turn it is its fate. Let's just leave it to chance. No, this young lady must leave here, the square-faced captain said sternly. Your ability is too important. It might change the current situation. All of us can die, but you must survive. She glanced at Qin Feng and Yang Lu. Just me alone. I can see the black shadows. Can't I take anyone else with me to safety? The square-faced man lowered his head. No, we all have to buy you time. You must leave. Wait, why can't those who've been confirmed safe leave? Ko Xingyang was furious. If no one could determine where the monster was, he could reluctantly accept staying. But knowing the monster wasn't on him, why couldn't he leave? His eyes were practically blazing. Once she leaves, there's no way to confirm who's safe, the square-faced man said firmly. Young lady, your ability might affect the safety of the entire Xia Empire. Please leave here and save more people. Ling Zai's eyes darted. I need protection. The square-faced man froze, suddenly realizing that a frail young girl like her couldn't possibly survive on her own. Yang Lu's eyes lit up, right? We're comrades who've been through life and death together. We can definitely protect Ling Shi and get her to safety. Wang Ko also smiled. Ling Shi, you're something. Who would choose death when they could live? Ling Shi continued. You see, since my safety is so important, surely I can ask for some people to protect me. The square-faced man said solemnly, my team members can protect you. Ling Shi shook her head. I don't trust them. It wasn't that she didn't believe in the rescue team, she just trusted those around her more. The square-faced man grew anxious. No, your friends don't even know how to use firearms. They can't protect you for long. Are you expecting them to fend off the zombie horde with crude short spears and practice bows? Ling Shi stubbornly shook her head. No. No, Ling Shi, you should go first, Yang Lu suddenly said. There have to be enough people here. If you go with the rescue team, who have guns, they can definitely get you to safety. We might be fine too, maybe things will take a turn for the better. Ling Shi shook her head stubbornly. What's the point of surviving alone? I don't care about the big picture or noble causes. I don't want anything to happen to you. The square-faced uncle hesitated for 2 seconds, then said, how about this? You can choose 3 friends to take with you. The rest of us will ensure your safety with our team members. Everyone else must stay. 3. Ling Shi froze. Or you can choose not to take anyone at all, the square-faced middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Only 3 can be taken away. Ling Zai's face turned pale. She quietly glanced at Qin Feng and Yang Lu, then looked at the others. Li Zixuan lowered her head, appearing pitiful. Wei Renjia and the chubby guy turned their heads away while Wang Ke clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yang Lu's expression relaxed slightly, but her eyes held more concern. No one said choose me, and no one said don't choose me. In the face of life and death, the former is a subtraction, while the latter is a death wish. Everyone's expressions varied, their looks different. Even the distance between each other had begun to appear. The newly formed team showed signs of cracks. What should be done? Ling Shi was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. The middle-aged man with a square face continued, I'm sorry to make you face such a choice, but your safety is too important. No matter what, please go to a safe place under the protection of professional rescuers. Your choice not only concerns your own safety, but also the safety of everyone else. Ling Zai's hands gripping the short spear trembled. She never imagined she would face such a situation. A candidate had already emerged in her mind. But should she really say it out loud? Once she did, it would mean directly condemning the rest. They weren't completely familiar with each other before. But after experiencing a day of life and death, could she really act to kill 4 people? But if she didn't choose? She looked at Qin Feng with pleading eyes, only to see a calm gaze in return. Actually, you don't need to make a choice. Qin Feng suddenly said, his tone eerily calm. Ling Shi was almost in tears. Then what should I do? Qin Feng replied, during exams, besides making the choices given in the test paper, there is actually another choice, which is to not choose. Wang Ko interjected, but that way there won't be any points. Qin Feng nodded. That's true, but can we turn it around and think, if we are willing to bear the cost of losing points on a multiple-choice question, can we then choose not to answer this question? Everyone was dumbfounded. Is there such logic? Qin Feng continued, most multiple-choice questions are just 1 or 2 points. This cost is entirely bearable. However, we are not willing to bear the cost of risk. The square-faced middle-aged man's expression turned fierce. If you don't choose, then you can only stay behind. Is that so? Qin Feng stared into the eyes of the square-faced middle-aged man. I'm curious, if her eyes are truly a strategic weapon, shouldn't you treat her like an ancestor? To sacrifice not just life, but also dignity for protection is worth it. The square-faced man replied. In emergencies, we must act according to the situation. Right now, we have little choice. Qin Feng smirked. Really? How long have you been in the rescue team? 15 years. 15 years? 15 years of experience have led to this state. I see you've forgotten the 10 principles of the rescue team completely. Qin Feng's voice grew extremely stern, angrily criticizing. You talk nonsense. The square-faced man, as if humiliated, said with red eyes. I remember every single one of the 10 principles of the rescue team, clearly. I dare not forget them for a moment. Just as he finished speaking, 8 guns were aimed at his head. Wang Ku and the others were immediately stunned. They never expected such a reversal. Looking at the teammates pointing guns at his head, the square-faced man angrily said, "What are you trying to do? Revolt? Who are you?" A young team member's eyes were reddened. "Where did the 10 principals of the rescue team come from? Who are you really? Why are you impersonating our captain?" The square-faced man was startled. "Impossible, the rescue team has 10 principals, always prioritizing the safety of the masses." "Shut the hell up." Another team member shouted angrily. "That's just a code for outsiders to see, not principals. Our only principle is never abandon, never give up. This is what the captain has repeatedly reminded us. How could the captain forget?" I was just confused for a moment. The square-faced man's expression remained unchanged. "All right. Then explain why you all clearly knew about that monster's intelligence, but waited a whole hour before broadcasting to the entire campus telling students not to come here." Chin Feng questioned. I didn't think of it." The square-faced man appeared somewhat flustered. "So there are already quite a few people here. Calculating 3 minutes per person, it could support for over 2 hours. Why not move to a safe place? Instead, you stayed at the school gate, such an easily attractable place for students." Chin Feng pressed further. "Shifting positions means taking on unnecessary risks. If there are reasons for this, then why didn't you let the uninfected students leave at the first moment when someone could see through the monster's true form? With those eyes, capturing the monster would be a breeze." Chin Feng continued to question. I didn't think of it. One last question to use mental interrogation on a student. Do you intend to ruin her future?" Chin Feng shouted. I. The square-faced man wept fearfully, throwing down his gun and kneeling on the ground. The young team member who had previously discovered Chin Feng and his group pressed a gun against his head. "Stop pretending, surrender, and honestly tell me what you know, otherwise it'll make your head bloom." The square-faced man let out a piercing scream, dark scales appearing on his face, making him look monstrous. The serious demeanor disappeared, replaced by ferocity. He stared at Chin Feng. "How did you find out?" He hadn't even realized it himself. Chin Feng stepped back a few paces. "Those in power are often blind while onlookers see clearly. They have preconceived notions, so they initially didn't suspect you. Even if you acted abnormally, it could be interpreted as a change under pressure, but I suspected you from the very beginning. So that's how it is." The scales on the square-faced man's face multiplied. "Was I too eager to destroy that little girl which led you to discover the flaw?" At first he had no need to expose himself. A pretext of serving the country and the people could cover everything. But Ling's eyes instilled fear in him. "So what are you planning to do?" The black-scaled monster laughed maniacally. "Are you going to kill me? If you do, your captain will die too." Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out as the young team member fired his weapon. The monster's legs were shattered. "If there is a fault, let it be on me." The young team member's eyes were filled with determination. "You could just kill me outright." The middle-aged man with a square face laughed wildly. His knee, shattered by a bullet, had a gaping hole as if it had exploded. Yet the wound was writhing. "Can't give him time to recover," a team member warned, firing 2 more shots that shattered his arms. Just then a student suddenly turned into a zombie, viciously biting a classmate nearby. The rescue team's attention was drawn to the captain, so they failed to notice this. The bitten boy let out a harrowing scream. The zombie did not pause. It clawed at a girl's face, tearing her skin, and she too shrieked in agony. Not good. The rescue team fired again, shattering the zombie's limbs. But the bitten student was already injured. The 2 wounded students stared at their classmates in despair. "Save us, please save us." But the others recoiled as if from a plague. The 2 students grew even more desperate. Everyone's face turned ashen. No one had expected such a mishap. Chin Feng set down his backpack and took out a vial of antidote. "Try this, it might work." "What is it?" asked a young team member. "This is an antidote Professor Feng prepared at the school. It may be effective in blocking the zombie virus." Chin Feng explained. He didn't want anyone to know he could concoct such remedies himself. Wang Ke said anxiously, but Professor Feng only left a few vials. "You're using them just like that," Chin Feng replied. "Professor Feng left the antidote to be used. If someone gets bitten and we refuse to use it, what value does it hold?" Wang Ke gritted his teeth. "Fine. Do as you please." Wei Renjia and the others watched the duo's act in stunned silence, afraid to interrupt the 2 masters' performance. "Can this antidote really save us?" the boy asked doubtfully. "You can choose not to use it," Chin Feng said, pretending to put the vial away. He'll use it. The boy panicked. Even a sliver of hope was better than despair. "I want it too," the girl said, unwilling to give up the glimmer of hope. Chin Feng injected each of them with a vial. The rotting flesh on their bodies quickly receded, and dark energy began expelling the black substance from their blood vessels. The coagulated blood flowed again, and the zombie virus gradually faded away. The 2 gritted their teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. By now Wang Ke had realized something. The agony he and Lin Xiu had suffered was on a different level from that of the others. Was the antidote's technology not yet mature? Wang Ke speculated inwardly. It actually works. The zombie virus can be cured. This is great. Both the rescue team and the students were overjoyed. Chin Feng nodded. It seems Professor Feng's antidote is quite effective. Now that Professor Feng is in the safe zone, once the zombie virus vaccine goes into mass production, the threat of zombies will no longer be a threat, right? Joy involuntarily spread across everyone's faces. It seemed this disaster wasn't as terrifying as imagined. Do you think this can cure the virus? The black monster laughed heartily. You underestimate the virus. It is a virus meant to destroy humanity. You cannot defeat it. Qin Feng's expression shifted. You just said destroy humanity. That means you are not human, right? The black monster snarled. Of course I am not human. How could a lowly creature like humanity compare to my kind? To my kind? A race without even a name. Wonka taunted. It's useless. I won't fall for it again. The black monster sneered. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, every one of you will die here. You want to die, eh? It won't be that easy, a rescue member said coldly. Well, extract every piece of information from your mouth. Do you think you'll just surrender? The black monster suddenly laughed, its body beginning to swell. Not could everyone get down. Qin Feng shouted, diving to cover Ling, Shi, and Wang Ke, who were closest. The others also dropped to the ground. Boom. The black monster exploded. It wasn't as terrifying as a bomb, but as the monster exploded, dozens of black scales shot out in all directions. The two students who had just received the antidote were instantly pierced by the scales, one through the throat, the other through the heart. Bleeding profusely, their eyes wide with disbelief, they collapsed. Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his back, as if something had lodged itself inside him. He struggled to his feet and saw 3 rescue team members lying on top of the monster, shielding it with their bodies. Their sacrifice intercepted most of the black scales. Yet 3 rescuers were killed and 7 students were fatally struck. Qin Feng's scalp tingled. The scales had all targeted vital points. If not for the 3 rescuers sacrificing their lives, a single scale could have wiped everyone out. Qin Feng, you're hurt. Ling Shi stared at the wound on his back, terrified. Then hurry up and bandage me. Qin Feng said impatiently. Right away. Ling Shi fumbled in his backpack, pulling out bandages and gauze. But as she prepared to dress the wound, she hesitated. I can't find the fragment. It was common knowledge that a wound shouldn't be bandaged without removing the debris first. But Qin Feng scoffed at common sense. With zombies defying science, who cared about common sense? Just wrap it up. Qin Feng took off his shirt, revealing a lean-toned physique. Ling's eyes cheeks flushed at the sight of the smooth, muscular lines on his back. But as a nursing student, she overcame the distraction and focused on the treatment. There's no disinfectant alcohol. Use what you have. Knowledge is rigid, but people adapt, Qin Feng said irritably. All right. Ling Shi bandaged Qin Feng as best she could under the circumstances, then went to tend to the other wounded. Among Qin Feng's group, only Ko Xingyang was injured. But his injury wasn't from the scales. He had hit his head on a car door while dodging. 13 people were dead. 3 who shielded the explosion, and 10 killed by the scales. Seconds later, the 13 dead rose unsteadily to their feet. Not could take them out. The rescue team immediately opened fire to kill the zombies. But these 13 zombies moved with startling agility, clawing several people before breaking through the encirclement. After a volley of gunfire, 6 zombies fell. Not a single one can escape. The rescue team members' eyes burned with fury. Having been toyed with by a foreign creature for so long, almost losing the honor of the rescue team, how could they let it go easily? At that moment, the roar of zombies echoed from outside the stronghold. One by one, zombies approached from outside the campus. Even with a rough estimate, there were over 100 of them. Hunt Fox, you lead a team to snipe the zombies here. I will pursue. A middle-aged team member took command and ordered his teammates. Understood. The rescue team set up machine guns and began to snipe at the horde of zombies. I'll go help too. Qin Feng picked up a rifle from the ground. Please save us. 2 students scratched by fleeing zombies grabbed Qin Feng's pant leg and pleaded desperately, showing their wounds. Other classmates also reacted. Give me a potion, please save me. I don't want to become a zombie. Qin Feng had a total of 6 potions in his box, but he had already used 2 for an experiment. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful. Perhaps his earlier actions to save people were a bit hasty. Seeing Qin Feng hesitate, a student erupted in anger. You clearly have potions, why won't you use them on me? You hypocrite, hurry up and hand over the potion. Why do you save them and not us? Give me the potion. A student quietly approached the body of a rescue team member, reaching for a handgun. Qin Feng kicked the gun away from his hand. Then he picked up the rifle from the ground and pointed it at the nearest student. I will save who I want to save. If you annoy me again, I won't save anyone at all. If earlier he was merely hesitant, their current behavior directly caused Qin Feng to lose confidence. Were these people worth saving? Especially when the potions were limited. With a gun pointed at his head, the boy quickly became obedient. I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong earlier. Please save me. I don't want to become a zombie. If you're willing to save me, I would do anything for you. Really, you would do anything? Qin Feng smirked. Really, as long as you save my life, I wouldn't mind going through fire and water. The boy promised earnestly. Ling Shi, where did the remaining special zombies go? Qin Feng suddenly turned to ask. 3 have been killed, and the remaining zombies entered that building. There shouldn't be any zombies that have left yet. Ling Shi pointed towards the nearby office building of the Economics College. Those zombies are related to the true nature of our human enemies. Not a single one can escape. Qin Feng made up his mind. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying. Was that monster really strong? No, it must have weaknesses. However, due to the unknown methods and the inability to find weaknesses, a large-scale rescue team had been toyed with. Out of the more than 50 members, only a dozen remained. If he could obtain information about that kind of creature encountering such monsters in the future, would be much easier. Otherwise, it would just be a matter of dying early or dying late. Thinking of this, he said to several injured classmates, "My potions are limited. If you are willing to assist me in capturing those special zombies, I will give you the potions." Several students showed signs of retreat. Qin Feng continued to persuade them. "You have already contracted the virus. Becoming zombies is just a matter of time. Why not take a gamble?" "No way." A rescue team member interrupted Qin Feng. "It's too dangerous for ordinary people to use guns. You're more likely to hurt yourselves than the enemy. Put down your weapon, you're not suited for this." Without saying a word, Qin Feng fired the rifle twice at a distance. 2 zombies attacking them fell, each shot resulting in a fatal head wound. Qin Feng reloaded and continued shooting. 5 more shots and 5 additional zombies fell. "Any doubts now?" he asked calmly. "No, none." The rescue team member stammered. Another team member asked, "Have you trained before?" Qin Feng nodded. "I joined the army before college. If I hadn't gotten into a good school, I would have been retained." He was half truthful. It was true that he joined the army before college, but he had not performed exceptionally well enough to be retained by the military. His marksmanship was developed by instinct. "No wonder you're so skilled. Oh, we trust you." The rescue team member was decisive. Such excellent marksmanship had convinced him of Qin Feng's words. "Opt." A scream came from a distance as a rescue team member fell headfirst from a third-floor window. In that position, it seemed he wouldn't survive. "Ling Shi, keep an eye on things, and don't let any zombies escape," Qin Feng said as he chambered his gun and rushed towards the office building. "We also want guns." Several injured students attempted to get guns, but were stopped by the rescue team. They were handed a few military daggers instead. "Use these." Some still wanted to argue, but a short-haired girl had already taken the dagger. "Thanks." Saying this, she hurried towards the office building. "There's no time left." The other 6 injured students gritted their teeth and took the daggers, heading towards the office building together. If they couldn't resolve the situation before the zombie virus fully took effect, it was only a matter of time before they became zombies. "Should we go too?" Yang Lu hesitated. Wang Ke shook his head. "Those using guns are the main force now. We would only be a burden if we went." He was most worried about Qin Feng, but right now he couldn't help at all. "Qin Feng, you must be safe." Ling Shi prayed silently. The office building of the Economics College had a square structure with a central atrium and was surrounded by 5-story buildings. Upon entering, Qin Feng headed straight for the rooftop. While climbing the stairs, he also adjusted his breathing. The reason he insisted on handling this personally was that he found the enemy's behavior pattern somewhat strange. Since the other party's methods were so terrifying, why hadn't they killed him last night? Either they had other plans, or there was something about him that made them feel fear. Intuition told Qin Feng that this was the only way to completely resolve the enemy. "Perhaps only I can deal with them." Qin Feng arrived at the rooftop, looking down at the atrium. 5 rescue team members were still searching for zombies in the rooms, while several injured cannon fodder were somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to do. It's time to let the cannon fodder play their role. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He wasn't lying, but if they could be of use here, he would be willing to expend his precious potions. But the premise was that they could survive. Qin Feng did not consider his actions cruel in the slightest. The medicine was his to give or withhold as he pleased. At most, it was a moral failing. How did others get in here? Several rescue team members were somewhat irritated. Wasn't this reckless? However, the newly arrived students were not entirely useless. The mutated zombie and the rescue team, previously playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek, had turned the office building's atmosphere into a stagnant pool, with neither side daring to make a move. But the students were already infected with the zombie virus. If they didn't fight desperately, there would be no hope left. So they kicked open the doors one by one. Roar! As a male student kicked open a door, a mutated zombie lunged out and bit off his neck in one snap. Over there. 3 team members fired simultaneously, blood splattering across the mutated zombie's body. The zombie dropped its prey and fled back into the room. Qin Feng arrived at the other side of the rooftop and set up his rifle. Bang! Just as the zombie shattered the glass to escape, a bullet pierced its head. Is my marksmanship talent this good? Oi! Qin Feng himself was somewhat surprised. He hadn't aimed at all, firing purely on instinct. Yet he did not become complacent. There were still 3 mutated zombies left. Soon 2 more students found a mutated zombie. One had his arm bitten off, the other's leg was clawed. This time the rescue team killed the mutated zombie on the spot. 2 left. Qin Feng silently observed the commotion within the office building. Just then a black claw thrust out from a rescue team member's chest, piercing his heart. He tried to cry out, but another claw snapped his neck. No, I must get the word out. The rescue team member pulled the trigger and fired a shot at the ceiling. The commotion immediately drew everyone's attention. There. 4 rescue team members immediately moved to encircle the target. Qin Feng remained unmoved, merely shifting to a corner to observe. As a rescue team member neared the target's location, a zombie suddenly sprang from the corner, pinning him to the ground. Qin Feng instantly raised his rifle and fired several shots into the zombie's back. However, due to the angle, he was a fraction too slow. A large chunk of the rescue team member's face had been bitten off. Even the primal energy potion might not save him. Gritting his teeth, the rescue team member reached for his waist. Boom. A thunderous blast reduced both the mutated zombie and the team member to fragments, ending in mutual destruction. Only one remains. Qin Feng had no time for sorrow, focusing intently on the hiding place of the last mutated zombie on the 3rd floor. Nothing. It was just here a moment ago. How could this be? Split up and search. Thus, 3 rescue team members left the current room to hunt for the mutated zombie in adjacent spaces. Several students armed with daggers were doing the same. Gone. Did it leave the building from the outside? A sense of foreboding struck Qin Feng. From his vantage point at the highest spot, he was certain the zombie hadn't escaped. Since it wasn't in the room, it must have left the building. No. Alarmed, Qin Feng spun around, firing his rifle repeatedly at the zombie charging from behind. This instinct had saved him countless times before. The automatic rifle packed immense power, blasting multiple wounds across the mutated zombie's chest, half blowing off its neck and shattering one claw. Yet the zombie pressed on, leveraging its undying nature to the fullest. No time to reload. Qin Feng discarded the rifle, drew an arrow from the quiver strapped to his waist, and drove it toward the zombie's eye. The mutated zombie's claws also lunged for Qin Feng's chest. In the instant they crossed paths, time seemed to slow. The zombie's forward-lunging body suddenly angled upward, aiming for Qin Feng's neck, while Qin Feng's arrow shifted target to the zombie's chest. Thud! Blood flashed as a head tumbled to the ground. Qin Feng knelt on one knee, panting heavily. That was close. Qin Feng looked at his left hand. In that critical moment, the palm strike he had been practicing came into play, meeting the zombie's claw and severing its neck. There was no time to rest. Qin Feng rose again and approached the zombie. Even with only its head left, it snarled at him. Without hesitation, he plunged the arrow through its eye. The last mutated zombie was dead. Just then a piercing sound rang out. A wisp of black mist entered Qin Feng's eyes. Mortal extraordinaire, give me your body. Ah! A cry of agony erupted. What is this thing? Mortal, why is this thing inside you? No, this is a trap deliberately set to capture the great night demon. Cunning humans. We night demons will not let you off. Did something just get in? Qin Feng clutched his eye, feeling discomfort. He recalled the black mist. Compared to the mutated zombies, that mist seemed more like the true monster's form, but after entering his body it appeared to have been destroyed. Yet he dared not let his guard down. This alien race, calling themselves night demons, was clearly a cunning entity, having possessed the rescue team leader for so long without detection. He couldn't rule out the possibility that it was faking its demise, pretending to be defeated while secretly trying to control him. Student, are you alright? 3 rescue team members arrived on the rooftop asking about Qin Feng's condition. Qin Feng pointed at the head on the ground. The enemy has been dealt with. Good work. A team member clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder. They'll take you down now. Wait. Qin Feng took a scalpel from his pocket to dissect the zombie's hindbrain, but found the blade couldn't cut through the bone, a stark contrast to the porous skulls of ordinary zombies. Use this. A rescue team member handed him a military knife. Alright. Qin Feng took the knife and secretly infused it with genetic primal energy, enhancing its already formidable sharpness. The mutated zombie's skull was split open, revealing a purple blood crystal before Qin Feng. Collect the blood crystals from the other mutated zombies too. Qin Feng instinctively gave the order. Sure, well, do it right away. Several team members responded, then immediately realized, and said with exasperation, Kid, are you ordering us around? Qin Feng chuckled. No, just asking for a favor. Fair enough. Without you, I'd still be in the dark. The rescue team has gone to work, but Qin Feng's gaze fell on the 6 sharp claws of the zombie. 3 claws on the left hand were broken by a barrage from a rifle. However, it was the base that was broken, not the claws themselves. Do these claws have something special about them? Curious, Qin Feng removed the claws from both hands and began to cut them with a military dagger. The military dagger showed slight signs of dulling, but the claws remained completely intact. Good material. Qin Feng said, his eyes lighting up as he struck down with his left hand. The claws broke silently. Cut, yet they are not as sturdy as my left hand. Qin Feng sneered, his expectations for the claws significantly lowered, but he still stored them away. He could tell that it was his left hand that was too special. Soon 4 students arrived. Big brother, the zombies here have been dealt with. Can you give us the antidote? Yes, just inject it into your arm, Qin Feng replied, decisively tossing the box of antidote over. As a doctor, his pockets were ample enough to hold the box of antidote. Although these students seemed weak at first, driven by their will to survive, they showed some courage. Unfortunately, 3 had died due to bad luck, leaving just enough for 1 for each remaining student. Of course, the 1 hidden antidote didn't count. Great. Several students already had black blood streaks on their faces, but they persisted in injecting the antidote into their arms. The zombie virus visibly dissipated. However, a boy in a red jacket suddenly let out a piercing wail, then transformed into a beast-like roar. Not good. Qin Feng felt a warning in his heart and grabbed the military dagger. The boy's eyes turned blood red with a thirst for blood. He stared at Qin Feng with hatred, yet did not attack immediately, like a beast waiting for the right moment. He clearly regarded Qin Feng as prey. The other 3 students were startled and quickly dodged away. Looks like your luck has run out. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the dagger and took the initiative to attack. The boy let out an angry roar countering Qin Feng's attack, but his right arm was severed in one strike, immediately followed by the dagger piercing the back of his head. What? What is happening? A short-haired girl asked, her face pale and filled with suspicion. His luck ran out just a few seconds too late. Qin Feng casually offered an explanation, but only he felt that the boy had already birthed a genetic original energy within him. However, his genetic original energy failed to suppress the virus. Just like Xuan, and a certain change occurred between the genetic original energy and the virus, turning him into a special zombie. A special zombie. Without a second thought, Qin Feng cut open the back of his head and retrieved a dark red blood crystal identical to the one belonging to Xuan. The 3 surviving students turned pale and dared not speak. Fortunately, having seen death before, they did not lose their composure. Soon the rescue team collected the blood crystals and handed them to Qin Feng. Though this was against the rules, rules are dead, but people are alive. Without Qin Feng, they would eventually face annihilation. Giving away some blood crystals was not a problem. These were dug out from the back of a mutated zombie. Qin Feng asked, puzzled, as these blood crystals were not even half the size of a normal one and appeared somewhat frail. Qin Feng pinched one with his gloved hand, and it crumbled instantly. It was like crushing an ordinary blood clot. We are definitely not lying to you, a rescue team member assured him. We have also dug out similar items from the backs of zombies, but these mutated ones are indeed different. I understand now. Qin Feng did not doubt them. If they wanted to deceive him, using ordinary black blood crystals would be the best choice. Then the purple blood crystal in his hand should be special. Thanks anyway. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude and left the office building with everyone. Back at the base, the nearby zombies had already been dealt with. Qin Feng wanted to study the differences between black blood crystals and ordinary blood crystals, but there was no suitable opportunity or reason. So he could only stay at the base. By the way, would you like to join the rescue team? About half an hour later, a young rescue team member asked. Although the review for the rescue team is difficult, it should be fine for you. Can I choose the logistics department? Qin Feng asked after thinking for 2 seconds. Off. The team member was somewhat taken aback. In his impression, Qin Feng was a warrior who feared nothing and faced danger hidden, yet he wanted to join the logistics department. Qin Feng explained, I am a medical student. Is there a problem with joining the logistics department? Moreover, Professor Feng entrusted the antidote to me, recognizing my ability, believing that I could contribute to solving the zombie virus. Joining the logistics or research department should be the best choice. I can't make that decision. The young team member looked somewhat disappointed. The logistics department was actually easy to get into. The rescue team was urgently expanding, and the application requirements had been significantly relaxed. New recruits basically started from logistics. However, having Qin Feng join logistics would be a waste. Joining the medical team would depend on his abilities. The requirements for the research department were higher, and he did not dare to make promises. Qin Feng nodded and did not insist too much. When facing danger, he would not shy away, but that did not mean he was eager to seek danger. He preferred to be a medic rather than charge into battle. As for not joining the rescue team, Qin Feng glanced at the rifle at his side. The fact that they had not taken the gun back did not mean he was allowed to keep it. Compared to the legal rights of gun ownership, the minor risk of joining the rescue team was negligible. Do you want to join the rescue team? Then I'll join too, Ling, she said firmly as she approached Qin Feng. Yes, it's best if we all join the medical department and become medics. Qin Feng nodded, not wanting this temporary team to disband. If we all join the rescue team, won't the bows and arrows we collected with so much effort become useless? That's not necessarily true. Wang Ke shook his head. The sound of firearms is too loud. Even with a silencer, it doesn't reduce the noise much, and... He paused at this point. It is difficult for genetic original energy to enhance the power of firearms, but it can increase the power of bows and arrows, so Qin Feng temporarily did not plan to give up on the bow and arrow. After all, he had good talent, and learned quickly a little indulgence was not a problem. By the way, I see that the rescue team members are exhausted from guarding against zombies. Why not let my classmates help out? Qin Feng signaled to Wang Ku. Although they have also learned about guns, they are quick learners, and there are so many guns on the ground it would be a waste not to use them. Wang Ku and Yang Lu's eyes brightened. Yeah, we are all willing to help, said one. Me too. The young team member looked at Qin Feng deeply. He immediately saw through Qin Feng's plan. This was clearly an opportunity to practice shooting. You never mind, I'll talk to the captain. Soon Qin Feng's application was approved. However, it was limited to his team and the 3 classmates who had helped the rescue team deal with the mutated zombies. The group, thrilled to receive firearm permits, seized this hard-won opportunity. Using guns was far easier than bows, and with the rescue team's professional guidance, everyone improved rapidly. Even Fatty, the least skilled, managed a 50% hit rate against zombies. For rookies, this was quite impressive. The rescue team marveled. Are all these students so talented? They're good kids. Yeah, promising. I'd love to recruit them into our team, especially since we've suffered heavy losses. Let's request permission from above. Forget it. Our men were wiped out right before their eyes. At this, the rescue team fell into a somber silence. Though it was due to force majeure, the incident was indeed hard to speak of. The rescue team, once 50 strong, now had only 15 survivors, a devastating loss that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet they had to endure. They even forced smiles and chatted freely beside their fallen comrades' bodies, all to restore confidence in the rescued students. If even they broke down in tears, the students would have collapsed long ago. About 2 hours later, dusk fell. The second rescue team finally arrived, delayed. They're here, finally here. The members of the first rescue team wept with joy. Thank goodness they had made it. Before the convoy pulled up, a dark figure darted ahead and stood before them. So fast. Qin Feng was startled. By the time his instincts sensed danger, the figure was already within 5 meters. The newcomer wielded a gilded black blade. It was the mysterious Lin Cheng. Yet the sense of danger did not stem from Lin Cheng's hostility. When you stand atop a high building and look down, even if the building bears no malice, you still feel peril. Thus the danger came from his sheer power. Moi. Lin Cheng turned his head, glanced at Qin Feng, then averted his gaze. He approached the new rescue team leader and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. It was my failure to completely eliminate the threat that caused you such heavy losses. It's not your fault." The middle-aged leader patted his shoulder. "You've completed your mission flawlessly. This was beyond your duty." Lin Cheng didn't dwell on it and began briefing the situation. Minutes later, he approached Qin Feng. "You want to join the rescue team?" Qin Feng nodded. "Yes. The rescue team has firearm privileges. But if I have a choice, I'd prefer the medical unit. And my classmates, they're excellent. Given the chance to practice, they'd become outstanding medics." Lin Cheng pondered for a few seconds. "You can join any division of the rescue team and bring your friends along." Qin Feng was taken aback. That lenient. He felt no delight, only suspicion that something was amiss, for there was no free lunch in the world. Lin Cheng continued, "But you have another option: join the Supernatural Special Operations Unit. As a member, you'll have firearm privileges, freedom of action, the authority to recruit your own team, and even access to rescue team and military resources." Qin Feng immediately countered, "What's the cost?" Such favorable terms were absurd without a price. Usually the better the conditions, the higher the cost. Lin Cheng said, "You get what you give. Firearms, resources, personnel. Everything is exchanged for contributions." "What's the contribution system?" "Not yet decided." "What?" Qin Feng was speechless. "Nothing's set, so how do you talk about contributions?" "The Supernatural Special Operations Unit is a newly formed department for recruiting individuals with special abilities," Lin Cheng confessed. "Your hyperintuition qualifies you." Newly formed. A bad feeling crept over Qin Feng. When was it established? This morning. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. "Can you stop answering one question at a time and just tell me everything?" Qin Feng found talking to Lin Cheng tedious. "By the way, can others listen in?" "Yes." Lin Cheng nodded in agreement. After some explanation, Qin Feng roughly understood Lin Cheng's intent. This unit was Lin Cheng's brainchild, aimed at recruiting awakened supernaturals from the populace to fight external threats. Lacking precedent, the unit had no guidelines or rules. All authority rested with Lin Cheng. At present, there wasn't even a framework, let alone a well-defined contribution system. Everything was handled solely by Lin Cheng, and all rules were his to make. If it went well, expansion would be permitted. This was also Daxia's experiment in managing civilian awakened. As long as you contributed, you could get all support, including calling for help from experts in danger. But with great freedom came great risk. Unless your contributions reached a certain level, you might not even get a burial if you died, and being killed by a teammate might not see justice. High freedom, low security, rewards entirely self-earned. "I agree to join." Qin Feng decided resolutely. "Fengzi, have you lost your mind?" Wang Ku exclaimed. "He said you could join the medical team directly. The medical team can carry guns too. Our safety's guaranteed. Why join such an unreliable department?" Ling Shi agreed. "Yeah, it's too unreliable. You die and no one buries you." Qin Feng pointed at the rescue team corpses on the ground. "Aren't their bodies cremated on the spot? Where in this world is there any real safety? Besides, since the department's rules aren't finalized, we can offer suggestions, right?" Lin Cheng nodded. "Yes. Once you agree as founding members, you have the right to propose rules. With my approval, they take effect. But rules aren't absolute. I hope you understand." "Not absolute. What does that mean?" Qin Feng had a foreboding feeling. "It means if you try to exploit loopholes for personal gain, I can directly invalidate the rule. Then what's the point of making rules?" Wang Ku grew more dissatisfied. "If you can beat me, the rules will stand." "Interesting. I'm even more eager to join." Excitement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, then he asked casually, "By the way, how are Teacher Feng and the others?" "Professor Feng has reached a safe location." "So what about the students beside Professor Feng?" After asking this question, Qin Feng felt a chill in the air around him. Turning his head, he found Ling Shi looking at him with a melancholic expression. This left Qin Feng somewhat bewildered. Oh, Ling, she shouldn't know about the events in the lab involving Xiaoqing. Why was she looking at him like that? Those students. Lin Cheng racked his brain. "I think 2 of them shouted and attracted the zombies, and I killed them. The rest should still be alive." Qin Feng. It was clear that Lin Cheng did not care at all about those people's lives. Of course, he was not a ruthless person. In fact, he was more easygoing than he appeared. When those people wanted to follow, he did not refuse. However, once the mission was hindered, he would take decisive action. As long as his principles were not violated, he was easy to deal with, even apologizing to the rescue team for his mistakes. Once violated, he would strike without mercy. In fact, he would forget about killing someone in less than a day, and without a reminder, he wouldn't even recall the incident. Wait, aren't there any consequences for casually killing people? Wangko asked, dumbfounded. Their actions threaten the lives of the team. Why should I face consequences for killing them? Lin Cheng countered. I want to join the action team. Wangko immediately abandoned his principles, his face alight with excitement. With conditions, killing doesn't incur punishment. This power is too great. But you can't kill indiscriminately, or I will personally punish you, Lin Cheng reminded. No problem, I understand. We are not bad people, why would we kill indiscriminately? Wangko said nonchalantly. I will join too. Ko Xingyang, Wei Renjia, and others also changed their minds. Observing the excitement on their faces, Qin Feng pondered, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. Lingxi lowered her head and said, I meant no harm. I just feel this department has fewer restrictions, so I quite like it. Yang Lu nodded, saying, I believe that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. We should step up to take on some responsibility. The seemingly simple-minded fat man chuckled, I'm following Qin Lauda. Qin Feng, what you all are thinking is already written on your faces. How can you hide it from anyone? Since you are willing to join, that's good. Lin Cheng took out 2 black cards engraved with golden numbers 002 and 003, which he handed to Qin Feng and Ling Shi. Welcome to the Extraordinary Special Action Team. What about us? Wangko pointed to himself. You don't qualify. Lin Cheng replied calmly. Wangko, from the earlier conversation, he had gained some understanding of Lin Cheng. This statement held no contempt, merely stating a fact. Isn't it possible to recruit peripheral members? By the way, do peripheral members have the same powers as us? Qin Feng inquired. The authority of peripheral members depends on the contributions you make to them. Whether or not to take responsibility for the troubles they cause is also up to you, Lin Cheng explained. Lin Cheng took out 2 golden blood crystals, saying, this is a gift for you. This. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. He recalled that dream. He had a bone surgical knife competing against Lin Cheng. On the handle of that bone surgical knife was a golden blood crystal identical to this one. This thing is called a crystal nucleus. It is extracted from the heads of mutated zombies and differs from what is found in ordinary zombie heads, which can at most be called blood clots. Lin Cheng explained. We habitually refer to it as blood crystal. Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Then let's name it blood crystal. It's just a name. The black ones are called blood crystals, and the special ones are called crystal nuclei. Lin Cheng thought this suggestion was good and agreed, saying, I will submit this proposal for a unified name. Waves of shock stirred in Qin Feng's mind. What exactly is my dream? The future? No, if that is the future, then at the moment I became aware of it, the future has already changed. Wait a minute, are there only 3 people in the organization right now? Ling Shi suddenly caught the key point. Yes, the department was just established this morning. It's normal to have only 3 people. Lin Cheng said casually. Ling Shi, I feel like I've been tricked. Qin Feng comforted, there will be more people in the future. And so a makeshift team, named the Extraordinary Special Action Team, took shape with 3 official members and 6 peripheral members. By the way, this card also has a communication function. Just inject dark energy into it, Lin Cheng reminded. Dark energy? You mean that black energy? Qin Feng sharply picked up on this information. Yes. Can we refer to the dark energy in the human body as gene primordial energy? Dark energy is external, while gene primordial energy can originate from within the body. Qin Feng proposed again. This is tapping into the latent potential within the genes. This is a good suggestion. I will submit it, Lin Cheng agreed. If you encounter danger, you can call for help from me. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Really? He was uncertain about Lin Cheng's strength. However, the collapsed teaching buildings and the speed that was difficult to perceive with the naked eye were enough to demonstrate Lin Cheng's terrifying capabilities. But the range is only 500 meters. Lin Cheng's next sentence doused him with cold water. Better than nothing, Qin Feng consoled himself. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Becoming stronger is the fundamental aspect. After the second batch of rescue teams arrived, the rescue work could officially commence. Qin Feng was granted permission to act alongside the rescue team and was presented with a special arm badge of the rescue team. However, Qin Feng did not begin the search and rescue work. Instead, under the pretense of search and rescue, he took Wang Ku and others back to the laboratory. After instructing everyone to watch over the place for him, Qin Feng entered the laboratory. Blood crystal and crystal nucleus. Qin Feng placed the blood crystals he had collected and the crystal nuclei from the mutated zombies on the lab table. The black blood crystals, referred to as evolution blood by Professor Feng, clearly contain some secrets. The crystal nucleus is the evolved version of the blood crystal. Evolution blood. Qin Feng introduced the remaining 3 portions of the gene dissolution agent into a beaker, then dissolved them into the golden crystal nucleus, purple crystal nucleus, and the black-red crystal, which appeared to be in a state between blood crystal and crystal nucleus. The effect of the black-red blood crystal should be similar to that of Xuan Nan's tree. However, using the crystal nucleus to formulate the agent would yield unknown effects. Lin Sheng said that my ability is super intuition, which is a type of enhanced instinct. Therefore, I should be able to determine whether these agents are beneficial to me. Qin Feng's expression was filled with gravity. The threat of zombies was negligible, but humanity's enemies were not limited to just zombies. That creature calling itself the Night Demon brought him immense pressure. His intuition told him that night demons would see him as an enemy. Without power I will die. Qin Feng watched as the purple crystal nucleus took 3 minutes to dissolve into the agent, then decisively placed it into a syringe and injected it into his right arm. A wave of purple cold coursed through his right arm. Following that, indescribable pain surged throughout his body. It hurts. As the pain surged through his mind, Qin Feng couldn't help but cry out. He felt as if his head were about to explode. Fortunately, the intense pain rendered him incapable of making further sounds after his groan, or else it would have surely attracted the attention of the outside world. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng felt as if his cells were about to reorganize. He couldn't tell if it was just his illusion. Then a purple torrent surged like 1,000 ants gnawing at his head. Yet he found himself unable to lose consciousness. He didn't know how long it had been when the pain finally began to subside. Qin Feng's consciousness entered a mysterious space. Where is this? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and noticed several massive colorful bubbles, with only the one directly in front of him appearing black and white. He attempted to move, but found his legs completely unresponsive. He looked down but discovered that his body had vanished, even his hands felt numb. He just couldn't understand why he was still able to see the bubbles. Am I dreaming? Having had plenty of nightmarish experiences, Qin Feng remained calm. Yet this bizarre dreamscape was unlike anything he had encountered before. With a thought, he approached one of the bubbles. Inside, he saw himself and Wang Ku along with others scaling a wall to escape the campus, only to be intercepted by mutated zombies. Is this my nightmare? Qin Feng's heart trembled. Why did his dream manifest in the form of bubbles? Suddenly, a piercing scream came from within the bubble. Let me out! Let me out! Despicable humans, cunning humans, how dare you use such vile means against me, the Lord of the Night Demons? Once I escape, I will tear you apart. Is this the mysterious shadow? After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng chose to enter the bubble. He still didn't believe that in his own dream the other party could do anything to him. If this creature calling itself the Night Demon could truly harm him, it would have acted long ago and wouldn't be screaming here. Upon entering the bubble, the scene around Qin Feng shifted. Outside the campus, he and Wang Kalin Xiu and others were scaling the wall to escape, but these images had turned into a gray backdrop. A black humanoid creature with wings was chained in the void. Chains the thickness of fingers pierced through the creature's limbs, chest, abdomen, neck, wings, and head, binding it in 3 loops. Seeing Qin Feng arrive, the creature roared, "Human, let me out, or I will definitely tear you apart." Qin Feng replied coldly, "If you have the capability, then go ahead and make your move now." The black creature paused, seemingly realizing something. "Human, let me out, and I can give you power." Qin Feng scoffed, "Just like the person you possessed." The creature angrily retorted, "Are you going to let me out or not? If you continue to imprison me, we night demons will not spare you." Qin Feng feigned interest. "Oh really? Tell me, what abilities does your night demon clan possess that make you look down on us humans? You merely caught us off guard. You are no match for us humans at all." The night demon struggled desperately, the chains clanking loudly. "Bastard. We night demons are the greatest race possessing. I don't think you can pry into my clan's secrets." Qin Feng felt a bit disappointed. It seemed this night demon wasn't as foolish as he thought. Perhaps it was just a bit hot-headed. Therefore he continued, "If you were truly powerful, you wouldn't be trapped here." The night demon defiantly replied, "What do you know? If it weren't for that knife scattering my demonic form, I wouldn't be weak enough to need to absorb human negative emotions. If it were my peak period, I could kill you with just one claw." Scattered demonic form. Qin Feng immediately thought of Lin Cheng's black knife. Lin Sheng had battled an unknown enemy on the campus yesterday, and after winning had left with Professor Feng. Yet according to what he said, it seemed the issue hadn't been completely resolved. So was this monster a remnant left by Lin Sheng? Qin Feng felt a chill. Merely a residual soul could almost annihilate the rescue team. What kind of destruction would it cause if it were at its peak, without Lin Cheng's restraint? It would probably take less than no time to wipe out the entire campus. Perhaps even the whole Yuzhou city. Qin Feng dared not think further. "You talk so highly of yourself, yet you're still trapped here." Qin Feng deliberately feigned disdain. "Your human traps are so despicable, using such means against me." Mentioning this, the night demon nearly lost its sanity again. Qin Feng intended to ask more, but suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, followed by a fuzziness in his consciousness as he departed the bubble space. Traps. Qin Feng felt somewhat perplexed. However, he was certain that the nightmares he had been experiencing for the past 2 years were undoubtedly related to this bubble space. Yet he still lacked the ability to explore the truth. After waking up, Qin Feng moved his limbs. An indescribable sense of relief surged through him. Qin Feng lifted a nearby experimental instrument without utilizing genetic energy, effortlessly raising the one-ton device. If he had employed genetic energy, he could have lifted it above his head. Simultaneously, the lack of coordination in his hands had vanished. "What's going on?" This is different from what I imagined. Qin Feng found it strange. Then he moved his right hand a couple of times, casually picking up a test tube from the table and starting to spin it. The test tube spun, leaving a blur in its wake. Trying his left hand, he found no improvement. Strange. Could it be that I had simply improved too little before? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then formed his right hand into a blade and directed his genetic energy to slice down toward the table. Thud. The laboratory table made of special material shook twice, but did not crack. Trying with his left hand, he made a pristine cut across the table. The strength may be balanced, but the uniqueness of my left hand remains. Approaching the equipment, Qin Feng swiftly cut the device into several pieces and extracted a portion. In the gene laboratory, most of the equipment had already been damaged. For the damaged sections, Qin Feng had no intention of taking them. However, he felt it prudent to take the gene extraction device to avoid searching everywhere after he left the school. After cutting away the excess parts, the remaining equipment weighed only several kilograms. This weight was nothing to the current Qin Feng. After packing it up, Qin Feng reached for the 2 remaining vials of reagents on the table. As he reached for the golden vial and considered injecting it, he sensed a feeling of danger. I didn't feel this just now. Why is it occurring now? Qin Feng quickly concluded that it was a conflict of medicinal properties. With a hint of disappointment, he reached for the dark red vial instead. At that moment, his left hand felt a sense of hunger. Can my hand feel hungry too? Qin Feng switched to his left hand to grab the reagent bottle. The moment Qin Feng's left hand touched the potion bottle, a warm flow surged towards his left hand. Instinctively, Qin Feng withdrew his left hand, and that sensation vanished. What is this? Qin Feng looked at his left hand in confusion as the sensation of hunger returned once more. The hunger in his left hand felt quite strange. So he reached out towards the potion bottle again. The same feeling returned once more. Qin Feng sensed that the dark energy within the potion bottle and a special energy were gradually diminishing. Unfortunately, he did not possess eyes like Ling Shi, unable to see the specific changes and could only perceive through feeling. This time there was no pain, but instead it felt akin to eating. After about 10 minutes, the potion vanished. However, Qin Feng's left hand felt a sense of satisfaction, as if every cell within him was rejoicing. This marvelous sensation made Qin Feng uneasy. He then waved his left hand again. The gene original energy transformed into a sharp energy blade, forming a crescent-shaped blade that penetrated the discarded part of the equipment. It seems that besides intuition, I have gained another ability, Qin Feng thought, feeling quite pleased with his newfound power. A blade sharp enough to cut through steel could also be released away from the body, which should provide an element of surprise in critical moments. When fighting mutated zombies, it was precisely this left-hand ability that allowed him to unexpectedly slay them in an instant. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain who would survive. After putting away the final golden potion bottle and packing some chemical agents, Qin Feng left the 5th floor. At that moment, Ling Shi and the others were still practicing with firearms. Ling Shi, you are amazing. A 100 hit rate, you are simply a genius. Yang Lu exclaimed while hugging Ling Shi, eager to peck at her. Ling Shi pushed Yang Lu away with a look of disdain, replying proudly, of course, I am a ancient century genius. 100 hit rate. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised to know that they were currently shooting zombies which were moving targets. Although zombies lacked the evasion awareness of humans, achieving a 100 hit rate was still a frightening talent. Not bad, but what about the others? Qin Feng casually asked. Realizing Qin Feng's presence, Wang Ku and the others grimaced and said, how can we compare to a freak like Ling Shi? I suspect she is using a cheat. Ling Shi raised the corners of her mouth. Even if it's a cheat, it is inherent. Indeed, it is a power similar to my super intuition. Qin Feng understood that Lin Cheng's ability must include a form of perception which allowed him to notice the differences between the two. Wei Renjia lowered his head, saying, I feel I am not good at shooting. I spent more than 100 bullets and only killed 1 zombie. The chubby guy scratched his head. I used over 200 bullets and only killed 2. Just hitting them is quite difficult. Missing the head is utterly useless. Wang Ku and the others can kill a dozen, but the 2 of us really aren't suited for this. Qin Feng comforted them. In a team, everyone has their own role. The chubby guy was very touched. I knew Boss Qin wouldn't give up on me. Of course I wouldn't give up, otherwise where would I find my test subjects? Qin Feng thought to himself. Naturally, he could never say that out loud. He believed that when he craved power, he would actively seek him out. Ling Shi approached Qin Feng, pointing at his backpack. I feel like there is something I want inside your backpack. Something you want. Yes, when I got close to you, I felt hungry, not for food, but as if all my cells were starving. Ling Shi frowned, struggling to find a way to describe the sensation. Hunger from the cells. Qin Feng thought of the reaction of his left hand just now. So he took out that sealed golden potion and handed it to Ling Shi. Try this, but don't drink it yet. Ling Shi exclaimed in surprise. There's golden energy inside that enters my body. Then go over there and absorb it a bit. Okay. Ling Shi cradled the potion with both hands and went aside to experience and absorb it. Is it possible to absorb the energy from the potion without contact just by being close enough? Watching her delighted expression, Qin Feng pondered. Perhaps different potions suit different physiques. Qin Feng felt a strong desire to explore the reasons behind this, but unfortunately, he lacked the conditions. He had an impulse to establish his own laboratory. He wanted to explore the essence of this power, but he also knew that it was unrealistic at this time. Qin Feng went to the window and saw that it was already late. The rescue team was still battling zombies everywhere and searching for students. Lin Cheng was checking for remnants of night demons on campus. Wang Ku and the others took this rare opportunity to practice their shooting skills. After all, they would have to return these guns to the rescue team later. According to the action team's rules, Qin Feng could exchange merits for them. However, what could be exchanged was certainly not as enticing as free. During the shooting practice, a small incident occurred. Wang Ke's rifle overheated and exploded. This forced them to seek more knowledge about firearms from the rescue team. Ling Shi took over half an hour to fully absorb the potion, and Qin Feng hurried to ask her how she felt. I feel like I can see more clearly. Ling Shi glanced at the night sky, and then at Qin Feng. Qin Feng could only feel that Ling Zai's eyes seemed to have a penetrating ability, as if she could see through his whole body. Ling Zai's eyes lowered, and she blushed as she turned away. Qin Feng's face darkened. Can you control this ability? Ling Shi nodded, blushing. I should be able to. Once it was confirmed that Ling Shi could control her ability, Qin Feng finally felt relieved, but he still sensed that Ling Shi often stole glances at him, making him quite uneasy. In the end, he still pretended not to care about such trivial matters. I believe that ability is just a foundation. It still needs to be developed to unleash its potential. Qin Feng began discussing his thoughts on abilities. For example, with my super intuition, if I possessed combat qualities at the special forces level, then my ability would undoubtedly perform better in battle. Ling Shi pondered, so my ability can be effectively utilized because of my past archery skill. Qin Feng nodded yes, and moreover, I have another ability. He secretly demonstrated his hand blade ability to Ling Shi, though he did not reveal its full power. It was not out of mistrust of Ling Shi, but rather a concern that she might inadvertently leak information. My ability is related to vision and precision. Ling Shi thought for a moment, could I develop it towards prediction or dynamic vision? That is possible, but the most crucial aspect is still your physical quality. Qin Feng surveyed Ling Zai's seemingly frail body. If your physical quality does not keep up, no matter how good your eyesight is, you can only serve as a support. Ling Shi nonchalantly replied, but you're here. What if I'm not here? Qin Feng retorted. Ling Zai's eyes filled with mist. Will you abandon me? Qin Feng's forehead nearly throbbed with veins. Could her focus be any more bizarre? What if I am detained by the enemy? Oh. Ling Shi immediately returned to her senses. Then ill delay until you resolve the issue. Qin Feng replied somewhat weakly, that's fine, but you must also improve yourself to avoid holding the team back. I will definitely do that. Ling Shi clenched her small fists before her chest, exuding an aura of determination. By the late hours of the night, the surviving students and teachers began to evacuate under the command of the rescue team. Qin Feng and the others were arranged in the last batch. However, they did receive some preferential treatment. The 2 vehicles freed by the rescue team could be used to carry their goods. By the way, boss, do we really have to keep carrying these bows and arrows? The chubby guy laden with bags and dragging 2 suitcases asked with a mournful face, as this weight had already reached his limit. Are we really emptying the archery club out? Wei Renjia, who was even more burdened than the chubby guy, also found it strange. Qin Feng seemed overly obsessed with the bows and arrows. Listen to me, or don't. Qin Feng had no intention of elaborating, simply holding an arrow and gently twisting it at the tip. Harnessing the power of the genetic original energy, the arrowhead instantly became sharp. However, he did not choose Ling Zai's preferred carbon shaft arrows. The flexibility of the carbon shaft is excellent, and its weight is significantly lighter, which is originally an advantage. However, when it comes to killing zombies without weight, there is no power. In addition, Qin Feng also took a crossbow, along with the laboratory equipment tools as well as large bags of sheets, and betting they had everything they needed. Even more deranged, Qin Feng dismantled a large number of racks. In his words, it was to make simple short spears. Fortunately, the Great Xia Kingdom generally suffers from a fear of insufficient firepower, a fear passed down from decades ago. Thus, everyone could understand Qin Feng's behavior. Wang Ko asked, Fengzi, we are about to reach a safe location. Shouldn't we prepare more advanced items? Qin Feng replied. Anyway, we have 2 vehicles, so there's plenty of space. Li Zixuan expressed her support. I don't know what a safe refuge looks like, but I don't believe there are any safe places left in this world. Everyone fell silent. When the rescue team first arrived, they also thought they were saved. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. If it weren't for Qin Feng and Ling Shi being decisive enough along with their unique abilities, the rescue team would have already been annihilated. Even Lin Cheng might not have been able to save many people. Once the items are in the vehicle, important items must be placed where they can be easily accessed. In case of danger, prioritize discarding secondary items, Qin Feng reminded. Okay, Captain. Ko Zhengyang forced a smile. In their eyes, Qin Feng had become a startled bird. However, this startled bird was their strongest pillar of support, and no one dared to offend him. They could only obey his orders. Can I join your team? A seemingly frail girl timidly asked, followed by a boy and girl. Isn't it better to follow the rescue team to a safe location? Qin Feng retorted, did you forget? We were the ones who watched the rescue team fall one by one, infected by the zombie virus, only to be saved by you. The girl said with disappointment, oh, is it you? Qin Feng scrutinized her closely. His memory was excellent, and he shouldn't have made such a mistake. It was just that he hadn't paid attention. The frail girl said, "We know that the rescue team is not omnipotent. Rather, you are a bit more special, especially after we took the medicine you provided and gained special powers. We are one kind of people." "So what, eh?" Qin Feng replied expressionlessly. "We are the same kind of people." The girl said anxiously, "We should unite to survive better in this environment. Moreover, we are very obedient. Whatever you command, I am willing to do." As she continued, her tone became more ambiguous. Ling Zai's eyes glinted with killing intent, while Wang Ku and the others pretended not to see. Qin Feng asked indifferently, "Do the two behind you think the same?" The two quickly nodded. "Yes, I believe it's easier to survive by following you. You must be special. We are very obedient. We will listen to everything you say." To survive, they were willing to give everything. Qin Feng pondered for 2 seconds and pointed at the girl in front. "You can stay, the two behind can leave." The two were taken aback. "Why?" Qin Feng's face turned cold. "Why are you asking me why? A little girl has more courage than you. Among the two of you there's a man, yet you follow behind waiting for the girl to speak. What kind of behavior is that?" The two's faces turned pale as they bowed their heads, clenching their palms, but seeing Qin Feng's angry demeanor, they didn't dare to react. "If you are unwilling to accept them, I will have to leave," said the leading girl calmly. "Are you threatening me? Those who wish to stay can, and those who don't can leave. I don't lack a few people." Qin Feng impatiently waved his hand. "Then let's go." The girl decisively turned to the two behind her. "You don't need to worry about us. We performed too poorly just now, which dragged us down. You can stay." The boy said apologetically. "No way, we agreed to support each other. We are one team. The classmates abandoned us, but we can't abandon each other." The girl said firmly, "I can give up on you, but they can also give up on me." "Thank you, Wang Susu." The girl was moved and threw herself onto Wang Susu. "Wait, what did you just say about your classmates abandoning you?" Qin Feng called out to the three who were about to leave. "We were previously infected by the zombie virus. Even though the virus has receded, the classmates don't want to come into contact with us, fearing they might also get infected. They wouldn't even let us leave in the same vehicle and directly forced us off the vehicle," Wang Susu explained simply. "So that's how it is." Qin Feng's thoughts became somewhat complicated. "It's actually quite dangerous here as well. If you aren't afraid of danger, then stay and help carry things." "Really? That's great." The three of them were overjoyed by the sudden turn of events and excitedly embraced each other. "Tell me your names." "I am Wang Susu." "I am Chen Zixuan." "I am Yan Suchi." The three students excitedly stated their names. 3 team members united in purpose, hoping to bring some benefit to the team. Qin Feng thought to himself. Not giving up on each other was the true reason he gave the 3 a chance. Thus Qin Feng's team grew to 11 members, with 2 vehicles loaded with bags and packages. With everything ready, the convoy slowly departed from the campus. The pace was slow as they had to clear the roads. Even the cleared roads might still have new zombies blocking their way. "I wonder if Li Dong and Chen Gu are still alive," Wang Ke suddenly said with a hint of sadness. During the outbreak of the zombie crisis, they were too preoccupied with their own survival to search for these 2 roommates. As they prepared to leave the campus, a sense of melancholy arose. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit lost. They all had familiar teachers and classmates at school and had witnessed friends perish around them. Surviving was largely a matter of luck. Perhaps they have already been rescued by the rescue team. "Just when we turned back to the laboratory," Qin Feng casually remarked. Of course, everyone knew the odds were slim. The young rescue team member patted his shoulder. Yuzhou University has faced a special monster, and the number of survivors is less than 1,000. Try to think positively. His words were not meant to discourage, but rather to prepare them. Yuzhou University has 50,000 faculty and students. Ko Zhengyang shuddered, unable to believe this figure. 50,000 people surviving, with only 1,000. That ratio was terrifying. "What about the entire city?" Yang Lu asked quietly, yet she was afraid of the answer. Areas where rescue efforts were timely fared better, especially near the shelters. Before we arrived, around 800 to 900,000 people had already been rescued. Overall, there should be over 1 million survivors. Another rescue team member said. Everyone felt a heavier weight in their hearts. The permanent population of Yuzhou City exceeds 10 million. Qin Feng asked, "Are there other places with that black monster?" The rescue team member replied firmly. "Yes, they aren't numerous, but currently only Lord Lincheng can deal with them. Without him, the entire Yuzhou City could be slaughtered by those beasts." Li Zixuan asked curiously, "How is that Lincheng so powerful?" "I don't know either, but it's classified." The rescue team member shook his head. Lord Lincheng said that if you improve further, you might be able to assist him. "I hope that's true. He is bearing the burden of such a vast area alone, or it's too difficult for him." Qin Feng nodded heavily. "I will." Joining Lincheng's team, he indeed had intentions to utilize Lincheng, as his strength was unfathomable. However, he would not rely solely on Lincheng. The scene he dreamed of last night was of Lincheng having his limbs severed, his eyes gouged out, and being bound to a pillar, looking extremely tragic. It was evident that Lincheng was not invincible. Qin Feng felt that both he and Lincheng were likely targets. If he could enhance his own strength, their alliance would be beneficial. "By the way, I have something for you." A young soldier took out a pocket watch from his pocket. Many electronic devices are destroyed and repairs are uncertain. This mechanical watch should help you keep track of time. This. Qin Feng hesitated. No need to worry, every team has one of these, it's standard equipment. Another rescue team member smiled as he said, then I won't be polite. Qin Feng looked at the watch, it was 3 in the morning. Due to the overwhelming experiences, no one felt sleepy now. By the way, big brother of the rescue team, can you tell me what you know? Wang Ko asked curiously, is this zombie outbreak global? We don't know either, the rescue team member shook his head, but we do know that this thing came from the west, and the damage in other directions is somewhat lesser. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. He was saddened by the fall of Yuzhou City. However, as long as it hadn't spread nationwide, it meant there was still hope. After the convoy had traveled for more than half an hour, it suddenly stopped, followed by a series of gunshots. Are there zombies up ahead again? Yang Lu casually asked as she had grown accustomed to it by now. A rescue team member went to check the situation and returned shortly saying, it's nothing, it's a group of animals that seem to have escaped from the zoo. Rounding them up is a bit troublesome, but it will be resolved shortly. Oh, everyone paid it no mind. However, as minutes passed, and the gunfire continued, Qin Feng sensed something was amiss. The visions from his dream were not limited to just zombies. Bang! Suddenly a loud crash occurred as a large vehicle was destroyed nearby. Everyone quickly get out of the vehicle and find a nearby place to hide. A rescue team member shouted urgently. Qin Feng and the others exchanged glances and immediately exited the vehicle. Under the illumination of the headlights, they saw that the rescue vehicles ahead had been damaged and a massive creature was ramming into them. What kind of monster is this? Li Zixuan stared blankly at the creature. The height of the rescue vehicle reached 2 meters, but this monster was nearly twice that, approaching the height of 2 stories. Its enormous body even tore through the vehicle, and its length exceeded 8 meters. From its shape, it should be a rhinoceros. Ling, she said uncertainly, but I have been to this zoo, and the size of a rhinoceros shouldn't be this big. Rhinoceros? Are you saying this thing is a rhinoceros? Wang Ke's face twitched. Even if you said it was a dinosaur, I would believe it, but it's a rhinoceros. Though unwilling to accept it, he had no choice but to acknowledge the reality after seeing the sharp horn on the monster's nose. The giant rhinoceros brought an immense sense of oppression. The rescue team fired continuously, attacking the giant rhinoceros. However, ordinary bullets merely sparked upon impact, leaving marks on its skin. The giant rhinoceros charged, knocking one rescue team member over on the spot. Students, please evacuate quickly. The rescue team shouted ahead, find a nearby safe hiding place. Once we deal with this monster, we will evacuate you. If we cannot deal with it, just wait for the next rescue team to arrive. Clearly they were prepared for a fight to the death. Disaster has struck, and while humanity is evolving, animals are evolving too. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Qin Feng, what are you talking about? Hurry up and go. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late, Ling Shi reminded. Ling Shi, can you aim for its eyes? Qin Feng suddenly asked. I'll try. Zombies and animals are different. Ling Shi replied uncertainly. But you all need to keep your distance. I'm afraid I might provoke that monster, which would be troublesome if it attacked me. A scream echoed from afar. A rescue team member was gored to death by the rhinoceros. Ling Shi raised her gun, aiming at the rhinoceros' eye. After a gunshot, the rhinoceros let out a frantic roar. Hit, but it's not dead. Ling Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems the rifle's power is still lacking. Only a sniper rifle could probably pierce its hide. It didn't die even when shot in the eye. Qin Feng was astonished. Regardless of the creature, the eye is one of the most vulnerable organs, typically connected directly to the brain. Enraged, the giant rhinoceros indeed began to charge recklessly. Not good, everyone scatter. Qin Feng grabbed Ling Zai's hand and ducked into a nearby building, leading the rhino away from the vehicles. With a crash, the main door was smashed down by the rhino. The rhino let out a strange howl and gave chase to Qin Feng and Ling Shi. Leave me alone, you go first. Ling Shi quickly pushed Qin Feng away. I was the one who told you to attack. How could I abandon you? Qin Feng said coldly, still holding Ling Zai's hand. They navigated through the building's interior and reached the back window. With a single punch, Qin Feng shattered the window, and they both climbed out one after another. Immediately after, heavy footsteps echoed. Quick dodge. Qin Feng continued to pull Ling Shi away, knowing it was unwise to engage the giant rhino heathen. Then he spotted a hotel not far away. Head there. As soon as he spoke, the giant rhino had already smashed through the wall. A few nearby zombies, stirred by the commotion, rushed toward the rhino. With a single swipe of its horn, the rhino tore a zombie's body in two. Are rhinos this terrifying? Qin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He regretted ordering Ling Shi to provoke the rhino, but now he couldn't bear to leave her behind. An ordinary rhino couldn't possibly be this huge. Ling Shi said as they fled into the hotel lobby. Upstairs. With a command from Qin Feng, they sprinted up the stairs, taking 2 or 3 steps at a time to save precious seconds. They only stopped when they reached the 3rd floor. By then the rhino had already burst in. It seemed fixated on Qin Feng and Ling Shi, refusing to let them go. Ling Shi, listen. This rhino can't be completely impervious to weapons. It must have a weakness. If it doesn't, it'll create one. Qin Feng declared solemnly. In a moment, it'll expose a vulnerability on the rhino. You must seize the opportunity. Ling, she was alarmed. What are you planning to do? Don't do anything foolish. Qin Feng shook his head. If we don't deal with this rhino, we might both die here. Pay attention, you must seize the chance. As he spoke, the rhino charged at a pillar. The impact left the hotel's structure precarious. It's after me, Ling, she said anxiously. Shut up. I was the one who ordered the attack, so we'll bear the consequences with you, Qin Feng barked. Of course, he didn't mention that even without Ling Zai's attack, she would have eventually been the rhino's primary target. As the rhino attacked them, Qin Feng sensed not just fury from the beast, but a bloodthirsty craving. Similar to a zombie's hunger for fresh flesh. Qin Feng guessed it might be due to something special about them both. Perhaps akin to the gnawing hunger he felt when touching the serum. To mutated creatures, the primal energy within them was likely more potent than in others. This was also why evolved zombies were wary of them. He didn't know if his plan would work on the rhino, but Qin Feng knew that if the convoy was destroyed, they would be trapped in this city. All right, Ling, she stopped protesting. A glint of gold flashed in her dark eyes. I'll do my utmost. You must succeed. With that, Qin Feng drew his pistol and opened fire. The pistol on his person was also obtained from the rescue team. Technically, it was against protocol, but since Qin Feng had saved their lives, and given Lin Sheng's special status, the rules were bent. Under attack, the rhino grew even more frenzied. It backed up a dozen paces, left the hall, then charged at the pillar closest to Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood as still as a statue until the very moment the rhino struck the pillar. Then he suddenly moved. He leaped from the third floor. Tossing away his pistol, he formed his left hand into a blade, concentrating his primal energy to create an invisible razor-sharp layer, and slashed at the rhino's eye. The pillar cracked under the rhino's charge, but didn't collapse. The giant rhino itself staggered back slightly. That slight deviation caused Qin Feng's hand to strike just behind the rhino's horn. Clattering to the ground, the horn was severed and blood gushed forth. The rhino let out a furious roar. The blow had not only taken its horn, but also sheared off its nose. The violent tremors made it hard for Ling Shi to keep her footing. Yet in that moment, she was eerily calm. She steadied her gun, her body moving with the swaying building to maintain a dynamic balance. A single gunshot rang out. A spray of blood erupted from the rhino's severed nose. Ling Shi fired continuously, each bullet striking the wound with precision. The giant rhino struggled a few times before finally collapsing. After killing the rhino, Ling Shi vaulted gracefully down from the third floor, landing lightly on the ground. Nice shot. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up, then winced. A searing pain shot through his left hand, making him wonder if the bones were broken from the strike. He took out a black blood crystal and pressed it into his numb left hand. A stream of dark energy seeped into his hand, slowly mending the injury. Yet Qin Feng felt that the healing power seemed to exceed the dark energy contained within the crystal itself. This strange sensation had surfaced before when he used the primal energy serum to restore his dark energy. Logic told him this feeling of incongruity must be a mistake, but his heightened instincts insisted otherwise. Still, he had no time to ponder the reason. Qin Feng picked up the fallen horn and approached the giant rhino's corpse. The animal's head had been blown apart. Amidst the white brain matter, Qin Feng thought he saw something red glimmering. A blood crystal, or a core. Donning gloves, he reached inside, but found no crystal, only a handful of disgusting brain tissue. He couldn't hide his disappointment. Qin Feng, this hotel is about to collapse. Ling Shi warned urgently. All right, let's get out. Notify the rescue team to retrieve the rhino carcass too. Qin Feng glanced at the giant rhino's body. If they can manage it. The two fled the hotel just as it crumbled behind them. That was close. Ling Shi patted her chest, relieved. The rescue team members and Wang Ku and the others also arrived here. Are you two all right? The rescue team anxiously examined the injuries on the two. Qin Feng quietly slipped his left hand into his pocket and said, We're fine. We used the terrain to take care of that rhinoceros. See if you can transport its body. It has high research value. You took care of it. The rescue team members were dumbfounded. Wang Ku asked in astonishment, wasn't it said that even bullets couldn't penetrate that monster's hide? Qin Feng chuckled, bullets can't penetrate the skin, but can't they hit the eyes, nose, or mouth? Ling Zai's marksmanship is far better than yours. Wang Ku lowered his head in embarrassment. He knew that Ling Zai's talent and marksmanship was the kind that left no room for jealousy. It was simply on a cheat-like level. It seemed with the right terrain, taking down a giant rhinoceros wasn't so difficult. We're truly grateful. You've saved our rescue team again. The rescue team member was moved to tears. You risked your lives to lure the giant rhinoceros away. From now on, whatever you need from us, we'll do our utmost to help. So can you transport the body? Qin Feng asked. No. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Qin Feng said in exasperation, didn't you just thank me? Why is transporting a corpse so troublesome now? The rescue team member said apologetically, this rhinoceros is too massive, our convoy can't accommodate it. Plus one vehicle is damaged, making it impossible to move. If we linger here too long, we'll be surrounded by zombies. Fine. Qin Feng knew this was a difficult request, so he didn't press them. Mark the location. Such a mutated creature should have significant research value. With that, he headed straight back to the convoy. With one vehicle missing, everyone became more cramped. Qin Feng removed his gloves and noticed some red blood staining them. Unlike the brain matter, this blood exuded a sense of vitality, as if brimming with vigorous life force. Qin Feng took out some tools from a box. He carefully collected the blood, placed it into a test tube, and sealed it. This blood might prove useful. The convoy set off again, encountering no further mishaps. Well, no major mishaps. It was impossible for the convoy to move without noise. Additionally, as the preceding convoy passed, it drew some zombies onto the road, causing trouble for the following vehicles. Thus the path was unstable. Fortunately, most zombies were no match for firearms. Even at night, when the effectiveness of weapons diminished, those brainless creatures were akin to shooting at stationary targets. Animals knew to dodge and humans knew to maneuver, but the mindless zombies only charged forward. It wasn't until 6 in the morning that the convoy finally stopped. This was a heavily populated shelter. As soon as Qin Feng arrived, someone came to greet him. Regarding the action team, the higher-ups have already informed us. We've arranged a dedicated villa for you with full water and electricity facilities. Unfortunately, the power plant has ceased operations, so precision electronic equipment is unusable. A young girl introduced to everyone. A standalone villa. Wang Ke's eyes lit up. Is the treatment for the action team this good? Wang Susu asked curiously, what does action team mean? Wang Ke said seriously, kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Remember, don't ask what you shouldn't. Curiosity kills the cat. Wang Susu obediently lowered her head and fell silent. The group was speechless. Was it really okay for Wang Ku to deceive the young girl like this? However, Qin Feng indeed didn't intend to explain so soon. He asked the young guide, does the standalone villa also count toward contributions? The beautiful young guide smiled and said, please rest assured. Your contributions are sufficient, so feel free to enjoy it for now. Understood. Seeing her expression, Qin Feng understood the higher-up's intentions. Yet he had no intention of giving up privileges. He addressed everyone. Eat and drink your fill. Who knows, maybe tomorrow. Cough. I mean, the next time we flee, we might not have the chance to enjoy this. There's a next time? I don't want to go through this nightmare again. Let's just stay put. Boss, can't we just lie low? Everyone grumbled. The thought of safely riding out the crisis was far preferable to taking risks. With zombies everywhere outside, no one wanted to fight them when they could stay in a safe place. Once was enough. Seeing this, the young girl frowned. Is this the privileged action team? Their behavior gave her a terrible first impression of the team. Though she didn't know what the action team was, the word supernatural sparked her imagination. Combined with their special treatment, she had assumed they were an elite unit. But their lax attitude shattered her illusion. She began to suspect they were just a bunch of entitled individuals. Nevertheless, her professional ethics as a trainee rescue worker compelled her to complete her task diligently. Follow me. Her demeanor had cooled considerably. Upon arriving before a massive 3-story villa, everyone marveled again. Is this heaven? The fat man exclaimed unashamedly. It wasn't that he was unsophisticated, but the stark contrast after crawling out of a zombie horde was overwhelming. The beautiful guide's expression darkened further. Was this what privilege looked like? Still, she had to do her job. Taking a deep breath, she warned them. A reminder: the survivor resettlement area is east of the villa district. Yuzhou City has fallen to zombies, and they're coming from the east. So, new team member Yen Suchi suddenly had a bad feeling. So, the guide gave him a contemptuous look, then pointed to the machine guns on the roofs of nearby villas. This villa district has been converted into a second line of defense against zombies. Once the simple trench line in front falls, this becomes the frontline battlefield. Unaware of the situation, Yen Suchi turned pale. Can you send us somewhere safer? The guide clenched her fists, itching to punch him in the face. Qin Feng quickly stepped forward to explain. He's a new member and doesn't know our rules yet. They'll explain to him later. If he's unfit, he'll send him to another department, so he won't waste resources here. That's good. The guide's expression softened slightly. Supplies will be sent later. Remember one thing in Daxia: no one's privileges can outweigh their contributions. With that, she turned and left. Staying any longer, she feared she might end up in a fight. Having just experienced life and death, Qin Feng was not one to bicker with a young girl, even though she might be older than him. Looking at the newly joined trio, Qin Feng called out, "Come here, I'll explain the situation to you." Half an hour later, the three of them were left dumbfounded after a brief understanding of the situation. They never expected that their leader had such an astonishing identity. The Extraordinary Special Operations Group of the Great Xia Kingdom. It sounded very mysterious and high-level. Moreover, the ability to mobilize resources at will and the authority to coordinate with various departments, even the military, had to cooperate in times of necessity. Is this really a special operations team? They can recruit members freely. Killing can be offset with contributions as long as the reasons are justified. This authority is too vast. Don't get too excited too soon. The final interpretation of the killing permit is in Lin Cheng's hands, that is to say, in the hands of the team leader. Qin Feng dampened their enthusiasm. Besides, we are still in the early stages, not to mention being impoverished and occupying valuable villa areas. It could easily turn into negative assets. The state won't let us eat and drink for free. Yen Suki's eyes sparkled with understanding. Got it, we only have power. Reckless actions are definitely not allowed. Did they truly understand? Qin Feng looked at the brilliance in their eyes and felt deep skepticism, although he had repeatedly emphasized that killing at will was not permitted. However, they still felt excited about it. He also knew that they were mostly excited for the privileges themselves rather than for killing. It was like having a gun and actually using it to kill were two different matters. As long as you understand, even though I've already reminded you, I still want to confirm one last time. Qin Feng's tone grew serious. If you decide to withdraw, I will recommend you to enter the relevant departments, and perhaps there will be opportunities to cooperate with my actions. If you don't withdraw, you won't have another chance to do so unless it's death. I confirm my participation. The three replied unusually firmly. Good, then I won't say much more. Remember to obey orders. You only have the right to propose, not to oppose. Democracy doesn't work here. Qin Feng relaxed a bit. All right, everyone is tired. It's time to take a break. After resting, prepare for training and missions. As for the mission template, it has not been fully determined yet. However, Lin Sheng assured that he wouldn't let you idle, so Qin Feng wasn't too worried. As for contributions, Qin Feng looked at the box containing the equipment and felt this shouldn't be a problem. Wow, there's actually a shower here, and it's hot water. Isn't the power already cut off? This is gas-powered. Great, I want to join too. Ladies first, boys to the back. Why? We should adhere to the principle of gender equality, how everyone bathing together would reflect unity. Get lost. Ling, she prepared to draw her gun. Sister Lulu, I was wrong. After some noise, everyone went to shower and sleep. After all, they were all exhausted from the long journey. Qin Feng felt no fatigue at all. Instead, he felt quite energetic, suspecting it was related to that purple potion. Thus, he fiddled with the equipment in the villa. The apparatus, which had already been half paralyzed, had only the function of gene extraction left after Qin Feng's disassembly. Fortunately, he had brought enough supplies like syringes. He processed the blood taken from his gloves using gene extraction technology, only lacking the gene-dissolving agent for purification. The deep red potion gave a sense of power. Does the evolution blood exist in the brain of the mutated rhinoceros? Qin Feng muttered to himself. The mystery of life evolution was stimulating his curiosity. However, even if the potion was made, he didn't dare to use it lightly on a person. The quantity is too small. Using it on someone about to die would be wasteful, and using it on my own people is too dangerous. What should I do? Qin Feng suddenly realized that his thoughts were a bit like those of a mad scientist. No, Professor Feng taught me this technology to give hope to the great Xia kingdom, not to let me act recklessly. Qin Feng took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and forced himself to ignore those bad thoughts. It had been less than 2 days since the zombie crisis broke out, and he had already crossed many lines he previously dared not cross. However, he had never regretted it. But if he did not impose any restraint on himself and acted recklessly under the banner of the apocalypse, he would eventually lose himself. At that time, he wouldn't know whether he was still himself. Qin Feng, I discovered the use of the black card. Ling Shi happily came to Qin Feng's side, proudly showing him the black card. This black card actually has a chat function. Chat function? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. After obtaining the black card, he had not noticed anything beyond the material of the card itself. After all, the function of the black card seemed singular, seemingly only able to absorb dark energy and transmit distress signals. Additionally, Qin Feng thought the one Lin Sheng had might have a positioning function. Ling Shi explained, I just discovered this after my spiritual energy was injected. I found a message board inside. You should try probing it with your spiritual energy. Oh, I think it should work. Qin Feng skeptically picked up the black card. What is spiritual energy? Ling Shi pondered for 2 seconds and said, just consider it as thought. It feels similar to controlling dark energy. As Qin Feng's spiritual energy entered the black card, he saw a bubble. Isn't this the dream bubble I saw? Qin Feng suppressed his shock and began to explore the internal space of the black card with his thoughts. After entering the bubble, he indeed discovered the message board. 003. Wow. There's actually a message function here. 003. Can we send messages to each other here in the future? 003. Qin Feng, Lin Sheng, can you receive the messages I sent? In the future, can we also send messages here for any matters? 003. Why is no one talking? I'm going offline to find someone. 005. Is it a senior? When Lin Sheng gave me the black card, he didn't mention that there was a message board function. 001. I just discovered it too. Has anyone explored the functions of the black card? 005. No way. Lin Sheng, you are such a scammer. You gave us the black card, but didn't even know its function. Is there such a scammer as you for a team leader? I want to impeach. I want to usurp your position. 001. It seems last time I went easy on you. Once I finish this mission, I will come find you for a good practice. 005. I'm not afraid of you. Last time I was just careless, and that's why you defeated me. Next time I will definitely win against you. Qin Feng. It was clear that number 5 was quite courageous and had confidence in his abilities. However, to openly admit he was defeated and act as if he was formidable, Qin Feng maintained a watchful attitude towards his strength. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before typing in his message. 002. I want to ask, what is the origin of this black card? After a long pause, Lin Sheng finally replied. 001. You don't need to worry about that. Once your trust rating is deemed high enough, someone will naturally inform you. Qin Feng. If you don't trust me, just say it. Must you be so blunt? Still he understood. Recruiting a stranger from school without prior acquaintance inevitably bred caution. For someone like Lin Cheng who had brought in 4 people in a single day, there was no time for thorough vetting. He suspected an elimination system was in place. 004, I've discussed with the military liaison, and together we've drafted the exchange rules for contribution points. Coincidentally, I found a special bulletin board. He'll post the rules there for a trial run. Ling, she said with displeasure, I wanted to set the rules. I didn't expect someone to beat me to it. Qin Feng said gravely, Number 4 coordinated with the military. I suspect he's from the army, likely a special forces operative. After all, for a department like this, the higher-ups wouldn't fail to send a supervisor. Ling, she felt a jolt of caution. It seems I'll have to be more careful with my words. 001, by the way, from now on it's best not to use real names here. Just refer to each other by your code names. 002I. 001, there are 14 such black cards in total, but am only authorized to distribute and manage 9. 001 to 009. Although the other numbers were also sent to trustworthy individuals, the recipients themselves may not be reliable. For instance, I picked you all on a whim with no foundation of trust. Qin Feng clenched his fist. I really. Ling's eyes lips twitched as well. Though the message was understandable, his blunt manner of speaking was still disconcerting. 005. Number 1, do you always talk like this? You must have no friends. 004. Ahem, the simple exchange rules have been posted. Everyone take a look. By the way, firearms and ammunition are on limited exchange. Resale is strictly prohibited. Qin Feng skimmed the rules. Assisting the military or rescue teams in clearing zombies or mutated beasts would be evaluated by them and converted into contribution points. The interpretation of contribution points rested solely with the higher authorities. Additionally, rescuing survivors, aiding rescue teams, and resolving major crises were also counted as contributions. The calculation method and interpretation rights belonged to the rescue team's back end. This is a dictatorial clause. Qin Feng was speechless. However, the following content was far more reassuring. Monsters killed by the action group belong to the individual, but assistance from the rescue team requires deduction of contribution points. 1 blood crystal equals 1 contribution point. A semi-finished product from 1 blood crystal converted into a core equals 100 contribution points. A finished core starts at 3,000 contribution points. Exchange list handgun, 1 contribution point. Rifle, 10 contribution points. Cumulative purchase limit of 5, exceeding that requires 10 times the contribution points with a hard cap of 100. Handgun ammunition, 100 rounds for 1 contribution point. Rifle ammunition, 100 rounds for 10 contribution points. Purchase limit of 5,000 units, exceeding that requires 10 times the contribution points. Sniper rifle requires special contribution points. The cheap part is probably a beginner's benefit. Qin Feng roughly grasped some of the rules. He didn't mind the incomplete rules. After all, it was an action group established less than a day ago. Incomplete rules were only natural. As for the interpretation rights and rescue contributions belonging to the rescue team, Qin Feng didn't care. In the disaster-ridden nation of Daxia, almost every family had to some extent benefited from the rescue team's grace. When Qin Feng was a child, his hometown was struck by a natural disaster. Trapped in his house, he was saved by the rescue team. Hence, he held an immense trust in them. The reason he had seen through the nightmare possessing the rescue team leader was precisely because he felt the entity's actions had defiled the rescue team's reputation. In his mind, the rescue team was never like that. It was under this suspicion that he dared to see through the deception. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't even think to suspect such a thing. But now there were important matters to ask. 002. I assume everyone invited here can see the dark pillars of light, right? 001. Correct. Only those with a strong perception of dark energy can see them. It's one of the entry conditions for the team. 005. Then can I get some intel on the dark pillars of light? After all, I suspect they are the source of the zombie virus. He stole the question I was about to ask. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. 001. Oh, drop your suspicion. That is the source. After a long while, Lin Cheng replied, indeed. This not so secret should be shared with you all. There are 7 dark pillars of light on Earth. One of them is within Waxia's borders, located in the western grasslands, the epicenter of the catastrophe. I don't know what lies within the other pillars, but inside Waxia's pillar, a monster calling itself the Nightmare has emerged. They possess immense strength and lightning speed, and they carry the zombie virus, spreading it widely. Entering a city triggers a catastrophe. Fortunately, the nation reacted swiftly, deploying the nuclear cluster gun, a weapon beyond standard specifications. Over 50,000 nightmares were eliminated in the first wave. However, about 50 or 60 nightmares broke through the military's encirclement, causing severe disasters. I am currently tracking them down. If you find a nightmare at full strength, notify me immediately. For now, I am the only one capable of confronting them. The chat group fell silent. Qin Feng felt his fingers clutching the black card tremble. 005. So just a few that slipped through caused a citywide massacre. 001. Yes. Apart from the nuclear cluster gun, even nuclear weapons have limited threat to nightmares unless humanity is willing to perish along with them. 003. What is the nuclear cluster gun? 001 Don't ask about things you shouldn't. 003 Oh. 002 How many nightmares have entered Yuzhou City? 0016 Have been dealt with by me. Am still hunting the remaining two. Qin Feng felt an indescribable suffocation pressing down on him, almost stealing his breath. Only six. 6 nightmares had turned all of Yuzhou City into a paradise for zombies. A living hell. What kind of terrifying creatures were these? And the one that nearly wiped out an entire fully armed rescue team. Was it truly just the remnant soul of a nightmare slain by Lin Cheng? What a fearsome enemy humanity must face. Ling Shi noticed Qin Feng's worry and said, Actually, I'm not concerned about the impact of the nightmares. Sure, they're formidable, but weren't over 50,000 of them killed. The rest can only hide and skulk. What truly worries me is the outside world. Qin Feng finished. Daxiao was one of the top 3 military powers on Blue Star. Even such a nation couldn't completely eradicate the nightmares. What about the other countries on Blue Star? How long could they hold out against the dark pillars of light? Qin Feng felt as if a colossal weight bore down on him, the very air turning to lead in his lungs. Do not ask anymore. Many of the materials have yet to be verified, and I will send what I can later. With that, Lin Cheng fell silent. Qin Feng felt a sense of oppression. The military power of the Daxia Kingdom ranks among the top 3 in Blue Star, but in reality, there is a gap in military strength. It takes the combined forces of all countries ranked 4th and below to match one of the top 3. If the other dark pillars also feature night demons. Actually, we shouldn't worry. According to Lin Cheng's intelligence, humanity holds an overall advantage in strength. Ling Shi noticed Qin Feng's worry and quickly comforted him. If it comes to the point of using nuclear weapons, worrying won't help us. Qin Feng tried hard to avoid thinking about those chaotic matters. He was just an ordinary student with a bit of special ability, but that little power was insignificant against firearms. Why worry unnecessarily? If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. What should truly concern us is the purpose of Lin Cheng's formation of the Extraordinary Action Group. What enemies are they preparing to face? Qin Feng opened the exchange list and smiled wryly. This exchange price is clearly encouraging us to hunt mutated zombies. 1 point of blood crystal contribution starts at 3,000 for the crystal core with no upper limit. Even special zombies like Xuan and have a contribution of 100. Considering the price of bullets, killing ordinary zombies may not even break, even only hunting mutated zombies can yield the greatest profit. However, Qin Feng had no intention of racking up contributions this way. On the way here, he had prepared to earn contributions. Boss Qin, a medical expert, has arrived. Pengda shouted from below. Let them come up. Qin Feng responded as he approached the window. 5 experts dressed in white lab coats accompanied by a few young faces arrived at the newly cleaned laboratory on the 3rd floor. One of them was a familiar face. Professor Feng, you are here too. Qin Feng greeted politely, holding great respect for Professor Feng both for his expertise and character. He glanced at Professor Feng's back. Xiao Qing was also present, her gaze somewhat evasive. His feelings for Xiao Qing had faded. They could no longer be friends, but it wouldn't lead to hatred either. His concern for her was merely a habit. I heard you developed a serum to suppress the zombie virus. Professor Feng asked excitedly. Initially, he had given the materials to Qin Feng as a precaution. However, he had clearly underestimated Lin Cheng's strength. With Lin Cheng's escort, he faced no dangers along the way. He did not expect Qin Feng to have actually developed a serum against the zombie virus. Qin Feng was taken aback. Did you not develop it? This information was given to him by Professor Feng. Professor Feng retorted, must I develop it? Qin Feng fell into contemplation, unable to discern if Professor Feng was acting or truly had no results. Since you have developed it, why not demonstrate it? Don't worry, the name is yours. We've already registered it for you. If you want any benefits, just ask, but we hope you can publicly disclose the formula. Of course. Qin Feng nodded. He never intended to hide it. Firstly, his technology came from Professor Feng, and it was only a matter of time before others developed it. Once they produced results, the formula in Qin Feng's hands would be worthless. Secondly, this formula held strategic significance. If the refuge is breached, no one can remain unscathed. By the way, what materials do you need? The rescue team said you developed it from the lab. We brought all the commonly used agents from the lab. Professor Feng gestured for several students to bring out the materials. Morlock solution, yes, this will suffice. All right. Qin Feng picked up the experimental apparatus and skillfully prepared a gene dissolution agent, then poured part of it into a test tube and dropped in a blood crystal. Done. Qin Feng shook it a couple of times and handed the black solution to Professor Feng. This it. Everyone fell into a daze. Wasn't it less than half a minute? How could it be done so quickly? One expert scrutinized the black solution with skepticism. Can this truly obstruct the zombie virus? Nonsense. The one who spoke was Professor Feng. The crowd looked at him in confusion as he pointed at Qin Feng and scolded. This agent is meant to dissolve the viral genes, right? Qin Feng nodded yes. Professor Feng's face turned red with anger. You are being reckless. The dosage and reaction time of any agent I taught you must be calculated precisely. You didn't even use an analyzer. How did you make this? Qin Feng calmly replied, instinct. And what about the sterilization of the instruments? The sterile treatment of the test tubes. How could you skip those steps? Do you know what dangers this will pose to the final product? Professor Fong lamented. Several experts also reacted. This is too reckless. This student, don't you understand the experimental protocols? A product made this way can never enter the market. I understand everything you're saying, Qin Feng replied calmly. His memory was excellent, let alone the experimental protocols. He could memorize all the textbooks without issue. However, many steps were truly unnecessary. You understand? Then why not do it? Professor Fong was even more puzzled. Not enough conditions, not enough time. If there are no conditions, then create them. If there are difficulties, then overcome them. Omitting unnecessary steps is my way of overcoming difficulties. This is your method. Professor Fong clutched his heart, a look of pain on his face. Xiao Qing supported Professor Fong and angrily scolded Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Professor Feng's favorite student, is you, yet you repeatedly anger him. Don't you have any conscience? What do you take the teacher's goodwill for? You have no say here. Qin Feng said coldly, continuing the argument. My agent successfully saved several students and rescue team members, pulling them from the brink of becoming zombies. That is my success. But the risks have not been eliminated. Other steps can be overlooked, but sterilization and sterile handling are essential. Another expert spoke up for Professor Feng. No, there are no conditions that are essential. There is no such thing as a risk-free drug in this world. The purpose of a drug is to cure diseases and save lives. The original agent is to prevent people from becoming zombies. Compared to the risk of becoming a zombie, the risk of infection is negligible. Do not distort the facts. Does what you say truly reflect reality? A middle-aged expert retorted angrily. While the risks of your reagent are objectively real, any risk we can eliminate must be eliminated, and any risk we can mitigate must be reduced. Your reagent's hazards could be significantly lowered through refined experimental protocols. Then how do you eliminate the risk of zombie infection? And what will you do with the over 1 million infected citizens of Yuzhou City? Qin Feng countered. The expert faltered, speechless. Now I finally understand why even a student like me could synthesize this reagent at university, yet a room full of experts failed to produce it. Qin Feng sneered. For the sake of minimizing marginal risk, you stand by and watch as those infected with the zombie virus are slaughtered by friends they once trusted. Gene extraction and injection technology had long been mature on Blue Planet. Yet 2 days after the zombie outbreak, the experts still had not developed the primordial energy reagent, provoking Qin Feng's deep frustration. Competence might be excusable, but this was a matter of courage. The experts fell silent. Xiao Qing argued, this is science. Science demands rigor. Science is not a shield, it is the target. Qin Feng's voice turned glacial. A science that cannot withstand scrutiny is no science at all. Qin Feng, you seem unusually agitated today, Ling Shi remarked, casting a faintly hostile glance toward Xiao Qing. Young lady, we were indeed overly impassioned just now. The eldest expert softened his tone. May I ask, young man, what compels you to act this way? I find it hard to believe you're unaware of the consequences of disseminating an unproven reagent. Qin Feng sat down on a chair and spoke quietly. My grandfather practiced classical medicine. He often treated patients deemed incurable by hospitals and saved hundreds. Later, however, a patient whom the hospital had declared terminally ill died under my grandfather's care. What followed? Guessed the white-haired expert. Medical mishaps occur frequently. Even when a patient is pronounced doomed, there's little recourse. Survival is a bonus, death expected. Qin Feng shook his head. My grandfather lost his medical license, not for malpractice, but for lacking certification in classical medicine. Ahem. Another expert coughed dryly. Conditions have improved considerably since then. Such incidents won't recur. Qin Feng ignored him. I asked my grandfather whether he regretted it. He replied, if you fear consequences, why study medicine at all? The experts fell into solemn reflection. My answer remains the same. If you fear consequences, why study medicine? Qin Feng pointed to the black reagent. This formulation boasts over 90 safety efficacy. Its shelf life remains undetermined, but its potency is guaranteed for at least 24 hours. I know an unstandardized preparation may claim lives, but I am certain it will save far more. I see. Professor Feng sighed deeply, as if aged several years in that moment. I will do everything possible to minimize its risks. There is no time left, Qin Feng insisted. Every minute delayed in deploying this reagent could cost hundreds of lives. After all, Yuzhou City fell in a single day. Professor Feng's expression twisted with anguish. To endorse a reagent whose dangers were known, and whose risks could not be fully mitigated through conventional methods, was more agonizing than endorsing one with even greater peril. Youthful vigor indeed. The eldest expert beamed at Qin Feng. Seeing young men like you in Daxia gives me peace of mind. Sometimes experience and seniority pale beside the courage to defy convention. Qin Feng exhaled in relief. Thank you. His acceptance meant official endorsement. Of course, even without consent, Qin Feng would have delivered the formula directly to rescue teams for immediate production. His relief was genuine. Someone finally understood. Moments later, the group exchanged final remarks and departed hastily. Before leaving, they pledged greater support. Advanced instrumentation and rare materials would be dispatched, though no additional personnel would be assigned. Qin Feng did not mind. Observing these erudite experts, stymied by rigid protocols, unable even to formulate the primordial energy reagent, served as a stark warning. Strict adherence to medical or research ethics would confine his achievements within the same limits as these elders. Only by breaking conventions could he glimpse new frontiers. The more people who knew, the greater the likelihood of complications. Roughly an hour later, new visitors arrived, the same elegant female guide. She had come to deliver supplies. Daily necessities were expected, but she brought large quantities of firearms, ammunition, and even hand grenades. Qin Feng also noticed enhanced security around the villa. 6 machine guns had been mounted atop the 2 neighboring buildings, clearly installed to safeguard him. Given his status as a vital scientific researcher, such protection was only fitting. Finally, the guide placed a crate upon the table. This is an M12 sniper rifle, specifically allocated for your team. Instantly, the villa erupted in excitement. Whoa, the M12. Wasn't it just unveiled last year? Effective range 1600 meters, with selectable semi-automatic and fully automatic fire modes. They actually sent us one. How extraordinarily generous. Wang Ku rushed forward first. You know that? Ko Xingyang looked astonished. Just because I've never fired a gun doesn't mean I can't read military journals for fun, Wang Ku retorted, shrugging. Step aside, this is mine. Ling Shi claimed the crate without hesitation. Ever since demonstrating her uncanny marksmanship, she'd grown increasingly enamored with firearms. She opened the crate with delight, then blinked in confusion. How does one assemble a sniper rifle? The guide nearly fainted. You don't even know how to assemble it. The guide stammered, furious. If you lack even basic assembly skills, why apply for a sniper rifle at all? Don't you realize sniper rifles are strategic assets? They belong in the hands of the capable, not squandered on the unqualified. Ling Shi bristled. I am capable. Capable? You can't even assemble it. Can you disengage the safety? Switch between firing modes. What are those? Ling Shi stared blankly. Wasn't shooting simply about pulling the trigger? You're wasting resources. The guide burst into tears. How could someone unfamiliar with assembly safety mechanisms or firing modes possibly qualify for such a prized weapon? Her heart swelled with grievance. Seeing the guide in tears, Ling Shi relented. I can learn. I'm a genius. I'll master it in no time. Sniper rifles aren't mastered so easily. I trained for 3 months and still haven't become a true marksman. The guide sobbed harder. Is it really that difficult? Do you shoot sniper rifles? Then teach me. Ling Shi patted her back soothingly. Really? We're going to. Wang Ku and the others also insisted on heading to the front line to observe. Do you have nothing better to do? Qin Feng sneered. Since you're so idle, each of you will perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer weighted run. Everyone recoiled in shock. What is there to question? Do you think warfare is child's play? Without exceptional physical conditioning, how can you possibly carry out missions? Without further debate, Qin Feng issued the order with unwavering authority. I'll join you. All of you will complete every rep without exception. Wang Susu timidly asked, do the girls have to as well? Qin Feng paused thoughtfully before replying, the girls may carry lighter weights, but their training regimen must be identical in every other respect. After all, he was recruiting teammates, not raising infants. If they chose to follow the retreat path he had arranged, he would hold no grudge. Yet having accepted his benefits, they were now obligated to contribute meaningfully. As friends or comrades, he would support them wholeheartedly. But Qin Feng was neither their parent nor their guardian. He bore no duty to indulge them. Fine. Their faces twisted in dismay, but faced with Qin Feng's unyielding resolve, they had no choice but to obey. Soon they discovered the physical drills were completed with surprising ease. Wang Ku in particular finished with effortless grace. It seems the training intensity is insufficient. Watching them complete all exercises within half an hour, still energetic and alert, Qin Feng fell into deep contemplation. Yet he noticed something remarkable: his own genomic primal energy had increased. Though only by roughly 10%, it was undeniably a promising sign. He approached each person individually and assessed their genomic primal energy, finding that everyone had experienced measurable albeit varying gains. So my hypothesis was correct. Qin Feng had named the latent energy entering his body genomic primal energy, and not without sound reasoning. For instance, its recovery rate correlated with exposure to dark energy, but not with the quantity absorbed, a paradox that defied easy explanation. He suspected dark energy served merely as a key, while the true source lay buried deep within the genome itself. Thus, rigorous training and physiological stress emerged as viable pathways to amplify genomic primal energy. Once everyone has recovered, we begin the second round. Having completed his assessments, Qin Feng announced impassively. Again. No training, no firearms. With that terse declaration, Qin Feng launched the second session. This time, male participants performed push-ups and squats under added weight, and the cross-country run demanded significantly heavier loads. After 2 hours of relentless exertion, every trainee collapsed, utterly spent, onto the ground. Yet Qin Feng had obtained precisely the data he sought: elevated metrics across the board. Indeed, genomic primal energy originates from within the body. Dark energy is but a catalyst, not the primary engine. The proven method to expand its upper limit is disciplined physical cultivation. Moreover, Wang Ku, who had used substandard enhancement agents, remained, aside from Qin Feng himself, the physically strongest among them. His genomic primal energy reserves were triple those of the overweight recruit, and nearing half of Qin Feng's own. His assigned load was also the heaviest of all. Qin Feng had strong reason to suspect that his enhancement agent had sacrificed considerable efficacy in pursuit of safety. At the peak of exhaustion, genomic primal energy began flowing back into the body, nourishing every fatigued or even micro-damaged tissue with restorative vitality. This left Qin Feng feeling markedly lighter, more agile. Everyone's exhausted. Let's pause physical training for now. Understanding the principle of moderation, he refrained from pushing them further. At last, the demon has stopped. Chen Zixuan lay flat on her back, eyes vacant and unfocused. Next, theoretical instruction on firearms. Qin Feng continued without pause. Wait, we're supposed to be resting, aren't we? Yin Suchi asked, bewildered. We are resting, just not our minds. While your bodies recover, why waste precious mental capacity? Why not use this time to master firearm theory? Or, would you rather not learn to wield them at all? Qin Feng smiled gently. Devil. The rescue team had already delivered comprehensive firearm manuals. With Qin Feng's eidetic memory, a single reading sufficed for retention. 2 reviews plus 2 Hansen sessions ensured mastery. Teaching these novices posed no difficulty whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, the 2 women returned from the front line, Ling Shi radiant and exuberant, while the female guide lay hollow-eyed and mentally drained, as if utterly broken. Tears still glistened faintly at the corners of her eyes. Our genius is real, she murmured, dazed. Everything she'd just witnessed had shattered her entire worldview. A novice who couldn't even assemble, maintain, or safely operate a rifle, who fumbled with magazine insertion and couldn't distinguish between semi-automatic and full auto fire, somehow achieved perfect accuracy. 100% hit rate. And several shots struck targets beyond 2,000 meters, with the farthest hitting a target at 2,500 meters, each delivering a flawless headshot. Bullet never wasted. Wasn't the rifle's effective range only 1,600 meters? She deeply suspected the girl was mocking her. In those past few hours, she had spent most of her time learning everything except marksmanship. As for shooting technique, she was the ceiling, unmatched, unsurpassed. How could such a creature exist in reality? Ming, thank you so much today. Without your guidance, I'd never have realized how intricate sniper rifles truly are. I used to think firing a gun was all there was to it. She clasped the guide's hand gratefully. No, it's nothing to thank me for, Li Ming quickly interjected, lowering her gaze. She knew the fundamentals she taught were standard knowledge for any trained sniper. But Ling Shi's innate talent, irreplicable, extraordinary, was another matter entirely. If this team included a genius researcher and a peerless borderline supernatural firearms prodigy, might the others possess equally rare aptitudes? Li Ming no longer questioned their entitlement to special privileges. Perhaps her own bias had been the flaw all along. Even seeing several recruits lying prostrate like lifeless dogs, she dared not entertain a trace of condescension. You've arrived just in time. Since you're proficient with sniper rifles, you must be a top-tier cadet from military academy then? Qin Feng asked. I simply scored well, what's hardly worth mentioning. Li Ming bowed her head, modestly devoid of arrogance. Such a dramatic shift in demeanor. Qin Feng found it curious, but pressed forward with his request. We'd like you to help us grasp field navigation fundamentals, essential firearm safety protocols, and if possible share practical insights beyond textbook theory. Of course, Li Ming agreed immediately. Truth be told, she herself was intensely curious about the nature of this extraordinary team. Thus, for the next 3 days, the group immersed themselves in intensive study, devouring knowledge voraciously while maintaining daily physical conditioning and honing firearm proficiency. Each evening, they received medical first aid instruction from Qin Feng. His rationale was simple. Our objective is to become combat medics. How could we possibly fulfill that role without mastering emergency response? In 3 days, Qin Feng did not expect much improvement from them. As long as they did not hold him back, he would be grateful. However, compared to a few days ago, the team's spirit had indeed transformed completely. Although everyone was exhausted these past few days, they felt a peculiar sense of fulfillment. Occasionally, they would even go to the front lines to battle zombies. Among them, Ling Zai's growth rate was the fastest. While others practiced aiming with guns, she directly skipped the aiming step and learned dynamic shooting. A cheap player, of course, couldn't be compared to ordinary individuals. Qin Feng gradually became more adept at utilizing his hyperintuition. The widespread use of the original energy potion significantly reduced casualties on the front lines, and the situation began to stabilize. Once the original energy potion further spread, it was likely that humanity would begin its counterattack. The situation looked promising. In the laboratory, Qin Feng was tinkering with a specially made scalpel. This scalpel was crafted from a severed rhinoceros horn shaped into a white surgical knife with a golden crystal core embedded in the tip. Such crystal cores were gifted to him and Ling Shi by Lin Cheng. Qin Feng had used his own core to concoct a potion for Ling Shi, so naturally Ling Zai's core belonged to him. He crafted this knife according to the image from his dreams. In his left hand, Qin Feng held a military dagger, while in his right, he wielded the white scalpel, their blades clashing against each other. Clang! The military dagger forged from fine steel broke silently, its cut smooth as if polished. Such power left Qin Feng astonished. He had tested it, and the rhinoceros horn was not that hard. Next, he attempted to infuse varying degrees of genetic original energy into the military dagger. The results showed that the same level of original energy could elevate the scalpel's power to a terrifying degree, while the effect on the military dagger was negligible. However, without equipment, he was unable to compare the data. Embedding the crystal core in ordinary weapons proved ineffective, and there was no significant effect when embedded in biological bones. Yet the weapon crafted from this rhinoceros horn was exceptionally sharp. Moreover, its toughness, hardness, and wear resistance had all improved, even exhibiting a property of not staining with blood. Qin Feng made a note and hid the scalpel in his sleeve. Based on his dream's memory, he named it the Dark Energy Weapon. It was not called an original energy weapon because the crystal core played an exceedingly important role in the weapon. The clothes he wore had long been modified with a total of 12 pockets and 3 compartments for guns. In addition, he had 15 places on his body for storing daggers, short swords, long swords, and surgical knives, making him a walking arsenal. Ling Shi, wanting to ambush him, was deterred by his outfit. Under his strict demands, everyone's clothing had undergone enough modifications collectively larger than the capacity of a backpack. Finally, beneath a white trench coat resembling a lab coat, all protruding areas were perfectly concealed. He looked like a muscular male. However, the others' outfits were not as fortunate. "Boss, do we really have to wear these clothes for the mission?" Wang Ko asked with a mournful face, his body adorned with 7 bags of various sizes. Additionally, he had to ensure the bags wouldn't hinder combat. How could that not be a hindrance? If he could handle it, he would have flipped out long ago. Wearing these really affects our image. Yang Lu frowned, her body also strapped with various gear, medicine, and bandages. Luckily, she only had one backpack, so it wasn't too unsightly. If you had Ling Zai's strength, you could dress like her. Qin Feng pointed to Ling Shi beside them. Ling Shi was dressed in a black combat suit with a pistol and a dagger tucked into her legs, a sniper rifle case slung over her back along with ammunition boxes. Moreover, she had no supplies whatsoever. In Qin Feng's words, a sniper was the team's breadwinner. If even the sniper needed to carry a backpack, there was no need for the team to exist. "Boss, you're not as strong as Sister Ling Shi, are you?" Peng De weakly remarked. Qin Feng's expression stiffened, then he calmly said, "You're carrying too little, just add a pack of purified water." The fatty's face stiffened, feeling an urge to slap himself. "You sure talk a lot. Now you should all be aware of the general situation. The situation is stable and the rescue team is preparing to retake Yuzhou City. As a special operations team, we enjoy the best resources and have no power to refuse," Qin Feng stated. Although there were no mandatory tasks, while ordinary survivors could only rely on relief rations to survive, they lived in villas enjoying the best resources with firearms and ammunition at their disposal. This was certainly not without reason. The original energy potions contributed by Qin Feng allowed them to enjoy all of this with a clear conscience. However, there were limits. He believed that if he did not accept this mission, Lin Cheng would undoubtedly kick him out without hesitation. In the future, Qin Feng would only be a researcher. This was far from what he desired. The safety he sought was one where he could grasp his own destiny. "But boss, don't we have 2 cars? Can't we just leave our gear in the vehicles?" Wang Ke asked curiously. "If we encounter danger, we must be prepared to abandon the cars and escape," Qin Feng replied candidly. "Danger?" The others exchanged glances. "That's right, and our identities compel us to proactively confront danger," Qin Feng said sternly. "Understood." Regardless of their thoughts, everyone had already come to terms with it over these past few days. "Captain, should we give our team a name?" Wang Susu suddenly suggested. "If we make it back alive, he'll consider it." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Why do I feel like the captain is always so pessimistic?" Wang Susu whispered to her teammate beside her. "This isn't pessimism, it's calmness and caution," Chen Zixuan retorted loudly, cautiously glancing at Ling Shi. As a team member, it was a basic principle to curry favor, but one must also be cautious not to overdo it. Seeing that Ling Shi seemed indifferent, she let out a sigh of relief. Qin Feng glanced at Chen Zixuan, but said nothing. This operation was prepared with the possibility of encountering night demons in mind. He had to ensure that even when facing monsters like night demons, he could retreat unscathed, or at least hold out for a sufficient time. Prepare to set off. With Qin Feng's command, the team members dispersed to sit in 2 rescue vehicles with 7 seats in the front and a cargo compartment in the back. Such vehicles were not available on the market. They were exclusive to rescue teams that bore the dual tasks of saving survivors and collecting supplies. Qin Feng and Ling Shi sat together on a motorcycle. It was challenging to react quickly in a vehicle in case of danger. He preferred to trust his own eyes and intuition. At 9 in the morning, Qin Feng led his team into Yuzhou City, where the traces of war burned fiercely before them. The army and rescue teams had already engaged in battle with the zombies that morning. The zombies attracted by sound had already been dealt with. The remaining zombies were either too far away or led by mutated zombies exhibiting an instinct to avoid danger. Moreover, there were indications of manipulation from night demons behind the scenes. Have we not encountered any zombies for so long? The zombies here can't possibly have been taken care of already, can they? Ling Shi, sitting behind Qin Feng, wrapped her arms around his waist. Impossible. Qin Feng replied indifferently, his attention fully focused on remaining vigilant of the surroundings. Suddenly, a nimble zombie jumped out from nearby. Bang! Ling Shi fired a shot, blowing its head apart. Qin Feng stopped the motorcycle and approached the dead zombie. This was a zombie covered in white fur resembling a mutated zombie, piquing Qin Feng's interest. After slicing open its head, Qin Feng felt a bit disappointed. Although it did not contain a blood crystal, it had not turned into a crystal core either, just a slightly special blood crystal. After putting away the blood crystal, Qin Feng continued forward. This time, half an hour passed without encountering any enemies. Just as everyone began to relax their guard, Qin Feng stopped again. Everyone get out of the vehicle and prepare for battle, Qin Feng said gravely. Wei Renjie and Ko Jingyang, who were driving, had no choice but to stop the vehicle. Boss, what's going on? There are zombies lying in ambush nearby. Qin Feng casually took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it into a nearby store. The grenade was a friendly donation from the army. The formula for the original energy potion brought him 200,000 contribution points. Additionally, for every bottle of potion he personally crafted, the rescue team offered a price of 50 contribution points, as the safety of Qin Feng's handmade potions was the highest. Therefore, during their breaks, Qin Feng prepared some potions to earn contributions. After sufficiently purchasing firearms, he still had 150,000 contribution points left unspent. Naturally, Qin Feng would not be polite about it. Whatever the army allowed him to exchange, he would exchange to the maximum limit. Boom! The grenade exploded and more than a dozen zombies rushed out with red eyes. Even with the commands from mutated zombies, these zombies could not act, remaining unmoved despite the stimulation. Wang Ku and the others raised their guns, quickly gunning down the zombies. A blue-clad zombie, much faster than regular zombies, jumped out from the store, lunging at Qin Feng. Ling Shi raised her hand and fired the bullet, piercing the zombie's eye. Qin Feng used a specially made surgical knife to slice through the zombie's head as easily as cutting tofu, extracting a dark blue crystal core. The crystal core of a mutated zombie secured. From this crystal core, Qin Feng sensed a special dark energy, though still far inferior in quality compared to purple and gold crystal cores. In addition to the quality of the energy, the quantity of energy seemed to differ as well. A good omen, a red start to the day, Wang Ke said with a smile. Don't set any flags carelessly, Qin Feng replied sharply. The zombies are increasing, prepare to deal with them. Wang Ku and the others did not dare to relax. They built a defensive line using their backpacks and the travel suitcase they were dragging, then rested their rifles on the makeshift barrier to conserve energy and improve accuracy. After about 10 minutes, the nearby horde of zombies was completely annihilated. Along the way, a mutated zombie appeared, which Ling Shi easily dealt with, securing another dark blue crystal core. In the face of Ling Shi's shooting skills, there was little difference between mutated zombies and ordinary ones. After all, their eyes and mouths were quite vulnerable. Two of you go on top of the vehicle and continue to keep watch. Ling Shi and I will check the higher ground. Qin Feng surveyed the nearby 19-story building, thinking that standing on the roof of this hotel should give a clear view of the surroundings. Chen Zixuan casually asked, who will go to the roof? Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he scolded, do I have to decide everything? Do you have no independent thoughts at all? If I'm not here later, won't you know to deal with the zombies without orders? Chen Zixuan lowered her head, aggrieved, saying, I just lack experience. Zombies love the inexperienced. Qin Feng tossed a sentence over his shoulder, grabbed a backpack, and turned to enter the tall building. Wang Susu patted Chen Zixuan's shoulder, saying, don't feel wronged. The boss team has unique expectations. It's normal for them to be a bit demanding. Chen Zixuan nodded and stood alert with her gun. Everyone exchanged glances, and without permission, Wang Ku and Li Zixuan jumped directly onto the roof of the vehicle. With Qin Feng gone, they could only rely on themselves. Qin Feng and Ling Shi cautiously entered the tall building. Of course, the elevator was out of service, so they could only use the emergency exit. The narrow and dim emergency exit gave an unsettling feeling, making Qin Feng instinctively uncomfortable. After crawling up 10 floors, Ling Shi suddenly called out, be careful. Saying this, she fired a shot upward. A zombie resembling a lizard clinging to the ceiling of the hallway was shot in the head. Thanks. Although his heightened intuition sensed danger, Qin Feng hadn't immediately thought of the special zombie on the wall, so his first reaction was to check for enemies above and below the stairs. It was only when Ling Shi took action that he realized the flaw of his heightened intuition. After all, intuition was just intuition. Even if it could predict danger, it would still be limited by instinct. Of course, if the lizard-like zombie attacked him, Qin Feng could block it, solely relying on his heightened intuition. However, in this dark environment, it was certainly not as effective as Ling Shi's abilities. After slicing open the lizard zombie's head, Qin Feng extracted the crystal core only to find that the staircase seemed to be shaking. Zombies were quickly surging down from above the stairs. Let's exit from the 9th floor. Qin Feng called out, and together with Ling, they turned and descended one floor, leaving through the stairway entrance on the 9th floor. Once they entered the lobby on the 9th floor, the two prepared for battle. A horde of pale-faced grotesque zombies emerged from the stairway, charging at them. Additionally, the zombies on the 9th floor were also stirred up. The intelligence of zombies was not sufficient for them to hear the commotion and choose the correct path to the source of the sound. Even mutated zombies might not possess intelligence. Ling fired 14 shots in succession, killing 14 zombies, skillfully discarding the empty magazine and replacing it with a new one. While reloading, the two entered the corridor. Back to back, Qin Feng instructed, drawing arrows from his waist, shooting them in rapid succession at the zombies. In less than 2 minutes, over 40 zombies were all eliminated. Should we continue upwards? Ling asked. No, this floor has issues. Qin Feng pointed at the ground. The battle marks and the excessive black blood on the floor suggest that a great battle took place here. Ling also noticed the traces on the ground. There are no weapons or signs of gunfire except for the marks left by us. The ground was littered with pieces of flesh and bones gnawed by zombies, and the door lock showed signs of damage, indicating that there were no survivors on this floor. Ling quickly extracted the important information. Under normal circumstances, zombies do not completely consume a person. After a survivor is bitten to death, they will typically turn into a zombie within 10 to 30 seconds. Even with scratches, very few can last more than half an hour. However, there is an excessive amount of flesh and bones here, as if a special type of zombie had appeared, consuming survivors until nothing was left. Qin Feng pointed at the scattered bones. There is also another possibility, Ling added. Zombies eating zombies. This was not just her wild guess, but something they had heard from others while communicating via the black card over the past few days. Both number 4 and number 5 had encountered such mutated zombies. Zombies that eat other zombies are almost certainly mutated zombies. Qin Feng moved to the window and glanced down at the situation outside. It was stable. Seeing that Wang Ku and the others were fine, Qin Feng felt reassured. Be careful. The two carefully searched the floor, and when they reached a certain room, Ling nudged Qin Feng's waist. Qin Feng nodded and drew the bowstring taut. Ling retrieved a grenade from her bag and threw it, and a 2-meter-tall silver-gray giant zombie sprang out, prompting Qin Feng to release the arrow. Swish! The arrow struck the zombie's mouth. To enhance its lethality, Qin Feng had sharpened each arrowhead with his left hand. Combined with the power of the compound bow, it could easily pierce through the skull of an ordinary zombie within 20 paces, let alone the vulnerable mouth. Crack! The giant zombie bit down and shattered the arrow. Be careful, this zombie is different. Qin Feng immediately discarded the compound bow, took out an arrow, and hurled it towards the zombie's eyes. He chose an arrow made of fiberglass. Although its flexibility was somewhat inferior to that of carbon arrows, its weight provided additional lethality. Moreover, this strike, infused with genetic energy, was more powerful than the compound bow, even surpassing a bullet from a handgun. The zombie shook its head and the arrow struck its forehead, but bounced off. Ling gripped her gun with both hands and opened fire. Bang! 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 15 bullets later, one magazine was emptied. However, the bullets hitting the zombie's head were all deflected, with one hitting its eye, causing the zombie to close its eyes in advance. The zombie's eyelids were charred black, yet it still functioned. Is this zombie made of iron? Qin Feng and the others turned to run. I thought number 5 was exaggerating about the iron zombies being hard to kill, but it turns out this one truly isn't afraid of handguns. Should I use the sniper rifle? Ling suggested as they fled. There's no time to assemble it. Qin Feng pulled Ling into a room, swiftly drew a surgical knife from his sleeve, and took out a military dagger with his left hand, preparing for battle. Ling felt somewhat frustrated. I should have practiced close combat more. After confirming her talent in firearms and receiving praise, she felt a bit proud. However, this encounter made her realize her limitations. A sniper rifle could penetrate steel plates, but it also required time to assemble. Boom. The iron zombie broke through the door, half of its body sticking in. Ling who had just changed magazines, cautiously attacked the zombie's ears, nose, and throat. Her bullets pierced through the zombie's ears, shattered its nose, and inflicted wounds on its neck. However, she still couldn't penetrate the zombie skeleton. When the gunfire ceased, Qin Feng's surgical knife lunged towards the zombie's eye, but unfortunately, it slightly missed, only piercing the face. The giant zombie's fist came crashing down towards Qin Feng. He leaped to avoid the blow. With the power of his heightened intuition, he struck the zombie's face with his surgical knife, creating a massive gash. Boom. A bullet followed the wound into the zombie's head. It's not over yet. Just when Ling thought it was finished, Qin Feng's left hand formed a palm blade that penetrated through the iron zombie's head. The iron zombie fell heavily to the ground. No wonder it's the strongest defensive mutated zombie. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The intense battle had put his mind to a severe test. If struck by a zombie, it would mean a gruesome end. Fortunately, his heightened intuition endowed him with powerful combat instincts, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. Using the surgical knife, Qin Feng sliced open the zombie's forehead and found a zombie crystal core shimmering with a silver glow. He felt satisfied with the power within the core. The quality of this crystal core was already very close to that of the purple one, valued at least over 10,000 contributions. The zombies on this floor must have been raised as food by the previous one. Ling's eyes face paled. Indeed, the idea of luring all the zombies out with just sound and blood is too naive. Lingshi, the scene ahead might be a bit gruesome. You can step out for a moment. Qin Feng reminded her. As a medical student, I've even attended dissection classes. Am I still afraid of gruesomeness? I just can't accept it at first. Ling, she said dismissively, as someone who had seen the world. She had encountered all kinds of bloody scenes. Having passed through a sea of corpses and blood, she was still here. All right then. Seeing she was unbothered, Qin Feng no longer insisted. He wielded the surgical knife, skillfully severing the iron zombie's head, the knife moving like a swift serpent over the zombie's body. In less than 2 minutes, the zombie's body was completely dissected. The deformed organs and darkened bones were set aside. Ling, she pale-faced, exited and went to a nearby room, silently beginning to retch. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng extracted 3 sections of bone, 2 from the femur and 1 from the spine. Perhaps due to mutation, or perhaps the weight pressing down, it felt as if this spine was connected as one. It seemed the iron zombie's spine was originally a complete piece. These 3 bones felt somewhat different to him, reminiscent of the feeling he had with the rhino horn back then. This can be taken back for further study when there's time. After packing the items into a bag and hanging it beside his backpack, Qin Feng called Ling, she to continue moving upward. Although Ling's face was pale, she still managed to maintain a facade, as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng did not bring it up, either, leading Ling, she to the rooftop. Other than the pile of corpses accumulating in the hallway that took some time to clear, the two did not encounter any further obstacles. The nearby zombies are not numerous, but there are quite a few unusual energy reactions which suggest there are many mutated zombies around. Ling, she used her vision abilities to observe the surroundings. Perhaps next time we should practice climbing. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the tall building looking down. Coming up from such a cramped space gives an unsafe feeling. If we encounter an ambush from an iron zombie in the hallway, the situation could be much more dangerous than it is now. Lacking a sense of security, Qin Feng disliked small enclosed spaces. He didn't even like being in a car. That's why he specifically exchanged for a motorcycle. Climbing is a good idea. Ling, she stretched lazily. Our physical abilities are getting stronger. Maybe in the future we won't even need to climb up from inside the building. Suddenly, she looked alertly in one direction. In that direction, many animals are fleeing. Is it from the zoo? Qin Feng also looked in that direction. His eyesight had improved a lot compared to before, yet he still couldn't see clearly. After all, this was the roof of a 19-story building. Ling, she said, there are animals from the zoo, but their fleeing direction is too uniform. It's likely they encountered some situation. I suspect there's something behind that group of animals that's chasing them. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. A zombie tide. A zombie tide is a tremendous test of the team's firepower. Ling, she shook her head. I didn't see any signs of a zombie tide. Qin Feng trusted Ling's eyesight very much. If she said there was none, then there truly was no zombie tide. However, it didn't rule out the possibility of some special existence being there. The direction the animals are heading is neither towards us, nor towards the military and rescue teams, so we shouldn't worry, Ling, she said. Let's clear out all the zombies in this building first. All right, Qin Feng agreed. After more than 2 hours of effort, all the zombies in the building were cleared out, during which they encountered 3 mutated zombies with no survivors. Unfortunately, the crystal cores of these mutated zombies were of poor quality. According to the action team, the fewer impurities in the crystal cores, the purer the energy, which results in a higher quality. After the cleanup, they returned to the rooftop. Ling, she opened the map and explained what she had seen. Look, this is the map, and this is the location where the animals or zombies have gone into a frenzy. Ling, she circled several locations on the map. Qin Feng blurted out, they were startled by something. Ling, she nodded. That's right. I suspect there is a terrifying enemy heading westward. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, then we don't need to worry about it. This cleanup operation is proceeding from west to east, and we are not responsible for anything beyond the mission. We'll talk about it again when there are further discoveries. All right. Ling, she didn't think much of it, and then pointed towards the west. That area might be facing a zombie tide which will pass through our squad. Should we retreat in advance, or should we deal with the horde? Qin Feng retorted, do you really think we can handle the horde? Ling, she was taken aback. Isn't it possible? We have plenty of ammunition, and this wave of zombies is only about 2,000. Qin Feng didn't explain further. Then let's give it a try. Not learning from consequences means one won't grow. Qin Feng decided to let them learn their lesson while testing a few things. After explaining their intentions, everyone immediately became excited and began to set up defenses. Move the vehicles a bit closer, don't keep them too far away. Vehicles are a natural defense line, and go find a few more cars to bring over. Also, our supply boxes are made of iron, which can withstand bullets. Get them set up quickly. What are you setting up for? Someone nearby said, there's a small community right next to us. We can hide in one of the residential buildings and set up machine guns at the windows, can't we? Looking at the flustered crowd, Qin Feng sighed and covered his forehead. Indeed, building a useful team is a long and arduous task. However, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, they were all fresh recruits just out of school, and it was commendable that they could manage this much. In the end, everyone agreed to the residential building defense plan. Whether using vehicle supply boxes or finding nearby vehicles as cover, all carried certain risks. After all, vehicles and supplies are precious resources. Qin Feng contributed a lot and couldn't afford to waste them. Moreover, the windows of the residential building also served as natural machine gun positions, so why waste time building new defenses? Besides, it's not bad to scavenge some supplies. Although they weren't short on supplies, with the increasing number of people in the shelter, a shortage was beginning to surface. Furthermore, with communication cut off and electronic currency losing its value, paper currency naturally also lost its worth. The market had already reverted to an ancient barter system. Although Qin Feng could exchange contribution points, if supplies continued to dwindle, the value of those points would also decline. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng fell into deep thought as he looked at the two little girls in front of him. These were the survivors discovered by Wei Renjia when breaking down the door. What's going on? Didn't the rescue team already come through here? Qin Feng felt a bit of a headache. Wonka shrugged. They might have missed them. A slightly older girl, about 11 or 12, timidly explained, the rescue team came, but they didn't find us. Qin Feng asked, since you knew the rescue team came, why didn't you step forward? The girl lowered her head. We were too scared. Qin Feng was a bit speechless, but he couldn't expect too much from two elementary school students. After all, many adults had also broken down during the disaster. And us? The others looked at Qin Feng, inquiring with their eyes for his opinion. Qin Feng thought for a moment and threatened, from now on, no matter what happens, you must not make a sound. Do you understand? The younger girl nearly cried, I'm hungry. I'll go get food. Yang Lu reached for her backpack. Wait a minute. Qin Feng stopped her, saying, there's food in the kitchen here too. Let's cook with the supplies in the room first. Okay. Yang Lu didn't refuse and began to cook porridge. Upon entering the room, everyone discovered two adult corpses, one with a neck slashed by a kitchen knife, and the other with a watermelon knife piercing through the eye socket and penetrating the brain. They were covered in bite marks. They must be their parents. Their parents turned into zombies and committed suicide to avoid implicating their daughters. Wang Ku sighed lightly. Don't be sentimental. If we can't deal with the horde, we'll end up accompanying them. Qin Feng gave him a light pat on the head. Everyone immediately reacted and began to get serious. They closed the door and opened the windows. The rescue vehicles were parked downstairs away from the direction of the zombie tide. Qin Feng and Ling, she went directly to the rooftop. Soon the zombie tide arrived. The two didn't take action immediately, but let Wang Ku and the others make the first move, which also served as a training exercise for them. Ling, she suddenly said, do you really think the man and woman in the room committed suicide? Qin Feng replied, both of their weapons were discarded. Ling's eyes expression dimmed. This? Qin Feng patted her shoulder. Think positively, they already knew how to survive. He recalled Professor Feng's words, when disaster strikes, life will find its own way out. The zombie tide has come. At first there were only dozens of zombies. Wang Ku and the others easily dealt with them. However, soon the number of zombies began to increase, reaching hundreds and then thousands. The people with poor marksmanship started to panic, but forced themselves to remain calm and shoot steadily. Soon they discovered a problem. This is not the camp. Their speed in killing zombies is far inferior to the advance of the tide. After all, unless they aim for the head, it is hard to kill a zombie. Under the high-precision requirement for rapid fire, the demands were too great. Bang! Ling Shi shot and killed a swift mutant zombie, saying the zombie horde will arrive in no more than 5 minutes. We can't handle them with just us. Qin Feng maintained his composure. They rely too much on firearms. After practicing for a few days, they think they are invincible. Ling Shi realized something. Are you deliberately letting us suffer? Qin Feng nodded. Yes, experiencing difficulties now won't cost us our lives. If we maintain this arrogant mindset, who knows what will happen? Using this opportunity to make them aware of their shortcomings is also beneficial. Watching the approaching horde, everyone could only increase their firing rate. However, a problem soon arose. As the firing rate increased, the overheating of the barrels became severe and the guns in everyone's hands quickly malfunctioned. After about half an hour, complaints came from the 4th floor. Not good, my barrel is broken. My rifle has jammed too. Damn it. Where's the maintenance oil? I forgot to bring it. It's still in the car. Who's going to get it? Who the hell needs maintenance oil? What we need is a coolant. Coming. At first, when problems arose, everyone could help each other out, because Qin Feng's preparations had been quite thorough. However, some issues cannot be solved by knowledge. Wang Ku, who was the most excited about shooting, suddenly cried out for help. I've run out of bullets. Can someone lend me some? I told you to conserve bullets, and you didn't listen. Now look what's happened. Not good, zombies are already coming up. Oh, we need to hurry and close the door. Throw all the tables and chairs to the entrance of the corridor to block it. Don't let the zombies come in. Quickly go find Qin Laoda and Sister Ling Shi. Everyone hurriedly moved furniture to block the corridor. The zombies surged up, but the furniture blocked their path. The weight of the furniture combined with the advantage from above prevented the horde from advancing, but the frenzied zombies kept destroying the furniture, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through. This left everyone in a state of panic. Wang Susu was assigned to ask Qin Feng for instructions. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Didn't you all think guns are great? As long as we kill all the zombies, that's all that matters." Wang Susu was about to cry we were wrong, who knew the quality of these guns was so poor. They broke down quickly, only 3 guns are still usable, but we've run out of bullets. If we don't come up with a plan, we're going to be zombie food. Qin Feng said let them all come up first. Wang Susu quickly relayed the order. Before long, everyone fought while retreating to the rooftop of the residential building, not forgetting to bring along 2 burdens. Looking at everyone's expressions, Qin Feng calmly asked, "Do you know what went wrong?" Everyone exchanged glances. Wang Ke replied, "Shamefully, I was inaccurate in judging my own strength. When we were at the camp, if there were problems with the guns, we could ask the military and rescue teams for help with all the tools and replacement parts available. But in the city, we don't have that condition." Too arrogant, Wei Ranjie succinctly stated. Qin Feng added, "It's good that you understand. I had you practice melee weapons, yet you all slacked off thinking firearms were better. Now how come you can't even deal with the horde? Firearms are invincible. But the lethality of cold weapons is too weak. If we fight zombies with swords, even if we have enough stamina, the swords would dull after killing dozens of zombies, right?" Qin Feng pointed at the flock of zombies rushing up from below and replied, "Firearms are certainly stronger than cold weapons. That's beyond doubt. However, they also make a lot of noise. When you fire the first shot, be prepared to keep firing. In a position battle, the military is certainly not afraid, as they have a large number of troops, ample weapons and supplies, and can create favorable terrain along with shifts in combat. What they fear is that the zombies won't come, not that they will." Everyone's faces turned pale as they realized the key point. Qin Feng pointed at the 2 surviving little girls. "Look, even little girls must survive. This shows that to survive, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to kill all the zombies. Moreover, there are over 10 million zombies in Yuzhou City, and do you think you can kill them all?" Wang Ke lowered his head in shame. "We can't kill them all." "Exactly. Engaging in direct combat is the job of the military and rescue teams. It's not our task, nor are we suited for it. Whether it's firearms or cold weapons, each has its own strengths and weaknesses. If relying on weapons could make one invincible, then why does the country still train special forces? Are you just full and idle? Wouldn't it be enough to focus entirely on researching new weapons?" Yang Lu anxiously said, "Let's discuss the lessons learned later. Those pieces of furniture won't hold for long. The zombies are about to come up." "They can't come up." Qin Feng picked up the already assembled sniper rifle, went to the stairway, switched to single-shot mode, and fired 5 shots in succession. The powerful force of the sniper bullets directly penetrated the ground at the entrance of the corridor, leaving behind holes and spiderweb-like cracks on the surface. Then, after reloading, he fired another 5 shots, creating similar cracks at the top of the stairway. Finally, he threw a grenade. Boom. With a loud explosion, the stairway was blown apart. "Look, I used a total of 10 bullets and 1 grenade. Now tell me, aside from the mutant zombies that can climb walls, how will the remaining zombies come up?" Qin Feng stared into Yang Lu's eyes, a mocking smile on his face. Of course he was not mocking, he was looking down on everyone. Wei Ranjie said, "No wonder you're the boss." Yen Suchi marveled, "The boss intelligence is off the charts. How could we have thought of such a strategy?" "Stop buttering me up." Qin Feng said irritably, "Today showing you all this is to remind you that we are the ones using weapons to enhance ourselves, not the weapons leveraging us to exert their power. Just because you injected the original energy potion, you think you're Superman. After learning to shoot for a few days, you think you can fight. A few of you holding a few guns think you can confront the zombie horde hidden. If zombies were that easy to deal with, the military would have resolved them long ago. If you can't understand why we exist, you might as well go to logistics. Otherwise, one day you'll end up dead on the battlefield." The faces of the crowd shifted from pale to green, yet no one dared to act out. Besides the authority of Qin Feng, the more significant factor was the oppressive weight of life and death. They realized that when Qin Feng informed them of the impending zombie tide, their first reaction was to prepare for battle, seeking the captain's approval only after making their decision, as they never even considered the possibility of defeat. During 3 days of practice, they had also killed quite a number of zombies. Some even felt that if not for the rigid constraints of the battlefield, their kill count would have been much higher. However, reality dealt them a painful blow. The mere issue of overheating gun barrels left them unable to cope. Had it not been for Qin Feng blowing up the staircase, they might have already perished in the zombie horde. If you are unconvinced, feel free to act on your own. Qin Feng swept his cold gaze across the crowd, and naturally no one dared to challenge him at that moment. "Perhaps we are truly only suited to be medics." Ling Shi lamented as she glanced at the sniper rifle taken by Qin Feng. The others lowered their heads even more. "How are we going to get out?" Wang Ku, who had the best relationship with Qin Feng, asked the question everyone was most concerned about. "Waiting for the zombie tide to dissipate would take too much time. We can only call for help." Qin Feng took out a black card and connected to the consciousness space. In this confrontation against the zombie tide, he not only wanted to teach his team a lesson, but also had the intention of testing the strength of other teams. Seeking help is not shameful, losing members is. Almost simultaneously as he called for help, he received a message from Team 4. "I am nearby, arriving in 10 minutes. 002, are you sure?" There are still about 1,400 zombies here. I can handle the mutated ones, but the ordinary zombies are difficult to deal with. 004, no problem. Qin Feng did not offer further persuasion. During the previous 3 days he had been training, yet 004's contributions had been consistently increasing, indicating he had been in combat. Moreover, the growth rate was extremely rapid. His judgment should not be wrong. Qin Feng glanced at his watch. Within less than 10 minutes Team 4 had already arrived. It was a team of 12 each fully armed. They quickly divided into 4 small teams and headed towards the nearby residential building stronghold. Ling Shi observed their demeanor. Qin Feng instructed. Although they are not in military uniforms, their steps are synchronized, their movements extremely alert, and their formations consistent. You guessed correctly, they are all regular troops, possibly special forces. Ling Shi analyzed seriously. Each one has used the original energy potion, but I haven't sensed the black card from them. It's likely that none of them are from Team 4, they are his team. What about nearby? Nothing found. As expected, Team 4's mission is to supervise us. Qin Feng was not surprised. The other side had no intention of hiding, yet everyone acted as if they were unaware. Feigning ignorance is a sign of maturity. The group of 12 dispersed into 4 teams, each occupying the highest points on the nearby rooftops. Then 3 of them began shooting. After a round of gunfire, dozens of zombies fell to the ground. The remaining zombies attracted by the gunfire left the building where Qin Feng was, including several mutated ones. As the horde rushed toward the target, the first team ceased fire and the second team opened fire. Another round of gunfire rang out and dozens of zombies fell. A few mutated zombies roared, attempting to stop the horde's behavior, but unfortunately their commands had limited effect. From observation, mutated zombies could only guide ordinary zombies rather than issuing absolute commands. Moreover, ordinary zombies with their low intelligence could not comprehend overly complex orders. The snipers on the rooftop fired, killing several mutated zombies and plunging the horde into further chaos. Thus, the 4 small teams took turns to attack. The horde was repeatedly drawn in by the gunfire, constantly running between several shooting points. In less than an hour, they were all eliminated. Seeing their performance, Wang Ke said with shame, "The gap between us and them is too great." Everyone deeply agreed. These soldiers did not display superhuman abilities. In terms of equipment and numbers, the gap wasn't significant. It was merely their understanding of zombies and their cooperation that allowed them to annihilate the horde. Such cooperation and quality were what everyone lacked. Qin Feng nodded. We still have a long way to go before becoming an excellent professional team. Ling Shi smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged, we will surpass them." Qin Feng led everyone downstairs to personally thank them for their rescue. Is this Team 2? I heard you are not a researcher, a soldier with a stern face asked. As a researcher, you shouldn't dive too deeply into the front lines. Qin Feng explained, first-hand data can only be obtained from the front lines. The soldier instinctively wanted to salute, but restrained himself. According to the action group's rules, we provided you with assistance. All gains from this operation belong to us, and additionally, you need to pay a certain contribution point. That is only right. Facing the already agreed-upon rules, Qin Feng did not haggle over the price, but pointed at the mutated zombie on the ground. I need the crystal cores from the mutated zombies. I can exchange them for contributions. I will offer 5,000 contribution points for each, and you will have priority in using the research results. This? The soldiers hesitated. After all, they were not Team 4 himself. We agree. Suddenly a younger soldier spoke up. If any issues arise, we can negotiate in the black card space. All right, there are 2 little girls here. Can you take them away? Yes, we need to return to replenish ammunition. After the negotiation was completed, Qin Feng took a few mutated zombie crystal cores and prepared to lead his team away from the location. After this harsh reality check, the little pride in everyone's hearts and their satisfaction with their strength had been extinguished. A group of ordinary soldiers could easily defeat them. If it weren't for the special circumstances of Qin Feng and Ling Shi, they would not have qualified to enjoy these privileges. When you should still have ways to help us improve our strength. When Wang Ke was packing supplies, he suddenly spoke up. There are indeed ways. Qin Feng did not deny. However, to prevent you from becoming overconfident and ultimately dying at the hands of zombies, I think it's better for you to remain a bit weaker. At least this way you can still keep a clear mind. Wang Ke lowered his head. Those who lacked clarity of mind were indeed a burden. Qin Feng did not pay any more attention to Wang Ke. What he had just said was sincere. If the team was inadequate, then Qin Feng's expectations of them would only be to have them guard the door at home. This way it would be easier to ensure their survival. After being rescued once, all gains belong to the rescuers, and this operation can be considered a complete loss. Even the initial goal was not achieved. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. He didn't even know whether for was a person leading a team or a code name for a team. Thus Qin Feng felt a sense of pride to some extent. Fortunately, everything was under control. After experiencing setbacks, the entire team became more obedient. We should learn from Team No. Forget the essence of scattered combat and cooperation, but our main goal remains the mutated zombies. Qin Feng set a simple goal and began to work on tactics with everyone. The content of tactical training was available in the rescue teams and military's textbooks, but it was too complicated for everyone to take to heart. Qin Feng spent some time memorizing it, and now it was just right to use. Anything overly complicated was directly ruled out. As long as they could operate without interfering during combat, it would qualify as a competent team. The live demonstration by Team No was an excellent teaching target. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng had already collected 29 mutated zombie crystal nuclei and 11 special blood crystals. Finding a 3-story hotel after sweeping through, Qin Feng reminded the team, "Everyone pay attention, we will take turns keeping watch at night, in pairs supervising each other to ensure no one falls asleep, and also keep an eye on the vehicles." Soon everyone agreed that Li Zixuan and Yang Lu would keep watch for the first half of the night, while Chun Zixuan and Yin Suqi would cover the latter half. With precautions in place, everyone went to sleep. Qin Feng went to a separate room and began crafting weapons. Without anyone conducting experiments on the reagents, the risks were uncertain, while the risks of dark energy weapons were slightly lower. He took out 4 bones. 3 of them were taken from within steel zombies, and the remaining 1 was from a randomly hunted mutated zombie. These bones contained strong dark energy reactions as sensed by Qin Feng and observed by Ling Shi. Among them, Qin Feng's rhinoceros horn also possessed the same characteristics and was particularly strong when crafted into a surgical knife. Qin Feng named these special parts as extraordinary organs. What kind of weapon should I craft? After a brief thought, Qin Feng made 2 arrows from the thigh bones of the steel zombies and crafted a short spear from the almost fused vertebrae, embedding the crystal nuclei into them. Crack! One of the thigh bones cracked, causing Qin Feng's vision to darken. This failure stemmed mainly from his impulsive desire to see what would happen if he did not follow his instincts in embedding the crystal nuclei. As a result, the bone directly cracked and dark energy began to leak. Qin Feng removed the crystal nucleus only to find it had developed cracks, as well with dark energy gradually dissipating. It cannot be wasted. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Qin Feng took out the gene dissolution agent, dissolving the crystal nucleus into a reagent. Half a minute later, a deep blue reagent was produced. However, dark energy continued to leak. Should I inject it? The super instinct halted this reckless action. However, he did not feel the same danger as with the golden reagent. Qin Feng hesitated for a few seconds, then applied the reagent to his left hand with the energy slowly entering his skin. Although he wasted quite a bit, this method was clearly much safer than injecting. So that's how it is, the essence of the original energy reagent is energy absorption. Then Qin Feng found Li Zixuan, who was on watch, and applied the reagent to the back of her hand, but there was no reaction. Unwilling to give up, Qin Feng continued to experiment on everyone's hands. Including Ling Shi, no one succeeded. What exactly is the influencing factor? Frustrated by the failed experiments, Qin Feng scratched his head, picked up the last mutated zombie bone, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It's the extraordinary organs. Qin Feng suddenly realized that his left hand had likely evolved into an extraordinary organ containing special energy. Thus he applied the reagent to his right hand. The absorption speed slowed down about only 1/10 of that of the left hand. My whole body should be undergoing extraordinary transformation. Qin Feng came to this conclusion. The last dark energy weapon was crafted into a surgical knife, as the last bone was too small. After completing the weapon crafting, Qin Feng took out the claws. These claws were left by zombies possessed by the night demon. Initially deemed unsuitable material by Qin Feng, he realized that dark energy weapons also required dark energy or genetic original energy to exert their power, so he acknowledged his bias against the claws. Unfortunately, the claws were too thin to embed crystal nuclei. Disappointed, Qin Feng set them aside and began to summarize. Extraordinary organs should be the product of biological evolution, especially those evolved from the dark energy that has just appeared on Blue Star, which can combine with crystal nuclei to form weapons and possess extraordinary power. The rhinoceros horn is also a product of evolution. Wait, evolution. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly recalled what Professor Feng had said, that the blood crystals in the zombie's brain were the blood of evolution. Evolutionary blood. That makes sense. The human brain is the most developed, the most advanced. If there is to be evolution, it should be the brain evolving. So are blood crystals the product of failed evolution? Qin Feng quickly took out some blood crystals, crushed them, and applied them to the new surgical knife. Soon the blood was absorbed. Halfway, Qin Feng felt that the black new surgical knife seemed to have become sharper. Next he tried with the short spear. The blood crystal was absorbed quickly, and then Qin Feng felt that the length of the short spear seemed to increase a little. What is going on? Curious, Qin Feng continued to invest blood crystals. After using over 100 blood crystals, the length of the short spear reached 1.5 meters, barely qualifying as a long weapon. Apart from that, the joints of the vertebrae that were originally fused together retained nothing but some patterns. Even if it was said to originally be a single entity, no one would doubt it. After the blood crystals could no longer be absorbed, Qin Feng casually threw the short spear, which embedded itself into the hotel wall. He was somewhat satisfied. Not good, Qin Feng. Zombies are surrounding us and blocking the hotel entrance. Li Zixuan ran over to Qin Feng and whispered a reminder. After encountering zombies, waking everyone up with the lowest possible noise was Qin Feng's instruction. Are there many zombies? Did you block the stairway and the entrance? Qin Feng asked. A lot, Ling, she said. There are over 50. Li Zixuan said, the risk of gunfire at night is too high, so we came to find you. If we can avoid gunfire, it's best not to use it. Qin Feng approved of her approach, and took the short spear to the third-floor lobby, which was also a place to defend and attack. Fengzi, how do you plan to deal with this? Wang Ke eagerly held the short spear Qin Feng had crafted, and was ready to try it out. Let's give this a try. Qin Feng handed him the newly made short spear. Wang Ke took the spear, and asked curiously, what is this made of? It feels quite comfortable to hold. It's even easier to use. Qin Feng smiled, and offered no further explanation. Ling Shi glanced at the bag that Qin Feng had originally hung behind him, which had now disappeared, and said nothing more. She remembered that the bag contained zombie bones. Alright, I'll test the power. If anything happens, you all better remember to save me. Wang Ke looked as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. Don't worry. We have sharpshooters on our side. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, finding this cautious demeanor much more pleasing than his earlier confidence. Then he began to arrange their positions. The Fat Man and Wei Renjie each took a blast shield ready to support Wang Ke and fend off the zombies. The rest were to prepare their guns to rescue people. Wait, are you really going to let Wang Ke fight the zombies alone? Yang Lu looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. If she didn't know that Qin Feng and Wang Ke were close, she would suspect he was doing this on purpose. It's fine, at worst, he'll just find another place to sleep. Qin Feng appeared indifferent. Li Zixuan and Wang Susu cast Ling Shi a worried glance. Who was it that urged us to be cautious during the day? It's clearly a double standard. Only shoot if absolutely necessary. Qin Feng reminded them again, holding a spear in hand ready to intervene, as he too was unsure of the black spear's power. Besides penetrating walls, he hadn't tested it much further. The group descended to the second floor and formed their formation. Wang Ke stood at the stairway taking advantage of the higher ground, while Wang Susu turned on a flashlight to provide illumination. Due to its simple structure, the flashlight was least affected by electromagnetic pulses. At this moment, the hotel door lock was almost broken open. Prepare, start. Qin Feng had no intention of waiting for the zombies to break the lock. He took a scalpel and cut the lock open, then turned and fled upstairs, hiding behind the blast shields of Pangda and Wei Renjie. Zombies swarmed through the doorway, rushing towards the group. Wang Ke stood at the stairway, gripping the spear tightly, and pierced a zombie's skull before quickly pulling it out. 3 zombies charged towards the stairs in a row. Wei Renjie and Pang Da held their blast shields firmly, leaving only a narrow gap for the zombies to come up. Good weapon. A glint of excitement appeared in Wang Ke's eyes as he pierced the next zombie's eye, then withdrew and stabbed again. Repeating this mechanically dozens of times, he felled more than 50 zombies. Everyone was stunned. Even Qin Feng felt it was unexpected. The spear had no special abilities, its sharpness alone was enough to gain a tremendous advantage in battle. When killing zombies, there was no resistance. Pulling it out was equally effortless. Is this Wang Ke's true power? Li Zixuan muttered. It was one thing to kill zombies with firearms, but to have killed over 50 with a spear was astounding. Although there was a positional advantage and help from the Fat Man and Wei Renjie, such a record was still quite frightening. The Fat Man was also stunned. Brother Wang, did you take some drugs? Wei Renjie glanced at the spear. Is this a divine weapon? Wang Ke exclaimed excitedly, yes, this is a divine weapon crafted by Fengzi. With this divine weapon, no zombie can match me. Haha, tonight, let's not rest. The more zombies we kill, the more weapons we can obtain. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something was off about Wang Ke's state. Killing a few dozen zombies shouldn't make him this inflated. Is his mental state affected? Qin Feng grew wary and approached Wang Ke. Do you still have the strength to kill zombies? How many can you kill? As many as come. Wang Ke said confidently. Then let's have a little competition. Qin Feng said, secretly giving Ling Shi a look. Qin Feng don't. Ko Xingyang noticed something was wrong and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Fengzi, be careful not to get hurt. Wang Ke charged at Qin Feng with the spear, careful not to strike vital points. Bang. In the next second, Wang Ke was kicked away and slammed against the wall. A shoe print appeared on his chest. Damn, Fengzi, you really hit hard. Wang Ke struggled to stand up. The kick from Qin Feng made him feel as though his bones were shattered. Are you still planning to go kill zombies? Qin Feng asked. No, let's take a break tonight. Wang Ke hurriedly waved his hands, indicating that he was just a newbie, not a fervent warrior. Did you discover anything? Qin Feng asked quietly. When he killed the zombies, the dark energy around him converged towards him, but after you kicked him, it dissipated. Ling Shi explained softly. I understand now. Qin Feng nodded and handed the black scalpel to Ko Xingyang. Get the blood crystals out. We can't waste it. All right. Ko Xingyang didn't refuse. His role among the boys was the smallest. If he even hesitated over this, he would have no value. After replacing the lock, Qin Feng and Ling Shi observed Ko Xingyang's actions, especially the flow of dark energy. However, they made no discoveries. Is it because of that inferior potion? Qin Feng felt a sense of vigilance. He thought the incident with the inferior potion was over, but it seemed that Wang Ke was still affected. If they didn't find a way to resolve it, it would eventually become a ticking time bomb. However, he didn't have a good solution for now, so he could only let Wang Ke fight less or avoid close combat. Everyone practice with the spear. Whoever uses it best gets to keep it. Qin Feng said before heading upstairs to continue his research. The night passed without incident. Qin Feng discovered that he only needed to rest for a little over 2 hours to fully recover his energy, and Ling Shi was similar. Thus he quietly made an agreement with Ling Shi and Wang Ke that the three of them must not fall asleep at the same time, lest the lookout be caught off guard. The next morning around 6 o'clock Ling Shi noticed a large number of wild beasts passing by the hotel. Qin Feng made a decisive call to the rooftop. He remembered that rhino horns were taken from mutated rhinos, so it was possible that other mutated beasts had extraordinary organs. Upon reaching the rooftop, everyone set up machine guns and rifles. Ling Shi took out a specialized sniper rifle ready to snipe. If she had this M12, when dealing with the mutated rhino, Qin Feng probably wouldn't need to take risks. Ling Shi remembered to target those beasts with strong energy reactions. Qin Feng reminded her as they waited for the beast tide to pass. At 6:30 hundreds of various cats and dogs passed near the hotel where Qin Feng was located. Fire. Qin Feng pulled the trigger. Though referred to as a beast tide, it was merely a group of wild cats and dogs, not excluding some domesticated pets. However, domesticated pets had a hard time escaping the pursuit of zombies. Zombies craved human flesh above all, yet in times of hunger, they would not refuse the blood and flesh of ordinary animals. With the sound of gunfire, many animals were thrown into chaos. After a round of gunfire, over 100 animal corpses lay on the ground, most of which were the work of Qin Feng and Ling Shi. Ling Shi relied on her marksmanship, while Qin Feng depended on his instincts. I hope there are mutated beasts among them. Qin Feng went downstairs, began sensing the energy responses of these cats and dogs, and selected a dozen to return to his room. After taking out a scalpel for dissection, Qin Feng ended up with 5 vials of blood samples in his hand. Though these cats and dogs exhibited signs of dark energy, they lacked extraordinary organs. Only the blood was somewhat special, particularly the spinal fluid extracted from the spinal cord, which showed the highest energy response, but its function remained uncertain. After storing the samples in borosilicate reagent bottles, Qin Feng halted the experiment. His research had reached a standstill. The fundamental reason was the lack of volunteers to serve as samples for live experiments. Without live experiments, all results remained theoretical. What to do? Should I apply directly? No, let's use a few safer reagents for our own people first. That counts as advertising, but first let's promote dark energy weapons. Only with safe results will people be willing to take risks. Qin Feng gathered all the materials and continued on with his team. The team stayed in Yuzhou City for 3 days, returning to their villa area on the morning of the 4th day. During these 3 days, the team's strength had rapidly improved. Not only had their spirits been rejuvenated, but more importantly, everyone had learned to coordinate simply. To Qin Feng, this was of utmost significance. Qin Feng sorted through the gains from this trip and then called for number 4. 0004, I have some weapons here, do you want to take a look? 004, hee, do I look like someone short on weapons? I earn over 10,000 contribution points a day, and that's without fully reporting. 002, the kind that can cut through iron like mud. 004, don't brag, aside from Lin Cheng's sword, I haven't seen any weapons worthy of being called that. 002, if you don't believe it, forget it. 004, anyway, I need to return to rest a bit, see you in an hour. Clearly he thought Qin Feng, while not the type to boast, might be misjudging his own weapons. An hour later, a handsome young man arrived as promised. You must be Qin Feng. Su Tianming number 4. Let me see what kind of weapons you're talking about, he said with a smile. Without a word, Qin Feng directly flicked the scalpel in his hand, embedding it into the wall. Su Tianming's expression changed slightly. No way. He approached the wall, pulled out the scalpel, and made a cut on the wall which sliced through as if it were tofu. At this moment his expression completely changed. For ordinary people this scalpel was of little use, but he could see the value of such a weapon. He glanced at the crystal core at the handle and casually asked, how many of these weapons do you have? There are 7 left. Qin Feng gestured for Su Tianming to enter the hall and showed him 2 bone knives, 2 scalpels, and 3 bone spikes. There was no choice, extraordinary organs were primarily skeletal. As for the spear, he still needed it for himself. Su Tianming drew a military dagger and casually picked up a bone knife to slash. Clang! The broken dagger fell to the ground. I'll offer 50,000 contributions for this bone knife, Su Tianming said. I'll take all the weapons here, I'll make up any insufficient contributions within a day. Is he not even pretending? Qin Feng thought to himself. Su Tianming was indeed quite decisive. The issue of contributions is easy to discuss, but over these days you must have collected some extraordinary organs, right? Qin Feng said. The name for extraordinary organs had been standardized in discussions over the past few days. Everyone found it quite fitting, so it was settled. Right, is this the core of the extraordinary organs and crystal cores? Quite creative, Su Tianming said. This idea itself also carries contribution points. Qin Feng replied. You've improved the formula for the original energy reagent quite a few times, yet no one has surpassed my results in terms of effectiveness. So let's keep the extraordinary organs for my research. A higher success rate would be better. Su Tianming felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. The process of Qin Feng making the reagents had already been studied repeatedly. But no matter how the experts researched and improved it, they couldn't achieve the same success rate as Qin Feng. In the words of the experts, when Qin Feng makes reagents, he possesses an extraordinary intuition, achieving perfect ratios and reaction times. This is beyond technical prowess. Thus, the original energy reagents made by Qin Feng still cost 50 contribution points each, with no limit on quantity. Compared to others, Qin Feng had a stable way to earn contribution points. If he could perfect this new type of weapon as well, he really could avoid going out on dangerous adventures. Don't worry. No one can swallow your contributions. Su Tianming unceremoniously took all 7 weapons Qin Feng produced. By the way, what's the name of this weapon? Dark Energy Weapon. Qin Feng decisively named it after the term from his dreams. 2 hours later, Qin Feng's account received an additional 800,000 contributions along with a private message from number 4. If a dark energy weapon is damaged, can it be repaired? Get lost. Qin Feng succinctly replied. Soon the action group became lively. 005 Damn. Number 2, you took down the zombie's nest. 800,000 contributions. Are you sure you're not just grinding points? 006. Bowing before my superior, I earned 5,000 contributions yesterday and thought I was amazing, but I realized I was just a frog in a well. 005. Number 1, come out and take a beating. Didn't you say number 2 was developing in the direction of a medic? Is this a medic? 007. Big shot, please take me along. I'm very easy to support. 002. Sure. I'm short on people here. 007. Really? 002. My research project is short on hands. If you're interested, you can come and try at 5,000 contributions a day. 007. That's great, but I don't have any research experience. 002. No problem, this project doesn't require much experience, you just need to lay back, and I'll handle the rest. 007. Well, I'm not selling myself unless you pay more. 005. Really? 5,000 contributions a day, I can do anything, but let me ask, what module will I be responsible for? I won't do anything too evil. 002. Not evil at all, you just need to be the subject of research. A moment of silence fell over the group. After a moment, 007 Devil. 006 Devil. 005 Devil. Why is there no one willing to sacrifice for science? Qin Feng sighed regretfully as he exited the group chat. Those who could catch Lin Cheng's I must possess extraordinary qualities. From Su Tianming, whom he had just met, he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from the man. It wasn't hostility, merely the weight of overwhelming power. Countless lives had been stained on his hands. If only others would cooperate with his experiments, he believed his research could advance even further. Just as he was pondering how to acquire experimental subjects, Su Tianming arrived with several teammates escorting 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, to Qin Feng's location, securing them with handcuffs. What's this? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Didn't you apply for volunteers in the group? Su Tianming pulled Qin Feng aside and whispered, among these people 3 men forced women into vile acts, 1 used a child as bait to lure zombies, and the remaining 2 women have stolen children. Qin Feng's face darkened. So they deserve to die without regret, right? Some crimes were beyond redemption, though the charges didn't warrant execution. Su Tianming nodded. Yes, keep them locked up here for a few days. Someone will come to judge them later. If any escape, you'll lose 50,000 contribution points per person. Understood. Qin Feng nodded, signaling his comprehension. He had just earned 800,000 contribution points, so even if he accidentally let them go, he could fully afford the penalty. After Su Tianming left, Qin Feng led the 6 irredeemable criminals into the villa's basement, placing them under strict watch. They never emerged again. The next morning, Qin Feng gathered everyone and placed several vials of potions on the table. First, touch the potions. Choose the one that feels most alluring to you and inject it, preferably the one that makes even yourselves feel a craving. Each person can only inject 1 vial. Qin Feng warned solemnly. Got it. Their eyes sparkled. The potions Qin Feng crafted could enhance their abilities, as proven by Ling Zai's experience. Yet they also knew the risks. Lin Xiao and Xuan and served as stark warnings. Boss, are these potions safe now? To their surprise, Qin Feng shook his head. No, they're far from safe. Ko Xingyang's smile froze. Seeing their stiff expressions, Qin Feng explained, every medicine has its poison. Your physiques are far stronger than ordinary people. If you can't withstand this, you're unfit for the action team. As long as you follow my instructions, I can ensure you won't die, but the side effects remain unknown. Not dying is enough. The first to take a potion was Wei Renjia. He grabbed a blood-red vial. Even when it was on the table, I felt it calling to me. Boss, this one's mine. Good. Inject it into your upper arm. Qin Feng nodded, noticing the label reading Rhinoceros, a potion brewed from rhino blood. Could this potion be suited for him? After injection, Wei Renjia grimaced in pain, but didn't writhe on the floor. Perhaps his recent experiences had fortified his resolve. Don't just stand there. Test your compatibility with the potions. Qin Feng called out, then carefully observed Wei Renjia's reaction. 10 minutes later, his skin turned rough and pale, and his fingernails elongated. A claw-like keratin layer covered all 10 fingers. His feet swelled, bursting through his shoes, and a special cuticle formed on his soles. Even his forehead developed a keratin layer which spread relentlessly over time. Why have I become like this? Panicked by his transformed appearance, Wei Renjie couldn't comprehend the change. After observing for a moment, Qin Feng suggested, try retracting your genetic primal energy into your dantian, the lower abdomen. All right. Wei Renjie took a deep breath, calming himself. Soon the keratin on his forehead began to shed. That scared me to death. Pale-faced Yang Lu patted her chest. It was one thing for men to transform like this, but if a woman did, death would be preferable. Chun Zixuan and the other women also felt a lingering dread. Many valued beauty above life itself. After a few minutes, Wei Renjie looked at his hands. I can feel the keratin layer wrapping me like gloves, but it's different now. Earlier it felt like part of my palm. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Try concentrating your genetic primal energy into your hands. Okay. Wei Renjie complied without hesitation. Fresh keratin extended from his hands, piercing through the old layer to cover them. His eyes lit up as if grasping the ability's use. Let me test the hardness. Qin Feng picked up an ordinary scalpel and slashed at Wei Renjie's hands, leaving no mark. Using a rhinohorn scalpel, he made a cut that left a wound but didn't damage the skin beneath. Seems your ability is perfect for close combat. Qin Feng tried to pat his shoulder, but Wei Renjie's 1.9-meter height seemed to have grown further, not unreachable, but awkward. Looks like Brother Wei is destined to be the tank. Ko Zhengyang chuckled gleefully. Wei Renjie shrugged. As long as I avoid zombie scratches, I'll take being a tank. Besides, even if scratched, I might not be done for. Qin Feng cautioned, don't rely too much on your ability. Master it. Use riot shields or protective suits against attacks, when possible not your skin. Focus on developing your skill. My turn. The fat man picked up a potion no one else wanted. Where should this be injected? This one needs to be applied to the skin for absorption. Qin Feng noted the vial was made from a steel zombie's core. After days of training, the fat man was no longer bloated, but rather burly. If he could absorb the steel zombie's power, it would be a boon for Qin Feng. A team of 10 or more needed 2 tanks for safety. Following Qin Feng's guidance, the fat man entered a separate room, applying the potion all over his body for slow absorption. Qin Feng estimated this process would take 5 hours. Meanwhile, everyone selected the potion that felt best to them, ensuring at least no rejection. Wonka had no choice. Qin Feng brewed a potion from a purple-black crystal and gave it to him. Except for Qin Feng and Ling, everyone else took the potion, and Qin Feng began to record each person's reactions. Everyone's strength has been enhanced to some extent. Qin Feng discovered that the effect of the potion was related to the mutations that occurred in the mutated zombies. For example, the potion of Ko Zhengyang came from a crawling zombie, which significantly enhanced his climbing ability, much to his delight. Li Zixuan chose the swift zombie, which enhanced her speed. However, Yang Lu's potion was extracted from the spinal cord of a cat. While her agility was enhanced, feline traits began to manifest on her, which took considerable effort to suppress, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, though it left several boys, including Qin Feng, feeling regretful. They were on the verge of witnessing the birth of a cat-eared girl. After the enhancement, Qin Feng guided everyone to familiarize themselves with their abilities while also collecting crucial data. The dosage of different potions, the method of absorption, and the practice of control all impacted individuals. These initial potions could be sold. Just as Qin Feng was contemplating how much contribution he could get for these potions and what military supplies he could exchange for them, a familiar figure rushed in. Xiaoqing, what are you doing here? Ling, she was the first to block the uninvited guest, her eyes filled with hostility. I came to find Qin Feng. Xiaoqing said hurriedly. He is not here. I am here. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Ling, she shot a glare at Xiaoqing filled with murderous intent before turning and going upstairs. Yang Lu approached Xiaoqing, surveying her disheveled appearance. He looks like you've been doing well. Xiaoqing coldly replied. Yang Lu, I don't have time to chat with you. I have something important to discuss. Qin Feng asked. Is something wrong with Teacher Feng? Xiaoqing was taken aback. You already know. Qin Feng shook his head. You are assisting Teacher Feng. If nothing happened, would you look this disheveled? What happened to the teacher? Although Qin Feng was also very worried, he did not panic. He knew that Professor Feng was protected by the military, and if he encountered outside enemies, it was not something he could resolve. Worrying wouldn't help. Professor Feng's friend Professor Zhou died. Xiaoqing's words were shocking. Before Qin Feng could ask further, Xiaoqing quickly explained, the water source became infected and many people showed signs of zombification. Professor Zhou used the original energy potion to save people, but dozens could not be saved and were killed by angry family members. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. Wait, why would those family members think that the original energy potion was invented by Professor Zhou? A strong sense of unease surged within him. Xiaoqing said, I don't know, maybe he wanted to take credit. When promoting the original energy potion, Professor Zhou claimed that his potion was significantly better than your original version, and now that something went wrong, he is shouldering the blame. Then he deserved to die. Wang Ke said indignantly. The original energy potion was invented by Qin Feng. If it were Teacher Feng using his name, it would still be acceptable, as the technology Qin Feng used was obtained from Teacher Feng. But what was Professor Zhou? Why did he think he could step on Qin Feng to rise to power? He felt indignant for Qin Feng. Professor Zhou. A gray-haired old man's image surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. He was the first elder who recognized him, and the smile he had when they parted was filled with pride for the younger generation. Would someone like that really trample on their own reputation to rise? Continue speaking. Qin Feng commanded sternly. After Professor Zhou's death, many family members of the patients were relentless, wanting to pursue responsibility. Somehow things escalated and rumors spread that the zombie virus was transmitted from Professor Feng's laboratory. Xiao Qing was almost in tears. Now, although Professor Feng is being protected, he is under constant supervision, and even the preparation of potions is not allowed. If this continues, Professor Feng and their reputation will be ruined. You are Teacher Feng's favorite student, you must have a way to save him, right? Yang Lu sneered. You are worried that if something happens to Teacher Feng you won't have anywhere to go, right? Xiao Qing was furious. Am I that kind of person? Don't judge me based on your own small-mindedness. You? A gentleman. Even hypocrites look down on being with you. Yang Lu said disdainfully. Enough, let's go take a look. I feel something is off about this whole situation. Qin Feng said solemnly. This involved Teacher Feng, and he could not stand by idly. He turned to Yang Lu and instructed, you all continue to practice your abilities here. If I don't return, let Ling Shi ask for help from the action team. After saying that, he tucked his handgun into his waist and unceremoniously approached. Xiao Qing, take me there. I still have some energy. Oh, where is Teacher Feng? Okay, I will take you there right now. Xiao Qing also realized that Qin Feng's current status seemed extraordinary. She had no choice but to seek his help. Being able to stay at the research institute as an assistant was much better than going to a refugee camp. The two quickly arrived at Professor Feng's research institute, but it was already surrounded by angry survivors, making it impassable. Some survivors were holding up banners and shouting slogans. Beat the evil experts. Oppose virus research. Return us a world without the zombie virus. Pay with blood for killing. Return my child's life. The true face of the experts is actually a zombie. We want clean water. We are not carriers. Why should we be the carriers? We want to go home. Oh, we want to return to our homeland. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. Without a doubt, these people were being manipulated. The emergence of zombies, which defied common sense, filled all survivors with panic. Days of repression had accumulated a great deal of dissatisfaction. Coupled with the water quality incident, the panic within these people escalated sharply, and with the guidance of those with ulterior motives, led to such a scene. They did not care about the truth. They were merely venting. Many soldiers were guarding the entrance of the research institute with guns, desperately stopping the crowd from approaching. The survivors punched and kicked them, but they remained unmoved. No one fired a shot, for this was the Great Xia. A formless black mist floated in Qin Feng's mind. Is this everything they are protecting? Why are they holding guns but protecting these people? These unruly people deserve to die. Go to hell. All of you go to hell. Get lost. Who is influencing me? Qin Feng shouted internally. A surge of purple light flashed through his consciousness, clearing his mind. The sound of chains dragging echoed from somewhere, sharpening Qin Feng's awareness. At the same time, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The authorities are confused while the bystanders are clear. I discovered the anomalies in Wangku, but I did not expect that I was the one most deeply affected. Upon seeing those exploited survivors, Qin Feng was nearly overtaken by the urge to kill them. It is common for a person to harbor ill thoughts when consumed by anger. However, Qin Feng was a rational person. He detested being led around. Even if he had malevolent thoughts, the greatest target of his malice should be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Is it because of that night demon? Qin Feng pondered. Over the past few days he had attempted to enter the dream bubble more than once, but not once had he succeeded. To truly enter, he would likely need to try a few more times. With this thought, Qin Feng also felt a sense of vigilance. Qin Feng, can you think of a way? Their hands are tied. Oh, what can I possibly do? Qin Feng pointed at those armed individuals on guard who could fend off zombies with their guns, but were powerless against the survivors. Disappointment filled Xiao Qing's eyes. I knew you wouldn't be able to do anything. Qin Feng replied indifferently. Did you not also find no one capable of doing anything? Just stay here. Teacher Feng won't be in trouble for now. To find the mastermind, we need to be patient. Qin Feng shot her a cold glance. A hint of pain flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes. Once the two could talk about anything, when had Qin Feng ever looked at her with such indifference? Time passed. After more than 2 hours, the unruly crowd began to tire, and some returned to their residences. There are a total of 12 individuals. Qin Feng quietly observed, noting that 12 individuals were particularly conspicuous, acting as the main instigators. Xiao Qing, if anything happens tonight, report back to me. Why should I listen to you when you can't do anything? Xiao Qing said angrily. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Qin Feng turned and left. Why do you always act like this? Just because we broke up you choose to ignore me. Was our past relationship all a lie? Xiao Qing said, unwilling to give up. Qin Feng was too lazy to engage in conversation. If they could still be friends after breaking up, then that relationship must have been fake. He ignored Xiao Qing and instead recorded all the target's movements and tints in his mind, then followed one of them to his residence. However, while distinguishing the path, he found himself unintentionally veering westward, slowing his pace. The shelter was built adjacent to a small county with tents set up in the overflow areas. Soon Qin Feng noticed that among the other targets he was watching, 3 individuals had returned to their designated tent. He initially thought it was random, but it turned out they were a group. Qin Feng sneered, casually pulling a piece of gauze from his pocket to cover half his face as he entered the tent. "Who are you?" a middle-aged man questioned, and the other 3 inside the tent, startled like birds startled by a bowstring, quickly hid the chocolates in their hands. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the 4 unexpectedly sighed in relief. "We have completed our task. When will the food be delivered? We are sick of eating instant noodles and ham sausages and compressed biscuits. Is this really food for humans? Is this the reason for their actions?" Qin Feng found it somewhat absurd. Although he knew these individuals were unlikely to be the masterminds, it was ridiculous that they would resort to such measures over food. Did they not understand the importance of researchers? His eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Do you think I would spare your lives? You?" The 4 felt an ominous chill, immediately preparing to call for help. Help! Blood splattered as their throats were almost simultaneously cut. They widened their eyes, seemingly unable to believe the scene before them. "You worthless scum, daring to beg for food." Qin Feng snorted coldly and left the tent. Interrogation. Don't joke with the stupidity of these individuals. They could be bought off with some food. What could they possibly reveal? Furthermore, he had no time for such matters. It was better to leave it to the professionals. There were many people here, but ordinary individuals wouldn't care about him. The rescue team and the guards were already stretched thin. By the time they find the culprit, how would the action team be afraid of being discovered? Qin Feng sliced through their throats and windpipes, rendering them silent, but left them time to write. If they were clever enough, they would leave clues. If not, they would simply waste an opportunity. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the second target tent, which was also somewhat remote. Once the 4 entered the tent, Qin Feng followed closely behind. Half a minute later, he emerged from the tent with his scalpel put away, heading back to his residence without looking back. When they returned to the tent, their glances exchanged confirmed that they were aware of each other, though perhaps not familiar. Knowing that 2 groups had fallen victim, the remaining individuals would definitely be on high alert. Surrender was their only way out. Back at his residence, Qin Feng felt a bit restless. "Night demon, let me see your true form." Qin Feng lay on the bed, entering a meditative state. A swirl of purple light flashed, and he found himself in a dream, seeing the night demon nailed to a wooden stake bound in black chains. However, the entire ground was shrouded in darkness. Is this darkness influenced by the night demon? Can it be dispelled? As this thought arose in Qin Feng's mind, the chains rattled, and the night demon let out a shrill scream. The blackened ground began to retract rapidly. "No, despicable human. I will not let you go. Loosen the God-binding chains, or I will surely devour your soul." God-binding chains? What are those? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. "You don't know what they are?" The night demon laughed heartily, seemingly realizing something amusing. "Haha, as the current master of the God-binding chains, you don't even recognize them. This is truly a joke. It seems you are just a pawn too. Your kind is truly cunning." Qin Feng waved his hand, and 2 new black chains appeared, piercing through 2 more holes in the night demon. The night demon let out another wail. "These chains are manifestations of my spirit, yet you concoct a story about being the master of the God-binding chains to mislead me into thinking they are special weapons. No, since the moment I entered here, you have been misleading me." Qin Feng sneered. "Surrender, and tell me what you know, or you will only suffer more agony. Do you think our great night demon will submit to humans?" The night demon cried out in despair, while laughing. "Our night demon clan will never submit to you humans. Still stubborn are we." Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the black flames in the dreamscape. Although it was a dream space, these black flames evoked a unique sensation within him. "This dream should be under my control." Qin Feng waved his hand, and a ball of black flame flew into his palm, forming a dark fireball. However, his hand felt no pain. Then he pressed the fireball against the night demon, producing a sizzle akin to roasting meat, causing the night demon to screech in agony. "Human, I will not submit. A mere vessel dares to treat me this way. Once I break free, I will imprison your soul, tormenting you for 10 days and nights before devouring you." "Vessel?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "What do you mean by vessel?" The term left him with an intense sense of unease. "Haha, do you want to know? I won't tell you. Tell me, and I might consider letting you go. Dream on. A mere vessel has no right to bargain with me." Even as the flames scorched him, the night demon showed no signs of submission. "Then don't blame me for being rude." Qin Feng summoned another ball of black flame and placed it on the night demon, a wave of fatigue washing over him. "We'll interrogate you next time." Qin Feng returned to reality, a sense of fatigue mingling with exhilaration coursing through his body and mind. The 2 opposing sensations, however, did not feel discordant. He certainly could not easily trust the words of the night demon. If he hadn't recalled that when he first sensed the influence of the night demon, a sound of chains echoed in his mind, he wouldn't have realized that those chains were a primal reaction of his consciousness. Only when it mentioned the word vessel did Qin Feng's super intuition sense an indescribable unease. Not fear, but an unease that transcended fear. However, solely based on the word vessel, Qin Feng had no clues and could only set the matter aside for the time being. "I wonder if the chains in the dream can be used in reality." Such a thought emerged in Qin Feng's mind, and then a black flame appeared in his hand. It really works. Qin Feng was taken aback, then casually pulled out a piece of paper and placed it on the flame. The paper did not ignite. Qin Feng. The fatigue in his mind intensified and he had no choice but to extinguish the flame. Qin Feng, you guessed correctly, something has indeed happened. Xiao Qing arrived at Qin Feng's residence calling out anxiously. Speak. Qin Feng rubbed his temples to alleviate the fatigue in his mind. Although he did not want to respond to Xiao Qing, he could not turn a blind eye to matters concerning Teacher Feng. Xiao Qing quickly explained, in the shelter some people have turned into zombies biting others. Then someone confessed that they were the ones spreading the rumors. However, new rumors emerged claiming that these rumor spreaders were silenced by Professor Feng. Oh, such developments did not surprise Qin Feng. As a student of Teacher Feng, he could be considered one of those silenced. They are quite brave. In such a situation, they still dare to spread rumors. It seems they won't stop until they tarnish Teacher Feng's reputation. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. But Professor Feng admitted it, Xiao Qing said anxiously. What? The sound of an explosion resonated in Qin Feng's mind. He had not anticipated such a development, and he urgently inquired, what did Teacher Feng say? Xiao Qing replied. Professor Feng publicly admitted that the people were killed by his orders, and those who dared to spread rumors against him deserved death. He also called for everyone not to spread rumors otherwise. Otherwise what? Qin Feng pressed for answers. Otherwise more zombies will appear in the shelter, which would be disastrous, Xiao Qing replied hesitantly. What nonsense is this? What is he trying to do? Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration. He had killed some rumor mongers and forced them to confess to create an opportunity to focus everyone's attention on the rumor spreaders. However, Professor Feng's actions were simply astonishing. He perfectly took over the blame of the rumor mongers, rendering Qin Feng's efforts null and even self-incriminating. No, I must confront him directly. Qin Feng threw on his coat, urgency flooding over him as he headed to find Professor Feng for answers. Yet just as he stepped out of the villa, he encountered a figure in black blocking his path. Lin Sheng, what are you doing here? I'm here to stop you. Lin Sheng, clad in black attire and wielding a gilded black blade, obstructed Qin Feng's way. Qin Feng gripped his surgical knife, preparing for a fight. I don't have time, move aside. Lin Sheng replied calmly. This is Professor Feng's order. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Don't always view things through a conspiratorial lens. This incident was instigated by Professor Feng himself. Lin Sheng pointed to a small box on the ground. Professor Feng wants to leave and seeks to establish a heroic image for the survivors. That image is me. Qin Feng found it somewhat amusing. Is he willing to sacrifice his reputation for that? Lin Sheng nodded. That's his intention. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the surgical knife, veins bulging on the back of his hand. What right does he have to arrange this for me? Why should I accept his arrangements? Qin Feng's reaction clearly surprised Lin Sheng. He did not expect that Qin Feng, whom Professor Feng had high hopes for, would say such things, seemingly ungrateful. Professor Feng has important matters to attend to. This needs to be kept confidential. You should be more understanding. Why should I be understanding? What does he have to do with me? Qin Feng pointed the surgical knife at Lin Sheng. Since you're going to stop me, let me see how strong you really are. Lin Sheng was taken aback for a moment, flipping the black blade in his hand. All right then. It seems impossible to make you give up. In the next moment, two figures, one black and one white, collided together. Lin Sheng's blade struck against Qin Feng's surgical knife. The next moment, Lin Sheng's figure turned into an afterimage, appearing at Qin Feng's side, the black blade slashing again. It seemed as if Qin Feng knew his attack route, and the surgical knife in his hand perfectly blocked the path of the black blade. Clang! The incessant sound of metal clashing echoed. Lin Sheng's speed had become so fast that it was nearly invisible to the eye. Qin Feng simply abandoned visual tracking, relying entirely on intuition for defense. As Lin Sheng once again struck the surgical knife, Qin Feng's left hand shot out, like lightning, piercing through Lin Sheng's figure. Xiao Qing, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim. However, Lin Sheng's figure dissipated into an afterimage, reappearing over 10 meters away. Is there any need to continue? Qin Feng remained silent. The gap between the two was too evident. If it were a fight to the death, Qin Feng could not be certain he could withstand Lin Sheng for more than 10 seconds. You're too easy to read, Lin Sheng said. Your combat experience is far too lacking. You think you found an opportunity by spotting my flaw, but how do you know that it wasn't intentional? Remember, do not recklessly attack unless the opening is created by yourself. He continued, so you have indeed guessed that my left hand is my killing move. Qin Feng wasn't surprised. Lin Sheng had discerned his and Ling Zai's uniqueness even without prior information, clearly using some special ability. However, don't belittle yourself too much. I too have the advantage of weapons. Lin Sheng raised his black blade, saying, in front of my knife, even a dark energy weapon would be rendered useless. Even using the back of the blade, your weapon must be nearing its limit, right? Qin Feng lowered his head, looking at his scalpel. As his strongest dark energy weapon, the scalpel's durability and sharpness were trustworthy. However, in the recent confrontation, the scalpel was already covered in cracks, teetering on the edge of being unusable. If it were a clash of blades, Qin Feng doubted whether his scalpel could endure even one strike against Lin Sheng's black blade. In this battle, Lin Chung had gone too easy on him. Lin Chung handed a silver briefcase to Qin Feng saying, "This is left for you by Professor Feng. You should stay here and take care." Wait. As Lin Chung was about to leave, Xiaoqing hurriedly shouted, "Can I meet the professor? I want to be his assistant." "The professor already has enough assistants. There's no place for you," Lin Chung said without looking back. "Also, you'd better pretend you didn't hear what I just said, or I will enforce confidentiality." Xiaoqing's face turned pale instantly. Qin Feng picked up the briefcase, preparing to go upstairs to sleep. He had already been exhausted by the night demon, and the recent battle with Lin Chung had drained his energy immensely. Now all he wanted was to collapse into sleep. "Qin Feng," Xiaoqing called out again. "What is it?" Qin Feng's patience had worn thin. Can you let me be your assistant?" Xiaoqing said somewhat shyly. "We've collaborated in the lab before, and have some experience working together, can you?" "There's no position for you beside me," Qin Feng flatly rejected. Xiaoqing covered her face, asking, "Why has it come to this?" "You deserve it," Yang Lu scoffed from the second floor. Yang Lu Ling Shi. Xiaoqing noticed these two silent observers and fixed her gaze on Ling Shi. "Was it you who took my place?" "Haha, Qin Feng doesn't care about you at all. Do you really think someone like him is reliable?" Xiaoqing exclaimed. Ling Shi retorted angrily. "You were the one who dumped Qin Feng. You bought the box but discarded the jewel. How can you still expect others to treat you as precious? Do you think you can get Qin Feng back just by flaunting yourself? Dream on." Xiaoqing fired back, "At least I'm better than you." Yang Lu said, irritated. "Unlike you, I never looked down on Qin Feng. I just find it hard to fathom his choice. With such good conditions, how could he settle for someone like you, wasting his talent and ending up with nothing?" "Good conditions? Just him." Xiaoqing sneered. "You haven't seen the world, have you? You think you're worldly just because you drank a few bowls of toxic chicken soup. It's perfectly normal for a student to be unable to afford a car. You can spend your extra earnings on cosmetics, yet you question his ability to earn." Yang Lu mocked mercilessly. "There are plenty of wealthy men in the world. The question is, do you deserve one? Unless you're cozying up to them in bed, your only chance to experience high society will be serving them food." You. Xiaoqing's face turned a dark shade, unable to retort. "If you want to argue, go outside. Don't make a scene here," Qin Feng shouted angrily, putting an end to the farce. Xiaoqing's face went pale as she had no choice but to leave in disgrace. A few steps away, she turned back to look at Qin Feng's residence, a feeling of regret rising in her heart. However, Qin Feng's attitude was already clear. If it weren't for Professor Feng, he wouldn't have bothered to engage with her at all. It was just good luck, he concluded. Xiaoqing turned and left, deciding in her heart never to return. When has Feng Zi ever lacked someone chasing after him? She really takes herself too seriously. Looking at Xiaoqing's disheveled figure, Wang Ke sneered. As Qin Feng's roommate, he was well aware of the story between Qin Feng and Xiaoqing. Qin Feng was exceptional in both looks and academic performance. He certainly didn't lack admirers at school, but his standards were also high. When he was with Xiaoqing back, then she was still a shy girl, easily blushing from a romantic compliment. No one expected she would turn out like this. It's a pity that being spoiled by Qin Feng made her believe the world should revolve around her. She considered herself a natural-born princess, raising her demands on Qin Feng endlessly after consuming some toxic chicken soup, even restricting his normal social interactions. This could also be considered Qin Feng's fault for nurturing her princess disease. Qin Feng was the first to reject Xiaoqing's request, but before he could explain, they broke up. Even Wang Ke couldn't stand this behavior. If Qin Feng still wanted to reconcile, he would have to use a firm hand to make him wake up. Fortunately, Qin Feng came to his senses early enough. There's no such thing as fulfilling someone's romantic wishes indefinitely. A breakup born from disappointment carries no need for reconciliation. However, Yang Lu's words were a bit excessive. The proud Xiaoqing was still in a state where she looked down on everyone. If Qin Feng can settle for someone like Xiaoqing, why can't he settle for me? Ling Shi mumbled softly. It's not that he looks down on you, he just hasn't made up his mind yet. Yang Lu looked at Ling Shi somewhat helplessly. However, the changes in this world are too great. Many past experiences no longer apply now. If all you want is to lust after Qin Feng's body, I can easily help you out, she said. Am I really that kind of person? Ling Zai's little face turned red, her ears blushing as she lowered her head and turned away, too shy to meet Yang Lu's gaze. Remembering her newly developed eye function, she felt too embarrassed to face anyone. Why the big reaction? Yang Lu asked, puzzled, then playfully hugged Ling Shi from behind. Is it really spring fever? No. On the scorched earth ablaze with flames, groups of iron puppets floated in midair, their lower halves resting on circular bases, while their upper bodies resembled humanoid forms. Beams of light descended, blocking the path of the puppets. Ahead lies the great Xiao, intruders shall perish. A humanoid puppet raised its hand and emitted a laser. The God-making society kill. A black blade of energy shot up into the sky. Did I have that dream again? Qin Feng awoke from his slumber, and upon checking his pocket watch realized it was already 8 in the morning. Wait, about what Lin Sheng said yesterday. Yesterday, due to his mental state after confronting the night demon and battling Lin Sheng, Qin Feng had reached his limit, feeling somewhat disoriented. Moreover, Xiaoqing's influence on his mood made him not think too much about it. However, reflecting on it now, he realized something was amiss. The events of yesterday differed from the scenes in his dream. Yet Lin Cheng's words were almost identical to those in the dream. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately jumped out of bed and began to jot down his thoughts. In the dream, Lin Cheng had a guiding nature, but yesterday, after the incident with Professor Feng, I lost control of my emotions and acted impulsively. The cause and environment of the battle should be different. However, Lin Cheng's fighting style and speech pattern are fixed, so to him the cause of the battle might not be important. In other words, the Lin Cheng in my dream and the Lin Cheng in reality likely share the same personality, fighting style, and attitude towards me, making it almost certain they are the same person. The last point is very important. The people in dreams are drawn from reality, but this does not mean they are exactly the same as in reality. A person's impression of another will certainly differ from reality, potentially enhancing or diminishing their aura, or even causing misjudgments in character. In other words, this can be confirmed: this dream is not a product of personal imagination or associative thoughts, but a dream based on reality. A dream based on reality, could it be a glimpse into the future? The possibility is high, especially since the weapons in the dream inspired me. Qin Feng pondered the black chains and flames from his dream, feeling that their existence was somewhat incongruous. Excluding the flames, the figures in the dream were all blurred while the environment was strikingly clear, making it even more bizarre. Like that dream with 12 people, Lin Cheng's image started as a mere silhouette, but later transformed into a figure with broken limbs and gouged eyes. Lastly, there were those puppets. It was evident that a force stood behind the puppets. The God-making society should be the power of the Great Xia. However, the Great Xia has never believed in gods. Why name it the God-making society? Finally, there was his own positioning. Vessel. The two words abruptly invaded his mind. This term seemed to possess a special kind of magic, making it impossible for Qin Feng to ignore it, even causing his mood to sour. Once I become stronger, I will interrogate that night demon thoroughly. Qin Feng made up his mind and sensed within himself. The genetic primal energy had increased by 30 overnight and seemed to have become more adept. Just as he was about to leave the room, Qin Feng suddenly noticed a box. It was a package that Professor Feng had entrusted Lin Cheng to deliver. What is inside this? The box was not locked, and Qin Feng easily opened it. It's actually a top-tier optical microscope, with a magnification of 2,000 times. Qin Feng felt an immense surge of joy. His research had hit a bottleneck, and he could only summarize experiences based on individual responses to medication, gradually advancing the research outcomes of genetic agents. However, having a microscope was a game-changer. This was a gateway to the microscopic world. Qin Feng was thrilled and couldn't wait to try it out immediately. At that moment, he noticed a phrase on the back of the box. Life holds infinite possibilities. When parting at school, Professor Feng had once said, when disaster strikes, life will find a way out on its own. Now, with this phrase repeated, was it encouraging him? Qin Feng calmed himself. Although he wasn't sure what Professor Feng intended, it was clear that he did not want him to get involved. If that's the case, then he should just focus on doing his part. After the electromagnetic pulse, the electron microscope is likely damaged and will take an unknown amount of time to repair. This microscope should be the best available. By the way, Ling Zai's eyes should be able to see things ordinary people cannot. With this thought, Qin Feng went to find Ling Shi. Upon hearing that Qin Feng wanted to use her, the disheveled Ling Shi immediately ran out from Yang Lu's room. Yang Lu looked at her disdainfully. Do you really enjoy being a tool? Ling Shi blushed and retorted, what are you talking about? Helping Qin Feng is also beneficial for us. Yang Lu, frustrated, said, you know what you're thinking, but I want to remind you the way you are now is quite similar to how Qin Feng used to be. Ling Shi fell into deep thought. Qin Feng took her hand. What are you thinking? This data is crucial and relates to our fight against the zombie virus. Alright, I'll be right there. Ling Shi quickly changed into a lab coat. Yang Lu. This child, what a waste. You go ahead and inform them to train. I won't supervise them today, but the results of their training will be for their own benefit. Qin Feng instructed Yang Lu and entered the research room with Ling Shi. The research room was very simple, containing only the necessary chemical agents and equipment related to gene extraction, along with a newly added microscope. There were no analytical instruments at all. Qin Feng placed zombie blood, mutated zombie blood, beast blood, and mutated beast blood into containers for Ling Shi to examine. In the end, he also extracted blood samples from himself and Ling Shi. Are you saying our cells are glowing? Qin Feng found this hard to believe after hearing Ling Zai's report. Yes, the zombie blood is black, but our blood is glowing. The mutated beast's blood also glows, but ordinary beast blood does not. Ling Shi reported, of course the light I saw should be related to dark energy. Genetic primal energy. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then handed Ling Shi the primal energy agent and the inferior agent for observation. The result was that the primal energy agent emitted very little light, while the inferior blocking agent emitted much light, but it was chaotic. It seems my guess was correct. The primal energy agent, while ensuring safety, caused significant damage to the substances within the blood crystal. I must improve the formula for the genetic dissolving agent to retain more of the light. Qin Feng contemplated. Next, he conducted a series of experiments with the materials available, but did not find any substance surpassing the Moloch solution. The formula improvement was temporarily set aside. The greatest gain from this experiment was finding the solution to the zombie virus. Only extraordinary power could fundamentally combat the zombie virus. The genetic dissolving agent is the extraction agent for extraordinary substances. So do extraordinary organs also contain extraordinary substances? Qin Feng took out several bottles remnants and bone powder left over from his refinement of extraordinary organs. By slicing these specimens, he discovered that the extraordinary substances in these organs exceeded those found in the cells of mutated beasts. This confirmed Qin Feng's hypothesis. Then extracting these extraordinary substances should allow for the creation of enhancement potions, Qin Feng exclaimed excitedly. The materials were readily available, making potion creation rather simple. Qin Feng never bothered with dosages ratios or reaction times. He relied entirely on intuition to muddle through. To differentiate between the successful and failed products, he deliberately created a few failed ones. Upon observation, the failed products appeared chaotic, while the successful ones were neat and orderly. This way, the success rate of the potions increased again. With the experiments coming to a close, it was already afternoon. Team members were currently practicing melee combat techniques in the yard, as per Qin Feng's request. In outdoor combat, firearms should not be used lightly. Once they are used, one must be prepared to face a horde of corpses. In the evening, Su Tianming came to visit and brought surprises for Qin Feng. Are these all extraordinary organs? Qin Feng gazed at the half-truckload of organs and felt somewhat dazed. Usually they are all fakes. Ling Shi observed and scoffed. However, even if only half of them were genuine, it was still astonishing. Well, we can't tell the difference between extraordinary organs and ordinary ones. We could only bring over the suspicious ones, those with hardness exceeding normal levels, hoping you could create some dark energy weapons. Su Tianming explained his intentions. Oh, how much contribution? Qin Feng asked, as he wouldn't work for free. If observation is allowed, each piece starts at 100,000 contributions, and you can keep 1/3. If not, it's 30,000 contributions per piece with weapons purchased by yourself, Su Tianming replied. Qin Feng glanced at the transport personnel, each one filled with anticipation, seemingly awaiting his guidance. It was likely that the higher-ups also desired this technology. 100,000 per piece, that was tuition. Since joining the action team, Qin Feng had indeed caused significant disruption to the contribution system. Originally, this system was designed to incentivize killing zombies. However, Qin Feng's actions of using potions to rack up contributions were like a mudslide, disturbing the market. Observation is fine as long as they can learn, Qin Feng said generously. That's great, don't worry. Even if they learn your techniques, we won't shortchange you. Su Tianming said excitedly. All right, let's get started. Qin Feng took out his tools and prepared to begin. Wait, don't we need a special place? A staff member asked. What special place is needed? When adventuring in the wild, who has time to study slowly? Isn't it all about crafting weapons while fighting? As he spoke, Qin Feng drilled a hole into a leg bone and casually inserted a crystal core. Just like this. An expert in a lab coat stared wide-eyed at the scene. Was this drilling tool a scalpel? Is this thing really a drilling tool? Watching an extraordinary weapon take shape, everyone grew anxious. No, how can you do this? We haven't even seen it clearly yet. Using a scalpel to drill? Can this really work? Is this thing really a dark energy weapon that outperforms steel? It was no wonder they questioned him. The 7 weapons Qin Feng sold to Su Tianming had all been studied by them. However, their research yielded very limited results. They only surmised that the energy released by crystal cores through extraordinary organs could produce extremely strong combat effects. Beyond that, they had nothing. Facing the experts' doubts, Qin Feng didn't take them to heart. If you want to believe, then believe. If not, that's fine. I'm only responsible for teaching. Whether you learn or not is your business. If one doesn't work, there's always the next one. The rules stated that 10 pieces would be refined on the spot for 100,000 each. The more he refined, the more contributions he would gain. Since that's the case, why would he dismantle them piece by piece? Didn't they see the nearby camcorder? When Qin Feng crafted the 10th dark energy weapon, everyone's expressions turned grim. By the 20th piece, the experts appeared green with envy, and by the 30th weapon, even Qin Feng felt it was a bit excessive. Thus he began to explain. The most important aspect of dark energy weapons is maintaining the integrity of the structure. As he spoke, he cut through an extraordinary organ. Su Tianming's face twitched. This was truly intact. When the extraordinary creature is alive, its meridians and blood vessels supply energy. Now that it's replaced by a crystal core, we must ensure that the location for embedding the crystal core must be at an energy node. The experts' expressions relaxed somewhat. Finally, they heard something sensible. This sentence could save them from taking numerous detours. The method to locate energy nodes is like this, and this. Everyone's faces turned as dark as a bottom of a pot. What exactly are you trying to say? After an hour and a half, Qin Feng left 30 dark energy weapons behind and generously gifted the remaining 180 weapons. Regarding what was said initially, I can keep 1/3, I don't want any more. Just convert the rest into contributions. Adding the production fee, it totals 2 million contributions. I don't need the change. Qin Feng said generously. Don't worry. We won't shortchange you on contributions. Su Tianming forced a smile as he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Qin Feng. After all, he was a big shot in the scientific community. The issue is that with so many contributions you won't have much to exchange for. Qin Feng said discontentedly. Su Tianming choked. We'll soon add more weapons and lift the restrictions on exchanges. Qin Feng seriously suggested, could you add tanks to the exchange list? I want to exchange for a few to drive around. Su Tianming turned and left. TCH stingy. Qin Feng returned to his residence with the 30 weapons he had intercepted along with a few extraordinary organs. These extraordinary organs indeed held significant research value. A single person collecting crystal cores and extraordinary organs had limited speed. Only with an army as backing could one quickly acquire substantial resources. As for technology leaks, Qin Feng was not worried about such matters. He had full confidence in his abilities. Even if the current technology was leaked, he would still be able to develop new techniques. After tidying everything up, Qin Feng opened the black card space. The black card space had become more complete, even featuring mission modules primarily for tasks posted above, such as clearing zombie hordes and combating powerful mutated zombies. Of course, members could also post their own missions. Is this black card space nurtured and expanded by the user's spiritual energy as sustenance? Entering the black card space once more, Qin Feng had gained a new understanding of its dreamlike bubbles. If it continued to grow, it might even manifest into reality. Approaching the task module, Qin Feng posted a mission. Acquiring transcendent organs starting at 500 contributions, crystal cores starting at 300 contributions, live mutated beasts and zombies priced at triple or more, with an upper limit of 800 contributions until the fund is exhausted. The 800 contributions were what he had earned last time. Due to accidentally allowing the prisoner underguard to escape, Qin Feng would need to pay 300 contributions in a few days. Yet compared to the cost of dark energy weapons, this amount was negligible. Thus, Qin Feng casually put up his previous contributions. After setting aside enough for equipment, Qin Feng felt a sense of opulence. Glancing at the exchange list where guns cost only a few hundred contributions, he felt a disdain for even bothering to redeem them. He would only consider it if tanks or helicopters appeared. 006 Damn. Is this what a big shot looks like? Love it, love it. 007. I need to work twice as hard, live in the wild from now on, and one day catch up to the senior. 005. Number 2, I challenge you to a duel with contributions as the stake. 006. I recall someone who couldn't afford contributions and had to borrow some. And now you've got money to gamble. 005. Are you asking for a beating? Believe me, I'll punch you. 006. I don't believe it. Ignoring their chatter, Qin Feng also posted a notice for selling potions on the task board. Body enhancement potion enhances the body after consumption. Side effects unknown. If the user provides feedback data after use, the price is halved. Exchange price 5000 contributions. 006. Side effects unknown, and users need to provide feedback data. Isn't that just making them your lab rats? 005. Number 2, can you have some shame? Paying to be your lab rat. Are you crazy for money? 006. Is this the senior's secret to making money? Love it, love it. 002. Take it or leave it. By the way, the primal energy potion was my invention. Use these potions or not, it's up to you. 007. Didn't I hear that the inventor of the primal energy potion got beaten to death? 004. That's for protection, don't spread rumors. Let me say this, number 2's potions are quality assured with no issues so far. 001. Everyone's here. Then let me announce something. Numbers 011 to 019 have been activated, forming a team active in the Xia region named God-Making Society. Hearing this news, Qin Feng's heart jolted. God-Making Society. Wasn't this mentioned in the dream? Could it be part of the action group? 006. Finally, others are joining. Does that mean we can't chat freely anymore? 001. No worries. The God-Making Society has developed a new black card feature that splits the space into 5 zones. They'll be in one zone with minimal communication between us. If necessary, 010 will handle the liaison. 002. Can you briefly introduce the God-Making Society? 001. No, just as I won't leak your info to outsiders, they won't reveal theirs. But remember, though we all fight for Great Xia, their beliefs might differ from ours. 007. Will they become our enemies? 001. Probably not, but they might bully you a bit when you meet to establish hierarchy. 005. Haha, hearing that puts me at ease. So I can bully them too, make them know who's boss. Of course I'll go easy. 001. Just don't say I told you to. 005. Don't worry, I get it. It's always the underling acting on his own, never implicating the boss. Qin Feng. Where did Lin Qing find this guy? 001. By the way, Qin Feng, you had a roommate named Chen Gu, right? He's in your major dorm 407 at Yuzhou University. 002. Do you have news of him? Regarding the 2 missing roommates, Qin Feng had almost given up hope they were alive. But out of duty, he mentioned it in the group. Unexpectedly, he got a response. 001. He was rescued too, along with a guy named Li Dong. A few days ago, they were at a shelter showing special talents. By the time I got the news, he was invited to join the God-making society. Chen Ge joined the God-making society. Qin Feng was stunned. He instinctively reached into his pocket, touching a carving knife. As long as he's safe, the God-making society is just a rival, not an enemy. Thanks to Chun Ji's carving knife, Qin Feng had a smoother start. Even now, he still kept 2 of those knives. 002, thank you. It's good he's okay. Everyone please keep an eye on news about the God-making society. Oh, I'll offer contributions. 007, truly a tycoon. 006, by the way, should our team pick a name? Look, the East Zone team has won. How about the Overlord team? 004, get lost. I'd rather die than use that name. 007, such a disgraceful name, I'd rather quit. 0051. 006, such a great name, and you all hate it. Good thing I'm good at naming. Ew, I have many candidates. Brave team. Supreme team, Heaven and Earth Society, Genesis team, Blade team, Mightiest team. 007, do you even know what good at naming means? 005, Boss Lin Chung, can you mute him? 004, why not call it Super Beast Armament? 006, that name's not bad, but it's copyrighted. Should we worry about disputes? 001, I've decided on the name Swordbearers. 004, what's the meaning behind it? 001, it reflects our duty. I'll explain later, I'm logging off now. 006, can you not leave us hanging? Finish before you go. I hate half-told stories. Number 5, want to team up and beat Lin Ching up. 005, some other time, I'm still injured. God-making society and sword bearers. Qin Feng murmured. From these names, he could glean some clues. The God-making society might be a plan to nurture elites aiming to create a god beyond mortals. The sword bearers sounded more like enforcers. Was Lin Chung planning to sanction someone? Shaking off his thoughts, Qin Feng informed Wang Ku about Chen Ge. Unfortunately, even he had no news of the God-making society. Knowing they're safe is enough. They've made it big. Our dorm truly breeds talent. Wang Ku was ecstatic. He had braced himself for bad news. After all, during the Nightmares rampage at Yuzhou University, only a little over 1,000 survived out of everyone. Anyone's death wouldn't be surprising. Hearing they were alive was an unexpected joy. After 2 days of training, Qin Feng led the team on a mission once again. This time, everyone was fully armed. Rather than a mission, it felt more like a tactical drill. This mission lasted 3 days, and everyone had improved their control over the abilities they had gained to varying degrees. Their cooperation with each other had also seen a significant increase. As soon as they returned, Su Tianming immediately brought a group of experts to learn the techniques for crafting dark energy weapons. Qin Feng possessed an extraordinary intuition, allowing him to instantly find the most suitable spots for drilling, a skill that was already difficult to grasp. Moreover, the refinement of the weapons made it even harder to learn. Although they had crafted some dark energy weapons, they always fell short compared to those made by Qin Feng. In actual combat, even a slight difference in performance could determine whether a supplementary strike was needed when killing mutated zombies, especially for warriors who had mastered the genetic original energy, as they would prefer to use better weapons rather than inferior ones. Therefore, Qin Feng's labor costs remained exorbitantly high. He was quite frank about it. Whatever they could learn, they would learn, as they could never truly grasp his core abilities. As long as he was slightly ahead of others, he had no worries about being eliminated. After an hour, the experts left with gloomy faces. You are welcome to come again next time. Qin Feng sincerely saw the experts off. His words were 100% heartfelt. Crafting a weapon in front of them earned him 100,000 contributions each time. Now he had produced 290 items in just 1 hour, faster than a money printing machine. Su Tianming's face was somewhat darkened. Could this group of experts be any more useless? How many opportunities had been wasted, and how much ammunition had been spent for them to learn advanced technology? By the way, Su Tianming, when will the armored vehicles with bulletproof capabilities arrive? A single remark from Qin Feng caused Su Tianming to stagger. But he still replied, they will arrive tonight. Then thank you. However, speaking of which, do you really find such high-level armored vehicles useful? Su Tianming curiously asked. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. We dispatched a whole company to support you during your missions at any time. Currently, Qin Feng was the treasure of the refuge camp. Whether it was the potions or weapons he developed, they were all strategic-level resources that needed protection. The higher-ups were unwilling to allow even the slightest mishap to befall Qin Feng. Thanks to Lin Chung enduring the pressure, Qin Feng's application for missions was approved, otherwise he would likely have been treated as a protected species. I'm sorry, although I trust the military and the rescue team, I prefer to keep my life in my own hands, Qin Feng said resolutely. It's a joke. In the dream world, even monsters like Lin Chung met such a tragic end. Who could Qin Feng still trust? This wasn't a matter of trust, but purely of strength. Fine. Su Tianming did not press the issue further and took his team out on a mission. After sending Su Tianming off, Qin Feng entered the black card space and received a message from Lin Chung. Professor Feng and his research team have now left the refuge camp. He did not mention where Professor Feng had gone, as that was a national-level secret. But it was certain that Professor Feng's team left with a bad reputation, having taken with them the side effects of the original energy potion, which brought about negative impacts. Forget it, thinking too much is pointless. Qin Feng put down the black card and began to practice his archery skills. He crafted a special longbow using a highly elastic material and tendons extracted from extraordinary organs, giving it tremendous power. However, mastering it completely proved to be quite challenging. Even with Qin Feng's strength, he could only manage to shoot 30 arrows at most, while the genetic original energy could recover him. His stamina was not so easy to restore. Just as Qin Feng was practicing, the black card lit up, and a special connection entered his consciousness. This was a special alert from the black card. The zombie tide has erupted into a massive riot. 005, what's going on? Weren't the zombies in Yuzhou supposed to be nearly gone? There should be no more than 2 million zombies at most. 006, right? Everything was fine before. 007, if there are less than 2 million zombies, it should be called a counterattack, right? 001, everyone be careful, it's not just the zombies from Yuzhou, but also those from nearby cities that have joined in. They set off from the west, and are likely to gather in Yuzhou, heading towards the refuge camp in about 2 days. 004, what is the mission from above? Seeing the message from number 4, Qin Feng felt somewhat disdainful. This guy should be the first to know the news, right? 001, our mission is to resist the zombies with all our might before establishing shelters across the country, especially not allowing the zombie tide to break into the eastern district. The zombie crisis is a global one. Qin Feng understood that the dangers brought by other dark pillars were not the night demons, but the zombie virus stemmed from the fusion of dark energy and the human body. Due to communication disruptions, Daxiao was also unaware of the situation in other countries, but it was certain that the situation was dire. Zombies have also appeared in the eastern district, but without the presence of night demons, the situation can still be controlled. Once the night demons invade Daxia's eastern and southern districts, the entire nation would be plunged into a state of collapse. Therefore, shelters and refuge camps were being established nationwide, sparking a wave of interest in learning combat skills and firearms. However, all preparations require time. 004, we will do our best to complete the mission. 001, while I recognize your potential, it does not mean I acknowledge your strength. This zombie tide riot will see more than one night demon appear. If the situation becomes unmanageable, I hope you can preserve your strength and wait until you are stronger before considering how to deal with the night demons. 005, what are you saying? Are we people who fear for our lives? 001, then let me rephrase, if you are bitten and turned into a zombie, you will undoubtedly become the most terrifying mutated zombie, which will cause me trouble. 005, damn it. 006, I bet the boss has no friends. 0071, 006, by the way, I want to exchange all my contributions. 007, I want to exchange too. I was planning to save up more before, but now it might not be useful if I don't exchange it. Also, I want to recruit some more personnel. 002, I want to exchange as well. 001, do you have the nerve? 002, by the way, if you need potions, you can come to me for exchanges. The old rule applies. If you provide feedback on the potions, you can get them at half price. If you provide blood samples before and after taking the medication, you can get them at a 70% discount, and you can use crystal cores to offset the price. 005, can I buy on credit? 002, you can use experimental data as a form of payment. If you cooperate with me for further experiments, you can receive the potions for free. 005, damn it, this scientific freak. 004, I want to exchange for some potions. I can provide data, and the price is negotiable. Although he said this, everyone still knew that the potions produced by Qin Feng were guaranteed. Even if there were side effects, they were within a certain range. Originally, number 4 wanted to wait a while longer, but upon hearing the news of the zombie tide eruption, he felt a sense of urgency. Although he had a background as a special forces soldier, he had already severed ties with the upper echelons and interacted with the team as an ordinary person. As long as the side effects were bearable, he could accept them. 002, very welcome. Sincerely. Although they had no confidence in the capabilities of the potions, everyone still ordered a large quantity from Qin Feng. According to Lin Sheng, those who can see the black light pillar can continuously improve themselves without relying on external means, but their teammates still need to enhance their strength. Humans are social creatures. No one can truly walk alone. Just as Qin Feng was gathering data, Yang Lu returned from scouting. The army has been training and recruiting new soldiers these past few days. As long as you are willing to fight the zombies, you will be issued a gun permit. I understand. Qin Feng realized that the higher-ups were starting to feel the pressure. After a new batch of supplies arrived, he loaded many items into the armored vehicle. However, he did not discard the 2 old trucks. What if they became useful someday? Everyone had grown accustomed to Qin Feng's cautious nature, though they felt he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Can zombies really fight against the army? It seemed unrealistic. The next day, the refuge camp launched a counteroffensive, mobilizing 5,000 elite fighters skilled in the use of gene origami to eradicate the zombie tide in Yuzhou City. No one found fault with this plan. If the zombie tide was indeed headed for Yuzhou City, then the best choice would be to eliminate the zombies in Yuzhou before their arrival and use the city as a battlefield. Setting the battlefield in the refuge camp would be the worst option. However, Qin Feng's intuition sensed unease, so he submitted his feelings. Lin Cheng replied, I know this may carry risks, but no action is without its uncertainties. With no other choice, Qin Feng reluctantly abandoned this operation. He did not insist further as Lin Cheng's reasoning had moved him. What risk could be worse than millions of zombies gathering? On the day of the counteroffensive, good news arrived. It was said that someone had discovered a special audio frequency that could summon and command mutated zombies. If they could replicate this frequency, they could attract zombies in large numbers. That very night, someone successfully developed it. With the new zombie-attracting technology, the counteroffensive went exceptionally smoothly. Reportedly, over 500,000 zombies were eliminated in a single day. Now there were only a little over 1 million zombies left in Yuzhou City. Our great Xia truly produces extraordinary talents. Qin Feng felt a wave of emotion upon receiving this news. Compared to himself, who only thought about survival, figures like Lin Cheng seemed more like the protagonists destined to save the world. In times of crisis, heroes and remarkable individuals always emerge. Boss, are we really not going to participate in this operation? Wei Renjia shouted from downstairs. Qin Feng replied, if you want to go, you can go alone. Wei Renjia chuckled foolishly and said no more. Qin Feng was the backbone of the team. He dared not disobey. Hey, if you're not going to the front lines, why are you still using so many resources? Li Meng had arrived here at some point, furiously questioning the armored vehicle is a strategic resource. You may have the privilege not to go to the battlefield, but these resources should go to those in need. We can protect you. I'm happy to do so. Qin Feng was too lazy to explain further. Li Meng wasn't wrong. Many people were protecting the nearby villas, so safety was not a concern. At this moment, using resources from the armored vehicle was indeed a waste. However, Qin Feng could not make others understand. The dangers he faced were not something that ordinary firearms could handle. It was still more reassuring to keep Xiaoming close. The night after the counteroffensive, good news came again. According to messages from number 4, the counteroffensive was nearing its conclusion. They were now ready to set up a new front line, waiting for the zombie legions from other cities to strike. They would engage in a hard battle in the desolate city. Am I being overly anxious? Upon hearing the news, Qin Feng sighed with relief. If he had indeed been overly anxious, that would be even better. Qin Feng, I'm not trying to criticize you, but since you're a genius in research, just stay here and focus on your work. Li Meng, who had come to mooch food, was still rambling, while helplessly placing down a box of ammunition. Ko Xingyang, count them. Qin Feng ordered casually. You still want to count? When have I ever made a mistake? Li Meng retorted, her big eyes bulging. Isn't it just to show our professionalism? Qin Feng remained unfazed. This was sniper ammunition, more critical than ordinary machine gun bullets. Every single bullet of this resource was very important. Just as Ko Xingyang was counting the bullets, an inexplicable wave of unease washed over Qin Feng. After pondering for a few seconds, he called for Ling Shi, go to the black card space and bring back a few people. Ling Shi was taken aback. What reason should I give? She didn't ask. Why? Just felt that this task would be a bit challenging. Just say that you suspect an enemy with high energy reactions has infiltrated, and you think there's a possibility of a night demon raid on the refuge camp. Qin Feng casually fabricated a reason. That reason is too outrageous. Ling Shi was somewhat speechless. It's not outrageous at all. If the night demon possesses enough intelligence, it should find a way to ambush here, Qin Feng said. The reason he had just concocted was born out of urgency. But after saying it, even he started to believe it. Impossible, that is absolutely impossible. I don't know what this night demon you're talking about is, but even if all elite forces are deployed, the defense of the refuge camp is impeccable. Even facing a tide of millions of zombies, it would not easily be breached. Since you don't even know what a night demon is, it seems your clearance is quite low. Qin Feng shot her a cold glance. Ling Shi, hurry and get people, no matter the reason, at least let them know there might be trouble here. No, the action team is a special existence. Their combat power is crucial. I can't let you mess around. No, Li Meng said firmly as she tried to leave, but Qin Feng placed a hand on her shoulder, his strong grip, making it difficult for her to even stand. Her expression changed. What do you want to do? I'm sorry, I can't let you interfere. Qin Feng stared at her coldly. You will stay here as our guest tonight. Yang Lu cooks very well, and given our good relationship, it should be reasonable for you to enjoy a meal here, right? Are you going to detain me? Li Meng's pupils constricted. Do you know what you are doing? If this gets out, you won't be able to maintain your position. It's not detention, I'm just keeping you here as a guest. With a forceful tug of his right hand and a glance, Li Zixuan and Wang Susu flanked her on either side. Come and play with us. The heightened intuition has saved Qin Feng's life countless times, and he places great trust in it. Since he has decided to believe in his instincts, he will not hesitate. Li Zixuan and Wang Susu, though somewhat puzzled by Qin Feng's thoughts, have developed the habit of obeying orders first and asking questions later during these days of training. Regardless of the command, they proceed to act first. Thus the two girls carried the limp Li Meng to the sofa, and Wang Susu skillfully tickled her armpits. Soon the sounds of the three girls' playful antics could be heard. Yang Lu went to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Wang Ku and the others heightened their vigilance. However, despite the increased alertness, the security here was already quite strong, always at its best state. Ling Shi entered the black card space, and after a brief conversation, replied number 4 and number 5 have decided to return. Lin Cheng said he has discovered traces of the night demon, so he will not come back, but we'll keep an eye on the situation here. That's enough, Qin Feng said with a touch of relief. Although it was a new organization, there was still a basic level of trust among everyone. Now he could only pray that his intuition would not fail him. Ling Shi continued, I will go to the rooftop to take a look. My eyes can see more at night. Wait a moment. Qin Feng took out a box and opened it to reveal a monocle. Your eyes are better than binoculars, so I specially crafted this unique pair of glasses for you, hoping it will be useful. All right. Ling Shi blushed as she accepted the glasses and ran up to the rooftop. Is this really that touching? Qin Feng thought to himself, it was hard to refuse such a girl. Half an hour later, soldiers came in search of Li Meng. Help, haha, save me. Li Meng cried out, struggling against the two girls' attacks, her flushed face and near hysterical laughter making her pleas rather unconvincing. Seeing the disheveled appearance of the three girls, the soldiers tactfully remarked, I won't say a word. Get me out of here. Li Meng wailed in despair. Just stay right there. Wang Susu pressed Li Meng down, accidentally touching something soft, and compared it to her own chest. Her enthusiasm instantly halved. Why is there such a vast difference between people? Qin Feng first went to the laboratory to organize the instruments, packing all the important equipment into a box ready to move at any moment before heading to the rooftop to observe alongside Ling Shi. At this moment, his unease intensified. Do you have any findings? Or have any outsiders entered? Qin Feng inquired. Yes, over there. Ling Shi pointed to a few trucks in the distance. Now, apart from the rescue team, are there others approaching in trucks? Not good. The energy signatures from those trucks are chaotic. They are zombies and possibly mutated zombies. Qin Feng gasped. Someone is transporting zombies. Ling Zai's eyes widened in alarm. Not good. They are only 500 meters from the checkpoint and are not slowing down. Instead, they are accelerating. Use the sniper rifle. Take them out. Qin Feng commanded decisively. Understood. Ling Shi raised the already assembled sniper rifle and fired several shots at the target truck from 3,000 meters away. The effective range of a sniper rifle is 1,600 meters. However, this does not mean that a sniper rifle can only hit targets within 1,600 meters. It simply ensures accuracy within that distance. Beyond the effective range, accuracy cannot be guaranteed. Yet this was hardly an issue for Ling Shi. Her eyes were terrifying, but to Qin Feng what was even more frightening was her body that could keep up with her eyes. Once she confirmed a target, her body would automatically adjust to meet the standards needed to achieve that target. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the truck's tire exploded. The speeding truck overturned, dragging the four trucks behind into calamity as well. A chain collision occurred less than 1,000 meters from the outpost. Before the sentries could rush over to check, several mutated zombies suddenly sprang out from the truck, charging towards the sentries. It's zombies. Don't let them get close. The sentries quickly opened fire, but after several gunshots, only one unfortunate zombie had its head blown off. The remaining zombies surged into the outpost. Several sentries were caught off guard and had their necks bitten through on the spot. Can we still shoot? Qin Feng asked. No, it's too far. The bullets are too slow and the zombies move unpredictably. Ling, she shook her head. Even if it were 3,000 meters away, she could aim at targets even 10 kilometers away, but the mutated zombies move too quickly and erratically. Even if she predicted a second or two ahead, the bullets still needed time to travel. It's fine as long as they realize there's a problem, that's enough. Qin Feng did not press the issue. I hope these zombies can be eliminated outside the refuge camp's defenses. The turmoil at the entrance of the refuge camp drew everyone's attention. Many survivors were startled. However, the response came even faster from the security team, who quickly engaged the zombies when the sentries got into trouble. However, there were too many of these mutated zombies. One truck was loaded with over a dozen mutated zombies, and all 5 trucks combined had over 80. Such terrifying power was enough to destroy a battalion in close proximity. The sound of gunfire continued, and it quickly turned into a battlefield. The people in the villa heard the noise and rushed to the balcony or yard to inquire about the situation. Li Meng was also dumbfounded. Is something really happening? Qin Feng simply explained, an external enemy has forcefully breached in, and we are preparing for battle. This is not a drill, it's real combat. Li Meng said, no, I need to go back and inform them. Do you think they are as foolish as you? Can't they hear such loud gunfire? Qin Feng shouted, you stay here obediently, and don't interfere with us, otherwise you will bear the consequences. You. Li Meng was furious and ashamed, but had no way to retort. Although Ling Zai's shot had given the security team some time to react, there were far too many and too strong mutated zombies. In less than 2 minutes, the first batch of the security team, over 50 men, was nearly wiped out, unable to even buy time for the next wave of reinforcements. To make matters worse, such events were not only happening in one place. Over there, over there, over there. Ling Shi continuously pointed to 4 places: the southeast corner, northeast corner, northwest corner, and southwest corner, in addition to the due west, where they were located. All 5 areas ignited into battle simultaneously. The simultaneous outbreak of fighting in 5 locations could not possibly be a coincidence. The enemy had long since planned this and had set their sights on this place. The refuge camp is finished. Qin Feng closed his eyes and then reopened them. He hoped that his preparations over the past few days would not be put to use, but it seemed that it was inevitable now. The entire camp was in chaos. The intrusion of the mutated zombies shattered the tranquility of the refuge camp. After breaking through the defenses, the mutated zombies bit anyone they saw, devouring flesh and then releasing their grip. Those who had used the original energy serum or zombie vaccine would not become zombies from scratches or minor bites, but turning into zombies after death was still unavoidable. After all, the virus originates from within the body. Many survivors lost their lives while sleeping. As a large number of survivors turned into zombies, the camp descended further into chaos. Help! Who will save me? Why are there zombies in the camp? Has the security team gone to sleep? No, I don't want to die. Save me. Countless survivors wailed in despair under the pursuit of the zombies, giving desperate cries for help before becoming new zombies. How could this camp be breached so easily? She felt her heart thud. She had always thought the camp was impregnable, yet it took only a few zombie vehicles to break through. The speed of mutated zombies is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people. While they can outrun bullets, it is normal for them to be faster than human reflexes, especially at night, when aiming becomes nearly impossible, limiting the effectiveness of firearms. Now we can only pray that the survivors remain calm. Qin Feng set up a rifle shooting while explaining. Although that was unlikely, Qin Feng silently added in his heart. While the Daxiao Kingdom was the most united nation on Blue Star, humans have their limits. Untrained ordinary people would lose the courage to resist in the face of zombies, let alone unite for a counterattack. Wang Ku and others also arrived at the balcony or rooftop, setting up machine guns and rifles, starting with rifle fire. Although machine guns have great firepower, they are difficult to aim. Against zombies with only their heads as weak points, ordinary machine guns would only waste ammunition, while rifles were somewhat more effective. As if sensing the heavy firepower of this villa, 2 mutated zombies abandoned their prey and charged over. Bang bang. With 2 shots from the sniper rifle, the mutated zombies were instantly decapitated. She set down her sniper rifle. She had fired 1 shot while the other came from a nearby villa. Expert Qin, the situation in the camp is extremely dangerous. If our defenses fall, please lead your teammates to retreat first. A person in military uniform loudly reminded Qin Feng. I will. Qin Feng was not polite at all. That was his plan all along. That's good. Expert Qin, hurry and prepare. A large number of soldiers surged out from the villas on both sides, resisting the zombie attacks from the rooftops. Now is not the time yet. Qin Feng changed the magazine and began a new round of shooting. Li Ming also arrived on the rooftop, gun in hand, ready to fight. Qin Feng, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. However, now the best choice is for you to prioritize evacuating the camp. Please do not act impulsively. Are you teaching me? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. I didn't mean it that way, Li Ming stammered, a bit flustered. If you are not good at making judgments, then just trust me. Qin Feng didn't even spare Li Ming a glance, continuing to shoot and kill zombies. If we retreat now, we're doomed. Tonight's attack was clearly premeditated. If there were a pair of eyes behind this, then Qin Feng, driving an armored vehicle away, would certainly become the primary target. In that case, he would be dead. Therefore, Qin Feng had been using his heightened intuition to search for opportunities. Half an hour passed, and the number of zombies increased. This night turned into a night of slaughter. Buildings and tents were engulfed in flames, illuminating the night sky. The wails of survivors and the sounds of gunfire formed the theme song of the night. The mutated zombies chased their prey everywhere. Some survivors attempted to drive away, yet the mutated zombies mainly targeted vehicles. Is this the end of humanity? Qin Feng pulled the trigger, not knowing how many times he had killed zombies, yet they seemed endless. This made him somewhat numb to the killings. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a group of people approaching, their target being his residence. Is that Xiaoqing? No, there are others. Qin Feng recognized the newcomers, and his mood soured further. The mutated zombies surrounded and pursued them, but this group of students rushed towards him, numbering over 100, seemingly all classmates. Qin Feng felt an impulse to pull the trigger and kill, yet in the end, he could not bring himself to do it. Fire erupted from nearby rooftops, and the encircling zombies were shot down. It was the soldiers nearby who had acted. Qin Feng, save us. Xiaoqing and a few classmates excitedly waved at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, we all go to the same school. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Qin Feng, Wang Ku, we used to join the ACG club together. Do you remember me? And us, we've met in the archery club. Among these people, Qin Feng recognized about 20, but most were only acquaintances. He remembered the faces of those from the archery club, yet he never cared for their names. To his surprise, they had also come here. Wang Ku looked at Qin Feng. Fengzi, should we let them in? After all, our villa is quite large, it wouldn't hurt to let them stay for a night. We're all classmates, they're here now, let them in. Wei Renjia said with a twinge of compassion. Qin Feng irritably nodded and shouted. You can come in, but you may only stay in the yard and the first floor hall. No going upstairs, and do not touch the vehicles in the yard. Behave yourselves. Don't worry. We'll be good. We promise to behave. Everyone promised anxiously. Behind them were the zombies, leaving no room for disobedience. The girl beside Xiaoqing said triumphantly. I told you Qin Feng wouldn't let us die, though he still has feelings for Xiaoqing. A bullet whizzed by, killing a nearby zombie. Ling Shi's eyes were filled with killing intent. I want to drive them out now. Over 100 students and teachers could not fit in Qin Feng's villa, but there were nearby villas that could accommodate people. Thus, everyone rushed inside. Nearby soldiers did not refuse. Their duty was to protect survivors. How could they stop survivors from seeking refuge here? Wow, the firepower here is incredible. Finally a safe place. Why have we been forced to live in tents for days? They get to live in a villa and play with guns. It's connections. What else could it be? Recently freed from the brink of death, the students conversed to alleviate the pressure of mortality. Yet Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly cold. Are those people really worth saving? Qin Feng silently noted down some typical examples, especially those who claimed he had connections to stay here. They came here seeking refuge. However, just after escaping danger, they began to scheme against each other. Without teaching them a lesson, Qin Feng couldn't settle his thoughts. Thus he flipped and jumped down from the roof, landing precisely on the car's top, aiming a gun at a classmate. Let me tell you, Qin Feng is just lucky relying on connections. The classmate had just been talking non-stop when he suddenly felt the air around him freeze, as if everything had fallen silent. The boy stiffly turned around, his gaze blank as he looked at Qin Feng. You eye that? He stuttered, unable to articulate his words. After all, he had just been scheming against him, and now he found himself caught red-handed, which was somewhat embarrassing. You and you. Qin Feng pointed his gun at several people. You guys were just so arrogant. You looked down on me, right? You thought I was just lucky, right? I didn't just now. A girl who was called out hurriedly defended herself. You nodded just now. Qin Feng didn't give her a chance to explain. Since you think I'm not good enough here, then get out. My place does not welcome you. Several classmates were shocked and furious. Qin Feng, what do you want? No, that's not what we meant. Hey Qin Feng, let's talk this out calmly. Not only was the singled-out classmate embarrassed, but others around began to speak up for them. However, Qin Feng would not show them any leniency. You think they're innocent, right? Then get out together. Qin Feng, don't go too far. Your actions are simply putting lives at risk. A female teacher shouted sharply. I remember you, during the archery club you helped a few criminals clear their names, and even tried to frame it on me. Qin Feng smirked, then reached into his pocket with his left hand, and pulled out a scalpel. Whoosh. The scalpel flew out, piercing the beautiful teacher's heart with blood erupting from her chest. The students were all stunned. Qin Feng really dared to kill. Watching a vibrant life fade away, they finally understood the cruelty of this world. Especially the few students who had spoken, all of them were frozen in place at this moment. Boundless fear and regret filled their hearts. They leave, or you all go out with them. Qin Feng coldly issued the order. The remaining teachers and students automatically took 2 steps back, distancing themselves from those singled out by Qin Feng. Those who had spoken ill of Qin Feng felt incredibly lonely at this moment. Hadn't they just been careless with their words? How could it come to this? Thud. A student knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Qin Feng. I'm sorry, I was wrong, it was my fault, just now please spare me. Another student also knelt down. Qin Feng, we know we were wrong, please let us go. Qin Feng remained unmoved. Get lost, or everyone gets out together. Qin Feng, are you still going to have any shame? We only said a few words about you, and you still want more. The kneeling boy, seeing this tactic didn't work, immediately began to curse, and what awaited him was the sound of a gunshot. Looking at the smoking gun barrel and the blood hole in the boy's chest, the classmates immediately realized something. You all better get out now. Yeah, if you want to die, do it yourselves, don't drag others down with you. Right? These idiots aren't worth it. The students began to push and shove, trying to expel these few troublemakers to prevent them from affecting everyone. What if because of them Qin Feng turned against everyone? Qin Feng merely watched coldly as all of this unfolded. Soon the female teacher stood up again, her face turning pale. The students were startled again. Fortunately, a bullet flying and took the female teacher's life. No, we won't go out. If you want us dead, then let's die together. A boy seemingly insane pounced on a classmate and bit down hard on his neck. Oh. The classmate screamed. The intense pain from the wound, mixed with spurting blood, filled his heart with despair. Bastards, these people are the real troublemakers. Qin Feng is right, these people should be kicked out. The students grew angrier, fiercely punching and kicking the troublemakers, rendering them unable to fight back, and then they collectively dragged them out, including the already dead boy and the bitten student. Qin Feng, you won't have a good end. The expelled students screamed in madness, fleeing towards a place far from the villa area. However, they soon encountered a horde of zombies coming towards them. A remaining group of students, still in shock, patted their chests in relief in the courtyard. I didn't expect their true colors to be like this. So terrifying. Fortunately, their true colors were exposed. Thanks to Qin Feng. They praised Qin Feng, while cursing the troublemakers, cautiously glancing at the people on the roof. However, Qin Feng, who had exposed these people's true colors, jumped back onto the roof, coldly observing everything that transpired. Ling Xiang, Lu Wangku, and others who were also watching this had complex expressions, unsure of what to say. Blaming Qin Feng was impossible. After being enhanced by the original energy potion, their hearing had become very keen. Although they couldn't personally kill them, yet they could still applaud and cheer after they died. Yet seeing their classmates beat them up and throw them out, they strangely couldn't bring themselves to smile. There was also a faint sadness. More zombies are coming. Ling Shi raised her gun and shot, killing a zombie that was getting close. Everyone quickly collected their thoughts, focusing on the horde of zombies ahead, and swiftly began shooting them down. Groups of zombies fell to the ground. Across the refuge rescue teams and security squads began to seize high ground, trying to stabilize the situation as much as possible. Boom. With a loud crash, a residential building collapsed. Accompanied by screams, several zombies clad in iron armor began to harvest the hiding survivors. This must be a joke. Ling-Shi was stunned. How could zombies evolve to have armor on them no matter how they evolve? Moreover, these aren't bone armor, they're steel armor. If these were naturally evolved zombies, the likelihood is low. Qin Feng stated calmly. But what if they are artificially induced evolved zombies? Or perhaps these are artificially cultivated zombies. Not good, they're coming towards us, there are 6 of them. Ling-Shi raised her gun and shot the sniper bullet flying through the air, aiming at the armored zombie's head. However, the armored zombie tilted its head, dodging the bullet. These zombies can dodge. Ling-Shi was taken aback. Her marksmanship was excellent as she could hit wherever she aimed. However, if the opponent could evade, that was another story altogether. A true sharpshooter does not merely hit a stationary target, but is someone who understands prediction and can perceive the enemy's movements. Zombies lack this awareness, thus Ling-Shi had no way to practice. Shooting at fixed targets and shooting at living beings are fundamentally different. Therefore, when she encountered zombies that consciously dodged bullets, she found herself somewhat at a loss. The steel zombies charged towards Qin Feng's yard. Their massive 2.5-meter figures combined with their iron weight transformed them into formidable steel beasts. As they charged, it was akin to tanks initiating a collision. It seems my physique attracts zombies. Qin Feng switched his rifle for a machine gun and loaded a belt of bullets. Data. In 10 seconds, 60 rounds were fired. The bullets struck the steel zombies, creating a plethora of sparks, and 3 of the zombies fell to the ground. Hitting the joints of zombies won't kill them, but it will weaken their mobility. Qin Feng switched magazines and began a new round of gunfire. Ling-Shi suddenly understood and focused her attacks on the zombies' legs. The others also came to realization. After a series of assaults, 6 steel zombies, unable to reach the gate of the yard, had their legs blown off and lay on the ground. Hot weapons are indeed the way to go. Qin Feng glanced at the bow and arrow set aside, knowing there was a reason for the obsolescence of such cold weapons. The disparity was vast. Ling-Shi aimed at the heads of the 6 zombies and fired several shots, exploding their heads. Not even armored plating could withstand the power of a sniper rifle. No matter how tough the armor, it was futile. Cease fire for a moment. Qin Feng jumped down from the roof and leaped over the wall to approach a few zombies. He examined the style of the armor and the steel claws on the zombies' hands, feeling a weight in his heart. The armor was perfectly fitted for their 2.5-meter tall frames. Moreover, the claws with steel spikes seemed to be crafted with the zombies' attack habits in mind. One could say it was designed specifically for the zombies. The weapons on these zombies are man-made. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming rage, as if a fire was burning within him. Who would dare to cultivate zombies as weapons? He had initially thought this attack was orchestrated by the night demons, which could merely be considered a war between 2 races. However, man-made. Man-made. Qin Feng picked up a scalpel and sliced open the steel zombie's head, retrieving 4 glimmering metallic cores. 2 other zombies had their cores blasted apart. The cores were sturdier than blood crystals, able to withstand rifle bullets and scathe, but unable to resist the power of sniper rounds. After realizing this, Ling-Shi usually avoided the position of the cores when shooting for headshots. However, in emergencies, she couldn't afford to be selective. Stowing the cores away, Qin Feng returned to the rooftop. Are there any more monsters like this? Wang Ke felt immense pressure. I don't know, but we must treat it as if there are. Qin Feng looked toward the lookout point, where over 1,000 zombies were approaching the refuge camp. A massive horde of zombies could not escape detection. Yet under the concealment of those with ulterior motives, over 1,000 zombies could still remain hidden, even in multiple waves. The zombies sniffed around, seemingly sensing that the villa area where Qin Feng was located had the highest number of living people, and they surged toward this location. Qin Feng raised his gun and calmly began to shoot. However, his thoughts were already somewhat disordered. Is this really the enemy humanity must face? Qin Feng, there's an alert in the black card space. Should I go check it out? Ling-Shi suddenly spoke up. Okay, let's take a look. Qin Feng did not refuse. Moments later, Ling-Shi anxiously said, in the final stage of the battle for Yu City, they encountered many special zombies and are now at a stalemate. Lin Sheng is also restrained by the night demons and cannot return for the time being. I see, Qin Feng said, not surprised. If this was a conspiracy plan long ago, then there would certainly be a way to restrict the main force's return. If Lin Sheng was not dealt with, how could they dare to attack this place easily? Boss, more steel zombies are coming. Wang Ke suddenly exclaimed. In the distance, among a small wave of zombies, 3 zombies clad in steel armor charged toward the villa area. Are these things mass-produced? Qin Feng's heart raced, and he switched to the machine gun again, wildly unleashing bullets. Ling-Shi, aiming with her sniper rifle, would immediately take precise headshots as soon as a zombie showed signs of losing mobility. Through their cooperation, the 3 steel zombies fell. Against the overwhelming firepower, this small wave of zombies was resolved through their collective effort. However, no one felt at ease. There are zombie hordes in other directions too. Ling's eyes words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. A soldier jumped from a nearby roof, saying, Researcher Chin, the situation is very grim. Before reinforcements arrive, we might not hold out. Please prepare for evacuation. It may be too late. If the number of steel zombies increased, they might not be able to eliminate the enemy before the zombies attacked. Look over there, Chin Feng pointed at a figure in the darkness. That guy has already set his sights on us. I don't believe the armored vehicle's speed can surpass that of the night demon. In the night, a piercing roar echoed. One by one zombies surged toward the enemy Chin Feng pointed at. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of zombies gathered, forming a dense ocean of corpses. The night demon silently melted into the darkness, and the horde of zombies surged toward Chin Feng's residence. The massive horde brought immense visual pressure to everyone. What troubled Chin Feng even more was the location of the night demon. How could this be? The soldiers were baffled as to why this was happening. Don't think too much or prepare for battle. Chin Feng patted his shoulder and instructed Wang Ku, bring up the box of grenades and the gunpowder from the vehicle. There's no time for hiding anything now. All right. Wang Ku immediately went to the second floor and brought down 2 boxes of grenades. Chin Feng took a deep breath. The scent of blood in the air made his chest tighten. Looking at the soldiers preparing for battle, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. The targets of these zombies were likely him and Ling Shi. If these soldiers escaped, they would have a chance to survive. However, he did not say this. Of course, even if he told the soldiers to flee, they would not run away. The soldiers of the Xia Kingdom are the bravest soldiers of Blue Star, historically known to die, fighting with no surrenders or deserters. But whether they were willing to escape was one thing, and not saying anything was another. Indeed, I am not a good person. According to the exercise, Wei Renjia and the chubby guy are responsible for dropping bombs, while Wang Ku, Ko Jingyang, and Yin Suchi will switch to heavy machine guns for suppressive fire. Yang Lu, Li Zixuan, Chen Zixuan, and Wang Susu, you girls are in charge of transporting ammunition and repairing parts. Chin Feng ordered. Understood. No one questioned him. It wasn't that Chin Feng looked down on girls, it was that guns have recoil, and in dealing with recoil, boys have an advantage over girls. I've already contributed my points here. Chin Feng chuckled wryly as he switched to a sniper rifle. He had exchanged for 3 sniper rifles in total, and this was one of them. His and Ling Zai's job was to eliminate the mutated zombies. Everyone had gone through countless collaborations and remained unperturbed in the face of tens of thousands of corpses. Chin Feng continuously loaded and fired, killing a mutated zombie with each shot. He discovered a pattern while using his super intuition in combat. The super intuition only enhanced his own perception. For instance, if he perceived that a zombie was dangerous, the super intuition could predict it. However, if he was unaware of the danger posed by a knife, then even if he were cut by a scalpel, he wouldn't trigger a response. Moreover, the super intuition required energy. It consumed mental energy. If used frequently, it could easily lead to exhaustion, necessitating sleep to recover. However, calibration could reduce the consumption of super intuition. For example, if he spotted a mutated zombie aimed at it and used super intuition to ensure a hit, the consumption would be minimal. If he failed to detect a mutated zombie and relied purely on super intuition while aiming and shooting, the consumption would be astonishing, about 10 times more. Ling Zai's ability seemed to have the same limitations. The sounds of gunfire echoed as countless zombies were turned into minced meat. Shattered fragments of flesh and blood flew everywhere as the students in the yard had long crowded into the hall, huddling together in fear. Having lost their homes earlier only made them feel sorrowful. Yet now, facing the brutal battlefield, they were gripped by a profound fear. At this moment, they realized just how bold those who had previously criticized Chin Feng were. The opponent had the strength to kill them easily. How could they shout in front of such a person? Chin Feng, of course, didn't notice their changing expressions. His focus was entirely on the horde of corpses before him. He had to ensure that no zombies came within 100 meters of the villa. Wang Ku and the others held the heavy machine gun, wildly spraying fire, and large numbers of zombies fell. Against the power of the heavy machine gun, even if crucial spots weren't hit, zombies could be incapacitated due to their body structure being shattered. Wei Renjia and the chubby guy leveraged their strength to throw grenades into the zombie horde. Zombies fell in piles. In the face of formidable firearms, their bodies were quite fragile except for the mutated zombies that had evolved. Just as Chin Feng anxiously searched for the night demon, a scream suddenly echoed from a nearby villa. A young soldier was pierced through the chest by a dark shadow that had appeared behind him. It's the night demon. Chin Feng jolted and fired his sniper rifle at the night demon. However, the night demon sidestepped and evaded the shot. Are you kidding me? Dodging a sniper bullet at this close range. Chin Feng felt a chill in his heart as he loaded another bullet and pulled the trigger towards the night demon. This time the night demon didn't fully evade. It blocked with its left arm. Blood splattered as the sniper bullet left a hole in its left arm, but it didn't penetrate. The night demon's claws instantly took the lives of 5 soldiers. Watching their bodies fall, Chin Feng felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. He snatched Wang Ke's heavy machine gun and unleashed indiscriminate fire at the night demon, but the night demon avoided the fight, vanishing silently into the night. What a cunning night demon. Chin Feng felt icy. The night demon had caused him great trouble with just one attack. Before he could devise a countermeasure, a scream echoed from the first floor. It wasn't his own dwelling, but from next door. Qin Feng quickly made a judgment. Students hiding next door screamed and ran out as a shadow darted away, disappearing into the night. But now there were several more zombies among the students. Yes, zombies. Qin Feng suddenly realized something. The few soldiers killed by the night demon had also turned into zombies staggering towards him. They were supposed to be protecting me. Qin Feng was stunned, his eyes turning red. Just moments ago they had urged him to evacuate. At that moment several bullets whizzed past Qin Feng's ear, instantly ending the lives of several soldiers. It was Li Meng. The once overlooked transparent figure now acted with the greatest decisiveness. Her eyes were slightly red. They wouldn't want to harm those around them as zombies, right? Li Meng murmured to herself, then picked up a spare rifle and aimed it at the zombies. Thanks to you just now. Qin Feng forced himself to calm down. This wasn't the time for sentimentality. Faced with monsters like the night demon, even one mistake could cost him his life. Be careful. A scream came from the other side as a squad on the rooftop confronting the horde was instantly pierced through the heart. Die. Ling Shi fired continuously, leaving a wound on the night demon's leg, but it seemed unaffected. The black figure once again disappeared into the night. It's weakening our forces around, preparing to encircle us. Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. This night demon was like a cunning predator patiently toying with its prey and dismantling their resistance. Just as its name suggests, a demon in the darkness. We must kill it. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with a cold, killing intent. If the night demon wasn't killed, everyone would perish. He lifted the heavy machine gun and stood up. This posture was difficult to withstand the recoil of the heavy machine gun. But he didn't care anymore. With his current physical condition, he could handle the recoil. My super intuition guided me to the night demon's location. Qin Feng fired continuously in one direction, and the night demon let out a strange cry before vanishing once more into the night. In that fleeting moment of its disappearance, Qin Feng noticed several bullet holes on its body. However, the initial wounds had vanished. It can heal itself. Is it immortal? No, if it were immortal, it wouldn't need to fight so cautiously. Qin Feng's mind raced as he searched for signs of the night demon. Yet the night demon seemed to have vanished, unwilling to leave a single clue. After about 10 minutes, Qin Feng began to feel fatigued. A scream rang out once more. Not good. Qin Feng turned around, and immediately a burst of gunfire erupted. The night demon was struck in the chest by the machine gun and vanished into the night, but several soldiers also fell victim. A wordless fear spread nearby. Soon after, several soldiers who were defending in other villas jumped onto the rooftop adjacent to Qin Feng's villa. Don't come closer, their target is me. Qin Feng shouted loudly, if you approach, their target will shift to you, leaving me isolated and helpless. I know. A calm officer replied, that's why we must come over. Qin Feng was taken aback, are you all crazy? The officer saluted Qin Feng, we are not crazy, we all understand your importance to the Great Xia. Therefore, before reinforcements arrive, we ask you, researcher Qin, to ensure your own safety. You guys. Qin Feng scanned the soldiers, noticing that despite their eyes reflecting fear, there was not a trace of retreat. We know the danger, but our eyes cannot capture that monster. Please make good use of the opportunity we create. They set up the machine guns, preparing to confront the night demon. Qin Feng felt a brief moment of confusion. He had merely been using them, so why were they so reckless, knowing their actions would likely lead to death, yet still acting as a shield? After spending several days together, he had not even asked their names. Such matters would only distract him. Is it because of duty? How can duty be so important? Qin Feng felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart, yet he knew he could not let emotions cloud his reason. For now, only he and Ling Shi could capture the night demon. We must kill it. Ling Shi's gaze gradually turned cold. Compared to relying on Qin Feng to capture the night demon, her eyes should embody the greatest killing intent against it. The loss of lives filled her heart with rage. She now had only one thought in her mind: to kill it. There, I see it. Ling Shi raised her gun and fired, but the bullet whizzed past the night demon, and its black figure charged toward her. Qin Feng raised his gun and fired rapidly. The night demon sustained several new wounds, but it paid no heed to these injuries. With a flap of its black wings, it leapt onto a nearby rooftop, extracting a soldier's heart with its claw. The other soldiers swiftly attacked, launching an assault on the night demon. However, its movements were too fast. It did not exceed the speed of the bullets, but surpassed the speed of the gunmen. In less than half a second, all the soldiers collapsed on the ground. Qin Feng, having reloaded, attacked the night demon again, but once more it escaped. Some soldiers silently took the places of their fallen comrades, ensuring their heads were shot to prevent them from turning into zombies. Why? Qin Feng felt a blockage in his heart. They were aware of the danger and were essentially gambling with their lives. Yet they did so without hesitation. Life is such a precious thing. Is it really worth sacrificing it in such a cheap manner? But seeing their determined expressions, he suddenly understood something. Some people are never rational. Ling Shi tightened her grip on the sniper rifle, filled with self-reproach. How could I fail again, just now? Am I not a sharpshooter? As a marksman with a perfect record, she was undoubtedly proud. She had every reason to be proud. Her talent was sufficient to crush all those she could see. However, the appearance of the night demon dealt her a heavy blow, shattering her pride. Next time my prediction will be even more accurate. Ling, she resolved in her heart. Yet another scream echoed in Qin Feng, and Ling, she quickly attacked the night demon, leaving wounds on its body. The night demon, leaving with a heart in its grasp, glanced back at Qin Feng. It was nothing short of mockery. Qin Feng noted the appearance of the night demon and compared it with the image he had just seen. The wounds from 10 minutes ago have almost disappeared. The night demon's recovery is truly terrifying. Moreover, being injured does not affect its ability to act. If it cannot be killed in one blow, it's as if it wasn't injured at all. With just me and Ling Shi, it's impossible for us to be the night demon's opponents. Yet Qin Feng did not intend to give up. Those who had died would not accept his surrender. The shadow of the night demon loomed over everyone. Its ghostly figure moved unpredictably, a speed that ordinary eyes could not capture, merging seamlessly with the darkness. They even believed that if it weren't for Qin Feng and Ling's eyes restraint, a single night demon could massacre everyone in the villa area within a minute. No wonder there are so few survivors from Yuzhou University. Can they truly defeat such a monster? What kind of creature can stand against such a monster? Wang Ke pulled the trigger, his mechanical actions tinged with numbness. If the night demon attacked him, he wouldn't be able to react in time. He could only hope that Qin Feng could react in time. Where is it? Ling Shi's eyes widened as she desperately searched for the night demon's trace. Suddenly a black shadow swept across her vision. Chen Zixuan, be careful, Ling Shi shouted, but it was already too late. While replacing overheated parts, Chen Zixuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down and saw a black claw protruding from her chest. Die. At such close range, Qin Feng shot the night demon in the head. However, the bullet ricocheted off its head, leaving only a white mark. Impossible, no way. Qin Feng was taken aback, but soon noticed that the night demon had horns on its head, which had just deflected the bullet. Ling Shi adjusted her gun, but the night demon rolled and dragged Ko Xingyang into the second floor from the balcony. No help. Ko Xingyang, who had already been mentally tortured for over an hour under the night demon's pressure, let out a desperate scream. Let him go. The stocky man charged in with all his might. At the same time, a metallic sheen appeared on his skin. Don't act rashly. Wei Renjia, similarly covered in a gel-like substance, rushed in. Damn it, we must kill it. Wang Ke was filled with rage, indiscriminately spraying gunfire at Ko Xingyang and the night demon. The walls were shattered, furniture flew everywhere, and Ko Xingyang was instantly riddled with bullets. Damn. Wang Ke, are you crazy? Wei Renjia shouted loudly. You're the crazy one. Didn't you notice that Ko Xingyang's neck is bitten through? Wang Ke's eyes were bloodshot as he reloaded, preparing to fire again. That's right, this is how it should be. A fierce light flashed in Li Zixuan's eyes as she also raised her gun and began firing wildly at the night demon in the living room. The night demon did not retreat, but advanced its body, turning into a phantom, suddenly appearing in front of Li Zixuan. No, don't. Li Zixuan felt a painful jab in her abdomen as the night demon's grotesque black face loomed before her. Li Zixuan. Wang Ke's eyes reddened further, but he knew that Li Zixuan was beyond saving and could only kill the night demon as quickly as possible. Qin Feng and Ling Shi also arrived on the balcony. No. Despair filled Li Zixuan's eyes as the overwhelming bullets completely enveloped her and the night demon. The night demon used Li Zixuan's body as a shield, but it was instantly shredded. The injured night demon fled towards a room, but was intercepted by a plump figure. It was Pangda. I won't let you escape. Pangda blocked the night demon's path. A glint of mockery flashed in the night demon's eyes as one hand pierced through the fat man's body, but then its expression changed. Its claw indeed reached inside. However, it was quickly trapped. Pangda's skin shimmered with a metallic sheen as he disregarded his abdominal injury and wrapped his arms around the night demon. Quick, take action. But, just moments ago, the frenzied Wang Ke hesitated slightly. Ling Shi raised her sniper rifle, aimed, and fired. The bullet grazed the fat man's cheek and pierced through the night demon's skull. Is it over? Everyone eagerly anticipated the night demon's fall. It's not dead, the fat man shouted as he gripped the night demon tightly. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. Could someone survive a headshot? The night demon struggled desperately, its claws leaving long, narrow wounds on Pangda's body. The fat man had gruesome wounds on his chest, abdomen, and arms. Let me do it. Qin Feng knocked an arrow, a hint of guilt in his eyes, but no hesitation, saying, Pangda, you must hold on. The arrow was released with a sharp explosion that shattered the glass. It seemed as if a whirlwind appeared at the arrowhead, carrying the arrow as it shot through the air, instantly striking the night demon's body. The crystal core on the arrow exploded, spinning rapidly, and the sharp blade light transformed into a tornado, bursting open the night demon's chest and abdomen. The night demon's legs collapsed weakly to the ground. A black head riddled with holes fell from the air. Qin Feng stepped forward and a scalpel appeared in his hand, frantically shredding the night demon's head into pieces. Boom. The fat man's body also fell to the ground, the steel-like body causing the ground to tremble. He was already on the brink of death. Quick, get the bandages and alcohol. Wang Ke rushed over in panic, clumsily attempting to bandage him. It's useless. Qin Feng's tone was profoundly calm, yet heavy. That last arrow had even shattered the night demon's body, let alone the fat man. Now his chest and abdomen were completely hollow. Boss, thank you for never abandoning me. The fat man forced a smile, saying, it hurts a lot, kill me. Boss. All right. Qin Feng extended his left index finger and touched the fat man's forehead. The sharp sword energy pierced through his head, instantly severing all his consciousness and brain nerves. An invisible black mist emerged from the night demon. However, a chain appeared around Qin Feng, piercing through the mass of black mist and drawing it into his body. A sharp roar echoed in Qin Feng's mind. God-binding lock, this is a trap. This is a cage. Despicable humans using such traps against the great night demon, I will tear your hearts apart. Shut up. Qin Feng coldly rebuked in his heart, as a piercing scream and the sound of dragging chains erupted, gradually silencing the night demon's voice. The night demon is dead. However, looking at the ravaged ground, Qin Feng felt no excitement, only desolation. Wei Renjie approached the shattered corpse of Ko Xingyang, his eyes vacant, not knowing what to think. Wang Ke collapsed on the ground, huddled in a corner. Yang Lu's eyes were red and swollen, but she held back her tears. Ling Zai's hands trembled as she gripped the sniper rifle. Wang Susu knelt before Chun Zixuan's corpse, crying loudly, while Yan Suchi comforted her. Qin Feng looked at the corpses of several people, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Chun Zixuan had later joined his team. She was a lively girl, but unfortunately, she had to learn to kill zombies right upon arrival, which dulled her vivacity. Although she never stood out, she had never held the team back. She always completed the tasks assigned to her with dedication. During the night demon's attack, she was the first to be targeted. And so she died. He then looked at Li Zixuan, who had been shot to pieces. Her corpse was the most tragic, and Ko Xingyang seemed to be in a similar state. Under Wang Ke's frenzied gunfire, the two of them were left in such a disfigured state that even their corpses were incomplete. Qin Feng had never mentioned that Li Zixuan often talked in her sleep, saying sorry to Lu Jiejia, that it was not on purpose. Though her voice was very soft, his hearing was excellent, and during their outdoor sleeps, he had heard these words quite clearly. Perhaps Lu Jiejia was the one she pushed towards the zombies. Yet, curiously, Qin Feng did not question her, instead pretending not to know anything. Because he was also unsure if he would have made a different decision in the same situation. Moreover, since she had shown no unusual behavior, he did not press the matter. Now there was no longer a need to investigate. Ko Xingyang was also someone with ulterior motives in the team. Qin Feng could see that he really disliked his adventurous style. However, since all his friends were here, he feared loneliness even more. So he had stayed on. Finally, there was the fat man who had always played the role of a burden in the team, but at the crucial moment he had desperately blocked the night demon, preventing the speedster from escaping, giving Qin Feng a chance. In this battle, he had shown the most courage and made the greatest contribution. It's a pity that there was nothing left to reward him with. Is this the monster that Lin Cheng has been dealing with all along? Looking at the four deceased teammates, a melancholic Qin Feng felt an indescribable fear. Is this the monster he would have to face in the future? If it weren't for the night demon's last-ditch effort, if it weren't for the fat man's sacrifice, if it weren't for the strange dream, who knows how many would have died tonight? Nor would anyone have survived tonight. Due to a series of coincidences, the night demon was finally vanquished. Let's clean up, gather their bodies and burn them. Qin Feng's voice broke the somber atmosphere. It's all your fault. Wang Susu shouted at Qin Feng with red eyes. If you had killed that monster sooner, Chen Zixuan wouldn't have died. Why didn't you kill that monster sooner? Why? Chen Zixuan is your fault. Hey, don't you know how terrifying that monster is? Wang Ke bellowed. Wang Susu wanted to say more, but was firmly pulled back by Yan Suchi. Susu, calm down, the captain has been fighting hard too. Step by step, Qin Feng approached Wang Susu. As he drew nearer, the anger in her eyes gradually transformed into an indescribable fear. Tonight, no matter how you scold me, I won't hold it against you, Qin Feng said calmly, but only for tonight. No matter the reason, get your act together by tomorrow. The war has only just begun. Qin Feng did not grow angry at Wang Susu's accusation. Only a quiet self-reproach stirred within him. As leader of the team, he bore sole responsibility for every life entrusted to him. No excuse could absolve him of that duty. Yet one must always look forward. He could not let the dead cloud his judgment, or endanger those still breathing. Returning to the rooftop, Qin Feng tightened his grip on bow and arrow. Too cautious. I let my caution cost them their lives. This was his own verdict upon himself. Thanks to his extraordinary memory, he had long memorized every medical text accessible in the school library, though he had yet to synthesize or master that knowledge. During his research, countless ideas had flashed through his mind, sparked by his vast reservoir of accumulated knowledge. Yet most remained untried, constrained by limited resources and his own moral resistance. In truth, such restraint was not inherently wrong. Without boundaries, what meaning remained to life itself? Yet in the face of an absurd catastrophe like the zombie apocalypse, even the breaking of certain boundaries would draw little censure. If only I possessed greater power. Never before had the yearning for strength burned so fiercely in Qin Feng's heart. With greater power, Pengzi and the others would still be alive. Swiftly he stilled his thoughts. The war raged on. Deprived of the night demon's command, the zombie horde had lost its cohesion, driven now only by blind, relentless assault. Before the overwhelming barrage of firepower, the horde could not close the distance. Qin Feng drew his bow again and again, felling mutated zombies with lethal precision. That first shot which slew the night demon had been sheer fortune. His bow was a dark energy weapon, enhanced with 3 aligned core crystals, and thus wielded devastating force. Even the arrows themselves were forged as dark energy projectiles. Yet the true cataclysmic power lay not in the bow, but in the arrow's self-detonation. Upon impact with the night demon, its core, and the arrow itself, had exploded, unleashing terrifying destructive energy. Had it not been for that unforeseen detonation, Qin Feng might well have perished alongside his foe. It confirmed his intuition: the path of bow and arrow held untapped formidable potential, still waiting for him to uncover it. In the latter half of the night, the zombie assaults on the villa district dwindled. "Fengzi, their bodies have all been cremated," said Wang Ku, approaching Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not stir. His gaze remained fixed on the shifting movements of the horde. "Fengzi, do you possess any further means to enhance one's strength?" Wang Ku stared intently at him. "If so, set aside the side effects. Give it to me. Haste makes waste." Qin Feng declined his plea. "Haste makes waste," Wang Ku retorted urgently. "What does that matter now? If another night demon appears, we may all die." Wang Ku spoke with mounting anxiety. Qin Feng's voice turned cool and detached. "When training, you lacked diligence. Yet now you seek shortcuts to compensate for your weakness. Let me make this clear: serums elevate only one's theoretical ceiling. Without unlocking your body's latent potential yourself, even the most potent serum will forge nothing but hollow strength." Wang Ku opened his mouth, then closed it again. Qin Feng was right. He had yet to awaken his body's dormant power. Even among soldiers who relied solely on primal energy serums, several surpassed him in raw capability. A ripple passed through Qin Feng's consciousness. The black card space chimed an alert. 005, I've arrived. Are you still holding the villa district perimeter? 002, affirmative. Soon over 20 silhouettes emerged from the darkness. Some Qin Feng recognized as Su Tianming's team, others he had seen only in passing. They were teammates reinforced by number 5. "Hey, second brother, I'm here to back you up." A young man with a crew cut waved excitedly at Qin Feng. "You're number 5? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Correct. My name is Lei Shipo, memorize it well. One day it may save your life," the youth declared with unshakable confidence. Qin Feng merely arched his brow, saying nothing. Su Tianming snapped, exasperated, "Shut your mouth. Then why didn't you slay the night demon when we were under attack?" Lei Shipo chuckled. "Because I wasn't strong enough yet." Qin Feng's expression darkened. "You encountered a night demon too." Su Tianming seized the telling word. "You also faced a night demon." "We ran into one on our way back. Half our team fell. Only Lin Cheng's timely arrival saved the rest of us." Lei Shipo grinned broadly. "Once I've fully matured, I'll crush every night demon I meet, one by one." Qin Feng ignored him entirely. "How many night demons appeared tonight?" Su Tianming nodded. "Lin Cheng alone killed 3, and is now pursuing a 4th. By the way, how did you repel yours?" "We killed it," Qin Feng replied tersely. "So, you slew it outright." Su Tianming blinked, then comprehension dawned. "You killed the night demon. You actually killed that monster." Lei Shipo blurted, stunned. "I thought only Lin Cheng, the freak, could pull that off." Qin Feng's eyes dimmed. "There's nothing to boast about." Seeing his expression, Su Tianming seemed to grasp the weight behind those words. He placed a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. "Surviving is enough. One must keep moving forward. Perhaps next time slaying a night demon won't demand such a terrible price." Qin Feng nodded. "It will." With that conversation lapsed, the group entered the villa district perimeter in solemn silence. From their exchange, Qin Feng learned the Purge Legion had met fierce resistance. Night demons and mutated zombies emerged without cease, and among them a new breed had appeared: shadow-dwelling zombies, masters of concealment and ambush whose tactics plagued the Legion relentlessly. Of 5,000 elite troops, over 1,000 had already fallen to these shadow zombies alone. Then, caught in surging tides of undead and slaughtered by mutated horrors, the Legion suffered catastrophic losses. Upon receiving news of the refugee camp's assault, they attempted to return, only to walk straight into an ambush. Tonight had been nothing short of devastating. Even Lin Cheng had been besieged by 3 night demons. Though he turned the tide and slew them all, he sustained grievous wounds, yet pressed on regardless, rushing from crisis to crisis. By comparison, the peril Qin Feng had faced seemed almost ordinary. Worse still came the grim news. "Number 7 is dead." Qin Feng sounded surprised, yet beneath it a numb resignation lingered. Number 007. He had never met in person, only exchanged words in the black card space, a mere online acquaintance. Deep attachment was impossible. By contrast, the deaths of Pengzi and Ko Xingyang struck him far more deeply. Yet number 007 was also one of the chosen, hailed by Lin Cheng as possessing extraordinary talent destined to stand on the front lines against the night demons. And now he was gone. Yes, during the night demons' assault, number 7 and over 100 others at his camp were slaughtered outright. The night demon then possessed his corpse, attempting to ambush Lin Cheng, only to be slain in turn. Su Tianming summarized the tragedy plainly. If number 7 ever appears again, it won't be the same 007. Qin Feng's gaze was tinged with complexity. Was he sorrowful? Not quite. It was merely a sense of commiseration, a fleeting empathy. Dwelling on it is pointless. You must have realized by now. Everyone who can see the dark pillars of light is a target of the night demon. Evasion is futile. Only by surviving can you afford the luxury of grief. Look at that one. He's utterly carefree. Su Tianming pointed at Lei Shipo. Indeed, Qin Feng even felt a twinge of envy for Lei Shipo's optimistic spirit. All right, let's continue the fight. Su Tianming, rifle in hand, strode toward the battlefield. Artillery roared, and the entire sanctuary camp was engulfed in flames. No one fought the fire. It raged unchecked, soon reducing the county town housing the camp to a sea of fire. The military and rescue teams labored desperately to save survivors. Even in places already ravaged by the zombies, they clung to hope, chasing the faintest chance. Yet it was a lost cause. The mutated zombies were too terrifying, the virus too contagious. Despite everyone receiving some level of vaccination, those bitten to death by zombies inevitably transformed into them. The entire county had become a purgatory. Time to leave, someone murmured. Yes, we're preparing to depart. Qin Feng nodded. The flames were nearly licking at the villa district. Unable to extinguish the blaze, they had no choice but to evacuate. Otherwise, the searing heat would detonate their explosives. Fortunately, they had already packed the essentials. Wang Kuwei, Renji, you drive the armored vehicles. Yang Lu and Suchi, you take the trucks, Qin Feng commanded. Understood. The group acknowledged and set to work. Just as the vehicles were about to depart, a flood of survivors emerged from the villas pleading, "Don't abandon us. Take us with you. Take us away. Don't leave us here." Qin Feng's gaze swept over them, landing on Shaoqing. He paused for 2 seconds, then said, "There are empty seats in the vehicles, but space is limited. Let me go, let me go. I want to leave, I can't stay here. Take me, Qin Feng. We're schoolmates, alumni. You can't abandon us." The survivors scrambled desperately for the precious seats, some even dropping to their knees in supplication. Qin Feng said coldly, "No. The vehicles have limited capacity. I can't take everyone. If you keep making a racket, no one will leave." "What? How can you do this? This is inhuman. What's the difference between you and the zombies?" The survivors grumbled incessantly. "Start the engines. Those who can keep up follow," Qin Feng ordered. Wang Ku and the others obeyed, starting the armored vehicles. Just then, several survivors threw themselves in front of the armored vehicles, wedging their bodies under the wheels. "If you won't let us go, well, die here." A gunshot rang out. All eyes turned to Qin Feng, standing atop the vehicle, his pistol still smoking. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Qin Feng pointed at the remaining survivors. "Anyone else? Just don't block our path in death." The survivors fell silent, trembling. They had nearly forgotten. This man was truly capable of killing. "Hurry, grab a seat." Someone suddenly sprinted toward the vehicles, mainly the trucks, designed with passenger cabins and cargo holds. Even cramming into the cargo area was better than being left behind. Some climbed into the compartment while those behind urged, "Move over, we need to get in too." "Get out. There's no room left. There's still space in here." "What space? It's been full for ages." Those inside viciously kicked away those trying to board. Qin Feng watched in silence, saying nothing. "Big brother, can I sit next to you?" A timid voice reached him. Qin Feng saw 2 young girls about 11 or 12 struggling to climb onto the armored vehicle's roof along its side. Their frail bodies hid a startling tenacity. Their small hands were scraped raw, yet they didn't cry out. "Big brother, we couldn't fight them for a spot. Can we stay here? Just on the roof is fine," one girl pleaded. Qin Feng replied, "It's easy to fall off when the vehicle moves." The girl smiled. "As long as we can get on." Qin Feng nodded. "Then hold tight. If you fall, I won't catch you." The armored vehicle's roof was indeed equipped with handholds and machine gun mounts for rooftop combat. "Thank you, big brother. You've saved us again." "Again?" Qin Feng studied the girls' faces closely. "Are you the twins we rescued a week ago?" "Yes. Big brother, what a coincidence." The 2 girls acted as if they were old friends, gripping the handholds tightly while trying to chat with Qin Feng. Qin Feng advised, "Enough chatter. Save your strength. Don't just rely on your hands. Brace your bodies against the roof's dips and ridges. That'll conserve energy during the bumps." "Oh." The girls nodded and adjusted their positions. "We can get on the roof." Someone noticed this and was overjoyed. But as they tried to climb up, Qin Feng aimed his gun at their heads. "Anyone who dares come up, they'll blow your brains out." Faced with someone truly willing to kill, no one dared to object. Thus they resumed their fierce struggle for the precious spots. As the 4 vehicles sped up, many survivors still chased after them, begging for a place. Qin Feng understood their plight, but felt no sympathy. When they couldn't even prioritize 2 11-year-old girls in the scramble for seats, he had no qualms about leaving them behind. Their choices weren't wrong. They were fighting to survive. But those choices influenced his decisions, and they would have to bear the consequences. The rescue vehicles gradually left the county. Continuing the rescue would only endanger those already saved, not to mention the slim chance of finding more survivors. Seeing the rescue vehicles the survivors left behind rushed toward them like a lifeline, crowding desperately. Su Tianming and Lei Shipo's teams drove alongside Qin Feng as they departed. Behind the convoy, the county was consumed by flames. We lost this battle, Su Tianming murmured. We've lost. Staring at the towering flames, Qin Feng recalled his dreams. The blaze reaching for the sky, the city overrun by zombies. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to his visions, not merely similar, but identical. Yet there were too many dreams. Qin Feng couldn't be certain whether he had dreamed of different scenes within a single city or the same scene unfolding across various cities. It was said that this county had already housed over 2 million survivors. However, fewer than 200 vehicles had escaped. The rest, except for a lucky few who might survive by fleeing into the wilderness, would likely perish in the sea of fire. Even if the remaining survivors weren't devoured by zombies, they would meet their end in the inferno. Within the blazing sea, zombies turned to charcoal. Yet many zombies emerged from the flames, some even undergoing mutations, becoming impervious to fire and even mastering its power. Zombies were evolving. Lingxi climbed out through a window and joined the others on the vehicle's roof. Watching the scene behind them, her eyes flickered as if etching the horrific sight of the zombie massacre into her memory. Don't push yourself. This isn't something one person can turn around. Qin Feng saw through her thoughts. She was consumed by guilt. No, it's possible. If I had killed the Night Fiend sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Ling's demeanor seemed to shift, her eyes filled with resolve and determination. Self-blame and regret overwhelmed her heart. Because she believed she was the one most capable of killing the Night Fiend. Her eyes could track its movements, her sniper rifle's bullets were far faster than the creature, yet she had failed due to her inadequate awareness. It was a gap that talent alone couldn't bridge. Qin Feng remained silent. Ling's reasoning held weight. If the Night Fiend had been eliminated earlier, much trouble could have been avoided. I will kill every Night Fiend and stop the spread of the zombie virus. Lei Shipo suddenly roared, shattering everyone's thoughts. Hey, you're quite confident. Su Tianming said irritably. Of course I'm a genius. These Night Fiends missed their chance to kill me when I was weak. They'll regret it later. Lei Shipo was brimming with confidence. The Night Fiends ravaging the Great Xia Kingdom will be ended by me. If you're so confident, go wipe out all the zombies in that city. Su Tianming shouted. I can't handle that many. Then you're useless. Hey, are you looking for a fight? Want to go at it right now? Bring it on, who's afraid? Bang. Damn. You used a gun, Su Tianming. They'll remember this. Where did this Chinibu come from? Qin Feng facepalmed, having to admit that Lei Shipo's interruption had shattered the somber atmosphere. In a way, I admire him. Lingxi was also speechless. The vehicles moved further away, yet the blazing fire remained glaring, a stark reminder of the zombie massacre unfolding there. The convoy traveled far, eventually arriving at a new settlement. This was a village devoid of any survivors since the zombie outbreak. Based on the signs of broken locks, a mutant zombie had likely been here. At the new haven, the survivors disembarked. How long must we flee? Why are we still running? When will all the zombies be eliminated? I'm hungry. I need food. The survivors grumbled and demanded provisions. The soldiers, fearless against zombies, found themselves at a loss when facing the survivors. Is this the group you're protecting? Qin Feng sneered. They're not usually like this. Su Tianming sighed softly. Is that so? A dangerous glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Just then a commotion broke out among the gathered survivors. Can we have guns? Yes, give us a gun so we can defend ourselves against zombies. You won't even give us bullets or guns. When we face zombies, we can only turn into them. It's your fault for being so strict with gun control, and some of you even use guns to bully us, pressing them against our heads. We want weapons. Weapons to fight the zombies. The survivors chanted in unison. Having just endured the zombie massacre, their fear was magnified, and some were on the verge of a breakdown. Some who hadn't reacted during the escape now sobbed uncontrollably. A few even slammed into walls, causing further trouble. Many soldiers shouted, I understand you want weapons, but you must learn how to use them first. Otherwise, these dangerous tools will only harm yourselves. We just want weapons and you refuse to give them to us. In the end, Qin Feng chose to ignore the commotion. If they demanded weapons from him, he would give them bullets, freshly fired ones. The army's demands weren't unreasonable. Learn to fight, dare to kill zombies, then get weapons. Was that too much? If you refuse to learn and are afraid to fight, are you planning to use the weapons against your own people? However, some among them were genuinely remorseful. Qin Feng approached Wang Susu and Yin Suchi, asking, have you made up your minds now? He referred to the shadow of the past. Last night, I was too impulsive. I apologized to the captain. Wang Susu offered a sincere apology. You don't need to apologize. It was my responsibility. Qin Feng didn't shirk blame. I will reflect on my mistakes and do better in the future. Are you still willing to follow me? Of course, of course. Yin Suchi replied, decisively pointing at the rioting survivors. If we don't stick with Boss Qin, even if we survive for now, we'll end up like them. I'd rather die than that. Me too. Wang Susu's face was filled with determination. The world is becoming more dangerous by the day. Following you might bring risks, but it also makes us stronger. Rather than being eliminated helplessly like ordinary people when disasters strike, I'd rather grow strong and decide my own fate through power. Well said. You rehearsed that speech, didn't you? Qin Feng chuckled. Oh well. Wang Susu looked a bit embarrassed. Can we join you too? A timid voice sounded. You? Qingfeng looked down at the two little ones and chuckled. Little girls, it's very dangerous to stay with us. We're not afraid of danger. We'll be very obedient. The twin sisters declared firmly. As long as you don't abandon us, we'll do anything, and we can do anything. The younger one was almost in tears. We don't want to be left behind again. Looking at the two sisters with eager expressions, Qingfeng pondered how to decline. First, he had no time to care for children. Second, having them by his side was too dangerous. If they encountered the night demon again, they would only be a burden. Even in experiments, they would be useless. After all, he had not become cruel enough to use children for experiments. Some boundaries simply could not be crossed. Since he could not take care of them, it was better to let them go. Can't we really keep them? Yanglu looked at the two girls with some sympathy, knowing that the rescue team was not omnipotent and couldn't take care of everyone. In the previous situation, who could accurately find the two girls for rescue? The rescue team was only able to save as many as they could. Those who escaped the flames first certainly had an advantage over those who came out later. Qingfeng thought for a moment and handed 2 daggers to the girls. This is for you. You can use it to protect yourselves and don't need to trust others. Well, maybe this too. As he spoke, Qingfeng took out 2 bottles of black potion. After days of experimentation and modifications, the original potion had matured significantly, with negligible side effects on the human body. Even for children, Qingfeng felt it was acceptable. Drink this, and you will have to support each other to survive from now on. Qingfeng patted the heads of the 2 girls. Thank you, big brother. Though a bit disappointed, the 2 girls still drank the potion. A chill filled the bodies of the sisters. I hope you can survive. Qingfeng sincerely wished them well before turning to leave. The sisters wanted to follow, but ultimately did not take a step forward. Do you want to learn combat skills? Su Tianming heard the purpose of Qingfeng and his group and did not refuse, saying, all my team members know combat skills, you can practice with them. Previously, he thought combat skills were merely supplementary. After all, in front of firearms, combat skills were not particularly useful. However, after encountering the night demon, he realized the importance of combat skills. Thank you, I will account for your contributions. Qingfeng was not polite and directly began the training. A member of Team 4 smiled and said, they'll practice with you. I wonder how capable someone on par with the captain is. As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance. Qingfeng followed suit, adopting his own stance. Ready, huh? The team member threw a punch at Qingfeng's face. Qingfeng sidestepped, then moved in closely, crashing into him and sending him flying. Damn, do you even need to learn combat skills with this level? The team member struggled to get up from the ground. With your reflexes, you could directly participate in a world unrestricted fighting competition. I'm just cheating with super instinct. Let's go again, Qingfeng replied. Not again, without your super instinct you can't fight at all. Normal routines won't work on you either. The team member directly refused. Then ill-observed. Qingfeng didn't know how to turn off his super instinct, which passively triggered when needed. Unless he had the mental focus to suppress the super instinct during battle. The leader made a special forces soldier admit defeat. Wang Ku and others were a bit surprised. They did not have a clear concept of Qingfeng's strength, as he had rarely made a move. The battle against the night demon had only revealed a glimpse. But that wasn't combat skill. Wang Ku faced off against a team member thinking that with his physical advantage he could gain some leverage. However, within 5 seconds he was locked in a reverse hold. Your strength is good, but it's a pity you don't know how to use it, the team member commented. Everyone found their corresponding sparring partners, among which Ling Zai's performance was the brightest. Her opponent was Li Ming, who volunteered. Li Ming's combat skills were also professionally trained and were the most suitable military combat skills for women. At first she was suppressing Ling Shi. However, after missing her attacks repeatedly, she quickly realized something was off. You predicted my attack route. Li Ming was somewhat surprised. Yes, your muscle contractions, your gaze, and the shifts in your body's center of gravity are all very obvious. It's not difficult to see through this. Ling Shi answered honestly. Is this even possible? Li Ming, unwilling to accept, attacked Ling Shi again, and Ling Shi sidestepped forward, her elbow striking Li Ming's chest. With that blow, Li Ming flew out directly. Is this the move you wanted? Its power is quite significant. Ling Shi flipped her hair excitedly, saying, this kind of talent is too unfair. The observers all remarked. Qingfeng's talent was super instinct, allowing him to intuitively capture the opponent's attack route and direction. At the same time, he could make the best response. Ling Zai's ability was foresight. No subtle movement of the enemy's body could escape her eyes. It was like she was cheating. Indeed, being able to keep up with visual reflexes is your strongest talent. Qingfeng was not at all surprised by Ling Zai's performance. At the same time, he also realized how to enhance his super instinct. Learning. For example, to break an opponent's attack with a back fist, one must first learn that move. Otherwise, even if one knows, how can they execute it? Moreover, understanding the vital points of the opponent's body and the response of attacking each area could maximize the effectiveness of the super instinct. After all, intuition is, to put it simply, subconscious computation. Only with formulas and conditions can computations be made faster, right? Using a computer to calculate from 1 to 10,000 might not be faster than a person calculating, because a person can grasp the formula for an arithmetic sequence. You are learning combat skills. Just in time, I also want my subordinates to come learn. Lei Shipo suddenly barged in shouting. Qin Feng, I've heard you are quite impressive. Do you want to practice with me? Sure. Qin Feng readily agreed. Nice. Here it comes. Lei Shipo lunged at Qin Feng like a cannonball, his heavy fist creating a gust as it struck toward Qin Feng's face. Bang! Qin Feng lifted his leg and kicked Lei Shipo away. Very good, come again. Lei Shipo got up from the ground as if nothing had happened and attacked Qin Feng once more. Qin Feng stepped forward and preemptively threw a palm strike. Their fists and palms intersected, but Qin Feng's palm line transformed into a knife hand, striking down hard on Lei Shipo's ribs. Crack! A sound of bone breaking came from Lei Shipo's ribs. Oh, that hurts. Lei Shipo yelled in pain. What kind of ability is this? It's no special ability, just an understanding of body structure. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. It seems your ability isn't strong. If you don't use your true skills, you'll only end up as cannon fodder on the battlefield. What? Are you looking down on me? Lei Shipo was instantly enraged. Let's go again. Today I want to teach you a lesson so you know who the boss is. Big brother, I was wrong. Can you put my bones back together? 5 minutes later, Lei Shipo lay sprawled on the ground pleading. His battle against Qin Feng left him feeling utterly stifled. After minutes of fighting, not a single one of his attacks had any effect before his entire skeleton was dismantled. This fighting style was downright cheating. Your ability, is it self-healing? Qin Feng noticed that the bruises he had inflicted on Lei Shipo vanished within 20 seconds. Even the broken ribs healed in less than 3 minutes. So he simply dislocated all his joints. As an outstanding medical student, knowing how to dislocate joints should be perfectly normal, right? Wrong. Ahem, my ability is evolution. Lei Shipo corrected. When I desire speed, I enhance my speed. Now I can run 100 meters in 6 seconds. When I desire strength, I augment my strength, which has risen to 1,500 kilograms. I jump into a river to swim, and my diving ability extends to 15 minutes. I absorb toxic gas, and I develop the power to neutralize poison. Even cyanide can no longer kill me. My ability is to face setbacks and adversity by growing and evolving, elevating myself to a level that can counter the adversity. Unlimited enhancement, unlimited evolution, the path of omnipotent evolution. Qin Feng listened utterly dumbfounded. What kind of freakish ability was this? Unlimited evolution. Not just formidable self-healing, but also enhancements in speed, strength, lung capacity, and toxin resistance. Was this a cheat-like ability? No wonder he's so confident in his talent. Ling Shi couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Edge. Lei Shipo let out a soft exclamation, then his arms began to twist unnaturally. I'm good now. My muscle control has improved. I can manipulate my muscles to maneuver my bones back into place. What kind of ability is this? Watching Lei Shipo's muscles become supple and squirm, Qin Feng and Ling Shi both gaped in astonishment. Is this cheating? Ling Shi couldn't help but say. Everyone rolled their eyes at her in unison. How dare a cheater call someone else a cheater? His ability may not be the strongest, but it holds infinite potential. In a sense, it could be considered a top-tier ability. Su Tianming remarked, Wait, Qin Feng, what are you doing? He saw Qin Feng open the box he carried, walk up to Lei Shipo, first break his limbs, then pull out a scalpel. What are you doing? Fear surged in Lei Shipo's heart at Qin Feng's actions. You mad scientist, don't come near me. Since you call me a mad scientist, don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Feng cut Lei Shipo's skin and began drawing blood. Speaking of which, you still haven't paid for the potions. Earlier, anticipating trouble at the shelter, Qin Feng had allowed Lei Shipo to owe for some potions to strengthen his subordinates. But he had never repaid the debt. But I didn't plan to sell my blood either. Lei Shipo said with a mournful face. 20 vials of gene enhancement potion. Qin Feng calmly stated the price and promptly sealed the drawn blood. No way. You think this paltry benefit is enough to make me sell my body? Lei Shipo looked as if he would rather die than submit. Plus, 10 dark energy weapons. Qin Feng took out a new bottle and collected tissue samples from Lei Shipo, knowing his regenerative abilities would allow a quick recovery. No, even if it's for my teammates, still, 20 items plus 100,000 contribution points. Can you add a bit more? I think I can handle a little more bloodletting. Qin Feng was taken aback by Lei Shipo's lack of integrity. Su Tianming, who had initially thought Qin Feng was cruel, silently halted his steps. Now it's your turn. Qin Feng approached Su Tianming. What do you want? Su Tianming stepped back 2 paces. You may not lack contribution points, but there are things only I have. Qin Feng produced a vial of bright red potion. Even from outside the bottle, one could sense its vibrant life force. Life revival potion, which accelerates cell regeneration and can regrow lost limbs. In exchange for 30 milliliters of your blood. Su Tianming hesitated for less than a second. Agreed. Limb regeneration. Everyone was stunned. There was actually such a potion. Limb regeneration isn't actually that complicated. It's just accelerating cell regeneration. The human genome, when faced with severe injury, prevents wound repair and abandons the damaged part. By suppressing this instinct combined with abundant life force and the repair of gene primal energy, limb regrowth becomes possible. Qin Feng explained. But it comes at a cost. Human cell division has its limits, and it consumes a great deal of lifespan. They'll take it anyway. How many do you have? They'll take them all. Su Tianming said excitedly. Don't get too excited. Only those whose gene primal energy has reached 10 times the base value can withstand the potion's side effects. Remember to give me your feedback after taking it, so maybe the next batch can reduce the side effects. Qin Feng handed the potion to Su Tianming and then drew a blood sample. As he left the shelter, he noticed that one of Su Tianming's teammates had lost an arm. If it had been yesterday, Qin Feng might have just given away the potion. Trading a favor for an extra test subject wouldn't be a loss. But after the death of 4 teammates, Qin Feng knew he could no longer afford to build relationships slowly. He needed power he could hold in his hands. Let's head back. Wang Ke's gaze was complicated. He had already noticed the change in Qin Feng, but said nothing. What could he say? Back in the new dwelling, Qin Feng set up his equipment to begin research, leaving the observation to Ling Shi. Such strong activity. Ling Shi exclaimed in awe. The light points in this single drop of blood are about 15 times that of your blood. It's simply astonishing. 15 times. Qin Feng was also shocked by the number. However, many of these light points feel dead to me, as if they're in a dormant state. Ling Shi organized her words, trying to find the most fitting description. His cellular tissues are the same, possessing astonishing vitality. But those dormant light points seem to be gradually awakening. It seems he truly is a genius with unlimited potential. Qin Feng pondered how to maximize the use of Lei Shipo's cells. Should he make gene potions? It might be a good choice, but the consequences were almost uncontrollable. Yet after a moment he made up his mind. What if it's uncontrollable? Can I control the zombies and night demons? The external dangers were beyond his control. What Qin Feng could control was only himself. An hour later, a vial of gene potion appeared in his hands. Qin Feng, I have discovered another issue. Ling Shi was drawing some spiral patterns on the paper. After seeing the light points of Lei Shipo, I realized that his light points are arranged in a regular pattern, just like this double helix diagram. Others' light points are the same. Gene double helix. Qin Feng was not surprised. It seems my speculation is correct. The genetic essence is a power hidden deep within the genes. The upper limit of human potential is exceedingly high. In moments of danger, humans can break through their limits, but the cost is that their flesh and blood cannot bear it and ultimately shatter. With dark energy, these become non-issues. Therefore, Qin Feng possesses physical qualities, reflexes, and agility more than double that of an ordinary person. This is Qin Feng's theory. It is not a baseless guess, but a synthesis of knowledge acquired in the past. The light points visible only through Ling Zai's eyes are actually genes that have been illuminated and awakened by combining with dark energy. Lei Shipo's unique constitution stems from his highly awakened cells, but limited by his frail body, he cannot fully unleash it. Through battle or adversity, he merely releases his potential. Thus his limits are exceedingly high. What if my body could also reach his level of awakening? This thought emerged in Qin Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If the level of awakening is too high, the energy consumed every moment would be astronomical. My body cannot bear such a burden. Mastering the power of the body is the proper path to enhancement. Qin Feng set down the special potion made from Lei Shipo's blood and cells and labeled it. Although his memory was excellent, this was a good habit. If confused, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, it was not without gains. Lei Shipo's cells helped Qin Feng refine his theory. Scientific research shows that humans on Blue Star have a total of 4600 gene groups, yet only 5 to 2 are useful. If all genes in the human body were awakened, the human body would be strengthened to an incredible extent. This conclusion was drawn before the outbreak of the zombie crisis. After decades of validation, it has become quite mature. However, the human body cannot withstand these genes. Moreover, some human genes are abandoned ancient genes and even discarded genes inscribed in the human body during viral transcription, along with a large number of meaningless blank genes. Wait, the concentrated genes earlier can still be understood as products of evolution, but what is the reason for the existence of blank genes? Could it be that humans reserved the possibility of evolution ahead of time during the process of evolution? Qin Feng found it increasingly strange. The proportion of blank genes reached an astonishing 60. Even if it is a reserved space, isn't it too much? He felt that there must be some secret behind this. However, the research on blank genes is too challenging. Blue Star's human biological technology has researched for decades and yielded no results, let alone him, an ordinary student limited by circumstances. Exploring the mysteries of already explored genes and maximizing the body's power and potential is what he should consider. After drawing a series of diagrams with Ling Shi, Qin Feng was already quite tired. Having not slept all day yesterday and fighting all night, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. What do you think? Should we proceed? Hiding at the door, Yang Lu asked in a low voice. Proceed with what? Ling Shi replied irritably. Do you think he is in the mood for that? TCH coward. Yang Lu scoffed and handed over a pink box. I secretly kept this while collecting supplies. After thinking it through, take safety measures, otherwise it would be very troublesome if you got pregnant. This box contains 24, it should be enough for you. Ling Zai's face turned red, too wasn't thinking that. I know. Yang Lu waved her hand. I'm going back to my room now, you do as you please. I. Ling Shi wanted to throw the box at Yang Lu, but looked around, and ultimately quietly put it back in her bag. Although I didn't have that thought, I shouldn't throw things around. A series of bubbles lined up before Qin Feng. He reached out and entered a bubble. Despicable humans, let me out. 2 night demons were bound with chains to a pillar, black flames, scorching one of them. As Qin Feng focused his mind, another flame appeared beneath the new night demon. Despicable human, you will not die a good death. The suffering night demon wailed, while cursing Qin Feng. After killing so many, you still have the face to call me despicable. Qin Feng sneered, the night demon clan is truly a naturally evil race. You humans have no right to say that. The new night demon roared. Using such traps against us, you humans are simply despicable and shameless. Your perspective is truly refreshing. Qin Feng was too lazy to argue further. After slaughtering so many lives, turning countless into zombies, and commanding them to launch a zombie city massacre, they still accused him of being despicable. What more could there be to say about such a perspective? He approached the night demon that had been burning for several days with flames, observing its condition. The black flames had burned away most of its body. Approaching this night demon, Qin Feng noticed a faint purple energy, seemingly drifting nearby. As he sensed the new energy, the purple energy surged into his mind. What is this? At that moment, Qin Feng felt his consciousness become extraordinarily clear, and the details of the dream became more intricate. Even the knowledge in his mind began to materialize. Especially the materials Professor Feng had forced him to record became actual sheets of paper. As long as he thought about it, he could browse through it at any time. Qin Feng felt there should be other abilities as well, but limited by the dream, he was temporarily unable to unleash them. These black flames can burn souls. Qin Feng manipulated the black flames at will, forming them into a short spear that pierced the night demon's heart. The night demon let out a piercing scream again. Human, I will not let you go. When you were outside, didn't you act very cunning? Now you only know how to make threats. Qin Feng formed the flames into a whip and lashed it against the new night demon, leaving a whip mark on its black body. Human, you dare to offend me. This dream is my world. If you don't want to suffer, then behave yourself. Qin Feng condensed another black spear and pierced the new night demon's heart. Human, it's useless. No matter how long you imprison me, or how you torment me, I will never submit to you. The new night demon shouted arrogantly. You are merely a vessel. What qualification do you have to make the great night demon submit? Container. Qin Feng condensed flames into over 100 nails, driving them forcefully into the body of the night demon. The intense pain caused the night demon to scream repeatedly, rendering it unable to articulate clearly. Tell me the intel on the night demon clan, and I can grant you relief. Qin Feng spoke coldly. You. The night demon stammered, dream on. After a series of tortures, Qin Feng left the current bubble and moved to the next one. Upon entering, it was a flurry of blades and flashing swords. A group of Westerners clad in gleaming armor engaged in a fierce, yet brief skirmish with the people of the Great Xia. There was no context, only a combat sequence lasting less than a minute. Upon leaving the dream, Qin Feng felt that his cognitive ability had enhanced again. It was a rather peculiar sensation. Is this the origin of my bizarre dreams? Qin Feng had been experiencing various strange dreams since 2 years ago. These nightmares had felt terrifying in the past, but after enduring the zombie crisis, those dreams became less frightening. However, he still had not figured out the origins of these dreams. Yet whenever referred to as a container, Qin Feng always felt a vague sense of irritation. Soon Qin Feng awoke from the dream. Has only an hour passed. He looked at the sky outside, confirming that he had only slept for an hour, not 13. An hour of sleep left him brimming with energy. After eating a little, Qin Feng stepped outside to practice his punches, which were the grappling techniques taught by the military. His heightened instincts allowed him to respond optimally during combat. However, the speed of his punches was determined by his physical condition. A repeated practice could slightly increase his punching speed or enhance the fluidity of specific movements. In battle, this could mean the difference between life and death. While recalling the punching techniques, a stream of information appeared in Qin Feng's mind. When charging with a punch, stepping forward establishes the stability of the Bodhi's center of gravity. The force of an elbow strike surpasses that of a fist, utilizing the Bodhi's rotational power, waist strength, and knee lifting. In the past, when practicing punches, Qin Feng had pursued perfection. Now, however, in his practice, he sought the essence of the punching techniques. With each strike, he pondered how to exert force and why such actions were necessary. How to inflict injury would all emerge in his mind. Is this a hint? No, this is a summary of the knowledge I have learned in the past, in other words, an enhancement of intelligence. Qin Feng pondered. After burning half of the night demon, he felt invigorated. Could it be that he treated the night demon as fuel? Qin Feng thought maliciously. Time flew by, and his punching speed increased rapidly. After 8 consecutive hours of training, his body left behind afterimages while the sky gradually darkened. Physical fitness has improved by 3.5. Following the completion of his practice, Qin Feng's mind registered the comparison of his pre-practice data with the current metrics. Such a leap in improvement surprised him. Just as he prepared to eat something and continue training, a scream erupted from the nearby village houses. A rat. The survivors in the nearby houses were startled. TCH. It's just a rat, just like encountering zombies. Coward. Listening to that sound, it seems like a man. Oh, really embarrassing for men. Just sleep, don't shout. Help. The rat is going to eat people. The wretched cries shattered the quiet night. What the hell? Rats, help. Such a large rat, bigger than a cat. They are eating people. Qin Feng and the others also heard the cries and hurried out to check. By the time Qin Feng arrived, a rescue team had already been dispatched. He saw a dozen enormous rats, each over half a meter long, surrounding two individuals and gnawing at them, starting from their chests and bellies, ripping apart their soft flesh. This brutal scene frightened many onlookers among the survivors. Get back, these rats are dangerous. A member of the rescue team immediately drew his pistol and opened fire, causing the rats to scatter. Only the dead rats remained still lying in place. The two people who had been gnawed upon were missing a significant amount of flesh and blood. Help, save us. The two weakly called for help. However, even the rescue team didn't approach them. Their faces had turned pale, veins darkened their skin, showing through their pallor. Clearly, they had contracted the zombie virus. These rats actually attack living humans. The survivors' faces turned cold, and some even felt a chill down their spines. This cruel scene filled everyone with vigilance. Rats have evolved, eh? Seeing the evolved rats, Qin Feng also felt a headache. A member of the rescue team shouted to everyone, quickly return to your homes and check if your food has been gnawed. If any food has been bitten, throw it away immediately. The crowd's expressions changed, and they hurried back to their dwellings. Soon screams emerged from various places. My food. The rice I brought from home has been completely gnawed away by rats, those damned rats. I will not let them off easily. Damn it. Those rats actually stole our food. I will catch the rats and skewer them to cook and eat them. Those damned rats, just don't let me catch them. The survivors were filled with anger towards the rats, even overlooking the tragedy of survivors being killed by them. Rats have mutated. Qin Feng gasped. He did not find zombies terrifying, only the night demon instilled fear in him, but that was something he could resolve with power. However, rats were different. Rats were a species with a terrifying reproductive rate. If they mutated, they could become a plague. The consequences would be unpredictable. Seeing Wang Ku and others approach, Qin Feng quickly ordered, quickly check the surroundings of the residence, especially the vehicles, for any rats. Once found, they must be exterminated at all costs. Boss, what threat can rats pose? Wang Ku seemed somewhat unconvinced. What if a bite from a rat could also turn one into a zombie? Yang Lu pointed at two people not far away who had been gnawed on by the rats. They had already turned into zombies and were rising again. The rescue team member shot them, ending their lives. The speed of rats is faster than that of zombies, their size smaller, and their movements more agile. If their teeth carry the zombie virus, and they spread like wildfire. Yang Lu said, shivering as she spoke. Clearly she was frightened by the scenario she had painted. I will go looking for rats right away. Wang Ku immediately returned to the residence, armed with a short spear, searching for rats. Qin Feng casually threw a surgical knife, piercing the body of a mutated rat, then donned gloves to retrieve the rat's corpse. Have the rats mutated? Perfect timing for some research. Qin Feng's spirit of inquiry surged once more. Qin Feng returned to his residence and began to dissect the mutated rat. Soon his expression changed. Inside the rat's belly, he discovered many rat bones and fur nearly digested. Clearly, this mutated rat had consumed many of its kind. Cannibalism. Well, it makes sense. Matter cannot be created from nothing. Dark energy can accelerate the rat's growth, but the acquisition of material energy still relies on itself. Cannibalism ensures the necessary nutrients. Thinking of this, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. The most terrifying aspect of rats lies in their frightening reproductive capacity. If they resort to cannibalism, even with strong reproductive abilities, the formation of a rat tide would be more challenging and still manageable. At least large rats won't easily multiply in numbers. After humans turn into zombies, they also prioritize attacking other humans. Is cannibalism a trait of extraordinary beings? Black flames ignited in Qin Feng's hand. The black flames were devoid of heat and could not even ignite paper. When in contact with objects, the flames did not separate, appearing as if they were intangible flames to the outside world. However, they could harm the soul of the night demon. This made Qin Feng realize that his understanding of the black flames had some deviations. He manipulated the black flames into the rat's body, and soon the rat's entire body was engulfed in flames. Can it turn into a tangible flame? Qin Feng placed a piece of paper on the rat, and it still did not ignite. However, after the flames extinguished, the rat's body showed signs of having been burned, with parts of its flesh charred. This discovery sparked a glimmer of excitement in Qin Feng's eyes. He stepped outside and randomly selected a tree, shooting a small black fireball at it. The tree caught fire and extinguished in less than half a minute. When Qin Feng checked, he found the tree had already withered. This tree is dead. This black flame should be a soul-harming flame. As for why it reflects on the body, there might be reasons I do not know, but this method is indeed bizarre. Next, Qin Feng found another rat. He first pierced the rat to the ground with an arrow, then killed it with a fireball. This time the rat's entire body was charred, and its fur completely vanished. The burning marks are several times stronger than before. Is it because the previous one was a dead rat? Qin Feng experimented with the black flames a few more times. He found that the black flames inflicted the most damage on living rats while the harm to dead rats was significantly reduced. If the rat had died for more than 10 minutes, the damage was negligible. In other words, this is a flame that can ignite souls using souls as fuel and inflicting harm on reality. Qin Feng had roughly figured out the nature of the flames. However, unlike in his dreams, he did not receive a special energy feedback and instead felt somewhat fatigued. The black flames also had a consumption factor. Only the night demon trapped in dreams could feed back to itself. Let's call this black flame the soul-devouring fire. Qin Feng named the black flame and then captured several live rats to bring into the laboratory. Through experimentation, he discovered that the rats indeed carried the zombie virus, but this virus was not abundant and posed no harm to the rats. However, the rats themselves had other viruses present. These viruses can lower human immunity. Qin Feng's heart sank. It was now known that every person carries the zombie virus within them. The human immune system, and some unknown reasons, suppress the virus. Zombies are the product of the virus multiplying and damaging the brain. Should I research the virus antibodies? No, that's too troublesome, and the virus mutates too easily. It's better to study methods to enhance the human body itself. There are agents that can enhance resistance, namely the origin energy agents. However, while origin energy agents can be mass-produced, they cannot be made available to everyone, as blood crystals are also a strategic resource. Without genetic origin energy in the body, resisting the zombie virus is practically impossible. So it comes back to acquiring dark energy. Can zombie blood crystals allow one to gain genetic origin energy? What about mutated animals? Qin Feng fell into contemplation. Theoretically, this is achievable. However, the difficulty is not small. What if I use a genetic dissolving agent to dissolve the rat's flesh and blood? The result of the attempt was unsurprisingly a failure. After dissolving, it formed a mushy mass of blood and flesh. Not only would it be unfit for injection, but it would also induce nausea if used as food. Not to mention the possible toxins it contained. There was no dark energy left in the final product. It all dissipated into the air during the dissolving process. But Qin Feng did not feel discouraged. Scientific research is fundamentally about learning from countless failures and gradually moving toward success. One failure does not indicate a problem. Can I directly eat rat meat? This thought popped into Qin Feng's mind, and he received an intuitive feedback that it was feasible. The feedback from his intuition indicated the importance of the method, not that eating directly was sufficient. Perhaps it still required cooking. Rat meat is too off-putting. I should find an opportunity to eat the meat of other animals. Dog meat would be more acceptable. After setting aside his research, Qin Feng inquired about the news outside. This village is infested with numerous rats. These rats are highly aggressive and will often attack humans if caught stealing food. Thus, firearms had to be used to eliminate them. Although they were discovered early on, it still affected food reserves, causing the village's survivors to feel uneasy. At this time, news of a zombie swarm passing through arrived. When it rains, it pours. Hearing a series of bad news, Qin Feng was already considering how to escape, though he did not show it. Before leaving, Qin Feng seized the time to practice controlling the soul-devouring fire. He could manipulate these black flames into various shapes at will, and even penetrate solid materials. However, the difficulty of controlling different shapes varied. Among them, the spherical shape was the easiest to control. When forming fire blades or spears with the same amount of flames, it could carry penetrating effects, making it easier to pierce through the rat's body. All of this was conducted in secrecy. Aside from himself, only Ling Shi knew. In addition, Qin Feng made some adjustments to his left hand's abilities, optimizing the energy structure so that the sword energy formed from genetic origin energy became sharper, reducing the consumption for cutting steel pipes by about 30. As for the upper limit of sharpness, it has yet to be determined. As long as the genetic origin energy is sufficient, Qin Feng has not encountered anything he couldn't cut. The effective range of the sword energy projection increased from the original 5 meters to 10 meters, with a maximum range reaching 15 meters. Just after completing the test, Qin Feng heard gunfire at the village's edge. Upon arriving at the front lines, Qin Feng discovered that the trenches for repelling zombies and setting up machine guns had already been dug, encircling the entire area. Behind the trenches, there were also temporary earthen walls. Your efficiency is impressive. Qin Feng casually praised Su Tianming. Su Tianming looked at Qin Feng with a playful smile. You think this was done by the rescue team and the military? This work was done by the survivors who were rescued. The rescue team has been searching nearby for the past 2 days and battling zombies and rats. They had no time for this. A member of Su Tianming's team answered for him. The survivors volunteered to help. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised by this response. Surprised. When the refuge camp was breached, those survivors displayed such cowardice. It was even the 2 11 or 12-year-old girls who remained calm. Didn't you feel a bit disappointed back then? Su Tianming said with a smile. Well, Qin Feng felt a bit awkward. He did indeed think that way, as most survivors seemed rather incapable in his eyes. However, their ability to dig such long trenches in just 2 days truly impressed Qin Feng. Even without facing danger directly, it showed they were not a burden. It's quite normal. I know you're smart and excellent, but you are still just a student unaware of how society really is. You might have heard in the news about some people being incredibly wicked while others are like saints among men, who in truth neither is entirely accurate. Su Tianming lit a cigarette and said, don't think that in this world there are good people and bad people. Good and bad are often just two sides of the same coin. To be honest, I used to steal things when I was young. Do you think I'm a bad person? Of course not, Qin Feng replied immediately. Although he hadn't interacted much with Su Tianming, he had been battling zombies every day. If all those were bad people, how many good ones would still exist? But after giving that response, Qin Feng realized that he had inadvertently oversimplified people into categories. Everyone has a different capacity for bearing pressure. Some are stronger, some weaker. Your tolerance is quite high. Even Lin Sheng has praised your calmness, but you can't expect everyone to be like you. Su Tianming took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled lightly. None of us had encountered zombies before. When the zombies attacked the city, everyone panicked. It's normal to show some weakness, let alone selfishness. Some even pushed others towards the zombies to save themselves. Is human nature dark or not? Yet as he spoke, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, when fleeing, it wasn't just pushing. Some people actively sacrificed themselves to slow down the zombies. Some jumped into the fire to avoid dragging the rescue team down. Su Tianming's words reminded Qin Feng of Pang, the initially cowardly fat guy who, when faced with the night demon, delayed it with his life. Without his sacrifice, the night demon might have escaped through the window. And the parents of those twin girls. There are good people in this world. No, if I hadn't given Pang the potion and had abandoned him back then, what would have happened to the team? Qin Feng suddenly realized something. It was precisely because he hadn't given up on Pang that even the duplicitous Ko Jingyang and the once betraying Li Zixuan had never disobeyed his orders, which gave the team sufficient cohesion. They knew that he would never easily abandon them. It seems you figured it out. Su Tianming looked at Qin Feng with a smile, saying, in truth, there is no inherent good or bad in people. If you want them to be good, they will be good. Give them the opportunity to be bad, and they will turn bad. I once worked in criminal investigation, having seen many irredeemable people and witnessed more darkness in human nature than you can imagine, but do not give up on humanity. After saying this, he extinguished his cigarette and took his gun to the front lines. Qin Feng, lost in thought, looked towards the front and noticed many survivors appearing exhausted, clearly having worked hard. Yet smiles adorned their faces. Turning his head, he saw many survivors helping each other catch rats, setting traps, and joking together. It's hard to imagine that just 2 days ago they were in a state of panic. Many people volunteered to guard in different directions just to give the rescue team and military a chance to rest. Perhaps their performance wasn't heroic. However, as Qin Feng was constantly thinking about how to escape, he had no right to criticize others. At most, it was just a difference in ability. Human nature. Qin Feng found it hard to comprehend. As Su Tianming said, no matter how smart he was, his experiences were limited. After all, he was just a college student. Just emotional wounds alone could leave him in a rut for a long time. Regardless, at least they can resist external enemies. Qin Feng arrived at the battlefield, observing the situation. This wave of zombies numbered over 10,000, and under the barrage of heavy firepower they were quickly eliminated. The tragic scene of the zombie siege from 2 days ago did not repeat itself. After the victory, everyone cheered madly, embracing strangers and celebrating together. Qin Feng silently watched it all. This scene was quite beautiful. Suddenly a message came from the black card space. 001, someone is allied with the night demon. I found their stronghold and am preparing to deal with them. Do you want to join us? This battle may encounter the night demon, and you currently have the option to refuse. Right now you can, but in a while you won't be able to. After all, the privilege of the action team is to deal with the night demon. Qin Feng thought for a moment and agreed. 002, I'm in. The night demon is dangerous, but if Lin Sheng encounters trouble, we might not have the chance to grow. 005, I'm going to take me with you. 004002 makes a good point, I agree. 006, number 7 died in front of me, I want to avenge him. And those monsters will have to be faced eventually, I agree to join the mission. 003, someone actually allied with the night demon. I want to go too. Everyone is not foolish, they all understand the severity of the problem. Soon they reached a consensus. 2 hours later, Lin Sheng arrived with number 6, a handsome young man. Qin Feng suspected he was also a student. However, besides Lin Sheng, there were only 3 other people with him. This is the first full action of the sword bearers. Lin Sheng, seeing everyone gathered, got straight to the point. From today on, everyone should avoid acting alone. Number 7's speed was lacking and he could have temporarily resisted the night demon, but he was killed in his sleep. Number 6's expression dimmed. Yes, if we had been a bit more careful, if the night demon had targeted me first, I wouldn't have seen you all again. Now the opportunity for revenge has come. Su Tianming patted his shoulder. Let me introduce myself. Number 4, Su Tianming. My name is Yu Tianchen. Number 6 introduced himself. My ability is speed. In terms of speed, I should be slightly slower than Lin Sheng. By the way, don't call me by a number anymore. Lin Sheng suddenly remembered something. After this lesson, and since the God-making society also suffered some losses, the higher-ups have placed greater importance on the night demons. They've decided to provide more support to the action team. The sword bearers will have a dedicated liaison team and logistics team. You can now call yourselves captains. They only increase support after people die. Yu Tianqian sneered. This was something no one anticipated. Lin Chen glanced at him. The night demons can't withstand heavy firepower, but no one knew their threat would be this severe. Even the god-making society responsible for building shelters and bunkers suffered great losses. Then Lin Cheng gave a detailed explanation. When the Dark Pillars first appeared, the military faced tens of thousands of night demons, and those monsters were obliterated under heavy firepower. Thus, the Great Xia Kingdom initially underestimated the night demons. However, their stealth was too formidable. A single rampage could accelerate the spread of the zombie virus, which is why they remained unresolved. So the higher-ups focused on enhancing search efforts, especially on non-electronic black technology. As long as they could track the night demons, traces of barrage of firepower would wipe them out. No one expected these stragglers to cause such devastation. According to Lin Cheng's intelligence, only 3 night demons disrupted Yuzhou City, and a total of 5 appeared in the city that was slaughtered the day before. Once the night demons unleashed their full potential, their destructive power was terrifying. They came and went without a trace. By the time they developed a method to find them, the entire Great Xia would have fallen. After the night demons scattered one, Lin Cheng was more effective than 10 divisions. Wait, if there are only a few dozen night demons, can Great Xia truly not handle them? Ling Shi raised a doubt. Your strength is formidable, but doesn't Great Xia have experts comparable to you? With just 5 experts at your level, couldn't they quickly eliminate all the night demons? Lin Cheng glanced at her. If the night demons were the only enemy, Great Xia could indeed resolve this quickly. But Great Xia faces more than just the night demons. Qin Feng's heart sank. Did something other than night demons emerge from the other dark pillars? Are the black cards also related to what's in those pillars? Lin Cheng nodded. Yes, the dark pillars hold both danger and opportunity. That's why other countries recklessly open them, placing too much trust in human technology while neglecting the development of human potential. I understand. Qin Feng didn't press further. He recalled the floating puppets, the glowing armor from his dreams, and the battles of the god-making society, already guessing some things. Additionally, these are purple cards made using black technology. Lin Cheng pulled out a stack of purple cards and distributed 9 to each person. Purple cards are subsidiaries of black cards. They can communicate with black cards during battle and sense each other's positions. The range depends on the strength of your soul. Qin Feng took the purple cards. They bore gold embossed numbers from 01 to 09, with the small text, Swordbearer Squad 2, printed below. Probing with his mental energy, Qin Feng discovered a vague small space. When using the purple card, he found that a small portion of his mental energy was absorbed by the card space. The impact was minimal. The black card space was also repaired with soul power, wasn't it? Qin Feng began to understand why the black card space could continuously expand. Boss Lin, I have over 30 members. Why only 9 cards? Lei Shipo complained. Can you give me a few dozen more? I want to give one to everyone. The more people, the messier the command. We're an elite force. Lin Cheng refused sternly. You can bring fewer people or assign groups under you. The sword bearers don't need cannon fodder. My subordinates are all elites, Lei Shipo argued. If they're elites, then learn to overcome difficulties and solve problems on their own. Lin Cheng stood his ground. I recall he had fewer than 20 members last time, right? Ling Shi quietly asked Qin Feng. He recruited a few more people these past few days. Qin Feng was speechless. Lei Shipo had a natural charisma that attracted people, replenishing over 20 members in just 2 days. He wondered how many of them would survive. Could he be using an elimination system? By the way, Li Ming wants to join us. Ling Shi called out. She's from a military academy with professionalism far beyond Wang Ku and the others. I also need a professional sniper for cover. She can bring 2 friends from the academy along. That's fine, but they can't enter the lab. Qin Feng didn't refuse Li Ming's joining, but his experiments required confidentiality. Li Ming's primary loyalty certainly wasn't to him or Ling Shi, so it was better to set the rules up front. Of course I understand. Ling Shi said earnestly. Lin Cheng said, gather here in half an hour. If you have a car, drive it. This is a raid, but it's about timing, not stealth, so there's no need to hide anything. Understood. Everyone dispersed. Qin Feng handed the purple cards to Wang Ku and the others to familiarize themselves with their use. Ling Zai's purple cards were given to Li Ming and her 2 military academy classmates, both excellent shooting elites. Unfortunately, being a shooting elite didn't necessarily make one a sniper. Without the ability to conceal oneself, assess battlefield situations, and maintain long-term patience, even a sharpshooter could easily fall to another sniper. Li Ming and her 2 classmates were eliminated not due to poor skill, but because of their weaker physical endurance as women, which prevented them from passing the grueling sniper test. However, with Qin Feng's potions, this was no longer an issue. Qin Feng deployed 2 armored vehicles with all his teammates. Su Tianming had 2 vehicles and 12 teammates, while number 6 Yu Tianqian had 1 vehicle with 8 teammates. Lei Shipo drove 3 troop carriers with 35 members, drawing everyone's attention. Even Lin Cheng had 5 teammates by his side, which piqued Qin Feng's curiosity. What kind of people could keep up with Lin Cheng without slowing him down? Everyone's here. Let's move out. With Lin Cheng's command, a convoy of 9 military vehicles and 2 motorcycles departed from the temporary village. Lin Cheng, you chose a motorcycle too. Qin Feng rode his motorcycle alongside Lin Cheng, surprised that Lin Cheng had chosen the same mode of transport. Yeah, I don't like confined spaces. Lin Cheng gave the same reason as Qin Feng. But even on a motorcycle you want put down your blade. Qin Feng looked at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng rode with both hands, his gilded black blade resting on his arm, pressed close as the vehicle moved, never sheathed. Qin Feng then realized something: Lin Cheng had no scabbard. It doesn't like confined spaces either. Lin Cheng offered another identical explanation. The enemy's stronghold is in the southern district of the ancient capital, about a 3-hour journey. Lin Cheng established contact with Qin Feng and others through the black card space, stating, before we take action, the army will first conduct fire coverage, then seal off the surroundings, and we will be the main force of action. Are there many enemies? Asked Ling, she lying on the roof of the car. Many, and even more zombies. They are conducting experiments to modify zombies, and the zombies used by the Night Demon to slaughter cities are the ones they modified. So there are guilty people inside. Lei Shipo said bluntly, his tone unusually cold. Yes, except for the captured test subjects, there are no innocents, but be sure to leave some alive for interrogation. Understood. Remember, this operation concerns our funding and support. The convoy sped along. On the way they encountered some zombies and wild beasts blocking the road, which the leading armored vehicle directly crashed through. Occasionally when danger arose, Qin Feng would also take action. As they approached their target, the distance to the black light pillar also grew closer, yet it remained indistinct. As the saying goes, a distant view of the mountain can tire a horse. Overly distant targets often lead to misjudgments about their distance and height. 3 hours later, the ancient capital was within reach, but the black light pillar showed no signs of enlarging. Fire coverage has been requested, slow down. Lin Cheng issued the command, and everyone came to a halt. Dozens of bombers flew overhead, dropping some bombs. The deafening explosion created massive shockwaves, toppling skyscrapers, and the light from the explosions made it difficult to open one's eyes. Hey Lin Cheng, are we really the main force? Are you sure we're not just here for cleanup? Lei Shipo complained. Absolutely for sure. A glint of reluctance flashed in Lin Cheng's eyes. Sensing the change in Lin Cheng's expression, Qin Feng suddenly had a bad premonition. As a bomber began to circle for another pass, silhouettes suddenly leaped from the rooftops, colliding directly with 3 planes, causing the bombers to crash immediately. Following that, a series of indistinct shadows flew into the sky, colliding with the planes. One bomber after another fell from the sky. After a round of bombing, only 7 bombers managed to escape. Lin Cheng showed no signs of surprise on his face. What remained was merely a sense of desolation. Lin Cheng, did you know this all along? Flying at such a low altitude is very dangerous. Su Tianming looked at Lin Cheng with some anger. Lin Cheng calmly replied, yes, not only do I know, but those pilots also know it was their decision. Why? Su Tianming was somewhat puzzled. Since they knew they would encounter anti-air defenses, why fly so low? Now there are too many people in Daxia who are blindly confident in the power of conventional weapons. It may not be a problem in the short term, but in the long run something will definitely happen, especially as we enter a new era. Lin Cheng's gaze was somewhat complex. Therefore someone must use their life to warn them, so they can recognize the limitations of conventional weapons earlier and reduce some losses in the future. Are you saying those pilots sacrificed themselves on purpose? Just to remind people of this. Qin Feng and the others were shocked, not expecting this answer. That's too worthless. Ling Shi jumped down from the roof of the car. War is never about worth. This bombing tactic is just one of the standard tactics. If it works, it proves that conventional weapons can still hold out for a long time. Lin Cheng shook his head. Just like scouts, someone has to take on this dangerous job. If they don't try, more people will have to pay with their lives for the lesson in the future. I understand. Are we going to attack? Su Tianming collected his thoughts and asked. Let's attack. Lin Cheng took out the black card and glanced at it. I will deal with those fast, powerful zombies. You all deal with the disturbed horde. Is it just to verify how long conventional weapons can be used? Ling Zai's eyes dimmed. Is life so worthless? In the entire Yuzhou city, the number of survivors who died has already exceeded 10 million. Li Meng reminded the total casualties nationwide have surpassed 200 million, and this number is still increasing. Every decision made now relates to the fate of over 1 billion people in Daxia. At this moment, the value of intelligence is more important than life. Indeed, life has never been precious. Yu Tianshan's expression darkened, but he still led his teammates to seize a high ground, planning to launch an attack from above. The recent explosions stirred many zombies. Groups of zombies emerged from the city. Engage the enemy. Qin Feng issued a brief command, and Wang Ku and others quickly set up machine guns, firing at the horde from the roof of the vehicle. Su Taiming's team also began searching for nearby high ground. Facing the throngs of ordinary zombies, she did not rush to act unless a zombie approached within 50 meters. Those would be powerful mutated zombies. Lei Shipo did not take a gun, but directed his subordinates to shoot, while wielding a large machete, seemingly ready to engage the zombies in close combat. Is that guy a madman? Qin Feng noticed Lei Shipo's actions, somewhat surprised. He doesn't even take a gun. How confident can he be? After a dozen minutes of gunfire, the zombie horde fell in large numbers, including many mutated zombies mixed among them. The enemy is gonna charge. Lei Shipo charged towards the southern district of the ancient capital, with his machete followed closely by a dozen teammates. Qin Feng's face darkened. It's fine if he acts recklessly, but do his teammates also have to act recklessly? Does he not know his own strength? Su Tianming's expression was also grim. Don't worry about him, don't let him affect you. Lei Shipo's mindless actions made them feel quite uneasy. Sure enough, they had not charged far when they encountered a new horde of zombies. Lei Shipo led the charge, his machete slicing through the air, compressing even the air into a blade-like aura. The heads of a dozen zombies flew high. His speed undeterred, the machete danced wildly, and zombies fell one after another. He quickly tore a path through the horde, charging directly into the depths of the city. Follow the captain. Lei Shipo's teammates shouted and followed suit. However, the newly joined members remained still, continuing to shoot from the back to protect the convoy. Ling Shi was completely speechless. Yu Tianxin covered his forehead. I hope his teammates can survive. Su Tianming was somewhat furious. This is too reckless. It shows he doesn't care about his teammates' lives. I want to impeach him and strip him of his captaincy, otherwise his teammates won't survive long. No, the situation is a bit different. Qin Feng suddenly recalled something. Lei Shipo exchanged more than 50 enhancement potions with me, including a large number of hardening potions. If they take and digest those potions, they can wash in the tide of zombies without any problem. Wait, didn't you say enhancement potions can't be taken continuously? Isn't that dangerous? Su Tianming was surprised. Yes. So don't underestimate that guy. He might be more cunning than you think. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Su Tianming. He had not anticipated that Lei Shipo's seemingly brainless charge had already been meticulously planned. Even more unexpectedly, the problem that Qin Feng could not overcome was actually conquered first by Lei Shipo. I think it might be due to his blood. Ling's eyes gaze fell upon Lei Shipo's remaining teammates. They all share a similar aura. Those who charged alongside him emitted an energy closest to that of Lei Shipo. Indeed, one must not underestimate anyone. Qin Feng raised his sniper rifle. There are steel zombies approaching. Let's deal with them. This is bad. There are too many zombies. 189 mutated zombies, of which 105 are of large size, clad in iron armor and wearing helmets, specialized giant zombies. Ling Shi quickly reported the exact number of enemies before opening fire. The sniper rifle began to fire in rapid succession, taking down the mutated zombies one by one. The others opened fire as well. Even among the mutated zombies, few could withstand the fire of hot weapons. Upon encountering so many steel zombies, Lei Shipo immediately covered his teammates' retreat. Help. Quick, save us. Damn it. They aren't playing fair. Is this cheating? They shouted while taking cover under the barrage of gunfire. Ling's eyes bullets grazed their bodies, helping them eliminate the nearest zombies. Her sniper bullets posed the greatest threat to the steel zombies. The steel zombies were covered in iron armor, charging like tanks, especially with their helmets protecting their vital points. Only sniper bullets could penetrate their armor. After learning from her previous experiences, and under Qin Feng's guidance, she developed her abilities, further enhancing her control over her body. Even if she aimed solely for their eyes, she could hit them with absolute precision. However, the firing rate of the sniper rifle was inherently too low. After killing over 20 zombies, the mutated horde drew closer. Everyone use grenades. Qin Feng shouted, pulling out 3 grenades and tossing them simultaneously after pulling the pins. With a loud explosion, several voices erupted in curses. Damn it, we hit our own team. Upon hearing their cries, Qin Feng grabbed a TNT explosives pack and hurled it towards the rear of Lei Shipo. As the explosives pack reached the mutated zombies, Qin Feng had switched to a machine gun, firing continuously at the explosives. Boom. The TNT exploded. After a deafening blast, a disheveled Lei Shipo cursed. Damn it. Qin Feng, are you trying to kill me too? With his face blackened, Lei Shipo finally fought his way back through the tide of corpses covering his teammates. Hearing that you're still alive makes me sad. No, relieved. Qin Feng lowered his gun and switched to a short spear. Though it may be ill-timed, I must say well done. Su Tianming took a moment to give Qin Feng a thumbs up. I can't believe. Lei Shipo looked at Su Tianming's swaying gun muzzle, swallowing his words. We should stick together. Who was the idiot that acted alone earlier? Su Tianming and his teammates threw grenades all at once. While they couldn't kill the steel zombies, they could injure them. The injured zombies wouldn't die, but their movements would be hindered. Other mutated zombies mixed in with the steel ones were also significantly reduced by the grenades. It's time for close combat. Qin Feng jumped down from the top of the vehicle, coming up behind Lei Shipo and kicking him into the horde of zombies. Just as a steel zombie was about to attack Lei Shipo, Qin Feng pierced its skull with a short spear. Wei Rongjia, holding a blast shield, jumped down as well, with a protective layer forming on his body. Qin Feng and Wang Ke used Lei Shipo and Wei Rongjia as shields, continuously harvesting the lives of the steel zombies. The steel zombies struck fiercely against the blast shield, and after several hits the shield exploded. Wei Rongjia simply abandoned the blast shield, directly using his fists and feet to knock away the approaching zombies. Ling Shi continued firing, relieving some of the pressure on Qin Feng. As steel zombies fell one after another, Qin Feng grew even more ferocious. After killing over 20 zombies, he pulled the injured Wei Ranjie behind him. You should rest. What about you, boss? I've got him. Qin Feng grabbed the fleeing Lei Shipo and threw him into the zombie horde. The heavy fists of the steel zombies struck him without causing serious injury, yet Lei Shipo still cried out in pain. Damn it. Qin Feng, you're not human. Stop talking nonsense and be a proper shield. Qin Feng continued the slaughter while Su Tianming jumped down using a short spear made from dark energy to assist in killing zombies. Yu Tianxin was about to help when he noticed more zombies approaching from afar, so he redirected his firepower to prevent the two zombie hordes from merging. After a fierce battle, the last steel zombie fell. Qin Feng roughly calculated that half of the steel zombies had been killed by Ling Shi. Mainly the helmets of the steel zombies were too tough, and only Ling Shi could aim precisely in battle. After finally achieving victory, Qin Feng took out a scalpel to dissect the crystal cores. What's going on? Upon opening one head, Qin Feng was taken aback. Although there was a crystal core inside, it was already dim and even had some cracks, making it impossible to sense any dark energy within. This isn't right. Wasn't this zombie killed by a short spear? Qin Feng felt something was amiss and quickly cut open the next zombie's head, only to find fragments of the crystal core. This had been shattered by Ling Zai's sniper rifle. It seemed normal, but Qin Feng sensed something was off. He methodically opened the heads of the zombies, revealing crystal cores before him, though most were already shattered and the dark energy had dissipated. Clearly the crystal cores in these zombies' heads were abnormal. No way. At this rate, we won't even recoup our costs. Lei Shipo complained. You still have the nerve to mention costs. Qin Feng kicked him to the ground with displeasure, then called over all the injured. Let's begin treatment now. He dissolved the shattered crystal cores using a gene dissolution agent, extracting the powerful dark energy to aid each injured person, especially Wei Ranjie, in resisting their injuries. Though it appeared somewhat extravagant, it could be seen as resourceful recycling. After giving everyone a simple bandage and extracting shrapnel from those injured by grenade fragments, Qin Feng concluded the treatments. Isn't proper treatment supposed to involve sterilization? Su Tianming frowned slightly. Qin Feng's methods seemed very unprofessional. With our physical constitution, are we still afraid of bacterial infections? Besides, we don't have much time. Qin Feng pointed toward the city where Lin Sheng was fighting. I don't know if the night demon will appear, but Lin Sheng is clearly too busy to care about us. The war is not over yet. After the steel zombie horde was eliminated, mutated zombies continued to emerge in droves. It took over 2 hours of battle before the zombies were completely swept away by the combined efforts of the group. This also highlights the distinction between those with genetic original power and ordinary people. Only those who have been enhanced can endure in such high-intensity battles. Ordinary people, let alone firing continuously for over 2 hours, would struggle even with half an hour due to the recoil. However, Qin Feng believes that the most crucial enhancement is reaction speed. During the zombie slaughter night, a truck carrying zombies charged the checkpoint. Even after having its tires shot out in advance, it still successfully broke through. It wasn't a lack of firepower, but rather the insufficient reaction speed of ordinary people. Long reaction times, lack of shooting accuracy, and insufficient composure in the face of a zombie tide all contributed to the tragedy. However, the enhancers had no such worries. If it weren't for the night demons, Qin Feng's team could probably hold the checkpoint with a high degree of success. After dealing with the first wave of zombies, the group encountered no effective resistance. The remaining time was spent searching for and eliminating mutated zombies. Of course, this was also related to Lin Sheng taking on the most difficult zombies. Those that could leap into the air and destroy low-flying bombers were ones Qin Feng was not absolutely sure he could handle. Is it over? The battle is over, Lin Sheng said as he jumped down from a tall building and landed in front of a few people. The zombies with remarkable jumping abilities have been dealt with. All that's left is the final research facility, and then we will have completed our mission. This mission turned out to be quite easy. Lei Shipo, his body partially bandaged, said with a grin. Resolving it so easily feels like a demonstration match. Your current state is not very convincing. Qin Feng replied. By the way, Lin Sheng, did you dissect the cores of the zombies you killed? Their cores have problems, Lin Sheng said, raising the black knife in his hand. The blood crystals and cores of the zombies I killed are absorbed by the black knife unless I didn't finish them off after striking. However, I usually do not hold back against zombies. Qin Feng recalled the zombies that Lin Sheng had killed in the school laboratory. It was no surprise that their heads lacked blood crystals. He took the initiative to explain, the state of these zombies is quite unusual. This may not even be the enemy's stronghold, whom they may have already relocated. Lin Sheng also found it unremarkable. This battle was originally to prove our strength. With only a few dozen of us, we have already killed over 1,000 mutated zombies. Such results are already impressive. Normally, it would take at least a squadron to combat such combat power. One would think that deploying a heavily armored squadron would be more cost-effective, utilizing a team with powerful firepower and more flexible combat methods. Moreover, without combat power capable of resisting the night demons, even a heavily armored squadron might not achieve victory. This implies that it is merely a demonstration match. Of course, it is a demonstration match at the cost of a few pilots' lives just to verify certain matters. Qin Feng's mood grew somewhat heavy. Lei Shipo, however, blurted out, "Damn. I felt something was off. What really is a demonstration match? Wait, there's something wrong beneath our feet." Yu Tianqian suddenly spoke up. "I can sense there is a vast space beneath the ground under us." "Is it a sewer?" Lei Shipo asked. "Let me take a look." Ling Shi lowered her head to observe the situation underground with her abilities. There are many chaotic energy reactions beneath the surface. I suspect that there is an enemy-built base directly under our feet, perhaps even a true stronghold. They actually built a base beneath the city. Qin Feng found it hard to believe. This is an ancient capital that once served as the imperial capital in ancient times and remains a bustling metropolis to this day. If we exclude the possibility of digging after the apocalypse began, it indicates that the enemy began infiltrating long ago. So they actually have a stronghold underground. Lin Cheng hadn't anticipated this answer. "Let's split up and look for the entrance." "There's no need for that. If we go in through the entrance, we'll definitely be met with the enemy's heaviest firepower." Yu Tianqian pressed both hands against the ground, causing the earth to start trembling. "Let me use my ability to catch them off guard." The ground began to shake and fissures appeared. The cracks grew deeper and wider, rapidly spreading downward. What kind of ability is this? Controlling earth and stone. Isn't his ability speed? Has he developed a new ability like me? Or perhaps his speed is merely his specialty, not the ability itself, Qin Feng pondered. The earth split open and a large amount of earth and stone fell, damaging part of the underground facilities and eliciting angry shouts. Are they still not resolved outside? Damn, are the zombies we studied all eating rice? Is this the result we gained from our funding? Why is there an earthquake? This is bad. Not good. We might have been discovered. Most of the dialogue was in Chinese, but there were also foreign accents which made Qin Feng's expression darken. He drew his gun and randomly shot at the ground. After a dozen gunshots, the chaos underground grew even more intense. Should we charge in? Su Tianming asked. This underground space seems quite large. Going down could be very dangerous, and we might not be able to escape. There might be important facilities down there. Don't act rashly. Qin Feng first glanced at Lin Cheng, noticing he made no move. He then raised his hand and unleashed a massive black fireball, which fell into the deep pit and immediately exploded, sending flames sweeping in all directions. From the deep pit came horrifying screams. "Is this what you call not acting rashly? Do you have some misunderstanding of acting rashly?" Lei Shipo exclaimed. As the black flames dispersed, Qin Feng said, "All right, we can go down now." Saying this, he directly jumped into the deep pit. "Hey, were you always this brave?" Lei Shipo exaggeratedly shouted. "Haven't you noticed? His flames didn't harm any physical entities." Su Tianming understood him with a glance and jumped down as well. "Everyone stay alert, the captain is going down." Lin Cheng commanded, jumping down with Ling Shi and Yu Tianqian. As they landed, the black flames swirled around them. A few researchers in white lab coats covered in black flames rolled on the ground. Strangely, even though their clothes were not ignited, their skin bore signs of being scorched. "I hope the facilities here remain intact. My super intuition tells me this place is very important to me." Qin Feng retracted some of the black flames to prevent them from being burned alive. Qin Feng initially did not wish to reveal his trump card so early, but his intuition told him that there was something he desired within. Thus, he could only employ the most devastating ability with the least sacrifice. "Who are you?" "Oh." An elderly man in a white lab coat glared at Qin Feng, and the black flames on his body intensified. Qin Feng withdrew some of the flames again, alleviating the old man's suffering. However, half of the old man's body had already turned charred, and the pain inflicted by the soul-devouring fire was unable to trigger a fainting mechanism, preventing him from losing consciousness. "What is this place?" Qin Feng stepped on the old man as he approached. Before the old man could respond, Qin Feng suddenly shot a black fireball towards the left. A black humanoid monster appeared from that direction, colliding head-on with the black fireball, instantly igniting its entire body. As it emitted a wretched scream, its movements severely impacted. Ling Shi raised her sniper rifle, aiming at the area behind Qin Feng. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, another monster emerged from there, seemingly intent on colliding with the muzzle. Su Tianming also aimed and shot in that direction, while Lei Shipo approached Qin Feng's opponent, disregarding the black flames enveloping the night demon, and delivered a powerful punch, only to have his abdomen pierced by the demon's sharp claws. However, his fist also struck the night demon, slamming it hard against the wall. Danger! As Qin Feng was about to retract some of the black flames, he realized that Lei Shipo was completely unaffected by them. This discovery left Qin Feng puzzled. How could his soul-devouring fire have no effect on Lei Shipo? Was it due to his unique physique, or was it that he had not yet discovered the true usage and hidden functions of the soul-devouring fire? The one who reacted the fastest was actually Lin Cheng. A total of 3 night demons launched a sneak attack. The third night demon, already tainted by Qin Feng's black flames, hid behind a researcher, blending almost seamlessly with the burning flames. When Qin Feng retracted the flames, it launched an attack from the most cunning angle. A line of black blood appeared on the neck of the sneaking night demon. Its head and body became misaligned and fell to the ground. Dozens of knife marks covered the night demon's entire body, and in that instant its form was shattered. After dealing with one night demon, Lin Chung did not pause, instead moving towards the night demon that Ling she was fighting. Although this night demon did not evade the bullet, it managed to avoid a fatal blow. Subsequently, Su Tianming and Yu Tianchen also opened fire on it. As it attempted to close the distance, it encountered Lin Chung, who had already concluded his battle and was instantly killed in a single encounter. After resolving the conflict here, Lin Chung approached the last night demon. Lin Cheng's strength has improved again, Qin Feng thought, somewhat astonished. The first time he met Lin Chung, his strength was not this exaggerated. Lin Chung calmly explained, the most troublesome aspect of the night demons lies in their cunning and stealth. In such a confined underground space, when pressured by your black flames, they have no room for concealment, let alone evasion. These 3 night demons died rather unjustly. They never expected that Qin Feng and the others could find this place, let alone that they would not enter through the main entrance. Thus the night demons' most terrifying traits of stealth, agility, and speed had no opportunity to manifest. The ambush became useless, and they could only rely on speed for a frontal assault. However, with Lin Chung, who possessed extraordinary combat strength, they were helplessly eliminated. As he gazed at the corpses of the night demons, Qin Feng reminded himself, one can trust in their abilities, but must not rely on them. There should be no more night demons down here. Ling Shi scanned the area and confirmed. Qin Feng summoned the soul-devouring fire again, incinerating the corpses of the night demons cleanly along with a ball of black energy. As the night demons were completely eradicated, Qin Feng felt his mind clear. Not only was the energy consumption for summoning the soul-devouring fire replenished, but he also sensed a slight enhancement in his cognitive abilities. Is this energy spiritual energy? Qin Feng pondered. Many had speculated about the existence of spiritual energy, and he had conducted research in this area as well. Clearly, the soul-devouring fire had a distinct restraining effect on the night demons. Not only could it kill them, but it could also nourish himself. However, the fact that the soul-devouring fire could not harm Lei Shipo still left him concerned. Failing to understand the characteristics of his own abilities could lead to significant disadvantages in future battles, even endangering his life. Lei Shipo felt somewhat uneasy under Qin Feng's scrutiny. Qin Feng, could you stop looking at me like that? All right. Qin Feng agreed, and then sent a small fireball to strike Lei Shipo. What the hell? Are you trying to kill me, Qin Feng? No, wait. Lei Shipo was startled and attempted to distance himself, only to find that the black fireball caused him no harm at all. This surprised him. So your flames can't hurt anyone? Get these flames away. I will say anything, just spare me. The researcher lying on the ground groaned in pain. Lei Shipo. It seemed it was not the flames' fault. Qin Feng retracted some of the flames. Be honest, who are you? Who are you working for? Otherwise you wouldn't find it so easy to die. A younger researcher answered honestly, we are just researchers. The research institute does not value us. We naturally work for whoever pays us. Who they are does not matter. What matters is that they value our research. Right? We don't know anything. We only handle the research. As long as the money and equipment are in place, we can work for anyone. I was hired by your daxia. I demand fair treatment. You cannot treat me like this. The researchers, having endured enough hardship, quickly confessed. Lin Chung held a knife to an elderly man's neck. What they said is true, but you are lying. Too, I'm not lying. The old man appeared somewhat flustered. Qin Feng, can your fire come back a bit more? Yes. Qin Feng decisively threw more fire onto the researcher, causing the old man to scream in pain, ultimately leading him to confess. I will tell you everything you ask. Just stop burning me. I was wrong, spare me please. Then be honest about it. Qin Feng retracted most of the flames, but left a few lingering sparks that made it unbearable for the researcher. First, tell me how long this research institute has been established. Lin Chung inquired. It has been a year. It was established a year ago. The old man quickly replied. The buildings here have been up for 3 years, Ling Shi suddenly added. Still trying to play tricks. Qin Feng was about to ignite the flames again. It's really been a year. I've been here for a year, and when I arrived the equipment hadn't even been moved here yet. The old man exclaimed in terror as the shadow cast by the black flames loomed large over him. He is not lying. Lin Chung intervened, stopping Qin Feng. However, the looks from Qin Feng and the others towards Lin Chung were now filled with a hint of caution. No, it's just intuition. Lin Chung explained. Qin Feng's super intuition is an awakened ability while mine is acquired through practice, so there is a certain distinction in functionality. Acquired super intuition through practice. Qin Feng's expression was somewhat odd, and he grew even more curious about Lin Cheng's background. Continue, tell me what you know. Lin Chung pressed the old man for more information. The old researcher replied, I don't know much. They call themselves the Demon Cultivation Society, claiming to harness our talents, but our work has always involved calculating data until a few days ago, when a new type of energy appeared on Blue Star, which initiated the real research. Calculating data. The computers here weren't destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the computers here were operational, and they even had independent backup power supplies. He opened the files on the computer. It's actually data on various organisms from bone density and evolutionary history to genetic mapping, though half of it is human data. Qin Feng sat in front of the computer checking the data. This information needs to be reported to the public. Su Tianming reminded. I'm just checking. Besides, even if it needs to be reported, does that mean I can't study it? Qin Feng remained unfazed. That's true, your research efficiency is indeed very high, while those people are too conservative. Su Tianming sighed lightly. He also knew a bit about Professor Feng and the others. However, similar occurrences happened everywhere. Qin Feng's professional knowledge and experience truly did not compare to those experts, but his greatest strength was his daring approach. Regardless of the risks, as long as there was a chance of success, Qin Feng would dare to use it directly on people. In peaceful times, the expert's methods might be correct. However, amidst today's zombie crisis, Qin Feng's efficiency far surpassed the combined results of 10 research labs. I'll copy some information, I won't take the original. Qin Feng did not want to reveal his photographic memory ability to Su Tianming and the others, as it was related to Professor Feng's secret files. He felt that the part of the data he did not recognize contained issues, as if it hid some secret. Thus, he pretended to shift some items around, then removed a hard drive from one of the mainframes, yet no one questioned how he would use these files without a computer for his research. After completing these actions, Lin Cheng's interrogation also came to an end. The Demon Cultivation Society is a force assembled by those who worship the demon god. They had no trace in the past, appearing as if from thin air. I suspect they may have received support from foreign forces, otherwise funding issues would be difficult to resolve. Lin Cheng stated. We need to investigate this properly. Su Tianming nodded. There's another layer below, with faint energy reactions. Seeing that everyone had finished their tasks, she reminded them, are there still enemies? Let's deal with them together. Lei Shipo said nonchalantly, Yu Tianxian, can you still use your abilities? There's a staircase over there. Yu Tianxian pointed expressionlessly towards one direction where the night demon had ambushed. Lei Shipo was the first to go down, and soon exclaimed, ah, bastards, they are actually doing this kind of thing. Everyone followed the sound, and saw 12 glass jars, each containing specimens, both male and female, some of which appeared to be children. This discovery left everyone's faces pale. The zombie corpses laid on the dissection table were now overlooked. The Demon Cultivation Society. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Cheng's eyes. Qin Feng approached the experimental record table, where there were 2 charred silhouettes, yet their clothes remained intact. Clearly they had been killed directly by the soul-devouring fire. Will I gain nourishment after killing the night demon with the soul-devouring fire, but only increase my consumption when killing ordinary people? Qin Feng noted this characteristic and began flipping through the experimental records on the table. This data was invaluable, as it could significantly reduce his own research time. It should be noted that most of Qin Feng's time had actually been spent practicing the usage of genetic primordial energy. A research time occupied only a small part, mainly due to material limitations that hindered his creative thinking. Rather than getting caught up in trivial matters, it was better to focus on enhancing one's strength. Now, with readily available data, he could save a lot of trial and error costs and open up new avenues of thought. Additionally, the data contained some knowledge that could not be learned in school. As he utilized his photographic memory to memorize the data here, everyone else was still debating how to handle the jars. In the end, there was still no conclusion, and they decided to let Lin Cheng report it first. By the way, the people inside are alive. Ling Shi pointed at one jar. Inside was a youthful girl with a perfect figure and exquisite features, her long black hair resembling dark clouds covering her private parts. Even submerged in blue liquid, it was easy to evoke one's imagination. Then let's hurry and release her. Lei Shipo exclaimed, ready to take action, but was stopped by Yu Tianxian. Yu Tianxian, why are you stopping me? Lei Shipo complained. Idiot. There's a switch over there. Yu Tianxian replied, speechless, wondering if this guy's brain was made of muscle. Lei Shipo looked embarrassed. After pressing the switch, the liquid in the glass jar was drained, and a concealed door opened. The girl's body leaned against the bottom of the glass jar. Ling Shi quickly took a white sheet from the experimental table and covered the girl's body, shielding her from the gazes of several men. Noticing Ling's eyes' protective demeanor, Su Tianming was speechless. Ling, do you think in this environment we have the mood to think about that? Not necessarily. Men are all big pigs trotters. Ling Shi remarked, expressing her disbelief in men, then added, except for Qin Feng. Your double standards are too obvious. Yu Tianxian covered his forehead. Now shouldn't we discuss what to do with this girl? Lin Cheng steered the topic back. In a place like this, the emergence of such an experimental subject likely poses dangers. She is a specimen of perfect genes and can be considered a product of genetic combination with no family. Qin Feng approached with a stack of paper documents. If we want to study genetic complement technology, she is the best sample. Is there really someone conducting this experiment? Isn't the concept of perfect genes just a theory? Su Tianming said, somewhat shocked. When something has the potential to happen, it will inevitably happen. The concept of perfect genes is even included in textbooks. Do you think no one would study it? Qin Feng looked up and down at the perfect girl. Indeed, there was not a single flaw in her physique or skin. Her bodice curves were in perfect golden proportions. Even each strand of hair was perfectly smooth, with not a trace of residue from those medicinal solutions. Unfortunately, he always felt that something was missing. It seemed her temperament had some flaws. Right, what she lacks is a soul, Qin Feng concluded in his heart. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough? Ling Shi blocked Qin Feng's line of sight and questioned him through gritted teeth. Academic research requires observation. Qin Feng gave a candid reply. Then why don't you observe me? Ling Shi blurted out, and the strange looks from everyone caused her face to flush bright red to the roots of her ears. Well, I didn't mean that. Ling Shi stammered, trying to explain, but it only attracted more strange glances. Since she actively asked you to observe, when will you actually do it, eh? Lei Shipo teased Qin Feng with a wink. I didn't mean it like that. Ling Shi weakly explained. Yeah, we understand. Su Tianming said with the demeanor of someone who has been through it. Ling Shi, you need to act fast. This line of work is unpredictable, and if you're late it may really be too late. Ling Shi looked despondent. What had she just said? Qin Feng, is this sample valuable for research? Lin Cheng asked Qin Feng. Very valuable, equivalent to being given a perfect answer during an exam, Qin Feng answered without hesitation. Then keep it for yourself, Lin Cheng said. What? Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Although he indeed had such thoughts, this was a discovery made by the team. Was it really okay for him to keep it? More importantly, it was Lin Cheng who suggested this. This can't be decided just by us. Such an important matter should not be left to our discretion. Su Tianming exclaimed. Whether from a human perspective or from the standpoint of research material, we shouldn't be the ones making the decision. Should we really let those useless people, who can't even come up with the most basic original energy agent in 3 days, be the ones to decide? Lin Cheng said coldly. I've nearly lost my patience with those experts in the research institute. The best resources should be given to the ones who contribute the most. The collective output of the top experts in Yuzhou does not match even a fraction of what Qin Feng has achieved. There is a reason for that. Don't explain it to me, go explain it to those who died. The 2 million survivors from that night of the Zombie City massacre should be very eager for your explanation. An indescribable feeling emanated from Lin Cheng. His aura felt like a mountain pressing down on Su Tianming's head. Qin Feng and the others also sensed an indescribable crisis. Su Tianming's forehead broke out in fine cold sweat. That was an accident, it was beyond our control. But those pilots had ways to control it. Lin Cheng stepped forward, his gaze becoming sharper. Su Tianming, do you still not understand why those ace pilots responsible for the bombings, those pilots treated like treasures by the state, would deliberately send themselves to their deaths? Su Tianming trembled all over. He could no longer speak. He had never seen Lin Cheng like this. The cost of training pilots is higher than gold, and the value of the pilots responsible for bombings is even more immeasurable. Yet they deliberately sent themselves to their deaths despite having prior intelligence. The purpose was merely for reconnaissance and warning. Was it worth it? Su Tianming did not know, but those pilots believed it was worth it, otherwise they would not have made that decision alongside Lin Cheng. The times have changed. If we do not learn to adapt, we will surely be eliminated by the times, Lin Cheng said. However, the state has responded quickly and has invested a lot of effort in researching the essence of the world, Su Tianming tried to argue. Lin Cheng stared into his eyes. The sanctuary has been slaughtered by zombies. Su Tianming found himself at a loss for words. Initially, when the zombies overran Yuzhou City, he could still make excuses, but after the zombies slaughtered the county where they sought refuge, what more could he say? Despite having made full preparations, they still lost. In this battle, Lin Cheng had killed several night demons and had done his best. Even Qin Feng, after paying a certain price, had killed one night demon, yet the county was still destroyed. Lin Cheng said seriously, Su Tianming, I know there are difficulties above, and the speed of rescue measured in hours is a miracle in human history, but it is not enough. If we continue to be passive, the Xia kingdom may very well perish as a result. Su Tianming's neck flushed with agitation. Impossible, Xia absolutely will not perish. Whether Xia will perish depends on whether humanity's response is swift, not on your shouting and yelling. Lin Cheng pressed the black knife against Su Tianming's neck. Now I have decided not to report this material, but to hand it over to Qin Feng. Tell me, what will you do? Report it, and turn me into a wanted criminal, make me an enemy. I know you may not fear death, but can you bear the cost of being my enemy? Su Tianming's forehead was now glistening with more cold sweat. If Lin Cheng became an enemy, it would surely be a nightmare for Xia. You see, you have no room for negotiation. Lin Cheng sheathed the black knife. Qin Feng, take the material away. If anyone tries to stop you, I will kill them. Su Tianming was stunned. He had never seen Lin Cheng like this. All right. Qin Feng did not refuse. He took several more sheets and wrapped the girl tightly before carrying her up. Su Tianming shouted, Qin Feng, do you know what this means? Such experimental subjects cannot be casually touched. Qin Feng stopped and calmly asked, then what qualifies one to touch them? Is it developing an original energy agent with absolutely no side effects? Or a safe enhancement agent? Or perhaps developing more advanced dark energy weapons? Su Tianming was left speechless. All of these were things Qin Feng could achieve, while the experts could not. Su Tianming, thank you for teaching me so much. It has been a great help to me, but your experiences have constrained you too much. Qin Feng turned and headed towards the stairs. Su Tianming, do you know what I am most disappointed about? Zombies killed 2 million people right before our eyes, yet even now not many people are involved in the research of dark energy weapons. Su Tianming was stunned. He had no words to say. Are agents dangerous? Are dark energy weapons dangerous? No matter how dangerous, they are not as dangerous as firearms, and definitely not as dangerous as zombies. It's just, not many people use them. Su Tianming no longer hindered Qin Feng. He could tell from Lin Cheng's attitude that if he continued to stop him, it would lead to his demise. Qin Feng carried the girl out and placed her in the car. Ling's eyes gaze was somewhat resentful, yet she did not stop Qin Feng, and instead helped to carry some tools out of the laboratory. Qin Feng was indeed lacking in experimental equipment. Su Tianming seemed resigned. After emerging from the underground, he began to smoke one cigarette after another. After 2 hours, they finally finished moving the items. Lin Sheng called everyone to a halt and announced a significant matter. Just now the teams represented by 021 to 029 have been confirmed named the Dragon Team, with personnel decided by the Kyoto side, while the teams represented by 031 to 039 are called the Heavenly Net. What? The Dragon Team and the Heavenly Net. They have joined in. Su Tianming was astonished. It seems you know them. Ling Shi was somewhat surprised. Su Tianming hesitated, but Lin Sheng said, what's there to hide now? Secrets depend on the person in front of us. This isn't a secret. All right. Su Tianming sighed the sigh, carrying an unknown weight of helplessness. The Dragon Team is the Special Operations Group of the Great Xia, the only legalized extraordinary organization dedicated to researching super abilities and handling super ability cases. Wait, there were people with super abilities in the past. Lei Shipo was extremely shocked. There indeed were, but they were extremely rare. Su Tianming said, to avoid causing social panic, it was not disclosed. All right, our authority is just too low. Lei Shipo said helplessly, let's talk about the Heavenly Net. The Dragon Team is the only legal organization. Is the Heavenly Net illegal? The Heavenly Net. Su Tianming extinguished the cigarette in his hand, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. That is the Great Xia's special operations team responsible for handling overseas incidents. If they ally with the Dragon Team, it will likely mean a palace coup. Lin Sheng replied. Not a coup, just presenting the seriousness of the situation in front of you. Moreover, there's another message that prompted them to act. Lin Sheng said seriously, the Heavenly Net brought back news that one of the 10 ASEAN countries, Shanyue, has been completely annihilated. The news of the demise of Chang and Ling is being confirmed, but it is just a matter of time. How is that possible? Su Tianming was shocked. The zombie crisis had just erupted for over 10 days. In half a month the country has perished. What a joke. Lin Sheng said. You who only know to obey orders obviously don't understand the seriousness of the matter. If you can't adapt to the future changes, you might as well withdraw from the sword bearers. Otherwise, collecting the black card from your corpse will be quite troublesome. Before Su Tianming could recover from his shock, a series of intense gunfire erupted nearby. What's happening? Qin Feng was startled, a strong sense of crisis, making him feel an impulse to drop the girl on his back. Lin Sheng's eyes turned cold. It's the military responsible for picking us up the backup troops. They might be engaging with the horde. That should be fine then. They have to be stronger than us to provide cover. Yu Tianchen smiled. Lei Shipo agreed. Then we should retreat. Boom. Accompanied by a series of loud explosions, a 19-story building collapsed. The shockwave from the building's collapse affected nearby residential buildings, resulting in a cacophony of screams and roars. The gunfire and cannon fire intensified. Lin Sheng paused his steps to leave. Let me go take a look. His body turned into a fleeting shadow and vanished. It seems we need to prepare for battle. Qin Feng carried the girl onto the armored vehicle and instructed Wang Ku, protect this area. Well, don't let the enemy approach. Although he felt the danger, it didn't seem to come from the girl, and there wasn't too strong a lethal threat. Moreover, Qin Feng also didn't intend to be controlled by extreme intuition. Even if there was danger, it was a choice he made himself. He didn't want to waste such a good experimental material. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Wang Ku replied confidently, and then climbed onto the roof of the armored vehicle, setting up a machine gun in preparation for battle. Wei Renjia and Wang Susu quickly made their own battle preparations. Soon Lin Cheng returned. Don't worry about the people here. Those zombies are organized, and the target is likely the base, or perhaps something within it. We need to leave first. All right. Qin Feng didn't delay, starting the motorcycle to prepare to leave. Damn, I thought I would get to show off my skills. Wang Ku was somewhat dissatisfied but still jumped off the vehicle. Your moment to shine has arrived. A horde of zombies appeared in the direction we were heading back. If we go back the same way, we will definitely encounter the zombie tide's obstruction, so it's better to deal with the zombies here now. Ling Shi had somehow stood on top of a building using binoculars to observe the distance. Wang Ku said, I just jumped down. Yu Tianchen said, since there are zombies, let's prepare for battle. Should we move the vehicles to a safe place? If the vehicles are damaged, it will be hard for us to return. Once again climbing onto the roof, Wang Ku said, I. Qin Feng covered his forehead. Time is of the essence. I suspect there might be more than one wave of zombies, so when we have the chance to break through, don't worry about anything else, just hurry. Lei Shipo was eager to try. Are we ready for battle again? Brothers, it's time to witness our strength. Roar. A chorus of responses arose from the crowd. Qin Feng was speechless. Lin Cheng, what do you see in him? Lin Cheng remained silent for a few seconds and uttered 2 words, we need people. Everyone prepared for battle, and in less than 20 minutes thousands of zombies surged towards them. The numbers don't seem too many. Ling Shi was on the rooftop specifically targeting the mutated zombies while the rest focused on suppressing fire, and only Lei Shipo eagerly led the charge. Kill them. This time about 30 people charged towards the horde of zombies with blast shields and full gear, cutting down the zombies and sending them flying. Yu Tianshan's forehead was throbbing with veins. Can I take him down? Qin Feng tightened his grip on the automatic rifle. Remember to use a sniper rifle, otherwise you might not break through his pig head. Lin Cheng silently turned his head away, lost in thought. Although Lei Shipo behaved foolishly strangely after several rounds of charge, none of his subordinates had died. On the contrary, after Ling Shi killed the leading mutated zombie, the zombie horde was thrown into disarray. In less than 5 minutes the battle was over. Lei Shipo returned with his team, his face filled with excitement, adopting a victorious stance. Haha, we won. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, smiling as he said, you all got injured, let me help you bandage up. Lei Shipo happily replied, great. Many of my brothers are injured too. Though the IQ of the group, led by Lei Shipo, is generally low, their strength seems to be quite formidable. According to Qin Feng's speculation, they have undergone 2 or even 3 enhancements, but their potential has yet to be fully realized. Once they engage in battle, surpassing Wang Ku and Wei Renjia would be a piece of cake. Thus, Qin Feng has been looking for an opportunity to study them. Now Lei Shipo has practically delivered that opportunity to him. Wang Susu and Yin Suchi handed over the prepared medical kit to Qin Feng, and soon they received a message from the purple card. Wang Susu had a strange look in her eyes, and before she could react, Yang Lu had already passed some syringes and test tubes to Qin Feng. Qin Feng began drawing blood from each person. Wait, does healing require drawing blood? A wounded soldier stopped Qin Feng. I need to confirm if you are at risk of turning into zombies. This check is necessary. Qin Feng skillfully bandaged the wounds and collected some flesh and blood from the injury sites, placing them into containers. Then he proceeded to disinfect and bandage each person's wounds while drawing blood for testing. Lei Shipo noticed something. Qin Feng, you are too shameless. Is this how you treat people? Are you the doctor, or am I it? Qin Feng chuckled coldly, labeling the last blood sample before arranging it properly, then approached Lei Shipo with a syringe. What are you trying to do? I will not let you take my body. Lei Shipo crossed his arms, trying to thwart Qin Feng's nefarious actions. Even your subordinates, a total of 2 million contributions. Only a little, not too much. The others were left speechless. Although Qin Feng found contributions easy to earn for them, 2 million contributions was indeed a significant number. Earning 10,000 contributions a day is already considered efficient. After obtaining the samples, Qin Feng stored the blood and cell samples carefully, as they were precious materials. At the same time, he opened up new avenues of thought. Initially, he wanted to be a medic mainly for safety, as medics occupy the most secure position and can also escape legally. However, an increasing amount of research had led him astray. It was only while treating Lei Shipo and his group that Qin Feng realized how to reasonably obtain a large number of cell samples. Can a wounded person suffer from blood loss? Treating their severely injured bodies and taking a portion of their blood samples should be perfectly reasonable. After cleaning up the battlefield, the military personnel approached Lin Cheng to negotiate. The zombies in the ancient city have gone berserk. We need to retreat immediately. Your identities are special, so you can retreat first. No need to evacuate, we still have a chance. Qin Feng stepped forward to the military, producing a small box. Inside are 200 original energy potions that can grant you genetic original energy. With these, you should be able to contend against the zombie tide. Original energy potions. Didn't they say the technology is not yet mature? Only those who have been bitten can take the risk and try it out, a military officer questioned in confusion. What did those old fogies say? Qin Feng grew a bit angry. What do you mean the technology is not mature? I don't know what maturity looks like, but I can clearly tell you that unless the injury is too severe, there have been no issues with my original energy potions. It's been over 10 days, and the original energy potions are still not mature. This is a life-saving potion. Are you saying it can't be promoted until it's mature? Those bitten by zombies can't be prevented. Qin Feng understood more deeply why those pilots died in vain. They were stupidly led to their deaths by Professor Feng and his old cohorts. The officer was skeptical. Really? Lin Cheng coldly replied. If you don't believe it, you and your subordinates can continue to fend off the zombie tide. We are leaving. Wait. He'll try it out first. The officer decisively took a potion and injected it into himself, then felt a surge of power awaken within him. It's really effective. I feel like my physical capabilities have improved. I'll immediately promote these potions, the officer exclaimed excitedly, giving orders without hesitation. He was not questioning Qin Feng. He was merely following the intelligence he had received. The fact that he was the first to volunteer as a test subject already proved his character. Qin Feng's original energy potions were quickly distributed. With over 1,000 people in the entire military camp, only a small number of elites received the potions, but that was fine. Qin Feng prepared more on the spot. No one experienced any adverse effects. This greatly increased the military's goodwill towards Qin Feng. Gaining extra physical strength meant their chances of survival were heightened. Seeing that they had developed initial trust in him, Qin Feng took out the enhancement potions. These potions can grant you powers similar to ours, but there are risks associated with them. What is the risk rate? 5. Immediately select the elites for injection. The officer responded without hesitation. 5. That's a joke. Without power, a survival rate of 5 would be considered good. Consequently, Qin Feng immediately gave all the remaining potions and crystal cores to these soldiers for injection. After the injections were completed, Qin Feng collected fresh blood and tissue samples from each of them and gathered some data. Finally, Qin Feng requested, I need the laboratory here to assist me in completing some experiments. Please help buy me some time. Guaranteed to complete the task, the officer promised. The zombie tide launched a new wave of attack. Those who took the enhancement potions replaced those who had taken the original energy potions, engaging in fierce combat with the zombies. Qin Feng returned to the underground laboratory, utilizing the instruments there to analyze these samples. The experimental equipment here was well preserved, and the data was complete. Even the electron microscope was intact. Quickly, the questions Qin Feng had in the past began to be rapidly answered amidst the accumulation of numerous devices and samples. Qin Feng, rest assured to study, we will help you delay. After Lin Sheng made his promise, he charged into the horde of zombies, causing them to fall like wheat being harvested. We will definitely complete the task. While recording, Qin Feng took over the observational data from Ling Shi. He discovered that those who injected the original energy potions did not immediately undergo any physical changes. Rather, it seemed as if some abilities had awakened, especially the 2 trait genes, which appeared to have changed. On the other hand, some genes of those who injected the enhancement potions were lit up. It seemed they had awakened from a dormant state. Even among those who had already awakened, the appearance of the awakened genes varied at different times, as if genes were also growing and evolving. The more awakened genes there are, the stronger the individual becomes. Among them, Lin Sheng's awakening rate was the highest, reaching an astonishing 4.5, but some of his genes seemed to be latent. Qin Feng speculated that this might be due to insufficient external energy. Lei Shipo's genes were the most unique. His gene sequence observed through different methods yielded awakening rates of 3, 1 and 10, 6 respectively. More astonishingly, these genes were all trait genes and ancient genes. Linking this to the previous data and speculations, Qin Feng deduced something significant. He is a natural gene awakener. It is merely due to malnutrition that his physical potential cannot be developed. At this thought, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Though reluctant to admit it, Lei Shipo seemed to possess the greatest talent within the entire Swordbearer team. Once 10% of his genetic sequence was unlocked, his power would ascend to an unfathomable level. Lei Shipo's teammates had also been influenced by his genes. It appeared that his awakened genes had catalyzed the genetic awakening of his comrades, propelling their strength to surge rapidly. Furthermore, Qin Feng discovered that Lei Shipo's blood possessed exceptionally high compatibility, which was the secret behind his nullification of medicinal conflicts. Yet Qin Feng had no intention of using his blood as a neutralizing agent, for it was irreplicable. His aim was to develop an independent, reproducible neutralizer to resolve the incompatibility of enhancement serums. Additionally, he noticed that Wang Ke's viral genes had awakened. This discovery startled him profoundly. Viral genes, those remnants of human evolution where viruses transcribe their genetic material within the body, recorded by human DNA, ultimately becoming utterly useless or even harmful sequences. Yet Wang Ke had awakened a portion of these genes. This led Qin Feng to harbor certain conjectures. He extracted a large quantity of zombie blood crystals, as well as zombie blood and cerebrospinal fluid for further study. Indeed, the zombie virus originates from the human body, specifically from fragments of viral genes reacting with dark energy, thus giving rise to the zombie virus and its terrifying infectivity. Not only does the virus spread rapidly, but more dreadfully, it can absorb dark energy from the air and awaken dormant viral genes within the body. Wang Ke was most fortunate that only a small fraction was awakened. Thus his viral genes were suppressed, but this also spawned side effects such as belligerence, impulsiveness, and irritability. It wasn't until I used the enhancement serum to further awaken his genes that he managed to subdue these effects. In other words, viral genes can also be harnessed. This revelation struck Qin Feng as novel. Perhaps using gene editing techniques, those viral genes could be transformed into genes endowed with extraordinary abilities. After documenting all this, Qin Feng had conceived a path for future power enhancement, the dissolution and restructuring of viral genes. In the old era, this was no easy feat. Yet with the advent of dark energy, it became a possibility. 4 awakened genes possessed the property of resisting destruction by gene-dissolving agents, thus preventing genetic damage. Consequently, targeted destruction of viral genes became feasible. By employing suitable genetic agents to fill the gaps left by viral genes, one could shatter the limits of the human body. That would surpass even Lei Shipo's physical limits. At this thought, Qin Feng's heart brimmed with excitement. Yet when he laid eyes on the blank genes, all exhilaration instantly extinguished. The blank genes made him doubt all the knowledge he had ever acquired. Utterly alien characteristics, incomprehensible sequences, and an unfathomable origin left Qin Feng scratching his head in vain, unable to even make a start. This damn stuff isn't meant for human study. Unable to even begin, let alone make progress, Qin Feng had no choice but to abandon this avenue. After all, his time was too pressing to squander entirely here. Qin Feng, are you done with your research? An urgent message came through the black card signaling that the situation outside was becoming untenable. Qin Feng glanced at the time. 6 hours had already passed. The surface forces were indeed exhausted. Time to evacuate. He carried some instruments upstairs and asked. Yes. Although the evolution serum has greatly enhanced the military, the zombie horde is overwhelming. Yu Tianxian said. Reinforcements were on their way, but they encountered zombie hordes blocking the path, and even night fiends have appeared. Lin Cheng hasn't left, has he? Qin Feng asked hastily. If Lin Cheng had been lured away, trouble would ensue. I'm here. The more anxious the enemy, the more it proves the importance of what we're taking. Lin Cheng approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng noticed that Lin Cheng's aura had grown weak and unsteady. Clearly, the relentless high-intensity combat had taken a heavy toll on him. Don't push yourself. You'll need to deal with the night fiends. Qin Feng cautioned. Since we can't hold out any longer, prepare for evacuation. Return to the base. All movable supplies and materials in the lab had been transported away. For what remained, Qin Feng planted some TNT. With a deafening roar, the lab was reduced to rubble. Boarding the convoy, they withdrew alongside the military. Wang Qiu asked indiscreetly, what about the people back there? Why aren't they coming to the convoy? The team's atmosphere turned tense. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Some zombies are faster than vehicles. Some must stay behind so others can escape. Lei Shipo clenched his fists. We don't need a rear guard. Even if a few zombies catch up, they're no match for us. Lin Cheng pointed to the nearby soldiers. They do. The officer who had first taken the enhancement serum saluted Qin Feng and his group. This battle has shown us the role of transcendence in warfare. I will do my utmost to secure greater support for transcendence from higher command. And I will also emphasize the vital importance of genetic serums to the human body. I hope you can. Lin Cheng lay on the roof of an armored vehicle clutching the machine gun mount and fell asleep. Not afraid of catching a cold. Lei Shipo muttered, though he figured that with Lin Cheng's strength, catching a cold was unlikely. Half an hour after the convoy set off, a series of explosions echoed in the distance. As mushroom clouds rose, everyone fell silent. Ling Shi turned her head away, unable to look in that direction. Qin Feng remained silent. He had witnessed countless deaths and thought himself unshakable, but he had overestimated his composure. As dusk fell, they were halfway through their return journey. However, Ling Shi, who was on watch, exclaimed in alarm, trouble. Another zombie tied ahead, blocking our path. Again, Qin Feng was exasperated. These zombies never gave them a moment's peace. Perhaps what we're carrying is too important. Yu Tianxian speculated. Large zombie hordes are usually commanded. Attacking a nearby temporary shelter would be their best choice, yet they've specifically waited for us here. Should we discard whatever is attracting them? Lei Shipo asked. No. We must never give the enemy what they desire, especially when they go to such lengths to obtain it. Su Tianming stated firmly. Yu Tianxian also agreed, saying, with Lin Cheng here, if we can't protect the important things, the sword bearers might as well disband. All right then, let's make a massive slaughter. Lei Shipo quickly changed his attitude, eager to try. Qin Feng looked around and said, this place is nothing but roads and farmland devoid of obstructions and hazards. Engaging in battle with zombies here is too dangerous. Can we relocate to a nearby village or town? Su Tianming looked through the binoculars and replied, there is a village nearby, but I suspect there might be an ambush there as well. No need to doubt, there definitely is. Ling Shi lowered her binoculars and said, it will be dark soon and fighting at night will be very disadvantageous for us. We must break through quickly. Lei Shipo excitedly declared. Then let me be the arrowhead and carve a bloody path for everyone. Qin Feng's lips twitched. Good idea. Before you go, give me a little blood. Ooh, I'm afraid I won't have another chance later. What the hell? Are you cursing me? Lei Shipo angrily said. Brothers, follow me closely and let them witness the strength of Team 5. All right. The members of Team 5 raised their arms in cheers, showing no signs of fear towards the zombies. Then Lei Shipo's team charged fearlessly into the tide of zombies, wielding dark energy weapons and carving a bloody path through the horde. Su Tianming covered his forehead and said, are we just going to let him run wild like this? Lin Cheng replied, let him try. Since he made the decision, he should bear the consequences that come with it. Yu Tianxian asked Ling Shi, are there any night demons nearby? Ling Shi shook her head, saying, I haven't seen any with my eyes, but night demons aren't easy to spot. I can only detect their traces at close range. If they hide within a horde of zombies, I won't be able to do anything. Everyone's expressions darkened. The current situation was indeed very unfavorable. According to intelligence obtained a few days ago, the zombies in several nearby cities were gathering en masse towards Yuzhou City. Now the tide of corpses from the ancient city could no longer be managed. If they continued to delay here, they would eventually be submerged in the sea of zombies. They needed to resolve this quickly. Watching Lei Shipo charge into battle, Qin Feng felt somewhat speechless. He had to admit that in this situation charging directly could also be considered a reasonable tactic. Perhaps it might succeed. Watching Lei Shipo rush forward, Qin Feng said, "Leave the firepower suppression to the army, they are better at it than us. Su Tianming Yu Tianchen, can you gather the bodies of the mutated zombies for me on the battlefield?" "No problem, are you going to make weapons?" Su Tianming immediately understood what Qin Feng was planning. "Yes, we need more weapons. By the way, when you collect the bodies, also rescue the injured. Wang Ku and Yang Lu will handle the bandaging," Qin Feng reminded. All right. The two immediately took their team into action. Their team consisted of elites who had been fighting zombies in Yuzhou City for days and were incredibly experienced. Collecting bodies and rescuing the injured was a breeze for them, even considered overkill, yet no one opposed. As some mutated zombie bodies were thrown to Qin Feng, he began to dissect them. Most mutated zombies were those whose blood crystals had transformed into nuclei. Some had even evolved extraordinary organs within them. Regardless of the situation, it represented the value of the mutated zombies. That day I will definitely replicate the weapon that killed the night demon. Qin Feng took out a bow and arrow, choosing a suitable crystal nucleus, and embedding 5 zombie nuclei into the specially crafted longbow. Among them was a perfectly clear crystal nucleus. It was of the same level as the purple and golden nuclei. Next there were over 300 ordinary nuclei, and a large number of mutated zombie vertebrae. Qin Feng discovered that even mutated zombies without extraordinary organs had vertebrae that would evolve into extraordinary organs. The stronger mutated zombies could even use their vertebrae as semi-extraordinary organs. With the research Qin Feng had conducted during this time, dissecting extraordinary organs was not a problem. After killing the night demon, he had studied arrow explosions. However, he found that the explosions of arrows had a significant degree of uncertainty and could be considered an accidental event. He had not experienced such an occurrence in subsequent archery practice. But today he gained some insights. The vast majority of zombies lack intelligence. Even the mutated zombies, which possess instincts to seek benefits and avoid harm, have a significant gap in intelligence compared to humans. So where did their wisdom go? The answer lies within the fire of the soul. Qin Feng knocked an arrow and shot it at a nearby zombie. The arrow pierced through its heart. Then a ball of black flames enveloped the arrow. Boom! A massive fireball erupted with the black flames acting like a fuse, igniting the arrow embedded with the crystal nucleus, and the flames surged upward. The black flames shone in the night sky. Centering on the arrow within a 5-meter radius, all the zombies were instantly ignited. However, the flames had not finished burning. The black flames ignited the second wave of zombies from the first group, and several zombies were caught in the flames, howling as they fell until their bodies turned to charcoal, and only then did the flames cease. Indeed, the crystal nucleus relates to the soul, or rather, spiritual power. The soul-eating fire is the fire of the soul, and it must serve as a fuse for the explosion. The fact that night demons are restrained by the soul-eating fire indicates they possess opposing properties and can also explode. In that moment, Qin Feng's past doubts were resolved. Was that a grenade just now? How could a grenade have such power? Wang Ku, who had just bandaged an injured person, looked up in astonishment at the scene. Killing over 100 zombies with one strike, that power was terrifying. Not bad. Qin Feng picked up another arrow. This time he attached a ball of black flame to the tail of the arrow's feather. Extraordinary organs could also be ignited by the soul-eating fire, burning slowly and incompletely extinguishing after burning only about one of the material. Furthermore, materials burned by the soul-eating fire could not be ignited again. But this was just to serve as a fuse, and it worked perfectly. An arrow was shot, and several seconds later the explosion occurred. The power of the explosion was equally extraordinary, killing nearly 100 zombies and clearing a large area. No, the ignition speed is too slow. Qin Feng took out a bottle of refined extraordinary substance, using a scalpel to carve a groove in the arrow shaft and applying the extraordinary substance. Ignite, shoot, detonate. Boom! Another loud explosion took out over 100 zombies. This can only be used in conjunction with the soul-eating fire. This is my exclusive killing move, the explosive arrow. Qin Feng named this move. The general concept for the explosive arrow has been completed, and Qin Feng, in a fit of madness, embedded 5 crystal cores into a multi-segment arrow. The multi-segment arrow is made from disassembled vertebrae, polished and assembled to appear as a single entity, yet in reality, it is a combination of 5 dark energy weapons, allowing for the embedding of 5 crystal cores. Otherwise, the only weapon capable of embedding 5 crystal cores would be the longbow in Qin Feng's hands. To be safe, Qin Feng crafted 2 specialized arrows and over 20 ordinary crystal core arrows. It's done, let's break out. Start the vehicle. Qin Feng stood atop the armored vehicle, drawing his bow, as the explosive arrow powered by the 5 crystal cores shot forth. The spinning arrow instantly shattered the chests of a dozen zombies, piercing into the midst of the horde. Boom! A violent explosion resounded, creating a vast emptiness in the zombie crowd. But this was not the end. After the first arrow was destroyed, the second arrow flew out, propelled by the explosive force of the first, as the soul-devouring flame ignited the fuse formed from extraordinary material, resulting in a second explosion. Before the zombie horde could fill the vacuum, another void was created. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth explosions. With 5 consecutive strikes, 500 to 600 zombies were ignited by the flames. The black flames formed a sea of fire, clearing a large area of zombies, after which Qin Feng shot out the second arrow. What a great opportunity. The convoy immediately revved up and charged towards the gap created by Qin Feng. Nearby, the zombie horde was preparing to close in on that opening. However, Qin Feng's second and third arrows were on their way. Another 2 rounds of 5 consecutive explosions obliterated over 1,000 zombies in mere seconds, further widening the gap in the horde. The convoy, already in motion, took the chance to break out of the encirclement. Well done. Yu Tianqian tossed a bag of crystal cores to Qin Feng and re-entered the battlefield. Make as many of these arrows as you can. Not good, those zombies are trying to close in. Lei Shipo, who initially charged forward, turned into the rear guard as the convoy broke through. His fervent warlike nature transformed him into a Shura on the battlefield. Even the dark energy weapons given to him by Qin Feng had been damaged several times. It wasn't the quality of the weapons that was the issue, but rather his reckless fighting style. Lei Shipo's team firmly held off the zombies on one side, while Lin Cheng jumped to the other. The black blade swept through, severing the heads of several zombies. Before they could hit the ground, Lin Cheng's figure turned into an afterimage, appearing before the zombies behind. His black knife slashed through the zombies as if encountering no resistance. Coupled with his terrifying speed, the zombies fell like wheat. A few of Lin Cheng's subordinates followed closely behind him, and with Su Taiming's firepower support, they blocked off one side of the zombie horde. After crushing some zombie bodies, the convoy finally broke through the encirclement. Everyone hurry. Well, hold the rear. The soldiers used some abandoned vehicles as cover, hastily constructing a defensive line. Hey, it's not time to hold the rear yet. Lei Shipo shouted like thunder, leading over 30 of his men to form a bloody line of defense. No, you need to evacuate quickly. Your importance is far higher. We must not let you fall behind, a soldier shouted loudly. Who says holding the rear means certain death? Lei Shipo replied with a hearty smile. We'll stop the zombie horde, and then fight our way back. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted near Lei Shipo. Damn it. Qin Feng, are you throwing bombs at me again? Do you want to kill me? Lei Shipo yelled in frustration. This situation doesn't require holding the rear. Qin Feng shot several arrows in succession. Although they weren't linked arrows, the ordinary explosive arrows still possessed tremendous power. The thunderous roars of the explosive arrows formed a natural defensive line. The soldiers quickly evacuated while Lei Shipo cursed, killing some zombies daring to pursue before catching up with the convoy. The convoy sped away from the zombie horde, heading towards the village. Qin Feng, what was that move you just used? Its power was immense. Ooh, I bet even the night demon couldn't withstand it. Lei Shipo eagerly asked from the top of the vehicle, only to suddenly notice that Qin Feng's expression was somewhat grim. Before he could understand what was happening, Su Tianming held him down, whispering, he has killed a night demon with that move before, but it was done under the restraint of his teammates. Because of this, several of his friends lost their lives. Cough cough, I completely forgot about that. Lei Shipo felt a bit embarrassed. He had heard of it, but never delved deeply into the matter. But this was the biggest sore spot in Qin Feng's heart. He knew it wasn't intentional on Lei Shipo's part, and didn't mind. It's all in the past. In this world, surviving is truly not easy. Qin Feng, can you still craft such weapons? Yu Tianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Tianming and Lei Shipo also looked on with desire. If they could obtain such powerful weapons, it would greatly enhance their ability to deal with the night demon. Qin Feng shook his head. No, I still need a material that can ignite the crystal cores to unleash the weapon's power. This is my unique ability, but dark energy weapons might have a miraculous effect against the night demon. I'm afraid not. When we were in Yuzhou City, we collaborated with Lin Cheng to kill a night demon. The dark energy weapons can only ensure that our weapons won't be as fragile as paper when dealing with the night demon. Yu Tianqian shook his head. Is that so? Then it must be my ability at work. Qin Feng summoned black flames that danced at his fingertips. By the way, what is this flame? Lei Shipo touched the flame, feeling no heat whatsoever. I don't really understand. If it couldn't kill, I would have burned quite a few people in the lab, which means it can harm others, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Could it be hostility? Lin Cheng also jumped onto the top of the vehicle, saying since these flames are related to the soul, they must pertain to consciousness, and will only harm those who harbor hostility towards you or are deemed enemies, not allies. Only harm enemies. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had never considered that aspect. It seemed too absurd of a notion. Such a unique ability is incredibly useful, Yu Tianqian said with a hint of envy. I still can't develop my own abilities. What are you envious of? Just now I used over 30 crystal cores, all of which were high-quality cores with less than 10 impurity, and even 3 top-grade cores with no impurities. It was purely a pay-to-win situation. Qin Feng shook his head. The explosive arrow and the 5 consecutive explosions are better termed as a pay-to-win strike. The crystal nucleus is also categorized by quality. The black blood within the blood crystal is considered an impurity to the crystal nucleus. Only a flawless crystal nucleus devoid of any black blood can be deemed a true top-quality crystal nucleus. The purple crystal nucleus that Qin Feng had used surpassed the category of high quality, being classified as a supreme crystal nucleus. Even though Qin Feng offered 1,000,000 contributions as a bounty within the action team, no one was willing to sell it to him. The crystal nuclei that Qin Feng had just used were all excellent quality, with the lowest contribution value being 20,000. Over 30 high-quality crystal nuclei with impurities less than 10, combined with 3 top-quality crystal nuclei, had a total value exceeding 1,000,000. For Qin Feng, this amount of contribution was insignificant. He was currently in a state of having an abundance of contributions that he could not spend. However, the crystal nuclei themselves represented resources. Up until now, among the 5 crystal nuclei on Qin Feng's bout, only one was a top-quality crystal nucleus due to the scarcity of such nuclei. Spending money for a single strike was indeed justified. It was impossible for Qin Feng to replicate such a battle outcome again. There weren't that many high-quality crystal nuclei available. Fortunately, they had successfully fought their way out. After more than an hour, the convoy finally successfully retreated to the village stronghold, and Qin Feng and the others could finally rest. After enduring a series of high-intensity battles and research, Qin Feng tidied up and fell into a deep sleep. The eternally burning black flames, the ruined city ruins, and the intricately intertwined battle scenes among characters brought immense pressure. Qin Feng felt as if the dream had become somewhat clearer. The figures in the dream also appeared more distinct. Unfortunately, there wasn't much useful content. It merely familiarized him with the battle scenes of the future. Most of the figures in the dream were unknown to him. However, a man wielding a long spear and clad in golden armor, who had slain hundreds of puppets within a minute and pierced through a battlefield almost single-handedly altering the regional battle situation, caught his attention. His movements and techniques possessed a unique rhythm, seemingly containing some remarkable profundity. Later, Qin Feng simply used his super intuition to mimic his actions. During this process, Qin Feng felt his thoughts becoming increasingly clearer. It seemed as if a stream of clarity was nourishing his consciousness. Is it because I refined 3 night demons? Qin Feng knew that killing night demons in the dream could yield a feedback of spiritual power, but this was the first time he had used black flames to kill a night demon in reality. If his speculation proved true, then he would be the nemesis of night demons. As one dream ended, Qin Feng left that space and appeared in the bubble space, returning to the bubble where the night demons were imprisoned. The 2 night demons had already been subdued. Only 2 black wooden stakes chains and some special material nails remained on the ground. With a flick of his hand, the black chains coiled around his arm. So that's how it is. These chains are also formed from soul-burning fire. No wonder they can bind the night demons transformed into energy bodies, and these nails are the same, possessing the ability to both harm souls and seal them. In the dream, Qin Feng utilized the dream to familiarize himself with the structure, power, and usage of the black chains and nails. He wanted to see if he could replicate them in reality. However, as he utilized the power of the dream to dismantle the black chains, he was shocked by their structure. Each segment of the chain resembled an instrument more refined than an elemental analyzer, dizzying to behold, far exceeding what super intuition could mimic and learn, rendering replication impossible. The most terrifying aspect was that each segment of the chain had a different structure. Who could have designed such a madly intricate creation? Perhaps calling this chain the divine binding lock by the night demons isn't inaccurate. Qin Feng set down the chains and began studying the nails. The structure of the nails was simpler than that of the divine binding lock, yet still beyond Qin Feng's capacity to learn. In addition, Qin Feng noticed that the nails seemed to be engraved with some special characters. They are runes. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. These runes were even more complex than an entirely new script, akin to a completely independent programming language. Learning them without guidance was tantamount to a fool's dream. However, Qin Feng felt that he could replicate the structure of the nails. The nails were not simply created by condensing flames into nails. Instead, the flames were first dispersed into streams, then shaped through a special structure, woven, polished, and finally combined to form the shape of the nails. A tiny nail contained the mysteries of an entire discipline. Immersed in learning, Qin Feng lost track of the passage of time. It wasn't until he exited the dream that Qin Feng discovered 14 hours had passed, and it was already the next morning. He summoned the black flames and attempted to weave them in reality. The soul-burning fire was summoned, dispersed, and then truly scattered. Qin Feng. It's fine, just a single failure. After failing more than 30 times, Qin Feng reluctantly abandoned this impractical idea. At least he had made some progress. He could weave the soul-burning fire into small strands of rope about 3 millimeters in diameter and control them simply. However, weaving them into the structure of nails was far too difficult. The diameters of those large nails were only 5 millimeters. To achieve a woven effect, the strands would have to be reduced to a mere 0.5 millimeters for the most basic imitation. But this presented an overly high requirement for control. Although super intuition was powerful, it could only allow him to accomplish what he was capable of. It could not surpass limitations. Let's treat this as training. Qin Feng chuckled bitterly and left the room. Ling Shi and the others had already gathered to eat breakfast, possibly not having woken him, so they had started without him. Li Ming burst in excitedly, carrying a large cannon-like object. Ling, the individual rocket launcher has been approved, and it also comes with 15 rounds of ammunition, all rewards from the military for us. Ling's eyes lit up. Ming, you're amazing. Yang Lu expressed some concern. Ling, are you sure you can handle the rocket launcher? Aren't you already skilled with the sniper rifle? The principles of the sniper rifle and the rocket launcher are fundamentally no different. Ling, corrected, both rely on the explosive power of gunpowder to propel projectiles or bombs. The only difference lies in caliber size and whether the recoil can be managed. The logic is the same. As long as I familiarize myself with the parameters of the rocket launcher, I can use it just like a sniper rifle. This will be my weapon against special enemies. The principles of the sniper rifle and the rocket launcher are the same. This statement enlightened Qin Feng, and he suddenly realized something. Why do I need to completely replicate the nails? If I can't make the small nails, then why not create giant nails? Isn't that the same? Just as Qin Feng was about to head downstairs, he immediately returned to his room. Upon noticing Qin Feng's actions, Ling, pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Are you really planning to go down like this? Yang Lu poked Ling's arm. Huh. Ling, was somewhat confused. What do you want me to say? Yang Lu appeared exasperated. I mean the relationship between you and Qin Feng. Aren't we getting along quite well now? Ling, revealed a silly smile, feeling quite satisfied with their current state. Following Qin Feng around every day for experiments and tasks, although the tasks were a bit dangerous, she had never been so close to Qin Feng before. Are you an idiot? Yang Lu was angry. You don't really think this kind of state is suitable to maintain, do you? Ling, was curious. Isn't it okay? Li Ming interjected. Of course not. A woman in love taking on tasks is definitely the most dangerous thing. You may seem very calm during tasks, but once you let your guard down, it's easy to become lax, even to drift in your thoughts. Ling's face turned pale. Does that mean I can't be with Qin Feng? Li Ming shook her head. It's not that you can't, but vague feelings are too dangerous. A restrained emotion can easily lead to mistakes in teamwork unless you speed up the progress and skip to the stage of being open and honest with each other. Ling, blushed. I'm not ready yet. Being open and honest is still too early, right? Li Ming had a strange look in her eyes. I'm talking about communication, heart-to-heart exchanges face to face. What are you suggesting? Ling's ears were almost steaming. Two meant that absolutely not anything else. Li Ming, your demeanor lacks persuasiveness. Yang Lu reminded, if you don't prepare now, you might not have the chance for a long time in the future. Why? Ling, regained her clarity in an instant. What kind of person is Qin Feng? He is a research fanatic. Although he hasn't reached the level of a typical oblivious man, when he encounters something he is interested in, he easily overlooks the people around him. His breakup with Xiaoqing was partly due to this reason. Yang Lu curled her lip in disdain as she mentioned Xiaoqing. Actually, no one is perfect. To be excellent, devoted, and considerate without neglecting women. Such men might exist, but someone who could be blind enough to choose Xiaoqing definitely doesn't. In the past, during the time when Qin Feng dated Xiaoqing, it was also the time when his relationship with Yang Lu was at its worst. After their breakup, Yang Lu often mocked Qin Feng. It wasn't that she looked down on him, but purely couldn't swallow that anger with a hint of schadenfreude, being so nice and still getting dumped. Her greater dislike was still directed at Xiaoqing. After her breakup with Qin Feng, Xiaoqing didn't date again, not because she couldn't let go, but because given her conditions, she simply couldn't find anyone better. Pausing for a moment, Yang Lu continued. When Qin Feng immerses himself in research, he loses track of time. You have been assembling a remote assassination unit, and when you enter work or training mode, you also forget about time. You both are the same type of person. When the situation becomes even more critical, you might not get the chance to consider matters of the heart. Ling fell into deep thought. After returning to his room, Qin Feng summoned the soul-devouring fire once again. Since he couldn't form a 0.5 millimeters fine line, he decided to first condense it into a 3 mm shape resembling a nail and make it successfully before anything else. The principles of a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher are the same, so as long as the principles are the same, does it matter if the nail is not important. The flames concentrated into a fine line as Qin Feng began to weave. After 2 failures, Qin Feng finally wove the fine line into a sturdy rope and then combined and polished the top section. Merging the tip was the most challenging step. This time Qin Feng conducted 50 experiments, only succeeding when he improved his control over the flames. Not seeing direction or the possibility of success makes it easier for people to give up. Now that he could see the possibility of success, Qin Feng certainly had no reason to give up. Having formed the tip of a cone, Qin Feng began to solidify the soft fine line, forming a 4-sided pyramid shape. Next, he controlled the tip to fly forward. Within 2 meters, the tip disintegrated on its own. It didn't disintegrate on its own, it was due to insufficient energy supply. Furthermore, a nail is a precise and complete structure. If it's merely an imitation, it cannot form a complete energy cycle, so stability should be enhanced. Qin Feng knew he still couldn't make the nail exist for a long time. As long as the nail exists, energy will leak out. Thus, he could only focus on stability. So he kept elongating the tail of the nail, extending it further and further, until at one moment, perhaps reaching a certain critical value, the energy of the giant nail suddenly became extremely stable, unified, with almost no leakage. At this rate, it will take about 3 days for the energy to dissipate. Qin Feng finally completed a satisfying work, then fell into contemplation while looking at the black spear in his hand. By the way, I intended to create a nail. The nail transforming into the shape of a spear was something he hadn't anticipated. It mainly occurred because the tail kept elongating, resulting in this form. Qin Feng approached the window and saw a giant rat passing by. Haven't the mutated rats been exterminated yet? Then let's try this tactic. Qin Feng made a throwing motion, and the black spear shot out with incredible speed, piercing through the rat's body. Qin Feng jumped down from the building to observe the rat up close. After the spear penetrated the rat's body, it didn't immediately kill it. Instead, it immobilized the rat. When Qin Feng summoned the black spear, he found the rat's body immediately went limp. Picking up the rat and returning to the lab for dissection, Qin Feng then discovered the rat's abnormality. The rat's entire nervous system has been destroyed. The ability of this black flame is to damage nerves. No, the rat's movements are locked, indicating that the flame's effect can destroy and replace the interaction of nerve signals. Qin Feng felt both strange and delighted by such an ability. Directly attacking the nervous system, even among those who possess extraordinary abilities, few should be able to resist it. Such a killing move traverses through the air without encountering resistance. It is simply impossible to defend against. Even in a direct confrontation, one might be caught off guard by this move. This move should have a name. The black chains are called spirit-binding chains, and this nail, no spear, is used to pin down the soul, so let's call it the soul-fixing spear. No, since a spear is generally held for combat, let's call it the soul-fixing lance. Qin Feng summoned the soul-fixing lance again. He found that after it took shape, it became so stable that it could even be retracted into the spiritual world to restore its consumption. Thus, he continued to create the soul-fixing lance. After producing the 6th spear, Qin Feng felt a throbbing in his head and finally dispersed the last lance.